I was working hard at Shunda Auto Repair Shop in Baosher, covered in grease and dirt. The shop manager, Laoli, came over, handed me a stack of money, and said, "This is your salary for last month." "Thank you, store manager." I smiled happily, revealing two charming dimples, put down the wrench, took off my gloves, and was about to take the money. But Laoli tightened his grip on the money, seemingly careless, but actually pointed out every word. "The boss said today that he wants to fire Chiekwe again." Hearing this, my eyes instantly turned cold and vicious, like a ferocious wolf, which made people shudder. Being exploited everywhere on weekdays is bad enough, but the salary is also deducted in disguise, which is really too much. Laoli didn't take it seriously at all, but mocked, "It's been half a year, and it's hard to fix a tire. You are just a walking hammer." The corners of my mouth twitched slightly, and the viciousness in my eyes disappeared. I took out a few $100 bills and said in a flattering manner, "Manager, my brother is really working hard, what do you think?" "I'll try my best." Laoli took the bills, turned around and left. At this time, a dark-skinned big man came up to me. It was Chiekwe, the Bangchue, in Laoli's mouth, my childhood friend and best friend. His eyes were as big as copper bells, shaking his head, and said indignantly, "Laoli, this bastard, isn't he a bit too bullying? Stop talking nonsense, help quickly. Otherwise, you will have to work overtime again," I urged. "You are so patient now." Chiekwe spat, "Did he call you a fool?" When we were in school, Chiekwe and I were both influential people who could call the wind and rain, and school big brothers. However, the corresponding result was that we failed the college entrance examination and eventually dropped out of school to work. Because we had no family background, we had to rely on ourselves for everything. We wandered in many cities and worked in various jobs, but because we had no education, we could only start from the bottom. We worked on construction sites, in factories, as waiters and salesmen, and when we were desperate, we worked as gray industry henchmen, almost went to jail, and were deceived into pyramid schemes and lost our personal freedom. After escaping death, we fled back home in embarrassment. After this beating and blow from the real society, I, who have always been precocious, was the first to face the reality, calm down, and want to learn a skill in a down-to-earth manner. As for Chiekwe, he still does his own thing and is always stubborn. No matter how I try to persuade him, it is useless. As night fell, Chiekwe and I were the only ones left in the store. Suddenly, the Xilingtong rang. In 2002, mobile phones were luxury goods and Xilingtong was popular. Chiekwe answered the phone lazily, and then his face suddenly changed, and he shouted anxiously, "Brother Yan, that idiot Heezy is in trouble again. At Earl's Mansion 888. Without saying a word, I climbed out from under the car, picked up the wrench and rushed out of the repair shop. Heezy's real name is Zhang Zonghe. He is in the same team as us and is also a celebrity in the school. In that year's college entrance examination, his total score was 57, which created the highest score in the school's history. However, Heezy is a rich second generation, so even though he only scored 57, it still does not affect his chic life of feasting and drinking. Unlike other rich second generations, Heezy is an open-minded rich second generation. He once said bluntly, "I am a hopeless case. I am a spendthrift and I just like to play. I am just lucky. Not only did I have a good birth, but my parents can't even have children." Hey, isn't it infuriating? Heezy is really tough, otherwise he would not be alive today. Baosher is divided into 4 districts: Jingqi District, Guda District, Taihe District, and Tianbei District. Tianbei District is the district with the most entertainment venues among the 4 districts. Tianbei Street is the most famous red light street in the entire Baosher city, and it is also Zhang Zonghe's second home. Whenever night falls, the most common thing here is snow-white thighs, regardless of the season. Tai Kuei and I rushed to the 888 private room of the Earl's mansion in one breath, kicked the door open with a bang, and rushed into the room. However, before I could say anything, I was shocked by the scene in front of me. The room was full of deep V-long legs, black silk and stilettos, and under the flashing neon lights, there were big waves everywhere. Zhang Zonghe was dressed in branded clothes, sloppy, hugging left and right, with a lewd smile on his face, sitting in the center like an emperor. Some people handed wine, some people fed, some people exposed their breasts, and some people shook the dice cup. The whole room was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and there was no sign of a war. The room soon became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two of us, the two repairmen with stains all over our bodies, wrenches in our hands, and work clothes. Zhang Zonghe was disheveled, his face covered with lipstick marks, and his hands were still wandering on a girl's chest. He immediately yelled, "What are you all standing there for? Are you thinking about love? Didn't you see my brother is here?" The girls rushed over and pulled Tai Kuei and me to the sofa. I was really angry. After all, the work was not finished yet, so I yelled at Zhang Zonghe, "Are you crazy?" Zhang Zonghe said with a smirk, "Don't be angry, don't I just want to have a drink with you? Does that require such means?" I asked angrily. "Can you come without using tricks?" Zhang Zonghe was righteous and did not realize his mistake at all. "In fact, it's not that I don't want to come. At the age of 20, I am in the period of youth hormones bursting. How can I resist these bright and colorful things? The reason why I didn't come is because I know that I don't have the capital to play like Zhang Zonghe, and I can't afford it. Zhang Zonghe's consumption in a casual night may cost me a month's salary. I can't always let him spend alone, and I can't afford it myself, so I can only choose not to come. Isn't it enough that you have so many people with you?" I said unhappily. "How can these bitches compare with you? Besides, it's my birthday today." Zhang Zonghe argued. "The date of birth is random. It's every day," I angrily retorted. "Pa," Zhang Zonghe slammed the ID card directly on the table, "Look, is it today?" I glanced at the ID card and softened my attitude a little. "Why don't you just say it's your birthday? If I say it, you still have to buy me a gift. It's not appropriate for me to refuse it. What do you think we should do?" Zhang Zonghe explained. My eyes flickered, and I realized that Zhang Zonghe was reluctant to let me spend money, so I had no choice but to raise the bottle. Tai Kuei was even more straightforward, and rushed into the bathroom to wash his hair. He didn't want to think about anything else. The brothers arrived, and Zhang Zonghe was extremely excited. He jumped onto the table and raised the bottle high. "Let's drink today. Brothers will be rich and prosperous for life." He shook his body wildly and danced a striptease in a very professional manner. Heezy is definitely talented in mobilizing the atmosphere and being shameless. Boxes of beer fell on the ground one after another, and everyone drank more and more. "I told you to kneel down. Didn't you hear me?" The sudden shouting sobered me up instantly. I saw Zhang Zonghe standing in front of a hostess, swaying. The hostess looked unhappy, but still controlled herself. "Brother, you've drunk too much, stop making trouble." "Who made trouble with you? Kneel down." Zhang Zonghe took out a stack of banknotes and threw it into his crotch. "Take it away from me." I frowned and said, "Heezy, what are you doing? Are you drunk?" "It's okay, don't worry about it." Zhang Zonghe stared at the hostess in front of him, obviously angry. "Kneel down immediately, do you hear me?" Others hurried to smooth things over, but it didn't work at all. The woman was also angry, and her eyes became much sharper. Zhang Zonghe didn't care about that. "Look at your dad." As he said that, he slapped the hostess in the face, grabbed her hair and stuffed it into his crotch. "You bitch. Are you pretending?" "Heezy." I got angry and pushed him aside. "Can you drink? If not, go home." The other girls hurriedly pulled the girl away. Zhang Zonghe's eyes were bloodshot, and he shouted fiercely, "Get out right now. If I see you again, I'll kill you. You bitch." The good atmosphere was broken just like that, and it seemed that there was no way to control Zhang Zonghe. I winked at Tai Kuei, then walked out of the room and said to the waiter at the door, "Sorry, my friend drank too much, pay the bill." The waiter at the door was very special. He always had a bulging waste bag on his waist. If it wasn't in a KTV, he would be easily mistaken for a small vendor. "Wait a minute." A few minutes later, the waiter came to me with 5 or 6 gangsters, and his attitude was obviously much worse. 5,007. I was shocked. I couldn't make 1,000 a month, and this one cost 5,007. Thinking about it, the Earl's Mansion is not a high-end place, so it shouldn't be this price. Is it a mistake? I asked doubtfully. The waiter stared at me, not hiding his contempt at all. "The tip for the drinks is 700, and the rest is compensation for you beating my sister." I immediately came to my senses and hurriedly smiled. Brother, I'm really sorry, my friend really drank too much, sorry. Stop talking nonsense, what's the point of saying sorry? I'll give you a knife, and you say sorry, okay. Hurry up and pay the money, otherwise, no one will leave today. The waiter shouted angrily. My eyebrows stood up, obviously a little unhappy. After a little thought, I suppressed my inner anger and continued to smile. Brother, even if it is compensation, isn't it too much for you to ask? We really don't have that much money. I have a gentle appearance, and with this dress, I have no deterrent power at all. The waiter immediately got angry and poked my nose with his finger. CNM, poor bastards are still learning to fight. You dare to come to the Earl's mansion to make trouble? Have you had enough of life? I frowned and looked into the eyes of the waiter. Look at your dad. The waiter came up and slapped me in the face. I was very fast, raised my hand to grab the waiter's wrist, took a deep breath, and said, Brother, let's talk it out. Take your dirty hands away, if you don't have money, pay it back. The waiter struggled hard and punched me back, and the other hooligans were about to enter the room. I quickly retreated and blocked the door. Brothers, let's talk it out. QNMD. The furious waiter suddenly picked up a bottle and threw it at me. With a crisp sound of "Gotcha," the other people rushed forward and attacked me. How could I be a match for so many people? In an instant, I was beaten with blood all over my face and kicked into the private room. Tai Kuei was coaxing Zhang Zonghe. Seeing this scene, his big eyes widened and he immediately ran away. King of Hell. With a curse, Tai Kuei picked up a wrench and rushed into the crowd. Zhang Zonghe narrowed his eyes, holding a wine bottle in each hand, deliberately slowed down for a few seconds to observe the situation. Seeing the opportunity, seizing the gap, he quietly moved to the side of the bald man who was the most capable. Gotcha, gotcha, just 2 times, he raised his leg and kicked the opponent's vitals. Ouch! Screamed, Zhang Zonghe turned around and ran. Another person was about to chase, but was knocked to the ground by Tai Kuei's wrench. The other side never thought that we, a few young boys, would bring weapons to sing and fight so well. They also didn't expect that Tai Kuei, a big black guy, would be so fierce. It was a big loss. The waiter at the back saw this situation and looked fierce. He took out a dagger from his waist bag, saw the opportunity, and aimed at Tai Kuei. At the critical moment, I jumped out from the side and punched the waiter in the face. Crack! The sound of the broken nose bridge, along with the waiter's scream, resounded throughout the room. I had just been beaten up, my eyes were bloodshot, and I was full of murderous intent, like a ferocious beast. Holding the broken bottle in half, I thrust it into the waiter's eyes without hesitation. The waiter was directly scared silly. King of Hell. Zhang Zonghe was quick-witted and grabbed my forearm. You are an adult now. I raised my eyebrows, but did not move. Tai Kuei followed and knocked the waiter to the ground. In an instant, everyone was knocked down by the 3 of us. I reacted very quickly, knowing that we should not stay here for long, and shouted, "Run!" As soon as I walked out of the door, several figures holding sticks came towards me. Don't let them get away. Without saying a word, the 3 brothers rushed to the end of the corridor, smashed the glass, and jumped down. They rolled on the ground a few times, got up and ran. The connection between the front and the back was extremely skillful. Several thugs followed closely behind, chasing relentlessly. Tai Kuei was very angry, and he cursed as he ran. Zhang Zonghe, you bastard, I must tear your mouth apart, I will make you remember the food but not the beating. Zhang Zonghe was much more sober, he said with guilt, Brother Kuei, this time it's really not me who is looking for trouble, it's that bitch who looks down on you too, and sneers at you. There's the smell on her body, and she's dirty and so on, and she said she doesn't want to accompany you, so I got angry. Fuck her, she looks down on my brother, how can I indulge her? Who the hell is she? Listening to Zhang Zonghe's words, and thinking of the attitude of the waiter and the gangster towards us just now, a barely perceptible cruelty flashed across my face. Suddenly, I turned around, jumped into a side alley, climbed over 2 walls in succession, and ran to Tianbei Street again. Coming to the Earl's mansion again, Zhang Zonghe hid in an inconspicuous corner outside the door with ease. I rushed directly into the hall, climbed into the cashier's counter, grabbed the cashier's hair and pressed her on the table, and asked fiercely, where is the waiter with a waste bag in room 888? The woman looked very painful. Gently, gently. She pointed to the corner room, the staff lounge over there. Tai Kuei strode wildly with a wrench, kicked open the door, and swung at everyone he saw. In an instant, he knocked down several short-haired guys in the room. I followed closely behind, picked up a chair and hit the waiter 3 times in a row, bang, bang, bang. On the 3rd time, the whole chair was broken apart. The waiter was completely confused. He never dreamed that we would be so bold. We actually came back to attack. I picked up the bottle and smashed it over the waiter's head with a crack. I grabbed the waiter's hair and pushed half of the bottle directly in front of the waiter. I was full of murderous intent. The gentleness of the past was gone. My bloody face looked like a demon, which was chilling. I asked viciously, "Is this matter over?" The waiter didn't say a word. "CNM, are you dumb?" I held his head and slammed it to the ground 3 times, bang, 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 and the beer bottle was crushed directly on the back of his hand. The heart-wrenching screams resounded throughout the room. I took the opportunity to grab the waiter's tongue, holding the broken pieces of the bottle, and was about to cut it upwards. This scared the waiter, and he struggled frantically. "It's over, it's over. This is over." I glared at the waiter fiercely, stood up and walked towards the hostess, with a ferocious look that seemed to destroy everything, and roared, "I'm going to shave your face today." The hostess was terrified, staggered back a few steps, tripped, and fell directly to the ground. At this moment, the Xiling Tong rang, and it was Zhang Zonghe who was on guard. "Run quickly, their people are back." I stopped, pointed at the hostess threateningly, turned around and ran. Several of us ran directly to the conduct clinic, which we frequented during our student days. Doctor Hu looked at me with blood all over my face, Tai Kuei with a bruised face and nose, and Zhang Zonghe who was unharmed, and said jokingly, "Hey, long time no see, I thought you had turned over a new leaf." After treating the wounds, the 3 brothers found a barbecue stall to drink. Zhang Zonghe sighed and was in a bad mood. I gently rubbed my head and comforted me. "Okay, don't think about it, it's not your fault." Zhang Zonghe glanced at me and said very frankly, "I didn't think about this at all." "Then what are you thinking about?" I asked puzzledly. Zhang Zonghe's eyes flickered, bit his lips lightly, and said, "Before my parents gave birth to me, they froze their sperm and eggs. Now they seem to be preparing to practice with a trumpet. If they really practice with a trumpet, won't they strip me of all my equipment? If you are really scared, then do something practical and stop squandering money." I persuaded. "What you said is exactly what I thought." Zhang Zonghe nodded seriously, then smiled obscenely and leaned towards me. "Brother Yan, you have a good brain, can you help me think of a way to humanely destroy my unformed brother? If you really take away my equipment, it will not be a good thing for you, right?" The 3 brothers drank until 5 in the morning for the second meal, went home, and slept for less than 3 hours before getting up to work. This made Tai Kuei and I feel very uncomfortable. We felt dizzy and weak, and we were not energetic. We couldn't concentrate at all, let alone efficiency. Laoli, with his hands behind his back, strolled over like a big shot, and said, "Why are you so slow to do some work? Can you still do it?" I wiped the sweat from my forehead and said with a smile, "Right away, right away." "Didn't you finish the work last night?" Laoli asked. "Something urgent happened yesterday." I explained. "Okay, don't explain. I'll deduct it from your salary next month," Laoli said mercilessly. It wasn't my job anyway, so it would be useless if I did it, and I'd be deducted if I didn't. Tai Kuei was immediately unhappy and was about to argue, but Laoli turned around and left, leaving a sentence, "Is going to KTV considered an emergency?" I was shocked and instinctively looked outside the store. I saw 2 Jinbei cars parked in front of the store, and people were surging in the cars. Several fierce-looking, short-haired men with painted dragons and phoenixes were communicating with a maintenance master. I sobered up instantly and shouted, "Let's go." The 2 of them quickly came to the back door, only to find that there was also a group of gangsters wearing gold chains guarding here. They each had a baseball bat in their hands, and they didn't hide it. The waiter who liked to carry a waste bag was among them. I thought to myself, this is bad. Apparently, the tricks we used in school don't work in front of these people. If they catch me, I'm doomed. Before I knew it, a dozen guys with flat heads had entered the repair shop, swearing and searching everywhere. Tai Kuei looked around anxiously and said, "Brother Yan, I'll lead them away, and you jump out of the window." "Bullshit. Let's run together," I said firmly. "It's too late. Brother Yan." Tai Kuei shouted anxiously. At the critical moment, a Santana sedan suddenly stopped at the back door, temporarily blocking the gangster's sight. The driver rolled down the window and said in a low voice, "Get in the car." In 2002, Peugeot was not something that ordinary people could afford. Without caring about anything else, Wang Yan and Tai Kuei jumped into the car. The driver took the two to a nearby KFC, took out a few photos and put them on the table. "My name is Jing Tian, and I'm your father's friend. He got into trouble, and before he left, he asked me to come and see you. We haven't been in touch for so many years, what else is there to see?" Tai Kuei was very dissatisfied with Wang Yan's father, and he didn't understand the meaning of Jing Tian's words at all. Wang Yan was abnormally calm, even cold-blooded. "Thanks to him, I'm fine. Aren't you sad at all?" Wang Yan said softly, "I will never forget the scene where he left me and my mother in the hospital and left with that woman." Jing Tian sighed and left a business card. "I guess your life will not be very peaceful in the future. If you have any troubles that you can't solve, or want to visit the city where your father lived, call me." After Jing Tian left, Tai Kuei looked worried. "Brother Yan, what should we do next? Should we change our place of work?" Wang Yan was obviously distracted and didn't say anything at the moment. "Brother Yan," Tai Kuei repeated. Wang Yan then looked at Tai Kuei. "Where can we transfer to? We can hide for a while, but can we hide forever? Then what should we do?" Wang Yan frowned and slowly stood up. "First ask Laoli for leave, tell him that we will work overtime at night. Then let Zhang Zonghe get a detailed information of the Earl's mansion. First find out where these people come from. How can they have such great power? I didn't sleep well yesterday, I'll go home and catch up on some sleep first. I'll talk about the rest after I wake up." After explaining all this, Wang Yan yawned and took a bus home. Tai Kuei hurriedly did as he was told and took care of everything. Seeing that it was still early, he ran straight to the internet cafe to play some CS. As soon as he sat down, a guy with a flat head came over, looking puzzled. "Don't you have other clothes? You only wear the work clothes in the store. Are you afraid that we can't find them, or don't you take us seriously at all?" Tai Kuei turned his head and looked at the guy with the flat head, looking at him seriously for a long time. "Who the hell are you? What's your business?" The guy with the flat head instantly became furious, pointing at his swollen face and eye sockets. "You beat me up twice yesterday, and now you don't recognize me." Wang Yan slept very soundly. When he opened his eyes, it was almost dark. His mother entered the room. "Zhang Zonghe is here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Don't sleep anymore. The food is on the table. Eat it quickly before it gets cold. I have to go to work." "Got it. Bye, Mom." Wang Yan yawned, sat up slowly, woke up for a few minutes, and went to the living room. There were 4 dishes and a soup on the table, and Zhang Zonghe gobbled them up. "Are you a starving ghost? Leave some for me." Zhang Zonghe is actually quite handsome, but his handsomeness is the kind of bad handsomeness. "God of hell, I'm homeless. This time my parents have taken ruthless measures. Not only have they collected all my cards, they've changed the locks on my door. They've even called all my relatives and friends. It's obvious that they're leaving me no way out." Wang Yan has long been accustomed to this. "First, tell me what you did." "You broke into the hospital and buried my unborn brother." Wang Yan was a little incredulous. "Are you serious?" Zhang Zonghe raised his eyebrows. "When have I ever joked with you? Hurry up and borrow some money to save your life." Wang Yan sighed and took out his freshly paid salary. "This is all I have." Zhang Zonghe took it all away without any embarrassment. "Leave some for me." "No, I need it urgently." He put down his bowl and chopsticks, wiped his mouth, looked at the time, and stood up to leave. "Are you so anxious? How have you found out about the Earl's mansion?" "There will be news soon, just wait for my call." Bang! Zhang Zonghe closed the door and left. Wang Yan sighed, picked up the pager on the table. There were several missed calls, and dialed back. "Hello, Tiekue." He. The waiter's sinister laughter came from the phone. I thought you ran away. Little bastard, listen to me. Be at the Earl's mansion within half an hour, or I'll kill this big black guy. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat and he became much more sober in an instant. His face was gloomy, his brows were furrowed, and he picked up the phone and put it down several times. After smoking 5 cigarettes in a row, his extremely gentle face gradually became ferocious. He opened the bedside table, put a dagger in it, went downstairs and took a taxi. When Wang Yan arrived at the Earl's mansion, the waiter was sitting at the door basking in the sun. He turned his nose up, hugged Wang Yan's neck with a smile, patted his face humiliatingly, and was extremely arrogant. Little bastard, we meet again. Why are you so obedient this time? Where's my brother? Come on, brother will take you there. The waiter showed a ferocious face, grabbed Wang Yan's hair without any hesitation, and dragged him into the basement. The lights in the basement were dim. Tai Kuei, covered in blood, lay motionless on the ground, as if dead. A 200-pound fat man was washing his hands, and the whole pool was full of blood. The fat man's name was De Chong, and he was the person in charge of the karaoke bar. When he saw Wang Yan, he grinned with contempt. Are you the king of hell? Such a big name. Looking at Tai Kuei's appearance, a surge of evil fire rushed to Wang Yan's head. But his extremely gentle face was full of fear and apology, and his whole body was shaking slightly. Brother, I'm sorry, we were wrong. Please let us go. What did you do earlier? Aren't you awesome? The waiter slapped Wang Yan in the face several times, then picked up a baseball bat and said ferociously, You little bastard. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yan suddenly turned around, hugged the waiter's neck, and swung a dagger at the waiter's lower abdomen, stabbing him several times, quickly and fiercely. This move scared everyone. No one expected that a man who looked so gentle and honest could be so vicious. He was really going to kill people. Who wouldn't be scared? While the people around were stunned, Wang Yan took 2 steps instead of 3, and pounced on the big maggot, slashing the maggot's neck with his dagger. Wang Yan's madness was beyond the maggot's expectation. He kicked back suddenly, and the stool fell to the ground with a crack. Wang Yan's dagger cut a hole under the big maggot's ear. After missing the first strike, Wang Yan did not stop at all and stabbed the big maggot in the heart with his backhand. The bald man next to him was the first to recover. He strode forward and hit Wang Yan with 2 sticks, bang, bang. Wang Yan did not dodge at all, and took the bald man's stick and took the big maggot's life. The big maggot was too fat and had no time to dodge. Looking at Wang Yan's crazy and vicious eyes, he was already desperate. The bald man was also a ruthless man. Seeing that he couldn't stop Wang Yan, he raised his hand and grabbed Wang Yan's dagger. Everything happened in a flash. Seeing the bald man's hands full of blood, the other people also reacted. They waved their weapons and slapped Wang Yan together, knocking Wang Yan to the ground in a few strokes. The waiter lay on the ground, touching his waist bag that was stabbed. His whole body was weak, and he couldn't move for the time being. The big maggot lying on the ground was also soaked with sweat. But he recovered very quickly, touching the blood behind his ear, thinking about the scene just now. His eyes instantly turned red. Little bastard, I'm going to kill you today. He pushed everyone away, pulled Wang Yan up from the ground with one hand, raised the dagger, and ran towards Wang Yan to attack. At the critical moment, Wang Yan, whose half-face was already swollen, suddenly widened his eyes and revealed a weird and terrifying smile. The big maggot immediately had a bad premonition, but it was too late. Tai Kuei, who had been lying on the ground motionless before, suddenly opened his arms, hugged the big maggot's legs directly, and lifted them up with force. The big maggot instantly lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground with a bang. The other henchmen were about to step forward, but suddenly they all stopped. Wang Yan held a sharp blade in his hand, pressing it tightly against the big maggot's neck. Because he used too much force, blood was already flowing from the big maggot's neck. Taking advantage of this, Tai Kuei climbed up from the ground, picked up the dagger, pointed it at the surrounding people, and glared. The room instantly became quiet, and the big maggot was also unsure. The little bald man with blood on his hands narrowed his eyes, not caring at all, and was about to step forward. Wang Yan looked at him demonstratively, with more force. The big maggot hurriedly raised his hand, signaling the little bald man not to move, young man, you are still young, have you thought about the consequences of doing this? If I wanted to think about the consequences, I wouldn't come. CNM, it's all your fault. Wang Yan's tone was gloomy and cold, and his eyes were as vicious as a poisonous snake. Let them go, let us go, or I will kill you all today. The bald man raised his eyebrows and was about to step forward again. The other henchman hurriedly held the bald man back. The bald man didn't care, it's okay. If he really dares to do it, I will pay with my life. Wang Yan instantly looked at the bald man, and their eyes met. Fire splashed. CNM, try to take a step forward. The bald man took a step without any hesitation. At this moment, the door of the basement opened. Tiger. Don't move. Jiang Bao was tall and strong, and his physique was comparable to Tai Kuei. A leopard face, very recognizable. He lit a cigarette slowly, took 2 puffs, and smiled slightly. You are really brave, bullying my girls, beating my brothers, smashing my place, and wanting my brother's life. Do you really think I, Jiang Bao, am easy to bully? It was the girl under your command who insulted us 2 first, and then what happened next? When did Qingqing insult you? The waiter had recovered. It was obviously your friend who was drunk and wanted to take advantage of us. He insulted her and beat her up. Asai, don't talk. Jiang Bao clapped his hands, call Qingqing down. After a while, Qingqing came. Brother Bao, call me. Although Qingqing is not tall, her body proportions are very standard. She is also good-looking. She is outgoing and very generous. Tell me what happened that night. If you dare to lie to me, I will tear your mouth apart. You can even kill me. Qingqing said word by word. Their friend was drunk and asked me to go out. I didn't want to. He raised the money, a lot, and I still didn't want to, so he got angry. You all know the rest. Jiang Bao nodded and looked at Wang Yan. Qingqing has been with me for several years. I know her very well. I'm sure she won't look down on anyone. And she won't look down on her own guests. If she dares, I'll be the first to not forgive her. I don't know what your brother said to you. Today, in front of so many people, I'm going to bet with you on the truth. Do you dare? To be honest, Wang Yan was a little worried in his heart. According to his understanding of Zhang Zonghe, this grandson might really do such a thing. At this point, Wang Yan had no other choice. He could only bite the bullet and escape from here first. What do you want to bet? Jiang Bao said calmly, if you win, the Earl's mansion will be given to you. If you lose, I will do whatever you want to do. Wang Yan took a deep breath. It's a deal. Jiang Bao raised his hand and gestured, leave your ID card and you can go. Tiger was obviously unhappy. Brother Bao. Jiang Bao glanced at Tiger, but Tiger didn't say anything. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei supported each other and left the basement. They rushed to Kongda Clinic for bandaging and treatment as soon as possible. Tai Kuei's physical fitness is really good, and his ability to withstand blows is also really strong. It's not a big deal to be beaten like this. He grinned, rolled his swollen eyes with raw eggs, and kept fiddling with the phone. This grandson has been turning off the phone. His family can't find him. Brother Yan, he can't really lie to us, right? Wang Yan was on an 4 drip, his face was frighteningly gloomy. Send him a message and say that we are in trouble and we are with Doctor Who. Doctor Who was used to it. I'm off work, remember to lock the door when you leave. Wang Yan stopped talking and fell into deep thought. Tai Kuei stared at the infusion bottle, bored to death. I don't know how long it took. A dark shadow flashed in front of Tai Kuei. Tai Kuei tried to open his eyes, but couldn't see clearly what it was. It was really boring, so he just stared at the area where the shadow disappeared. Not long after, the shadow appeared again. This time I saw clearly that it was a black snake as long as a forearm. Perhaps it felt threatened by Tai Kuei's gaze. The black snake stood up, stuck out its tongue, and made an attacking posture. The man and the snake stared at each other for at least several minutes. Tai Kuei suddenly raised his hand to greet the snake, and said enthusiastically, "Hi, you came out alone. Where's your mother?" Wang Yan was puzzled. Who are you talking to? Before Tai Kuei could speak, the door was pushed open. The frightened black snake went straight into the empty bed on the side. Zhang Zonghe was panting, holding a shiny knife. His eyes were wide open and his voice was loud. Brother Yan, who did it?" A girl in her 20s followed closely behind. The girl had short hair and was a little fat, but she was fair and clean, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and she was very elegant. The girl was so anxious that she didn't even notice the threshold. She tripped and fell with a loud bang. The girl grimaced and looked extremely painful. Zhang Zongha's mind was full of his brother being beaten, so he didn't care about the woman at all. Wang Yan had long been accustomed to the various women around the playboy, so he didn't take it seriously at all. Only Tai Kuei took 2 big steps and rushed to the girl. He helped the girl up, then kept looking at her, his words full of concern. "Girl, are you okay?" The girl was extremely angry. She didn't pay any attention to Tai Kuei at all, and shouted directly at Zhang Zongha, "Zhang Zongha, give me back the money." When Tiekuei heard that they were looking for Zhang Zongha to repay the money instead of the feelings, he immediately smiled. "Girl, tell me how much money he owes you, leave it to me. I'll help you get it back. Ask your mother." Zhang Zongha kicked Tiekuei. Tiekuei's eyebrows stood up, and he was about to fight back. Wang Yan grabbed Tiekuei and got straight to the point. "Why did you beat Qingqing when you were the earl?" Facing Wang Yan's questioning, Zhang Zongha's eyes were obviously evasive. "Why are you asking these questions? Didn't I tell you? Easy, you know who I am. If you dare to lie to me now, we will no longer be brothers." Zhang Zongha felt even more guilty and didn't even dare to look at Wang Yan. Just from these few details, Wang Yan knew that Qingqing was telling the truth. His eyes were blazing with fire and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Zhang Zongha." To be honest, Wang Yan always thought that they were right. He also thought that Zhang Zongha had nothing wrong with beating Qingqing. It was the Earl's mansion that was endless and too much bullying. That's why Wang Yan was so fierce. Even at the risk of his life. Unexpectedly, the truth was so embarrassing. This roar scared Zhang Zongha so much that the knife in his hand fell directly to the ground. He quickly stepped back with a sly smile on his face. "Brother Yan, I drank too much that night and got excited. It's over, I was afraid that you would blame me, so I made up an excuse in a hurry." Wang Yan's facial muscles were twisted with anger. He strode forward with murderous intent. Zhang Zongha could only continue to retreat. "Brother Yan, I know I was wrong. I really couldn't control myself at that time, but the problem is that it has come to this now, and there is no other way, right? Let's fight them. I promise to pay attention to myself in the future." When Zhang Zongha apologized to Wang Yan, Tiekuei was still looking at the girl's appearance and caring about her injuries. When Tiekuei recovered a little, Zhang Zongha had been forced back to the bed by Wang Yan. Tiekuei glanced at Zhang Zongha inadvertently, and didn't react at the moment. But suddenly, when he thought about it carefully, something seemed to be wrong. After a few seconds, Tiekuei seemed to suddenly think of something. He suddenly turned his head and shouted at Zhang Zongha, "Easy." The loud roar frightened Zhang Zongha. Zhang Zongha sat down on the bed with a bang. At the same time, Tai Kuei shouted the second half of his sentence, "Get out of there." "Ah oh ah," the scream of slaughtering a pig resounded throughout the room. Zhang Zongha jumped up with a squeak. Wang Yan frowned, still wondering in his heart, why did a tail grow on my butt? After another look, something was wrong. Fuck. Wang Yan strode forward and pulled the little snake off. Ah, there was another heartbreaking scream, and the little snake that fell to the ground disappeared into the house. Zhang Zongha lay on the bed, covering his butt, crying loudly. His pants and hands were covered with blood, and he looked a little scary. Wang Yan no longer had the heart to blame Zhang Zongha, and was also afraid that the snake was poisonous. Tai Kuei, hurry up, carry him on your back and go to a big hospital. Several people called a taxi and sent Zhang Zongha directly to Baosher People's Hospital. In the emergency room, Zhang Zongha lay there, with snot and tears. "Doctor, my back entrance hurts." "Is your back the exit?" "Don't worry about these details. Hurry up, it hurts so much, the bite is not bad." Wang Yan and Tai Kuei stood on one side, looking helpless. The woman walked into the room, her face full of displeasure, including the money just now. "The total is 3,000. Bastard. Pay it back quickly." The woman's original name was an Xin, and she was Zhang Zongha's childhood friend. She runs a milk tea shop by herself, and her business is very good. Because Zhang Zonghe owed money and didn't pay it back, she has been looking for Zhang Zonghe. After a lot of effort, she finally stopped Zhang Zonghe. Unexpectedly, she encountered this kind of thing. Because Wang Yan and Tai Kuei had limited money, they couldn't just stand by and watch someone die, so she spent a lot of money. Zhang Zonghe looked aggrieved. Don't you know my current situation? If I had money, would I not pay you back? An Xin glared at Zhang Zonghe fiercely. You have money to treat the girl to dinner, accompany the girl shopping, take the girl to a hotel, but you don't have money to pay me back. When Wang Yan heard this, he instantly thought of his salary. Zhang Zonghe glanced at Wang Yan, as frank as ever, just kill me. This money that she usually saved by not wanting to eat, drink, or wear was wasted by Zhang Zonghe. Whoever it was, would feel good. But Zhang Zonghe is in this state now, and he can't do anything to him. Afraid that he would not be able to help but beat Zhang Zonghe later, Wang Yan could only leave first. The two brothers returned to Shunda Auto Repair Factory. Tiekuei looked depressed. Brother Yan, we seem to have made a big mess this time. If it doesn't work, let's run away. Wang Yan sighed. The ID card is with them, what if they find my home? Tiekuei squinted his eyes, pondered for a long time and said, what should I do? Wang Yan's eyes flickered. Let's fix the car first. The two brothers were busy all night. When it was almost dawn, Tiekuei ran to the office to sleep. Wang Yan came to the bun shop and lined up to buy buns. The Xilingtong rang, and Lao Hu's voice came out. Go home and eat, your mother has already got off work, and she also bought you buns with leek stuffing. Wang Yan was immediately full of murderous intent and looked around. Lao Hu, I warn you, everyone is responsible for their own actions. If you dare to harass my mother, I will kill you. Tiger didn't care at all, still full of sarcasm. Some things can't be avoided. Don't think you're the only one who can be ruthless. Little guy, you're far from it. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan was really a little panicked. He squatted on the side of the road and smoked several cigarettes in a row. He called Lao Li to ask for leave. He stood in front of the knife shelf in a grocery store and watched for a long time. When he came to his senses, it was already noon. After adjusting his mentality, Wang Yan came to the Earl's mansion alone, and entered Jiang Bao's office in full view of everyone. He bowed slightly, his face full of apology. Brother Bao, I'm here. Jiang Bao looked condescending. Have you figured it out? Wang Yan was very humble. Brother Bao, I am willing to take responsibility for everything, please let the others go. Jiang Bao slapped Wang Yan's head and crossed his legs. Wouldn't it have been over long ago? Is it necessary to bring things to this point? I've calculated it for you, property damage, medical expenses, mental damages, a total of 30,000. Wang Yan's mother's monthly salary is only enough to barely make ends meet. Wang Yan's salary is not even enough for himself. The mother and daughter have no savings at all. 30,000 yuan is an astronomical figure for them. Wang Yan bit his lip lightly. Brother Bao, we are indeed wrong, but aren't you asking for too much money? What were you thinking when you beat up our employees and smashed our place? Jiang Bao's face darkened. Everyone must pay the price for their words and deeds. No exceptions. Wang Yan's clear eyes suddenly became firm. I have no money, I'm alone, you can kill me or cut me up. Okay, then let's follow the rules of the underworld. Lao Hu pressed Wang Yan directly on the desk. Jiang Bao played with a folding knife. Wang Yan, I'll give you another chance to choose. Wang Yan's calmness was a little scary. You call this an opportunity? Jiang Bao raised his eyebrows, waved the folding knife, and pierced Wang Yan's forearm directly, nailing it into the table. The blood from the wrist flowed, staining the tabletop. Not to mention struggling and shouting, Wang Yan didn't even frown. It was as if that arm was not his. This scene was in stark contrast to his extremely gentle face. The big maggot picked up a short axe and gently patted Wang Yan's cheek. Do you regret it? Wang Yan gritted his teeth. Is regret useful? Things have come to this point, it is impossible not to be afraid at all. But there is no choice, just bite the bullet. Wang Yan has a ruthless spirit in his bones. Jiang Bao, big maggot, remember, everything has been compensated from me. Don't make things difficult for others. Otherwise, as long as I, Wang Yan, am still alive, I will not let you go. You little bastard, you still dare to be stubborn. The big maggot was full of murderous intent, his eyes were ferocious, and he swung the axe. "Come on!" Wang Yan shouted in a venting manner. With a click sound, the short axe hit the desk heavily. It was less than 5 centimeters away from Wang Yan's fingers. The room suddenly became quiet. Wang Yan was soaked all over, and sweat was pouring down his forehead. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Tai Kuei and Zhang Zonghe rushed into the room. "King of Hell. Brother Yan." Looking at the folding knife on Wang Yan's wrist, Tai Kuei was full of murderous intent and was about to run away. The eyes of Tiger, Big Maggot, and many of his men were instantly focused on him. Zhang Zonghe knew Tai Kuei's temper and personality, and he was quick to cover his mouth. "Brother Bao, isn't it a bit rude of you to do this?" Tiger's hand, Big Maggot's back ear, and a size nose bridge and back of the hand, he did it. "Is it too much for me to teach him a lesson? But I have already given you money. Money is money, and lessons are lessons, there is no conflict. Now, let alone Tai Kuei, even Zhang Zonghe can't control himself. Tiger, Big Maggot, and his group are ready to take action." At this moment, Wang Yan suddenly laughed, revealing 2 iconic dimples, and whispered, "Brother Bao, this lesson is good, can you give me this folding knife as a souvenir?" Jiang Bao spread his hands indifferently, "Of course." Wang Yan directly pulled out the folding knife, blood was flowing everywhere, he was like nothing happened. "Tai Kuei, easy, let's go." When Zhang Zonghe was receiving IN4 in the hospital last night, he really understood the situation of the Earl's mansion. Jiang Bao and his gang started out by opening gambling games and lending money at high interest rates. After making money, they ran to Tianbei Street to open a nightclub. Tianbei Street is the street with the largest nighttime traffic in the entire Baosha city. It is also the street with the most chaotic public security in the entire Tianbei district. The interests of all parties are intertwined, and the forces of all parties are fighting openly and secretly. If you don't have some ability, it is impossible to gain a foothold here. For so many years, Tianbei Street has been monopolized by 3 major forces, commonly known as the Old Three Knives. The most powerful one is the artillery, followed by the night monk, and finally the lone wolf. Anyone who wants to eat in Tianbei Street must pay protection fees to Lao Sandao. Pay to whoever's territory you are in. This balance has lasted for several years, until Jiang Bao and his gang arrived. Not only did they not pay the protection fee, they also stood firm here. Such behavior triggered a series of chain reactions, and even the pattern and order of the entire Tianbei Street began to change. There are countless versions of the story here. After figuring out all this, Zhang Zonghe's heart was chilled. He knew that he had met a tough guy this time. After thinking it over, he decided that he must solve this trouble as soon as possible. In order not to implicate Wang Yan and Tai Kuei, Zhang Zonghe ran to the Earl's mansion overnight to make peace. As soon as it got light, he started to raise money everywhere. As for Tai Kuei, he had the same idea as Wang Yan, knowing that this time the trouble was big and there was no way to avoid it. Instead of everyone being ruined together, it would be better for him to secretly bear all the consequences. So he came. It was also a coincidence that Zhang Zonghe had raised the money right after he arrived. When he came to give the money, he ran into Tai Kuei. The two hadn't left yet. Wang Yan came too. That's why this scene happened. In the taxi, Wang Yan grabbed his wrist. "Easy, where did you get so much money?" "I sold my watch." Looking at the blood on Wang Yan's hands and arms, Zhang Zonghe's eyes reddened. "Brother Yan, I'm sorry, I have implicated you." "Okay, it's not all your fault." Wang Yan's eyes flickered. "Remember, I will get your watch back for you." The 3 brothers rushed to Baosha People's Hospital. The emergency doctor looked solemn. "The tendon is injured, and surgery must be performed immediately. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous." Because of excessive bleeding, Wang Yan was sweating all over his head and was a little confused. Tai Kuei and Zhang Zonghe were anxious. "Hurry up and operate." Outside the operating room, the nurse handed Zhang Zonghe a payment slip. "Go and pay the money." Tai Kuei, "Wait here, I'll find the money." Tai Kuei paced back and forth, extremely anxious. His cell phone happened to ring. It was Laoli calling. "Tai Kuei, what's wrong with you? Are you still working? Are you taking leave every day?" Tai Kuei was really anxious. His mind was blank and he spoke with tears in his voice. "Uncle Li, something happened to the King of Hell. There was a pause on the other end of the phone. Don't panic. Where are you two now? First People's Hospital. Wait for me. The sun set and the afterglow spread into the ward. After paying the surgery fee, Lowly put down a small stack of money separately. Take good care of yourself and don't get sick. Come back to work early. Thank you, Uncle Lee, we will pay you back. Taekewei's attitude towards Lowly changed drastically. This is your money. Old Lee said softly, I know you are young and unstable, so I will do everything I can to help you save some every month. It's all here. Old Lee's face was full of stories and worries. Wang Yan, you must not follow your father's old path. Wang Yan was very surprised. Uncle Lee, do you know him? Old Lee glanced at Wang Yan. Do you think every master will teach his apprentices everything he has learned in his life without reservation? Especially these two apprentices have great opinions about this master. The ward was silent, and Wang Yan and Tai Kuei both looked incredible. Due to his young age and his parents' deliberate concealment, Wang Yan didn't know much about his father. But Wang Yan was brought up and educated by his father. So he was greatly influenced by his father in every aspect. If his father had not suddenly left without saying goodbye, and had not been gone for 5 years, Wang Yan would not have abandoned his studies. I really didn't expect that the store manager Lowly, who had always been extremely harsh on them, actually knew my father. And all of Lao Li's harshness and meanness was for their own good. Jiang Bao and his group are the best among the rising stars in Baosher. What you see and understand is just the tip of the iceberg. They are inhumane, you can't beat them. You must understand that suffering a loss is a blessing. Every word of Lao Li is meaningful. The door opened, and an Xin came in. She looked at Wang Yan carefully, and her doubtful eyes disappeared. How much is left? After Zhang Zonghe left the hospital, the first person he called to borrow money was an Xin. He was decisively rejected. There was really no other way, so Zhang Zonghe could only run to an Xin store to beg an Xin. An Xin was kind by nature and felt that it was not good to watch someone die without helping, but she had been deceived by Zhang Zonghe too many times and was afraid that he would repeat the same trick, so she came here in person to verify the authenticity. The tight jeans an Xin wore today, paired with high heels with thin soles, made her legs look thin and her hips look round. The black t-shirt was stretched a lot. The proportions of her body were extremely exaggerated. With delicate collarbones and fair skin. So despite her ordinary appearance, she was still extremely charming overall. Tai Kuei was almost drooling, with a smirk on his face. No, that's enough, thank you, beautiful an Xin. Have you eaten? An Xin obviously didn't want to chat with Tai Kuei. If you have nothing to do, go to the police station to see Zhang Zonghe. Wang Yan was lying on the bed, and after hearing what an Xin said, he sat up straight. What happened? I was pedaling my bike while standing, and I happened to catch 3 old men crossing the road against the red light. I thought it would be troublesome to knock down any of them, so I stepped on the ground and braked suddenly, and then drifted past them handsomely. It was like a bowling home run. None of the 3 old men escaped. Shouldn't you go to the hospital? Why did you go to the police station? The bicycle was stolen from the hospital. The surveillance camera captured it clearly. An Xin said in a low voice, he has hurt everyone he can, including his family. Now there are only 2 of you left. Wang Yan pulled out the liquid tube and got up to leave. An Xin sighed, holding her waist, limping. What's wrong with you? The moment he saw an Xin, Tai Kuei had nothing else in his mind. An Xin was also unhappy. Don't you think there should be someone on the back seat of that bicycle? Who? Tai Kuei looked innocent. An Xin was too lazy to pay attention to Tai Kuei, sitting on the edge of the bed, rubbing her ankle. At this moment, her ankle was swollen, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Zhang Zonghe, this idiot. He is really a demon who harms people. While she was getting angry, Taekewei had already run back with various medicines in his hands. He sat directly on the ground and put an Xin's feet on himself. Bear with it. Taekewei carefully took off an Xin's high heels, picked up the safflower oil, applied it gently, and finally put a homemade ice pack on an Xin's ankle. You are hurt too badly here, don't move. No, one person can't handle it in the milk tea shop. I have to go back quickly. I'm here, I can do anything. Taekewei looked honest. No money. An Xian's eyes flickered, and she didn't know what she was thinking, but she didn't refuse. When Wang Yan arrived at the police station, Zhang Zonghe was jumping up and down and cursing at people, not tolerating anyone. If you don't know this, you might think that Zhang Zonghe is a relative of the old man who was hit or the owner of the lost bicycle. Seeing Zhang Zonghe's unreasonable look, Wang Yan ran up to him and kicked him twice. Fuck. Zhang Zonghe was like he was going to kill someone, but when he turned around and saw Wang Yan, he immediately wilted. Like a rabbit seeing a wolf, he pouted and lowered his voice. Be gentle, I just got stitches. Don't kick it through. Wang Yan pulled Zhang Zonghe behind him, and he apologized to everyone in a proper manner, admitted his mistakes, and acted like a grandson. There were several times when Zhang Zonghe was unwilling, but he was suppressed by Wang Yan. After compensating everyone in turn and receiving a verbal education, Wang Yan finally led Zhang Zonghe out of the police station. Both of them were a little hungry, so they went to a nearby beef noodle restaurant, ordered 2 large bowls of noodles, and wolfed them down. While eating, Wang Yan spoke first. Come home and live with me. No need. Then where do you live? Zhang Zonghe was full of boasting. I have so many women, just open the sign and live anywhere. You are so poor and still bragging. How can you open it without money? Zhang Zonghe curled his lips but said nothing. You can't do this. It won't work in the long run. Admit your mistake to your family. Then do something good. What you did was really too much. Zhang Zonghe narrowed his eyes. Don't worry about me, I know what's going on. Then what are you going to do next? Zhang Zonghe was very frank. My stomach has been bad recently, I want to eat something soft. I plan to go to bed with Sister May and apologize first. Sister May is more than a generation older than Zhang Zonghe. She is a single rich woman. She is very ugly and has a weird temper, but she is rich. She also likes Zhang Zonghe very much. The two met in a bar, and there are so many stories. Are you crazy? She's almost old enough to be your mother. What do you mean crazy? Haven't you heard the saying, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles, traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as meeting countless people is not as good as having a rich woman pave the way for you. Haven't you already been fed up with her? Zhang Zonghe said seriously, you have to bear it even if you can't bear it. Success is not that easy. And then, eating gigolo for the rest of your life. That can't happen. Save some money and go chase Shanshan. Who is Shanshan? Water-sealed international top brand. Speaking of Shanshan, Zhang Zonghe's eyebrows danced with joy, as if he was instantly in the mood. Let me tell you, I have never seen such a powerful woman. If Bai Suzhen had her 2 skills back then, Fahai's golden bowl would have been used as a betrothal gift. Wang Yan almost cursed in the street, but he knew it was useless because Zhang Zonghe would not listen to him at all. It's not good to always preach to brothers. Forcefully controlling his emotions, he said, Boss, check out. Seeing Zhang Zonghe getting into Sister May's red Audi, Wang Yan sighed, thought for a moment, and called Tiekui, where are you? In Anqin's store. When Wang Yan arrived at an Xian's milk tea shop, an Xian was sitting on the sofa, giving instructions via remote control. Tiekui was mopping the floor with his left hand and wiping the cloth with his right hand, sweating all over, and never getting tired of it. After finishing the cleaning, Tiekui sat on the ground and carefully took off an Xian's shoes. He held an Xian's feet as if they were gold ingots, blew on them a few times, and then applied safflower oil. An Xian frowned from time to time while reading a book. Be gentle. Tiekui smiled with happiness and satisfaction on his face. Okay, sorry. The two of them seemed to completely ignore the existence of Wang Yan. Wang Yan was a little depressed. How long do you want me to wait for you? Tiekui said simply and clearly, if you have something to say, just come here and talk to me. An Xian is not an outsider. An Xian said, or should I step away first? No, there will never be any secrets between you and me. Tiekui glared at Wang Yan fiercely, his eyes almost popping out. Hurry up and tell me. Wang Yan thought about it for a moment, and there was nothing he couldn't say. He is in great need of money now. I've known him for so many years, and I've never seen him so anxious. Tiekui sighed and said, I'm afraid my parents will find out, so I'm anxious to raise money to redeem the watch. You still don't know him well enough. Wang Yan shook his head. There must be something else. What else could it be? As soon as Tai Kuei finished speaking, an Xin suddenly said that 30,000 yuan definitely wasn't earned by mortgaging his watch. How do you know? An Xin was full of confidence. Zhang Zonghe has been squandering money for a long time. He has already mortgaged everything he has that can be mortgaged. He doesn't even have any watches left. Did he take it secretly when he got home? Or did he take it from his parents? An Xin curled her lips. You don't know how deeply Zhang Zonghe's parents are on guard against this prodigal son. Impossible. Did he borrow it from his friends? Is he saying this because he's afraid we'll worry? An Xin swore. Zhang Zonghe's reputation is rotten among his friends. He can't borrow a penny from anyone except you two. Where did he get all that money? An Xin spread her hands and said, then I don't know. This guy has always been unscrupulous for money. But I advise you not to ask, so as not to get angry. He is not telling the truth. The milk tea shop suddenly became much quieter, and everyone fell into deep thought. A few minutes later, Tai Kuei bit his lip lightly, looking depressed. Brother Yan, are we going to let this go? This is 30,000 yuan. I have never made so much money in my life. Wang Yan played with the folding knife, looking at his injured wrist. A murderous aura suddenly rose up, his eyes were ferocious, and he gritted his teeth. Is this the first day you met me? Wang Yan did not hide anything from Tai Kuei, and spoke every word with extreme ferocity. Damn it, if I don't make Jiang Bao pay back the money with interest, I will use this folding knife to pierce my hand again. Tai Kuei immediately became much more energetic. Brother, what should we do? Wang Yan's eyes flickered. He pondered for a moment, put his mouth close to Tai Kuei's ear, and whispered a few words. Tai Kuei's eyes rolled around. Is it possible? That would be great. Wang Yan said word by word, if that doesn't work, there is only one way left. What road? Work hard, work hard, work hard, and don't expect anyone to get anything done. Wang Yan was full of aura. He kicked over a chair with his leg, then turned around and left. Watching Wang Yan leave, an Xin's mouth twitched slightly, and she slapped Tai Kuei. What are you still standing there for? Go and lift up the chair for me. After leaving an Xin's milk tea shop, Wang Yan came to Tianbei Street alone, strolling around with a purpose and looking around. Under the colorful lights, people and vehicles are bustling around. Everywhere there were drunken men and women, shouting and laughing in all kinds of ways. In a short while, Wang Yan strolled to the main entrance of Shuifeng Hotel. The LED screen above my head is scrolling recruitment ads. Staring at the billboard, Wang Yan fell into deep thought. Shuifeng Hotel is the largest hotel in Tianbei Street. The first floor is for bathing, and the second floor is for rest and performance hall. The third, fourth, and fifth floors are guest rooms, and the sixth floor is an office space. Shuifeng International is located on the basement floor of the hotel. Wang Yan was thinking seriously. Several girls dressed in sexy clothes helped several bosses out of the hotel and said goodbye reluctantly. One of the girls, who had long flowing hair and heavy makeup, waved at Wang Yan and said teasingly, "Handsome boy, what are you looking at from here? Come inside and play for a while." Orange, control yourself and don't scare others. Orange drank a lot too, twisting his body in place and asking, "Who are you looking at among us?" Wang Yan was still innocent and harmless. He looked at the two girls with a sly look in his eyes, and then his signature dimples appeared. "Are you hiring here?" The gentle tone triggered a round of teasing, and two girls in high heels surrounded Wang Yan. He teased and joked, and pulled Wang Yan into the hotel. The organizational structure of Shuifeng Hotel is rigorous and standardized. It is divided into bathing and catering department, entertainment department, room massage department, logistics and personnel department, and financial security department. Each department has a manager, and the manager's superior is the general manager. The general manager is 3 bosses. The 3 bosses also have clear division of labor. The big boss is the canon. Wang Yan filled out a densely packed survey form as required and was then asked to go home and wait for notification. After leaving the hotel, Wang Yan continued to wander around Tianbei Street, chatting with the owners of various roadside stalls and handing cigarettes to staggering drunks. His words were full of tentativeness. Before he knew it, it was late at night. Wang Yan was a little tired. He sat on the side of the road, staring at the nearby Earl International, with a heavy heart. He drew on the ground with the folding knife in his hand. Sometimes angry, sometimes ferocious, sometimes gentle, sometimes domineering. Little handsome boy, we are really destined to be together. Qingzi drunkenly sat down next to Wang Yan, lit a cigarette, and unceremoniously grabbed Wang Yan's chin, with a strong aura. Has anyone ever told you that you look good when you smile? Orange is an absolute beauty. She has delicate facial features, bright eyes, a tall and well-proportioned figure, and slender and straight legs. His words and actions were full of gangster atmosphere. Once the Human Resources Department verifies your questionnaire, we will be colleagues. Let's go to the oyster stand over there and have a drink with me first. Wang Yan did not refuse. Firstly, it was because Qingzi was indeed beautiful, and being with a beautiful woman was always a pleasure. Secondly, and most importantly, he wanted to take advantage of Qingzi's drunkenness to learn more about Tianbei Street from her. But Orange drank too much and soon lost control completely. No matter how Wang Yan tried to persuade her, it was useless. He couldn't just leave such a beautiful woman on the street. In the end, he could only carry the drunk Orange back to her clean and tidy rental house. Wang Yan gently put Qingzi on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and placed a glass of water at her bedside. Just as she was about to leave, Orange suddenly started crying, and she cried harder and harder, so heartbreakingly. Perhaps it was because Wang Yan's appearance, words, and actions, especially his smile, were too reassuring, or perhaps he had drunk too much. Orange changed his social temperament and became cowardly and helpless. Don't leave, stay with me for a while, I'm really sad. Who would refuse such a request? Wang Yan sat down simply. Orange unscrewed the beer again, feeling extremely sad. He brought me from the countryside to this city and into this circle in the name of love, and tricked me into helping him make money. For him, I gave everything. In the end, I am just one of his many girlfriends. Do you think I am an idiot? In that era, many hostesses, masseuses, and prostitutes in entertainment venues were tricked into the circle by their so-called boyfriends. Before they really woke up, they were just their money-making tools. Orange was one of them. In the underworld, the pimps who take commissions from fallen women, the thugs who collect debts violently, the thugs in small casinos and nightclubs, and the younger brothers of Dafe who smuggles are all at the bottom of the society. Wang Yan did not respond, but just listened silently, watched her cry, and handed her a tissue. Until Orange was tired of crying, she lay in his arms and slowly fell asleep. Wang Yan gently put down the orange and walked to the window, where he could clearly see the entire Tianbei Street. The big sign of the Earl's mansion is still eye-catching. As he watched, his extremely gentle face became murderous again. Wang Yan subconsciously clenched his wrists and muttered to himself, "It's not that I don't want to take revenge. The time has not come yet." With a crisp crack sound, the water cup on the bedside table broke. Wang Yan quickly turned around, carefully cleaned up the glass fragments, poured another glass of water, held Orange in his arms, and fed him water. The night outside is charming, the lights inside the house are dim, and the four eyes meet, full of longing charm. Qingzi was drunk. He put his arms around Wang Yan's neck and took the initiative to kiss Wang Yan. At first, Wang Yan tried to dodge. But the more he dodged, the more excited Orange became. She reached out and pinched Wang Yan's cheek. "I like your face so much. Come on, smile for me." For a moment, Wang Yan felt insulted, so he simply picked up Qingzi. This night was filled with passion. It was almost dawn when the two fell into a deep sleep. When Wang Yan woke up, it was already noon the next day. "I looked around but didn't see any orange, but I smelled a burning smell." Wang Yan hurriedly got up and followed the smell to the bathroom. Orange was found burning photos and clothes. She was wearing Wang Yan's shirt, her eyes were bloodshot, her body was sobbing from time to time, and when she heard the movement behind her, she didn't even turn her head and said, "My best friend is coming, you should leave quickly." Wang Yan raised the corners of his mouth slightly and left without even saying goodbye. That afternoon, he received the employment information from Shui Feng Hotel and completed the entry procedures. But he was not assigned to the entertainment department, but instead was assigned to the bathing and catering department as a waiter. Wang Yan is intelligent, gentle, friendly, and has a good eye. He works hard, doesn't fight or compete, and is very generous. This made the entire bathing and catering department, from bottom to top, regardless of gender, have a good opinion of him, and they all like to work with him. In just a week, he became good friends with all the colleagues in the bathing and catering department. He learned a lot of important information from these colleagues. For example, the bathing and catering department is the department with the lowest threshold, the lowest status and the worst treatment among the 5 departments of the hotel. For example, the Shui Feng Hotel actually has 2 underground floors. However, the second underground floor is kept secret from the public. Outsiders are not allowed to enter at will. Of course, there are a lot of gossips, whether true or false, about girls, leaders, and various guests. And all kinds of strange and interesting things that have happened in Tianbei Street over such a long time. Among them, special attention was paid to the Earl's mansion and the situation of Jiang Bao and his group. To this end, he not only spent all the money that Lao Li left for him and Tai Kuei, but also borrowed a lot from Lao Li. That night, Wang Yan was on duty when Lao Li called again, asking about his injury and when he would return to work. After dealing with Lao Li, Wang Yan started to clean up as usual and make tea and water for the guests. Huma came in with a gloomy face. "Come out with me." Huma is the manager of the bathing and catering department. He is a fat man with a simple and honest face. His eyes are small but bright. Since the day Wang Yan arrived, he has been flattering him, treating him to food and drinks, and giving him cigarettes and alcohol. He is so much better than other waiters. It is precisely because of this that Huma has always had a good impression of Wang Yan. The two came to the back door of the hotel. A Jinbei car was parked there, and 7 or 8 guys with flat heads were smoking, chatting and laughing. When they saw Huma, they all said in unison, "Brother Ma." Huma raised his hand to signal everyone to get in the car, and then said to Wang Yan, "Haven't you repaired the car before? Take a look at what's going on. Why can't it start the engine?" After a careful inspection, Wang Yan clapped his hands. "It should be a fault in the starter or fuel system." "Can it be fixed?" "It can be repaired, but it needs to be towed to a repair shop and repaired using professional equipment." "It will be too late to tow it to the repair shop." Huma was in a very angry mood. "Well, let's take a taxi and meet downstairs at the Blue Sea Hotel. Bring all your stuff with you." Many men with flat heads grabbed knives, guns, sticks, and clubs from the car and walked towards the street in a menacing manner. Wang Yan had never seen Huma like this before, so he was a little curious. "Manager, what happened?" Huma was really mad and didn't even think about hiding it. "How dare you, bitch, cheat on me?" "So what are you doing?" Huma revealed an unprecedented ferocity, gritting his teeth and saying, "I'm going to destroy this adulterous couple." "Okay, go back to work." Huma turned and left. Wang Yan thought for a moment and followed him. "Manager, can you take me with you?" "Why do I bring you along?" Huma looked at Wang Yan's gentle face and asked, "What can you do with someone like you?" "I can save you a lot of unnecessary trouble and help you vent your anger." "Really, just trust me this once." Seeing Wang Yan so serious, Huma thought there was nothing to lose. "Let's go." The crowd came to the Blue Sea Hotel in a threatening manner. Huma took the lead, kicked the door open with a bang, and rushed into the room with a knife in his hand. The naked man and woman in the room immediately shouted loudly, "CNM, you dare to sleep with my wife, kneel down." Looking at the ferocious group of people, the man was frightened and knelt on the ground without saying a word. Huma swung the knife without saying a word. Wang Yan entered the room last and said quickly, "Manager, this is 1616, not 1619. Huma was stunned for a moment, thinking that this was a pair of bastards. "Kneel down and don't move. Otherwise I will come back and kill you." Turning around and rushing to 1619, Huma kicked the door open again, and as soon as he entered the room, he pulled the man on the bed under the bed, raised his hands and slapped him twice, his eyes wide open, and shouted loudly, "Chop him up." "Manager." Wang Yan's shouting calmed Huma down a lot. The two had exchanged a lot of ideas in the car just now, and Huma also promised to trust Wang Yan once. Thinking of this, he raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, and waved at Wang Yan impatiently, asking Wang Yan to handle it. Wang Yan took his time and motioned to his companions to take photos for evidence. He then picked up the man's ID card and cell phone and fiddled with them. Finally, she walked up to the men and smiled, "Listen carefully, I'm giving you two choices now. Either I pull her off the bed and slap her 30 times in front of everyone. Or I will call your wife and ask her to come and take you away. It's your choice." The men dragged his naked wife off the bed without any hesitation and started beating her in front of everyone. The room was filled with wailing and screaming. "Hurry up! Or I'll call." The screams suddenly became even more miserable. After the beating, the man quickly admitted his mistake and was extremely humble. Huma's wife was also beaten silly, with snot and tears running down her face and blood in her mouth. Wang Yan saw that his goal had been achieved and immediately said, "Manager, we can go now." The corners of Huma's mouth twitched slightly, and he was obviously reluctant. Wang Yan nodded at him. After a moment's hesitation, Huma sighed and said, "Let's go." At this moment, a familiar voice rang out, "Hey, this guy is really unlucky. His mistress and wife are cheating together. This is Green Lantern." Huma became popular instantly. Wang Yan was shocked and quickly grabbed Huma's wrist, lowering his voice, "Manager, don't make trouble, just listen to me this time." Huma glared fiercely at Zhang Zonghe and Sister Mei who were passing by the door, and told everyone to leave quickly. Everyone dispersed on the spot. Huma was in a very bad mood and didn't communicate much with Wang Yan. Wang Yan was full of confidence and went home to sleep. The next night, Wang Yan had just arrived at the hotel when Huma dragged him to a high-end restaurant. "Don't work tonight. I'll treat you to a drink." "Ha ha ha ha." Huma happily patted Wang Yan's head and said, "I didn't realize that you, a well-mannered person, have such a sharp mind, ha ha." "What's wrong?" "That bitch is out of the house. Just now, she stabbed that guy. Not only did I get all my property back, but the police couldn't find any fault with me either. Ha ha ha. All thanks to you." Wang Yan's expression was calm. "Now you can send the photos you took yesterday to the man's family." Huma's eyes rolled around and he laughed again, ha ha ha. He couldn't control his joy. The way he looked at Wang Yan was obviously different from before. As they were talking, two slim beauties came over arm in arm. Huma waved quickly, "Wang Yan, this is Qingzi, and this is Wenwen, employees of the entertainment department. They were the ones who found it yesterday. Hey, isn't this the little boy from last week? Hello, Sister Wenwen, hello, Sister Qingzi." Wang Yan showed his signature dimples. This is the first time the two have met since last time. "Oh my, you look so pretty when you smile like that. Orange, orange, don't you like girls with dimples? I like men, not little boys who don't know shit. You'll grow up sooner or later. Do you want it or not? If you don't want it, I'll take it. This gentle boy looks so cute." As Wenwen said this, she pinched Wang Yan's face deliberately. Hey, 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 you two are at it again, right? Stop teasing our Xiao Yan, drink some wine." Wenwen raised her glass, "Come on, have a drink with sister." She looked Wang Yan up and down without any hesitation and nodded seriously, "With this face, if you bring him to the male model show, I will definitely support him every day. I just don't know how he will perform." As he spoke, he reached out and touched Wang Yan's body. "Although your body shape is quite standard, it's not strong enough. Is it okay? That probably won't be a good life." Orange made a deliberate teasing remark, and the two of them laughed out loud again. Wang Yan has never been one to show off his ability to speak. He just sat there and listened obediently, looking completely harmless. Just like a little punching bag. Huma was particularly happy when his cheating wife was kicked out of the house with nothing. After this drink and chat, the four of them became much closer to each other. Wang Yan spoke very little from beginning to end. Most of the time, he just listened. When they teased him, his eyes continued to look at Qingzi. After eating and drinking, everyone said goodbye. Wang Yan got into the taxi and calmly lit a cigarette, with a flash of anger on his face. Jia apartment. Relying on the memory of that night, Wang Yan came to the door of Qingzi's house, stood against the wall, smoking a big puff, and just waited. About half an hour later, the sound of high heels was heard in the corridor. Orange came back from his stroll and saw someone at the door. He was startled and looked carefully. Then he let out a sigh and covered his chest. "What are you doing here? You scared me to death." Wang Yan's answer was simple and clear, leaving no room for doubt. "Open the door." Orange didn't think too much about it and opened the door. "Why, do you want to drink more?" Before he could say the rest, Wang Yan pushed him into the room. Wang Yan pressed Qingzi's hands against the wall, held Qingzi's chin, and smiled wickedly. "You teased me all night, was it fun?" Orange tried to struggle twice, staring at Wang Yan with big eyes. "What are you doing? Let me go." "Who are you saying is incapable? Don't you know whether you can do it or not? Asshole, let me go." Wang Yan immediately raised his hand to slap Orange, who let out an "ah" cry. When the hand was almost reaching Orange's face, it stopped. He had such a strong aura that he completely suppressed Orange, picked him up and threw him onto the bed. He took off his coat and pounced directly on Orange. Orange symbolically dodged a few times, then put his arms around Wang Yan. The high heels landed on the ground, and the room was filled with exciting moans. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and it felt warm on the body. Orange slowly opened his eyes and found a breakfast placed at the bedside. He felt a strange feeling in his heart. Wang Yan has already put on his clothes. He walked up to Orange and kissed her forehead. "Your attitude in admitting your mistakes last night was pretty good. Remember this lesson and don't tease me like that in the future. Otherwise, it will be useless for you to beg me next time. I will beat your butt to pieces." Maybe he was thinking about yesterday, or maybe he was a little embarrassed. "Asshole." Qingzi raised his hand to hit Wang Yan, but Wang Yan grabbed his wrist and said, "You drank so much and didn't eat much. Have some porridge. I'm going to take over." Looking at Wang Yan's back as he left, thinking about everything that happened yesterday, she had to admit that Wang Yan's every word and action had taken root in her heart. She became more and more curious about this gentle-looking little boy. With a long sigh, Orange covered his head with the quilt. As soon as Wang Yan arrived at Shuifeng Hotel, he was called to the small conference room for a routine morning meeting. Huma crossed his legs, holding a toothpick in his mouth, with a sad look on his face. "The general manager just called me to his office and scolded me. He said our performance is getting worse and worse. The gap with other departments is huge. If nothing changes, we will cancel all our year-end bonuses. Hurry up and find a solution, otherwise the loss will be huge." The 5 department managers are the boss's absolute confidants. Their year-end bonus and employees' year-end bonus are completely different. The only people present were the cashier, the bath attendant, and the tea server. Everyone looked at each other, and no one had any good solution except worrying. Lu Gang is the leader of the bath scrubbing team and has worked here for many years. He is kind and helpful, and he is like a big brother. He is very popular. How can we compare with other departments? They all have various business bonuses. Their performance indicators are much higher than ours. Huma was a little impatient. "Don't talk about this, let's find a way to solve our own problems first. Let me tell you, I work hard all year long and I'm counting on this year-end bonus. If you make me lose my year-end bonus, no one will be able to live a good life." Everyone knows that although Huma looks kind and adorable, he is actually cruel and ruthless and will not tolerate anyone. The temperature in the venue dropped to freezing point in an instant. No one can stand up at the critical moment, a bunch of rubbish. Huma left cursing. Lu Gang sighed, "If we had that ability, we wouldn't have to come here to scrub our bodies." He picked up the mop and helped Wang Yan clean the floor, feeling depressed. "Hey, I'm still waiting for this money to save my life, I hope it won't go to waste." Although Wang Yan didn't say anything, he had already started to think about it in his mind. At noon, while everyone went to the cafeteria to eat, Wang Yan secretly came to Huma's office. In private, Huma's attitude towards Wang Yan was quite good. He motioned for him to sit down and took the initiative to pour tea for him. "What's wrong?" Wang Yan said simply and clearly, "I have a way to improve overall performance." Huma's eyes lit up. "Hurry up and tell me." Wang Yan coughed twice and smiled slightly. That afternoon, the entire department began a large-scale rectification. Bath attendants who emphasize bathing are not allowed to promote sitting baths in a routine manner. They should improve the overall service and optimize the details. Strengthen hygiene management, set up various assessments, and formulate a new sales commission system. Add chemicals into the pool to change the color of the bath water and turn it into hot spring water. At the same time, increase various publicity efforts. The effect was immediate, performance soared, and in less than a month, all tasks were completed in excess. And as word of mouth continues to grow, business is booming, directly bringing huge profits to the entire hotel. Huma has worked as the manager of the bathing and catering department of the Shuifeng Hotel for 15 years, and he has never been so arrogant as he is now. He is full of energy every day and walks with the wind. As for Wang Yan, he still suppressed all his edge and hid behind the scenes, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Not only that, he also rejected Huma's offer to promote him to deputy manager. Because his mind is not here at all. Everything he did had a purpose. Old Li can no longer hide the truth. He needs to achieve his goal as soon as possible and take revenge on Jiangbao. Because the cash flow during this period was good, the returns far exceeded expectations. Huma ordered several banquets to reward all the employees in the department. In the private room, Huma gave a passionate speech, shredded the cardboard, and scattered piles of banknotes. Brothers, I, Huma, have only one purpose. If I am good, everyone will be good. If I am not good, no one will be good either. Our department's year-end bonus this year is the largest in the entire Shuifeng Hotel. No more nonsense, get the money. There was cheering in the house and the atmosphere reached a climax in an instant. Wang Yan is in the probation period and is not eligible to receive the year-end bonus. Lu Gang's face was filled with joy. While no one was paying attention, he took out a few hundred yuan bills and stuffed them into Wang Yan's pocket. This is for you, for your celebration. Wang Yan was touched. Brother Gang, I don't need it, you keep it, it's all hard-earned money. I usually eat and drink a lot from you, you are not a rich kid. Take it, don't be polite. What, you think it's not enough? Wang Yan knew he couldn't refuse, so he could only accept it silently. To be honest, he can't even take out $10 now. If he spends these few $100s frugally, he can spend it for a month. During the banquet, Huma and Wang Yan did not communicate. When it was over, Huma called Wang Yan to the car and asked, "Are you jealous? What's the point of being famous? It's all hard-earned money, it's what I deserve, I'm happy for everyone." Huma carefully looked at Wang Yan's sincere and gentle face, curled his lips, and took out 2 stacks of money. 10,000 is a reward from me, and the other 10,000 is a reward from the general manager. Work hard, kid. You have a bright future ahead of you. Since he started working, Wang Yan has never seen what the general manager looks like. All I know is that the general manager is a strong woman with an extremely complicated background. Wang Yan had long guessed that Huma would not forget him, but he didn't expect that there would be so many. Without any hesitation, he showed his dimples and said, "Thank you, Manager Hu." Huma laughed loudly and pulled Wang Yan's head hard, his eyes full of admiration. Money is hard to earn, shit is hard to eat, don't mess around. By the way, there is something I have never figured out, how did you come up with this idea? Wang Yan didn't hide anything and smiled. I have worked in many bathing centers in big cities. I am very familiar with their business models, operating mechanisms, and service concepts. I understand the top-notch service standards in the south, and I also know the comfort level of bathing in the north. Compared with these bathing centers, the gap between Shuifeng Hotel and them is huge in all aspects. So I tried to copy them. It worked really well. Ha ha ha, I see. Good boy, if you come up with any good ideas, remember to tell me in time. Bidding farewell to Huma, Wang Yan could hardly conceal his excitement as he started playing with his folding knife. A hint of ferocity flashed across his gentle face. After working so hard for so long, my chance is finally here. He turned around and bought a few dice from a roadside store, hailed a taxi, got in the car and called Tiekue. "Dekue, see you at Wuai Market." Wuai Market is the largest small commodity wholesale market in Baoding. The transportation and terrain here are complex and the population density is extremely high. There are cars coming and going and crowds of people every day. There are not only many locals, but also many vendors from other places. Jiangshan Chess and Card Room is one of the many chess and card rooms in Wuai Market, and the boss behind the scenes is Jiang Bao. This is what Wang Yan had found out a long time ago. During the time that Wang Yan has been working in Shuifeng, Tiekui has not been idle either and has become a regular customer here. The two brothers met at the door of the chess and card room. Tiekui looked unhappy. Why did you take so long to come? I should have stayed with an Xin for a while longer. Wang Yan was very concerned about Tiekui. How is the battle going? Standing still, no progress. She's always hot and cold towards me, and I have an indescribable feeling. Wang Yan thought for a moment and said tactfully, it's been so long and I haven't gotten on base. Let's change someone else. Fart. Tiekui said seriously, am I such a casual person? Didn't you see that I changed my QQ name? I will not marry anyone other than Xin. I believe that it won't be long before an Xin's online name will become Fei Kui Bu Jia. What? Did you let Zhang Zonghe steal her QQ number? Get lost. Tiekui punched Wang Yan. Wang Yan smiled and changed the subject. By the way, have you been in touch with He recently? Where can I contact him? I can't get in touch with him at all. Wang Yan looked worried. I can't find him either. What's wrong with this kid? An Xin said he owes a lot of money and is hiding from his creditors. It's so weird. Wang Yan's eyes flickered, he took a few deep breaths, adjusted his mentality, and glanced at the chess and card room behind him. His full of vigor suddenly rose, his eyes were sharp and fierce, and he said word by word, Jiang Bao, I'm here to collect a debt from you. Either I can avenge my previous humiliation, or I will be doomed forever. Tiekui, let's go. The two brothers went straight into the chess and card room. The chess and card room is divided into two floors. The upper floor is a formal chess and card room, with several tables of people playing mahjong. The following layer is the key point. The house was filled with smoke, crowded with people, noisy and messy. The overall environment was really not good. But the scale is at least 3 times larger than on the ground. Baccarat, roulette, blackjack, slot machines, everything is available. Wang Yan walked around inside for 3 or 4 times and finally came to the dice table. A sexy female dealer, with a professional smile on her face, reminded everyone to place their bets and leave their hands. When their eyes met, the dealer was obviously stunned. Fortunately, someone reminded her and she reacted and continued to shake the dice. After watching a few rounds, Wang Yan placed a bet directly, 20,000, big bet. 20,000 in 2002 is at least equivalent to hundreds of thousands now. In a small place like this, with 20,000 yuan right up front, coupled with his extremely gentle appearance, he instantly caused a commotion around him. Qingqing was stunned for a moment. What did you say? 20,000, big bet. Wang Yan took out a few dice and threw them in front of Qingqing. Use my dice, you are not allowed to change the dealer. Qingqing picked up the dice, examined it carefully, looked at Wang Yan meaningfully, and shook the dice in full view of everyone. Land, open, 4, 5, 6, big. We won. Tiekui shouted at the top of his lungs, as if he had won a lottery. He showed his inexperienced look to the fullest. Give me money. Give me money. He was already prepared to take the money and leave. Qingqing put out 20,000 yuan, and Tiekui was about to make a move, but was stopped by Wang Yan, who then pushed the money to the betting area, 40,000 yuan, big bet. This was like igniting the frying pan. 80% of the people in the room crowded over, scrambling and chattering. Wang Yan had a very good mental state, his face remained calm and his heart remained steady. Shake. Qingqing narrowed her eyes and shook the dice again. Land, open, 3, 4, 5, big. Tiekui's eyes were shining and his eyeballs were almost popping out. There was a burst of cheers from all around, as they were all out to watch the fun and enjoy the action. Staring at the banknotes in front of him, Wang Yan pushed them to the betting area again. Yen, King Yen. Tiekui was so excited that he was speechless and was gesticulating, which meant that it was enough. But Wang Yan was extremely fierce, with a strong aura. 80,000, keep betting big. A man walked up to Wang Yan and said, Young man, stop while you're ahead. Wang Yan ignored the men and stared at Qingqing. Qingqing swallowed, obviously unsure. The previous carefree and calmness is long gone. Wang Yan was very smart. He looked at the crowd and deliberately put pressure on them. Everyone, she doesn't seem to dare to roll the dice. Beauty, what's wrong with you? Many gamblers began to make a noise. Hurry up and shake the dice. Shake it faster. Qingqing looked at the men who was admonishing Wang Yan and shook the dice again. Land, open, 4, 5, 6, big. Tai Kuei sat limply aside, his eyes blank, unable to speak. A new climax was set off in the house. In just a few minutes, 20,000 had turned into 160,000. The cash on the sickbo table was not enough, so cash was taken from other tables. If Wang Yan wins again like this, the place will be completely ruined. Wang Yan's voice was loud and clear, controlling the whole place, and he had no intention of stopping at all. Everyone, I'm going to blow up his place today. Let all of you vent your anger. Come on. If I win this time, I'll take out 20,000 yuan and give it to everyone. Almost no one who comes here wins money, and they all feel angry inside. This anger is provoked by Wang Yan's few words. Crush it. Crush it. The whole place was filled with noise, and everyone was cheering and cheering for Wang Yan. Wang Yan smiled at Qingqing, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear it. Do you believe that I scratched your face? The extremely gentle face and the extremely vicious words made Qingqing shudder subconsciously. Then, Wang Yan showed his signature dimples again and raised his voice. Beauty, 160,000, keep betting big. Roll the dice, roll the dice, roll the dice. Led by Wang Yan, all the gamblers began to put pressure on Qingqing. Qingqing's face looked extremely ugly. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, and could only shake the dice cup. The moment he landed, Wang Yan suddenly held Qingqing's hand. He stared at Qingqing and pushed the money he had bet onto the small one on the side. In terms of probability, it should be this side. He deliberately grabbed Qingqing's wrist with great force and picked up the dice cup. 2, 3, 4, small. The house exploded instantly. Thank you everyone. Wang Yan took out 20,000 and threw it into the air. The banknotes were waving everywhere and there was chaos in the venue. There isn't enough money on the table, but I have to give some money since there are so many people watching. Several staff members hurriedly paid out of their own pockets and barely raised enough money. Thank Brother Leopard for me. Wang Yan's voice was loud and clear, killing people. Tiekue, take the money. Tai Kuei couldn't even speak, he was in a complete state of confusion. He took off his coat stiffly and took away all the funds. This is tantamount to shutting down this place that has existed for many years and has accumulated a large number of customers. Several fierce gazes in the crowd have already fallen on Wang Yan. But Wang Yan was not afraid at all. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei used to work as operatives in the gray industry for a period of time, and this gray industry included casinos. So I know a lot about what's going on here. I know more about the law of large numbers. In Wang Yan's eyes, Jiangbao's chess and card room is not a casino at all, it is a gambling place at most. And it's a gamble with a huge loophole. He did not set a betting limit, which gave Wang Yan an opportunity. Wang Yan was betting on a small scale in this environment, and he had never met a customer with such a competitive spirit as him. This woman Qingqing definitely doesn't have the ability to cheat. All that remains is his own luck and fate, and his determination to take revenge on Jiangbao. Obviously, he won the bet. After leaving the chess and card room, Wang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Tai Kuei seemed to have not recovered from the shock yet. A car stopped beside the two of them, the window rolled down, and a smiling leopard face appeared. You are really lucky, congratulations. Wang Yan showed his signature dimples and shook his wrist. Brother Bao, is this okay? That's no problem. When you open a business, you make money and lose money. Do you need me to give you a ride? No, thank you. Okay, be careful on the road. That's enough money to buy you 10 lives. Don't worry, I don't have any other advantages, but I'm lucky. Wang Yan hailed a taxi and disappeared into the night. The men who had just spoken to Wang Yan walked over to Jiang Bao's car and said, Brother Bao, I will take care of this. If you don't handle this well, I'll really turn you into a stick. Jiang Bao was full of murderous intent. He waved his hand and Qing Qing got into the car. Brother Bao. This kid did it on purpose. Just when Qing Qing was about to speak, Jiang Bao grabbed Qing Qing's hair and clamped her neck tightly. His eyes were bloodshot and wide open, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Why were you completely suppressed by him? What are you afraid of him doing? If you have a little resistance and break free from his aura, do you think he will dare to fight like this? Even if you can't break free, won't you disrupt his rhythm or find a reason to replace him with someone else? Do we have to follow his rhythm? Do you have a pig brain?" Qing Qing was in extreme pain and couldn't speak at all. She began to roll her eyes and was about to suffocate. Jiang Bao then let go of Qing Qing's neck and held her head against the car door, slamming it 3 times in a row. Bang, bang, bang. He turned over and roughly pressed Qing Qing onto the seat. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Tiger's face. He opened the car door and got out. Stick came to Tiger alone, handed him a cigarette, and said something with murderous intent. "This kid is not here to win money, he is here to overthrow our place. And he is indeed very courageous and intelligent. Just now, he used everything he could to his advantage." He raised the atmosphere to the extreme and the situation became extremely tense. He even mobilized all the customers to join in the fun, making a lot of noise. Not to mention Qing Qing didn't react. We were also a little confused at the time. "So, I understand what you said," Tiger said in a low voice. "This guy is no ordinary character. We were fooled by him not long ago." "Oh. What's going on?" "Last time, he deliberately stabbed Akai's waist bag several times, putting on a good show to scare us and rescue the big black guy. Are you frightened too?" "I'm sure he didn't scare me, but this kid is really fierce and ruthless." Brother Bao was afraid that the matter would get out of hand and affect the overall situation, so he let them go. "Although we got our revenge later, I didn't expect this kid to be so bold that he even dared to retaliate." Tiger puffed out smoke and said in a low voice, "His face is half Buddha and half devil, very deceptive. It is indeed easy to be fooled." Gunzi was obviously a little anxious. "Since you know everything, then hurry up and help Qing Qing speak up. She is a girl who has only been here for a few days and has no experience. You can't blame her for encountering such a thing." Tiger looked at Stick meaningfully. "Is this the first day you met Brother Leopard? Will he listen to me? Qing Qing is in trouble this time. Listen to me, you should protect yourself first." After Wang Yan and Tai Kuei left the chess and card room, they called Huma and then came to Hongyan Barbecue Restaurant. Not long after they arrived, Huma also came, smiling. "What do you want from me? Didn't you drink enough just now?" Wang Yan's expression was serious. "Brother Ma, I want to ask you a favor." "I knew you had something to ask me so late at night." Huma said frankly. "Tell me what it is." "I just won some money at the casino." "Casino?" Before Wang Yan could finish, Huma immediately went berserk, grabbed Wang Yan's neck, and shouted in a very high voice, "You are so young, who taught you to go to that kind of place? Haven't you heard that gambling can ruin your life? Gambling addiction is as terrible as drug addiction, you know." "I'm so angry." Huma picked up the wine bottle and was about to start fighting. Tai Kuei's eyebrows raised and his face instantly darkened. Fortunately, Wang Yan reacted quickly and kicked him hard, otherwise he might have been able to take over. "Brother Hu, I was wrong. Give me a chance and I swear I will never play this game again." Wang Yan is truly adaptable. With this face, once it feels aggrieved, it would be hard for ordinary people to cope with it. He hugged Huma's arm and begged, "Brother Hu, I really won't do it again. If it happens again, you can cripple me." Huma stared at Wang Yan for a long time, full of threats. "You know my temper and personality, kid. I tell you, if I find out that you dare to go in and out of that kind of place again, I swear to break your legs. Do you hear me?" "I know. I know." Wang Yan smiled apologetically, took out the 100,000 yuan he had prepared in advance from his school bag, and pushed it in front of Huma. "Brother Hu, this is a gift from your younger brother." Huma narrowed his eyes. "What do you want to ask me for?" "I won the money from Jiang Bao's place, and I'm afraid I won't be able to spend it all. So I hope you can protect me. You know you might not live to spend this money, but you still dare to earn it. What will you do if I don't care?" Wang Yan chuckled and did not answer. After this period of investigation, Wang Yan has become very familiar with Tianbei Street. He knew that Jiang Bao and his gang had broken the rules of Tianbei Street and affected Lao Sandao's financial resources. He also knew that Lao Sandao disliked Jiang Bao and wanted to deal with him, to make an example of him and restore order. But the problem is that the three brothers have a lot of blood debts with each other, and they are also wary of each other. Although Jiang Bao's gang is not very powerful, they can't be defeated with just a few strikes. The lone wolf who had a direct conflict with Jiang Bao remained restrained, and the remaining two families should not be too direct either. That's why the current situation has come about. He also calculated that Jiang Bao had already offended Lone Wolf and would definitely not dare to provoke Cannon again. Huma is also an old hand. He looked at Wang Yan meaningfully and said, "Does it make sense?" "Don't worry, I won this fairly." Wang Yan briefly recounted what happened. Huma laughed, "You are really brave. Isn't this taking advantage of a loophole? It's their place, their rules." "You're right to say that." Huma took the money without hesitation. "De Kuei, first time seeing you, come here." "Brother who?" "I did it." Tikue drank it all in one gulp. Seeing Huma agreed, Wang Yan felt relieved and turned to look out the window. "The Jinbei car with the license plate number 79 has been following us all the way." "It's okay, drink first." Huma was very calm. Midway through the drinking session, 3 gangsters wearing gold chains, tight pants, and loafers came in. The leader had a 10-centimeter scar on his face. He was Huma's driver, named Gu Tianxi. "Brother who, all the brothers are here." Huma wiped his mouth, stood up and left. Everyone went straight to the Jinbei car and Huma knocked on the window. Stick got off the car first, followed by the others. "My name is Huma, and I'm the department manager of Shuifeng. This is my brother, Wang Yan." Huma hugged Wang Yan to him, smiling and very politely. "Please go back and tell Jiang Bao that when you are out there in the underworld, you have to follow the rules and be reasonable. Don't do those shameless and despicable things. Give me some face, and this matter ends here." "Okay." Gunzi was also a tough guy, and he said something with a hidden meaning. "Master Ma's face is very valuable." Or Huma spread his hands and said, "You guys are only allowed to lose money and not win money at the beginning." Did he cheat? Stick laughed. "Master Ma, we are not fools, we know it well. Just consider this a lesson and go back to set the bet limit." "That's a very valuable lesson." Gunzi's attitude was very tough. "We have to give Master Ma face, and we are willing to pay for this lesson, but not so much. At most, we will return the money and we won't pursue it." "What did you say?" Huma got angry instantly, and he laughed. "Say it again." The atmosphere changed instantly, and Gunzi said without any hesitation, "I said, at most we will return the money and we won't pursue the matter." "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that?" Huma waved his hand and slapped him in the face. But the stick was prepared, and he grabbed Huma's wrist deftly and punched him in the face like lightning. Wang Yan's reaction speed was the fastest among everyone. He stepped forward and hugged Huma's face. The blow was so powerful that Wang Yan fell to the ground hugging Huma. My whole arm was numb and I had completely lost all feeling. Seeing that Wang Yan was at a disadvantage, Tai Kuei rushed towards the stick without any hesitation. Gu Tianxi raised his eyebrows, took out a Mongolian knife as long as his forearm, and blocked in front of Huma. The cold eyes are chilling. The group of people led by Gunzi are really fierce. When they fight, they all act as if they don't care about their lives. It seemed that Huma was about to be unable to hold on. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of the throttle. 3 vans rushed over from both sides and did not brake at all when approaching the crowd. Bang, 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 several figures were knocked away one after another. More than 20 people jumped out of several cars, armed with knives, guns, sticks and clubs, and directly surrounded the group of people led by Stick. Huma was full of murderous intent. "Chop them up for me." In the fight of swords and sabers, in an instant, all the people including Stick were knocked to the ground and dragged back to the car. After a few minutes, the surroundings returned to calm, with only a few traces of blood left. Huma showed a fierce look on his face, called Jiang Bao and asked him to redeem the person. Wang Yan's eyes flickered and he immediately took out his phone. Huma grabbed his wrist and said, "Let them beat you." Huma and his group dragged Gunzi and his group directly back to the underground warehouse of Shuifeng Hotel. Tie his hands behind his back and order him to kneel on the ground. Gu Tianqi and others stood guard on both sides with weapons in hand. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei stood obediently behind Huma. Not long after, Jiang Bao came in with the tiger and the big maggot. He put his hands in his pockets, his face full of cynicism, and laughed, "Hello, Master Ma, I have heard of your name for a long time." Huma's mouth corners slightly raised, and he said something with a hint of meaning. "What's the point of being famous? I'm old, useless, and I don't have any face at all. Master Ma, I'm so sorry. The people down there are ignorant. I apologize to you on their behalf." Huma laughed. "Is an apology enough? What did you do earlier? Are you being reasonable? Your place and your rules don't allow you to take the money you win. Are you bullying my brother like this?" Jiang Bao glanced at Wang Yan. "Master Ma is right, we can't let it end like this." He rolled up his sleeves, pulled out a knife, walked to the group of people with sticks, and without saying a word, he hit one of the thugs on the head twice. The thug fell to the ground with blood all over his head. Jiang Bao had no intention of stopping at all, his face was ferocious, like a mad beast. He waved the knife wildly and smashed at the gangsters. "Are you all blind? Don't you know that this is Master Ma from Shuifeng?" This treat was much more brutal than what Huma and the others did. In an instant, everyone fell in a pool of blood. The scene is shocking. There was a lot of blood splattered on Jiang Bao's hands and face, and he threw the knife aside. He lit a cigarette and bowed to Huma politely. "Uncle Ma, do you think this is an explanation? If it doesn't work, I will give you my life." He deliberately showed his wrist and looked at Wang Yan sarcastically. Wang Yan felt ruthless and took out his folding knife without any hesitation. He really wanted to return it. At the critical moment, Huma suddenly grabbed his wrist with his hands behind his back and pointed at Jiang Bao. "Jiang Bao, remember this is my brother. If you touch him, you touch me. Do you hear me? Don't worry, Master Ma, I will definitely learn my lesson." Someone on the ground has already started to convulse. If he is not treated in time, his life will be in danger. Huma didn't want to cause any deaths, so he raised his hand and signaled, "Let them go." "Thank you, Master Ma." Jiang Bao spoke in a loud voice, lit a cigarette, and turned around and left. Tiger Maggot went forward to save people, and seeing everyone's bodies covered with cuts, he felt a little uncomfortable. What was even more unexpected was that after being untied, Stick and the other two bloody men actually sat up. The scene was quite shocking. Wang Yan followed Huma back to the office. He showed gratitude on his face. "Thank you, Master Ma. You are so kind this time." Huma interrupted Wang Yan directly, his expression extremely serious. "Listen to me, the matter between you two ends here, don't think about revenge on him anymore. And don't provoke him again. You can't afford to provoke someone who can make a lone wolf suffer. Just take that folding knife as a lesson. Don't take it out again in the future." Wang Yan was shocked. He never dreamed that Huma knew everything about him and Jiang Bao. Huma did not hide it. "The reason why we are helping you this time is only one reason, that is, the higher-ups want to suppress his momentum. And also let those small bosses in our territory who are ready to make a move behave themselves and pay the money obediently. Do you understand? Okay, go back now. I have to go report the situation. Be safe and call me if you have any questions." Huma's words were like a bolt from the blue, completely shocking Wang Yan. It was not until now that he suddenly realized it. From the first day they arrived here, Huma and the others knew what they wanted to do. The reason why he didn't expose it is that he wanted to take advantage of me. Let yourself be the cannonball. Under normal circumstances, Huma could avoid showing up in this matter at all. Let Wang Yan take the lead in revenge and attract all the hatred. In this way, Jiang Bao will take revenge in the future, mainly on Wang Yan. And if any uncontrollable special circumstances occur during this process or afterwards, they can throw Wang Yan out to resist the thunder at any time, or use Wang Yan to settle the matter peacefully. They can push all the responsibilities away. But Huma did not do so. Instead, he put himself at the front and protected Wang Yan to the death. This was definitely not Huma's original intention. It is definitely not just a simple $100,000. Thinking about how I wanted to get revenge for the folding knife, a feeling like I had been through the gates of hell swept over my body. He didn't even know how he left Tiekue's office, nor how he got into the taxi. The more I thought about it, the more scared I became. The more depressed I felt, my entire body was soaked, and I even felt like I couldn't breathe. In fact, the biggest blow to him was not that he might be used as a bomb and become the target of Jiang Bao's revenge, but that he was always self-righteous and had a secret plan to control the overall situation. From head to toe, he was a complete joke. This was an unprecedented blow to his self-confidence. At the same time, it also made him truly understand what it means that there are always people better than you. The world is full of chaos and people's hearts are sinister. Suddenly he thought of two sentences his father often said to him when he was a child. The road to the underworld is a road of no return. It is easy to enter, but hard to leave. Going forward is the grave, and going backward is the prison. Everyone wants to fight for tomorrow with the future, but little do they know that the future they imagine has no tomorrow at all. All the joy is gone, and negative emotions fill the whole body. Fear, disappointment, depression, luck, and a little bit of pain and joy. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly understood the real meaning of Jiang Bao's deliberate wrist gesture towards him. Obviously, Jiang Bao also saw this matter very clearly. He was also very clear about the purpose of the artillery this time, and he was deliberately letting the artillery achieve its goal. Once those small bosses in the Huapao territory behave themselves. As long as Jiang Bao doesn't come to them, Huapao will never embarrass Jiang Bao, and may even give Jiang Bao some explanation. This is the exchange of interests between them. Wang Yan had been completely kept in the dark before. He always thought that he had avenged himself, but now it seemed that it had only made Jiang Bao hate him even more. Then he thought about how Jiang Bao had even sneaked into his home, and saw how cruel Jiang Bao was to his own people. Wang Yan felt like he couldn't breathe, stopped the car. Wang Yan jumped out of the taxi, shook off the roaring Tai Kuei, and rushed into the park. He lay down beside the artificial lake in the park, immersed his head in the water, and screamed wildly. He didn't know how long he had been holding it in for, and when he felt like he was suffocating to death, Wang Yan finally raised his head from the lake. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, staring at the moon and breathing heavily, his mind filled with the revenge he might face in the future. The sound of ding-ling-ling scared Wang Yan. He quickly picked up the phone and found that it was his mother calling. His face changed instantly, his body trembled slightly, and he took a few breaths before answering the phone. "Hello." He seemed extremely cautious, his heart in his throat. "Have you been busy at work recently? Have you not been home for several days? How was it? Did you have longevity noodles today?" Hearing his mother's concern and confirming that she was okay, Wang Yan felt relieved. In fact, for himself, he still dares to fight and fight. But if it involves his family, Wang Yan obviously doesn't have such confidence. After a few words, Wang Yan hung up the phone, sweat still dripping down his forehead. He knew that he couldn't do this, he had to find a way to change, cope with, and solve the problem, so he took deep breaths, adjusted his mindset, and calmed down. He tried not to let his anxiety and fear about the future affect his present self. Tai Kuei ran over breathlessly, looking at Wang Yan who was already soaked all over, his face full of excitement. "Can you be a little more promising? You're so excited that you're jumping into the river. Are you so happy? Ha 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 ha, I'll jump too." Without waiting for Wang Yan to dissuade him, Tai Kuei threw down his xiling tong, took a few steps back, laughed loudly, jumped into the water with a bang, and screamed at the top of his lungs. "We're rich, we're rich. We're rich." Naturally, Wang Yan couldn't tell Tiekuei what happened here. He forced himself to control his emotions and tried his best to get Tiekuei to come ashore, but Tiekuei just ignored him. Finally, there was really no other choice. Wang Yan's eyes lit up. "I'm going to an Xian's milk tea shop. Wait for me." This sentence is more useful than anything else. When Wang Yan and his friends arrived at the milk tea shop, an Xian was cleaning and preparing to close the shop. Her clothes are also hard to buy. No matter what she wears, as long as she bends down, there is a risk of exposing herself. This super sexy figure is simply irresistible. Tiekue hurried over and took the mop, doing it with ease. And Xin was used to it, so she didn't hesitate and poured Wang Yan a cup of tea. Why are you here so late? And you're still wet. Did you fall into the river? After all this trouble, Wang Yan has calmed down a lot. He knows that things have come to this point and there is no chance to turn back. He can only follow the previous plan and move forward, taking one step at a time. Do you know how much money Zhang Zongha owes outside? The amount I know about is about 40,000 or 50,000, and there are countless more that I don't know about. Why, do you want to pay him back? Wang Yan threw the bag full of cash on the table. Call all the creditors you know and ask them to come and collect the money. And Xin was originally teasing Wang Yan, but when she saw the money, she was stunned. Oh my God, are you two going to jump into the river to look for treasure? What treasure are you looking for? You've exchanged your life for it. Tai Kuei did not hide his heartache. Wang Yan remained calm. Let's contact the person first. And Xin picked up her 3,000 yuan and started calling people one by one. Tai Kuei was walking around. Brother Yan, are we really going to pay him back? What should we do? What are you going to ask him to give back? How long are you going to let him hide like this? Tai Kuei was simply worried about the money, but he had no bad intentions. He pondered for a moment and sighed. We have to help him no matter what. After all, he has supported us a lot from the time we went to school to the time we went out to work. He always helped us every time we had difficulties. But the question is, how much does this bastard owe us? Wang Yan's eyes flickered. He picked up the phone and called several times, but they were all turned off. And Xin said softly, don't call, no one can find him. If you have anything to say, please leave a message. Maybe he will reply to you when he is in a better mood. While he was talking, a 20-year-old girl entered the milk tea shop. She had no outstanding appearance and was even a little ugly. Hello, an Xin, do you remember me? Seeing an Xin's puzzled expression, she smiled and continued, Zhang Zongha and I came to your place more than half a month ago. I'm his girlfriend. Tai Kuei's face was full of disbelief, and he lowered his voice, is he not so picky about food now? Wang Yan pushed him and told him to shut up. And Xin suddenly realized, I remember now. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? It's like this, he suddenly lost contact. I couldn't find him no matter what I did. I really had no other choice, so I came to find you. And Xin showed impatience, and it was obvious that this was not the first time. It's no use looking for me, we are not that familiar with each other. Aren't you his cousin? Are you his only relative in this world? What do you mean? And Xin said in a low voice, when did I become his cousin? He told me that. The girl was also a little surprised, isn't that right? And Xin laughed, he's my only relative. How did he introduce him to you? I was abandoned by my parents when I was young, and was brought up by my uncle. I was abused and suffered the cold and warmth of life. I worked hard and finally achieved something. Stop, stop, stop. And Xin interrupted the girl, how much does he owe you? The only thing I have is about 8,000. He borrowed all the money I saved from working in the past 2 years. You're really lucky. Look, here comes the person who pays him back. And Xin pointed at Wang Yan, 8,000 more. Wang Yan looked the girl up and down. Judging from her appearance, the girl was indeed very honest. He whispered, do you have an IOU? No, I'm not thinking about dating. I'm embarrassed. Then I can't just give it to you. Wang Yan glanced at the woman and said, how about this? You find a way to find the other person and prove that he really borrowed so much money from you, and then I will pay you back, okay? The girl looked helpless, he doesn't answer my calls at all now, and I can't contact him. While they were talking, the girl's cell phone rang. Here it comes. She directly pressed the hands-free button, husband. Baby. Zhang Zongha spoke in a dying voice, I have a very urgent situation. I am in the hospital now and I need help urgently. Wang Yan knew Zhang Zongha too well, so he grabbed the phone and said, orphan, where are you? How much do you want me to lend you? When Zhang Zongha heard Wang Yan talking, his tone instantly became much more energetic. Hey, My brother Yan, long time no see. Come to an xin right away, I'll be waiting for you. Brother Yan, I do have something to do right now. Please wait for a while. I also want to look for you. Stop talking nonsense. I don't even believe the punctuation marks in what you say now. Come here immediately. Otherwise, there will be no future for us brothers. In this world, the only person who can make Zhang Zonghe a little more honest is Wang Yan. In less than half an hour, Zhang Zonghe appeared in the warm milk tea shop. I haven't seen Zhang Zonghe for more than a month, and he is still as handsome as ever, wearing all branded clothes and full of energy. He doesn't look sick at all. The girl's name is Ho Yu. When she saw Zhang Zonghe, she rushed over to hug him with tears in her eyes and asked him about his health. Zhang Zonghe's face was full of disgrace. With just a few words, she was coaxed into submission and successfully sent away. An xin still forced the money on her. She was still embarrassed. I said there must be something about her that attracted Zhang Zonghe. It's her IQ that's the reason for all the fuss. Wang Yan glared at Tai Kuei fiercely and handed the school bag to Zhang Zonghe. Pay off all your debts. Stop hiding and don't borrow money anymore. Do you hear me? Zhang Zonghe already knew where the money came from. He gave Wang Yan a thumbs up and said, Brother Yan, really, I, Zhang Zonghe, have never admired anyone in my life except the king of hell. As the saying goes, a dragon rising from the river meets a tiger descending from the mountain. Life and death depend on gambling. Jiangbao, what are you doing? Shut that mouth of yours. Only Wang Yan knows how lucky this incident was. If it weren't for Huma, his life might have ended already. He regretted as much as he could now. It wasn't that he regretted taking revenge on Jiangbao, but he regretted the way he took revenge and his self-righteousness. So he is not willing to mention this matter at all now. The number of people who came to Anqin milk tea shop to pay was much greater than Wang Yan had expected, with the lowest amount being 100 yuan and the highest being 10,000 yuan. Apart from Zhang Zonghe's childhood friends and classmates, most of the rest were women, of varying ages. There was something wrong with the way they looked at Zhang Zonghe. Zhang Zonghe was like nothing happened, talking and laughing and even hugging. He still has the style of being rich. An xin couldn't stand Zhang Zonghe's shameless face, and said something with a veiled meaning. Orphan, you are even more cruel now than before. You are really willing to take risks and do such a thing. Don't you feel guilty? Hey, Zhang Zonghe said indifferently, people like us can't have a conscience, you know. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei immediately took 2 steps back and distanced themselves from Zhang Zonghe. An xin sneered, aren't you afraid of drowning when you're on so many boats? Zhang Zonghe was arrogant and unashamed. If you keep your feet on one boat, it will capsize sooner or later. If you keep your feet on 10,000 boats, they will never capsize. An xin glared at Zhang Zonghe fiercely and ignored him. 200,000, after paying back Zhang Zonghe, there is still 150,000 left. Wang Yan kept 50,000 yuan for himself. He didn't plan to spend a penny of this 50,000 yuan. He wanted to give it directly to Qingzi so that Qingzi could leave the water seal and do some small business outside. It's definitely enough. Although the two of them still had no relationship on the surface, Wang Yan had already regarded Qingzi as his woman in his heart. He liked Qingzi. Hand Tiekue 50,000 and warn him not to spend it recklessly. Tiekue also forced an xin to give him 10,000 yuan to express his gratitude. He handed the last 40,000 to Zhang Zonghe and said, go redeem the watch tomorrow, and keep the rest for your spending. Don't borrow any more. Zhang Zonghe was not polite and took the money. Brothers, we haven't gathered for a long time. Let's have a drink. I'll treat you. You're using my money to host the party. Hey, what's the difference between you and me? Let's go, an xin, let's go together. Zhang Zonghe was particularly happy today, hugging the 52-degree white bull and said, Brother Yan, happy birthday. Let me make it clear first, this meal was paid for by me with my own hard-earned money, not the money you just gave me. This sentence shocked everyone, including Wang Yan. To be honest, if it weren't for his mother's call just now, Wang Yan would have forgotten his birthday. After he thought about it, he didn't think much about it and didn't mention it. Unexpectedly, Zhang Zonghe still remembered his birthday. Wang Yan was touched because he knew Zhang Zonghe very well. This guy might not even remember his own parents' birthdays. And Xin and Tai Kuei were dumbfounded and stared at Zhang Zonghe. How did you know? What nonsense. I was the one who arranged Brother Yan's birthday every year. What Zhang Zonghe said is true. From the time when Wang Yan was in school, to when he went out to work, and then to when he came back, every year on Wang Yan's birthday, Zhang Zonghe would take the initiative to arrange things for everyone. Fortunately, otherwise Zhang Zonghe would not be able to call Hou Yu to defraud money today. Wang Yan and his team couldn't find Zhang Zonghe today. Zhang Zonghe pulled out a Longines watch like a magician and handed it to Wang Yan. Brother, I wanted to buy you a better one, but I don't have enough money. Just spend it for now and I'll buy you a better one next year. The PHS that Wang Yan uses was the one Zhang Zonghe gave him on his last birthday. Now there is another watch, which is even more valuable. Wang Yan knew that Zhang Zonghe's condition was not good either. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Zonghe raised his eyebrows. The words came to his lips but he was choked up. All the emotions were kept in his heart. Wang Yan said in a loud voice, "Thank you, brother he." Zhang Zonghe laughed, ha ha ha, raised the bottle of wine, his eyes slightly red. Let's drink today and enjoy life together. My best brother, happy birthday. Tai Kuei quickly raised his glass, happy birthday, brother Yan. And Xin also opened a bottle of beer for the first time, happy birthday. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. White Bull with 52 degrees, 4 sips per cup. Depth bombs of liquor mixed with Sprite, one after another. After the wine was halfway through, Zhang Zonghe sent a dish to all the tables in the restaurant and asked everyone to sing a birthday song for Wang Yan. In order to liven up the atmosphere, he even danced on a pole. Tai Kuei held the longevity noodles and gave a bite to Wang Yan. He took a bite himself and Zhang Zonghe also came over to grab some. The three of them scrambled for the blessing and gobbled it up like children. Laughter filled the entire restaurant, and all the unpleasantness was instantly forgotten. Towards the end, Wang Yan said in a low voice, "Go home tomorrow and apologize to your parents." Zhang Zonghe was obviously unhappy. Wang Yan's eyebrows raised, and his gentle face was instantly filled with murderous intent. Zhang Zonghe fell silent immediately. "Did you hear that?" Wang Yan said in a low voice, leaving no room for doubt. Zhang Zonghe sighed and nodded. "Easy, you know who I am. I will take time to visit your home in the next few days. If I don't see you, today will be the last time we will have a drink together. From now on. There's nothing to do, bro." Zhang Zonghe answered directly, with an impatient tone, all right, I'll listen to you. What are you doing, always breaking up with us, you little kid?" Wang Yan stretched out his hands, "All right, let's not talk about it anymore. Come on, play finger-guessing games. The fifth leader, 666. The three brothers became more and more excited as they drank, and even an Xian's face turned red from drinking. Later, Zhang Zonghe vomited directly on the table, Wang Yan and Tai Kuei also vomited, leaving an Xian as the only one who was slightly sober. She sent Zhang Zonghe home and sent Tai Kuei back. When Wang Yan was the only one left, she was obviously hesitant. Looking at the handsome and gentleman with long eyelashes lying in my arms, and thinking about his every word and action, my heart began to beat fast. After thinking for a long time, an Xian slowly spoke under the influence of alcohol, "Master, Lakeside Garden." Lakeside Garden is one of the most high-end residential communities in Bao City. An Xian has her own luxurious duplex here. She dragged Wang Yan into the house with great effort, and then went into the bathroom to wash and take a shower. Just after taking off his clothes and turning on the shower, the door was pushed open with a bang. Wang Yan rushed to the toilet and vomited wildly. An Xian is standing naked aside, her good figure is clearly on display. Seeing Wang Yan lying motionless on the toilet, an Xian hurried out of the bathroom, took a bottle of water, and helped Wang Yan rinse his mouth. Wang Yan was drunk and saw a snow-white body in a daze. When he looked carefully, he felt it was a little strange. He subconsciously sat up straight and slapped himself several times in the face, "Pa pa pa. Oh my God, an Xian, why is it you? An Xin bit her lips lightly but said nothing. Yes, I'm sorry. Wang Yan rushed to the sink, turned on the water, and washed his face frantically to wake himself up. An Xin hugged Wang Yan from behind and put her head on Wang Yan's back. Wang Yan immediately turned around and raised his hands. An Xin, stop it. An Xin was stunned for a moment and pointed at herself. You call this a fight? No, that's not what I meant. Wang Yan quickly explained, I mean Tai Kuei likes you very much. Do you think I'd like that nerd? Then why do you give him so much hope? Because only in this way can I have more reasons to get closer to you and understand you. Every word an Xin spoke came from the heart. I've heard Zhang Zonghe talking about you since I was a kid, and I've heard a lot about you. In fact, I've been curious about you for a long time. Finally I saw you later. To be honest, from the first moment I saw you, I thought you were pretty good. Through getting to know you, my fondness for you has grown stronger. I think you're a good man. A good brother. Responsible and capable. An Xin, you may be mistaken, I have a girlfriend. Are you kidding me? Where did you get your girlfriend? I really do, but I haven't told anyone. Or rather, I do have someone I really like. The image of an orange appeared in Wang Yan's mind. Don't lie to me. I already know you thoroughly. The more an Xin talked, the closer she got to Wang Yan. When their lips were about to touch, Wang Yan suddenly moved aside, put on his coat in a very embarrassed manner, picked up his school bag and left. Sitting in the car, Wang Yan had a splitting headache and gritted his teeth. Jia apartment. He almost tried his best to crawl to the door of Qingzi's house. He sat on the ground, hugged his school bag tightly, and narrowed his eyes. In his heart, he was also imagining what Qingzi would look like after seeing the money. He believed that if given a choice, no girl would be willing to work in such a place to accompany people drinking and laughing. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Orange, drunk, returned home. As he reached the door, he found a figure sitting there. He subconsciously took a step back and looked carefully. Brother, can you change the way you come to my house? I'm scared to death. Orange's voice was really loud. Wang Yan opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and wanted to get up, but he had drunk too much and it was a bit strenuous, so he couldn't get up. Orange rushed forward to help him. Oh my God, how much did you drink? How did you become like this? He helped Wang Yan into the room and took off his coat. He found that Wang Yan was naked. How come you drank so much that your t-shirt disappeared? Or did you wear a coat in such a cold weather? Wang Yan was so exhausted that he almost couldn't hold it in. Now that he had finally waited for the orange, he pounced on it without saying a word. Orange quickly stepped back. You come again, what do you think I am? Hey. I fuck your uncle Wang Yan. Get out of here. Let me go. Orange's struggle was very intense, a world of difference from before, and it was really disappointing. Shut up. Wang Yan yelled at Qingzi, his eyes gleaming with rage, and he left no room for doubt. Take it off quickly. Orange puffed out his chest, looking unconvinced. Why? What's your relationship with me? Wang Yan pointed at Qingzi and said, if you don't take it off, I will never come again. I will keep my word. Brother, did I ask you to come? Orange suddenly laughed, full of sarcasm. If I remember correctly, I didn't invite you. I don't even know your phone number. Who can you scare with it? Haven't I seen a man before? Orange's words instantly sobered Wang Yan up. He stared at the orange blankly for a long time, nodded, took out 50,000 yuan from his bag and put it on the table. This is from before, we are even. After saying that, he stood up and left. Wait. The drunken orange suddenly got angry. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Yan's neck. What do you think I am? A lover? A sex partner? Or a tool for satisfying your sexual desires? Wang Yan was also anxious, and raised his hand to open the orange. Whatever you say is what it is. Take your lousy money and get out. I don't want it. Qingzi threw the money into his school bag and swung the school bag at Wang Yan. Wang Yan pulled hard, causing Qingzi to fall over. He picked up his school bag and turned away. Qingzi was also hurt from the fall. She covered her arm and said in tears, isn't he just a waiter at the bathhouse? What's so great about that? Where does your arrogance come from? This sentence directly pierced through Wang Yan's self-esteem. He stopped where he was and stared at Qing Zi fiercely. Then who are you? This sentence also pierced Qing Zi's heart. She bit her lips tightly, tears streaming down her face. After a moment, she raised her hand and pointed to the door. This is my home, get out now. I don't want to see you again. After what happened to Jiang Bao, Wang Yan had learned his lesson and was planning to resign, stay away from the gossips, and go back to repair cars. However, Qing Zi was also a part of his plan. Don't worry, you won't see me again. The moment he opened the door, the anger that had been pent up for a long time surged into his heart. Wang Yan roared, "Ah," and punched the fitting mirror. Crack! The fitting mirror shattered all over the floor. Wang Yan's hands were covered in blood, and he slammed the door and left. As soon as I went downstairs, I was stopped by a slim woman. Wait a minute, I want to talk to you. Wang Yan looked carefully and found that it was Qing. She was wearing black stockings, over-the-knee high-heeled boots, a black miniskirt and a lace top, full of temptation. The purple bruises on his neck were still eye-catching, and half of his face and eye sockets were a little swollen. Wang Yan instantly became more cautious and looked around. How did you know I was here? Qing didn't hide it. I live in the building opposite, we just happened to meet. Wang Yan was skeptical. What do you want to talk about? Qing continued, I have followed Jiang Bao for so many years, and I have never seen him suffer a loss. Even if he did, it was only temporary. He will definitely make it up to you double afterwards. He is far more complicated than you know. He has no humanity. You can't defeat him. Even if there is sesame, it is useless. Because these people only care about profit and not friendship. I have seen too many bloody examples. Wang Yan lit a cigarette and puffed out smoke. What do you want to say? Jiang Bao has lost so much money this time, he must have an explanation. If you return the money now and admit your mistake, maybe he can let you go. If you don't take the initiative and wait for him to take action, he won't give you a chance to beg for mercy. Wang Yan, he laughed. Will you return the money that won the customer? I really hope you can listen to me. Wang Yan is very smart. After saying so much, the main reason is that you are afraid that he will not let you go, right? Qing did not deny it. He will definitely not let anyone involved go. But I swear, if you don't return it, you will definitely be the one who dies the most miserably. You will really lose your life. Not to mention that Wang Yan can no longer afford to pay it back. Even if he couldn't possibly do so. I won the money fairly, it's still impossible. I will resign tomorrow, and then go back to repair the car honestly. I will never provoke him again, but if he doesn't stop, I will be there for him anytime. I can be ordinary and unremarkable, or I can be social and fight to the death. I want to practice Buddhism, so don't force me to become a demon. Qing suddenly laughed. I really don't know where you, a little waiter, get such confidence. Should I praise you for your courage, or scold you for being ignorant of your own life? Wang Yan raised his bloody right hand and wiped it off Qing's face. I don't have any other advantages, but I have a tough life. Qing's body trembled slightly, and she was a little angry. Then don't you think I'm wronged? Who did I offend? No one forces you to take this path, and no one forces you to enter this circle. Wang Yan showed no sympathy and turned away. It was too late and there was no need to go home, so I just went straight back to the Shuifeng Hotel. He felt a little reluctant to see Lu Gang. After all, Lu Gang had taken very good care of him since the first day he came here. Thinking that there would be fewer opportunities to meet in the future, and that the matter with Orange was indeed very upsetting, Wang Yan dragged Lu Gang out for a drink again. The two chatted and laughed. Wang Yan was also trying to adjust his mood. The two were chatting when their cell phone suddenly rang with a strange text message. How long have you not been home? Don't you miss your mom? Wang Yan was shocked and immediately dialed the number, but the phone was turned off. This time, he could no longer sit still. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He said hello to Lu Gang and took a taxi home. As soon as I entered the unit, I smelled a foul odor. At first Wang Yan didn't take it seriously, but the further he went upstairs, the more obvious the stench became. Wang Yan suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly climbed to the top floor, only to see that the door to his house was full of feces, more than half a person's height. While I was distracted, I heard a loud crack sound, followed by a few screams of "ah, ah" from the mother in the house. Mom. Wang Yan became anxious instantly and didn't care about anything else. He pushed the manure with his hands and rushed into the house in a very embarrassed manner. I saw my mother's face was pale, her forehead was covered with sweat, she was leaning against the wall, panting, her body was trembling slightly, and she couldn't even speak. On her bed, 2 bloody pig heads stood there, still bleeding. Wang Yan's home is located on the top floor of a residential building in an old community. It is impossible to throw the pig's head up from below. The only explanation is that the glass on the roof is broken and then thrown in the pig's head. My mother is old and works hard in the factory all day. She finally gets a rest at night, but she still encounters something like this. No one can stand it. I'm CNM. Wang Yan lost control instantly, rushed into the kitchen, picked up a knife and was about to rush out. There are 4 units in their residential building, and not all of them have access to the roof. So if Wang Yan wants to go to the roof, he has to go downstairs and then climb to the top floor from another unit. Wang Yan had just stepped out of the door when there was a loud bang behind him. His mother fell to the ground, holding her sternum and curling up with an extremely painful expression. Wang Yan was very anxious. Mom, what's wrong with you? Without caring about anything else, he quickly dialed 120. Soon, the ambulance arrived. Under the strange looks of the emergency personnel, he sent his mother to the hospital for emergency treatment. The diagnosis was acute angina pectoris, and heart stenting was required immediately. Sitting at the door of the operating room, Wang Yan felt numb in the head, held his head with both hands, looked extremely embarrassed, and his heart was hanging in the air. Feelings of guilt and self-blame fill my whole body. There was really no place to vent his anger, so he slapped himself in the face several times in a row. Pa, 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 pa. Blood was flowing out of the corners of his mouth and nostrils. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh. If anything happened to his mother, he would never forgive himself in his life. The 3-hour operation seemed like 3 years to Wang Yan. When Wang Yan heard the doctor say that the operation was successful, he felt relieved and his eyes were filled with tears of excitement. After coming out of the operating room, my mother was transferred to the ICU ward. Since family members were not allowed to enter, Wang Yan could only guard at the door. The more I thought about it, the angrier I got. My whole body was shaking uncontrollably and my facial muscles were already deformed. CNM, this is too much. Wang Yan took out his phone and was about to call Tai Kuei and Zhang Zonghe. At this moment, a hand grabbed Wang Yan's wrist. Old Li was furious. What else do you want to do? You still think it's not enough, you want to drag these 2 into the water too. Wang Yan's eyes were bloodshot. I will make Jiang Bao pay for his blood debt with blood. Just the 3 of you. Are you good enough for others? Jiang Bao is an orphan, he has no family, no offspring, and no relatives. Can you afford to play with him? Wang Yan gritted his teeth and said, everything depends on human effort. Okay, even if you want to kill him, then what? His brothers will take revenge on you, and your mother will continue to suffer the same thing. Wang Yan was speechless. Why didn't you listen to what I said to you before? Why did you have to go and vent your anger? You can't understand the intrigues and bloodshed of the underworld in a short period of time. Do you have the life to play it? Old Li was very angry. Now it has become like this, and your mother almost lost her life, and it's not over yet. Wang Yan lowered his head and remained silent, thinking for a long time. Uncle Li, what do you think I should do? What should I do? Just resign and go back to work. Leave the rest to me. Do you hear me? Wang Yan didn't say anything and was still full of murderous intent. Old Li knew Wang Yan's character and was also aware that it would be difficult for Wang Yan to give up, so he stared at Wang Yan for a long time. He sighed. Hey, he's exactly like your dad. I can't persuade him at all. Hey. Can you please not mention him? Wang Yan almost exploded. Old Li was obviously startled and immediately choked up. The 2 stared at each other for several minutes. Suddenly, Old Li's pager rang, and he said a few simple words and pulled Wang Yan. Follow me. Where are you going? Wang Yan's tone became much calmer, as he knew that he had lost his composure just now. Intensive care unit. Family members are not allowed in there. My wife is the head nurse there. It's okay for her to stay for a while. Your mother has woken up. After hearing the news from his mother, Wang Yan instantly became much more energetic and followed Lao Li into the ICU. Wang Yan's mother was lying on the hospital bed, her face was pale and very weak. Seeing Wang Yan, her eyes instantly lit up. She didn't care about her own affairs at all. She raised her hand to grab Wang Yan and looked at him carefully, full of care and concern. Son, are you okay? The mother and son have depended on each other for these years, and Wang Yan knows how hard it has been for the mother. Wang Yan knew very well how much worry his mother had suffered because of his previous rebelliousness and ignorance. Looking at his mother's calluses on her hands, her increasingly thin body, and her graying temples, Wang Yan's eyes became moist again, and a feeling of guilt and remorse swept over his body. Mom, don't worry, I'm fine. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm glad you're okay. Wang Yan's mother took a deep breath, touched Wang Yan's cheek, and said comfortingly, Son, don't worry about me. I'm not afraid of anything. I lived with your father for the first half of my life, and I've been through a lot more serious things than this. At this point, Wang Yan's mother's eyes also turned red, but I don't want you to get hurt, and I don't want to live in a world where I worry about your safety in my next life. I have nothing else except you. I just want you to be healthy and do your duty. Other than that, I don't have any extravagant requests. Let's just forget about it, okay? I beg you. Your Uncle Li will help you take care of everything. I am willing to endure any hardship or fatigue, but please don't let me worry about you anymore. Mom, I'm sorry. Wang Yan's tears flowed down. Not far away, Old Li stared at Wang Yan and his mother, his face full of worry. I hope my sister-in-law can suppress her son's anger, otherwise he will end up following his father's old path sooner or later. Then his life will be ruined. Lao Li's wife is called Du Wan, and she has known Wang Yan's parents for a long time. When they found out that Wang Yan's mother was in the ICU, they immediately notified Lao Li, so Lao Li was able to arrive in time. As for what happened to Wang Yan, Mr. and Mrs. Li already knew all of it. A small part was told by Wang Yan's mother and Du Wan, and the rest was obtained by Mr. Li when he called Tai Kuei. It was not until today that Old Li realized that Wang Yan had kept him in the dark for such a long time. Du Wan stood beside Lao Li, feeling somewhat helpless. Are you going to help him solve this problem? Old Li grinned and said, if I don't help them, who else can help them? Then how do you want to solve it? Let Niusheng go and negotiate with Jiang Bao to make up the difference. Niusheng and Lao Li were hooligans of the same period. Unlike Lao Li, who retired many years ago, Niusheng has been in the underworld for many years, so he has accumulated a lot of connections. People give him the nickname Pan Jinyo. 320,000. Duan was immediately anxious. Are you crazy? How can you make up for it? I know you have a good relationship with your eldest brother, but there should be a limit to helping, right? Aren't we living a hard life at home? Old Li bit his lip lightly, feeling a little embarrassed. Wife, my life was given to me by my elder brother. Please, okay. Du Wan trembled, as if she was shocked. She was silent for a long time, her eyes flickering. I have followed you for most of my life, and this is the first time I see you asking for help. I admit it. But how do you want to raise the money? The two of us have only saved 70,000 yuan in total over the years. Tai Kuei has not spent the 50,000 yuan he has, so he still needs 200,000 yuan. That's not enough. Our house can be sold for hundreds of thousands. You can borrow some money, and I'll borrow some. We can still make up the difference. What did you say? Duan was anxious. If this is the case, what about Xinyuo? Xinyuo is now working part-time to support herself, and she doesn't come home very often. Then she's going to get married too. We both can still earn some money. She still has a few years of college. No, I don't agree. The corner of Lao Li's mouth twitched slightly. Okay then. Just help me with whatever you can, and I'll figure out the rest myself. Duan shook her head. Lao Li, I can endure hardships with you, but I can't affect Xinyuo. This is the bottom line. Thank you for your understanding, we will be fine. Lao Li hugged his wife, deeply moved. Wang Yan came over, his mood much more stable. Uncle Li, I will resign now, and then go back and fix the car with you. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Old Li hugged Wang Yan, no longer as stern as before, and showed that he didn't care at all. Obviously, he didn't want to tell Wang Yan the whole truth, nor did he want to create any psychological pressure on Wang Yan. Don't think too much, this is not a big deal for your Uncle Li. Your Uncle Li was a big shot in society back then. But you must keep your promise and return to work in the store immediately after resigning. Don't give any more excuses. Wang Yan nodded, bowed to Lao Li and Duan to express his gratitude, and then he made a phone call to an XIN, hoping that she could come to the hospital to temporarily take over his place in taking care of her mother. An XIN didn't make any excuses and arrived in less than half an hour. Wang Yan was still a little embarrassed when he saw an XIN again, but an XIN was calm and composed as if nothing had happened. What happened to you? Did you fall into the pit? Wang Yan smiled awkwardly and handed the school bag to an XIN. I'm sorry to bother you with my mother. Call me if you have anything. Don't worry. The look in an XIN's eyes when she looked at Wang Yan was full of love and without any disguise. Wang Yan didn't dare to look an XIN in the eye and left in a hurry. He was walking past the infusion hall with a heavy heart when he suddenly heard a familiar voice, which was extremely harsh. Miss Nurse, all the 4 bottles in this hall are mine. Also, if anyone wants to receive vitamins or nutrient solution, 1 bottle per person. I have seen people treating others to drinks and meals, but this is the first time I have seen someone treating others to an 4 drip. Who is so stupid? Out of curiosity, Wang Yan stopped and looked inside the door. Zhang Zonghe was seen with his back to her, swaying and almost unable to stand, with exaggerated movements, chattering to the girl next to him, showing off his affection. Many people looked at him as a mentally ill man. Several nurses also secretly pointed fingers at him. But he acted as if nothing had happened and went even further. Please prescribe me another 30 boxes of cold medicine, and everyone who sees it can get a share. This doesn't look like a hospital at all, it's clearly a nightclub. The nurse walked up to him with the 4 bottle, looking helpless. Sir, we can't prescribe it here. If you want to get it, wait until the infusion is finished and go find the doctor to prescribe it. In addition, alcohol is very harmful to your health. I hope you will drink in moderation in the future. What are you going to lose to me? Zhang Zonghe raised his hand and opened the 4 bottle, change it to Tsingtao Pure Draft. Others don't work. The scene was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Wang Yan himself also stunk. If they went in to say hello, the 2 of them might end up on the news. He really was not in the mood. After a little thought, Wang Yan pretended not to see it and went straight back to Shuifeng Hotel. After taking a shower and changing clothes, I came to Huma's office. Huma was chatting with the general manager. When he saw Wang Yan, he waved and said, Xiao Yan, you've come just in time. Let me introduce you to Sister Qi, the general manager of Shuifeng Hotel. Sister Qi Wang Yan is in her teens. She has a pretty face, delicate features, and deep, charming eyes. The mature temperament reveals a restrained and elegant charm that makes people fall in love with her. The powerful aura is like an invisible barrier, which is awe-inspiring. Hello, Sister Qi. Wang Yan greeted her obediently. Sister Qi is wearing black leggings, black high heels, and has big wavy hair. She is so charming. He was covered in luxury goods and jewelry, and his every move was filled with the aura of a big boss. I always hear Huma mention you, work hard. We at Shuifeng will not treat unfairly any employee who has contributed to us. This is the hope for the future of our department, and I am very optimistic about him. Huma patted Wang Yan on the shoulder and said, by the way, Sister Qi, didn't your driver ask for leave? Let him drive the overhead crane for you. Don't worry, the kid is very stable. Huma looked at Wang Yan meaningfully, and the meaning was very clear, telling Wang Yan to seize the opportunity and perform well. Sister Qi thought for a moment and nodded, okay, I still have a lot of things to do today. She put on sunglasses and looked very stylish. We are in a hurry, drive faster on the road. At this time, Wang Yan didn't want to mention resignation. After thinking for a while, he decided to finish the work with Sister Qi first and come back to talk about it later. He picked up Sister Qi's LV bag and got into the car with Sister Qi. While driving, Wang Yan looked at Sister Qi carefully through the rearview mirror. I have to say that Sister Qi is really beautiful. The charm of a mature woman is displayed to the fullest. When she smiles, she has two dimples. Not long after driving, Wang Yan vaguely felt something was wrong. Out of professional habit, he began to try to speed up, brake, then speed up, brake, slow down, steer, and even took his hands off the steering wheel to look at the direction of the vehicle, carefully feeling every detail of the vehicle. The more he calmed down and felt it, the more Wang Yan felt there was a problem, and the car's speed became slower and slower. Sister Chi was a little unhappy. Do you know how to drive? You keep stopping and starting. Do you want me to vomit? Get on the highway quickly. I'm in a hurry. Fasten your seatbelts. Wang Yan said in a low voice, full of confidence, the brakes may fail at any time. Sister Chi frowned, but didn't panic at all. She fastened her seatbelt and stopped talking. Wang Yan was very experienced. He stopped stepping on the accelerator and let the vehicle slow down on its own. During this time, he kept engaging and releasing the electronic handbrake, turning left and right, and only lightly braking when necessary. I ran through several red lights and narrowly avoided a few scratches. Only after the vehicle entered a sand field did Wang Yan dare to step on the brakes hard. He parked the car and signaled Sister Chi to get out. In front of Sister Chi, he accelerated again, slammed on the brakes, accelerated again, and slammed on the brakes again. There were about 10 click sounds and then 2 click sounds, and the vehicle instantly lost control. Wang Yan gripped the steering wheel tightly and drove the vehicle into a small sand pile. Only when the vehicle was blocked and stopped did Wang Yan get out of the car. He walked around the vehicle, then got under it, and after a thorough inspection, he walked over to Sister Chi and said, "The brakes have been tampered with. They won't work after a short while. If this really goes on the highway, the consequences will be disastrous." Wang Yan said seriously, "The person who did this is very skilled. If you don't have some experience in car repair, even a veteran driver with many years of experience would find it difficult to detect any abnormality in the vehicle in a short period of time." Sister Chi adjusted her sunglasses, calm and composed, without any fear at all. "I've informed Huma." After a while, Huma drove over in a Land Rover SUV. "Sister Chi, are you okay? Let's get this matter thoroughly investigated." Sister Chi raised her hand and signaled, "Wang Yan, let's go." The two continued their journey in the Land Rover and arrived at their destination in 2 hours. While Sister Chi was socializing and discussing business, Wang Yan found a noodle restaurant, looking very worried. After eating and drinking, we returned to the car. Not long after waiting, Sister Chi came back. "Let's go to the next destination." Wang Yan looked worried. "Sister Chi, should we change the itinerary?" Sister Chi looked out the window, not knowing what she was thinking. "No, open your car." Wang Yan didn't say anything else and drove onto the highway again. After driving for a distance, Wang Yan discovered that there was something wrong with the fuel gauge. To be on the safe side, he quickly stopped the vehicle in the emergency lane and got out to check again. He found that a small hole had been punctured in the fuel tank of the Land Rover at some point, and gasoline was still flowing out. This must have been done by someone while Wang Yan was eating. Looking at the vehicles coming and going, Wang Yan had a bad feeling. He decisively returned to the car and locked the door. "Sister Chi, the fuel tank has been stabbed. This is too weird. Let Brother Ma bring someone to pick us up." Sister Chi sat up straight, lit a cigarette, and slowly spoke while puffing out smoke. "Today's event is very important. I can't be absent. Keep driving, and find a place to refuel ahead." Just as he finished speaking, 2 cars drove past the Land Rover and quickly slowed down when there were no vehicles in front. At the same time, 2 more cars from behind rushed towards the Land Rover from 2 lanes. "Sister Chi, sit tight." Wang Yan reacted quickly, seized the opportunity, put the car in our gear, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly backed up when the vehicle behind him was approaching him. Bang! A loud crashing sound. The rear hook of the Land Rover directly hit the water tank of the vehicle behind. Buzz! The Land Rover accelerated out, braked suddenly, and turned sharply to hit the rear again. Another car quickly backed up to avoid the Land Rover's reverse hook, but ended up colliding with the speeding car behind it. The sound of ding-ling-lang and the sound of sudden brakes were heard, and the scene was a mess. Wang Yan didn't hesitate at all. He pushed the gear to S, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, chose a suitable angle, and crashed directly into the car in front. Bang! There was another loud noise, and the vehicle in front was knocked away by Wang Yan, and it happened to hit another vehicle that had just stopped. Wang Yan adjusted the direction again and stepped on the accelerator. The Land Rover jumped out with a buzz, temporarily leaving all the vehicles behind. From head to toe, Wang Yan was not in any panic at all, and the whole set of movements was smooth and steady as a rock. He took a deep breath, and before he could say anything, a large truck driving in the opposite lane suddenly crashed through the guardrail and rammed into the Land Rover. Wang Yan reacted very quickly, turned the steering wheel sharply, stepped on the brakes, and half of the Land Rover flew into the air, making a big drift, hitting the side guardrail, and then turning 2 circles in place before avoiding the truck. Just after a short delay, the chasing vehicle that was hit before appeared in Wang Yan's sight again. Several masked men also jumped out of the truck. They were armed with knives, guns, sticks and clubs, shouting and cursing loudly, and smashing the Land Rover. One of them was holding a single-barreled hunting rifle in his hand. He pointed the gun at Wang Yan and said in a loud and threatening voice, "This has nothing to do with you. Get out of the car immediately. Otherwise, I will kill you first." Wang Yan was shocked and subconsciously glanced at Sister Chi in the back seat. He knew clearly that if Sister Chi fell into the hands of this group of thugs, she would definitely be crippled, and he would definitely not be any better. So he had no choice at all. Wang Yan first smiled at the gunman and nodded vigorously to lower his guard. Then he suddenly lowered his head and stepped on the accelerator. With a hum, the Land Rover directly scraped the gunman and jumped out again. In just a few seconds, the fuel gauge on the Land Rover has turned red. Wang Yan was very anxious and kept looking around. After a moment, his eyes lit up. "Sister Chi, I will stop the car in an emergency in the tunnel ahead. You find a place to hide and get off quickly. I'll keep driving forward and lead them away. There's no other chance." Wang Yan shifted the car back to S gear and continued to accelerate, then plunged into the long tunnel. Not long after he went forward, he suddenly braked and stopped at the side of the pedestrian crossing in the tunnel. Sister Chi got off the car calmly and entered the horizontal tunnel. With a hum, Wang Yan started the car again. As soon as he accelerated, the vehicle chasing him had already entered the tunnel. There was a difference of a few seconds, and the secret was almost exposed. Wang Yan knew very well that he couldn't keep driving on the highway, so after rushing out of the tunnel, he drove out of the toll station without any hesitation. He simply observed the terrain around the toll station, and then decisively drove the vehicle into the farmland. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed forward until the SUV was completely unable to move forward, and finally temporarily shook off the pursuer behind him. Without saying anything, Wang Yan jumped out of the car and ran away from the farmland in another direction. He stood by the road and hailed a taxi. "Get on the highway." The taxi made a big circle, returned to the expressway tunnel, and stopped in the emergency lane with the hazard lights on. Wang Yan got off the car and entered the concave area. After walking along the pedestrian tunnel for a while, he heard a "woo" sound. He frowned, immediately quickened his pace, turned a corner, and arrived at a small open area. Under the green emergency light, Sister Chi was tied up and her mouth was gagged. Her pants had been stripped off, and her snow-white legs were tied separately and fixed at her upper arms, making it impossible for them to close. 2 disheveled and extremely filthy homeless men had already taken off their pants and had lewd smiles on their faces. 2 dirty hands were touching Sister Chi's body all over. Wang Yan's face changed instantly. He picked up a brick on the ground, strode forward, and swung it directly at the back of a man's head. The homeless man fell to the ground instantly. Wang Yan followed up very quickly and kicked another homeless man in the crotch. As the homeless man lowered his head, Wang Yan knocked him to the ground with a hook punch. Wang Yan is very experienced. He did not give the 2 homeless men any chance to breathe. He took the opportunity to attack their heads and vital parts of their bodies without mercy. The sound of heads hitting the ground could be heard all around. The 2 homeless men were bleeding from their heads and wailing. They were both stunned by the beating. After dealing with the 2 homeless people, Wang Yan spat on the ground and came to Sister Chi. He was obviously a little embarrassed, but he had to save her. After a few seconds of silence, Wang Yan said with a ruthless heart, "Sister Chi, I'm sorry." He took out a folding knife and just cut the rope on Sister Chi's legs. Before he could let go of her mouth, Sister Chi suddenly became emotional. Wang Yan subconsciously turned his head and saw a homeless man actually crawling up. He took out a kitchen knife from nowhere and chopped it directly at Wang Yan. If Wang Yan hides by himself, there will definitely be no problem. But if he dodged, the knife would definitely hit Sister Chi. There was almost no time for Wang Yan to react. He raised his hand to push forward, and the kitchen knife banged and hit Wang Yan's wrist. Wang Yan felt a sharp pain and swung the folding knife at the homeless man with his backhand. Puff, puff. With a scream, the homeless man dropped the kitchen knife and turned around and ran away. Another homeless man also got up and fled in a panic. Wang Yan was full of murderous intent, but after looking at Sister Chi, he realized that there was no way to catch up, so he quickly cut the rope on Sister Chi's body, pulled off the tape on her mouth, and said with concern, "Sister Chi, are you okay?" Sister Chi is also a ruthless person. She just went through such a big battle, but her face did not show much fear. "How is your hand?" Wang Yan finally reacted, looked at his wrist, and found that the watch case was broken. He was extremely lucky and was extremely grateful to Zhang Zonghe. "Sister Chi, I'm fine, how are you?" Sister Chi shook her head, put on her clothes, and looked in the direction where the two beggars disappeared, her eyes full of murderous intent, but she was helpless. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and Wang Yan quickly changed the subject. "Are they here?" "We are here, but it will take some time. Let's go first." "Still leaving?" Wang Yan was a little bit unbelievable. Sister Chi's ambition was a little too big. "Yes, I can't let such a small matter affect my schedule. I will take revenge sooner or later." Wang Yan glanced at Sister Chi and didn't say anything else. The two of them went straight back to the taxi. There was almost no conversation along the way. When they arrived at the destination, Lu Guangyao, the manager of the finance and security department of the Shuifeng Hotel, was already there with more than a dozen of his men. The financial security department is the real thug department of the Water Seal Hotel. There is simply no comparison with other departments. It was obvious that although Sister Chi did not show anything, she was much more cautious in her heart. She took out a stack of cash and handed it to Wang Yan. "Take it. Just give the rest to them. When I'm done with these busy days and come back from my business trip, I'll thank you properly." Lu Guangyao is a tall and strong man with a very sturdy build and a face full of flesh. He looks fierce and is completely different from Huma. He handed Wang Yan a cigarette, and said with admiration, "He looks gentle and has a good mentality. He's really quick to react. Not bad, not bad. It's just a pity that he followed Huma." "Thank you, Sister Chi, thank you, manager." Wang Yan didn't say goodbye to Sister Chi and took a taxi back to Shuifeng Hotel. Sitting in the car, recalling the thrilling journey, Wang Yan suddenly felt scared. Unconsciously, Sister Chi's cold and peerless face and her appearance in the crosswalk emerged in his mind again, and he subconsciously began to have some wild thoughts. Wang Yan quickly patted his head, trying to calm himself down and stop thinking about it. When he returned to Huma's office, Huma was staring at the surveillance camera and wondering, who did this? "Stop wasting time." Wang Yan said softly, "They know everything about Sister Chi's schedule, so they know your surveillance even better. So don't even think about finding any clues from the surveillance. Even if you do find any, it's fake. They are deliberately misleading you." Huma suddenly realized, "Yes, why didn't I think of it? Why don't you come back earlier?" Huma laughed out loud, "You wasted my whole morning." The corner of Wang Yan's mouth twitched slightly, and he seemed to want to say something but stopped himself. Huma saw it clearly. "What's wrong? Are you worried about something?" Wang Yan nodded. "Manager, I want to resign." "What did you say?" "Resign." Huma's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? You want to resign for no reason? Do you know that among the newcomers in Shuifeng, you have the best chance of moving up?" Wang Yan knew that Huma valued him very much and treated him well, so he didn't hide anything from him. "I just want to live an ordinary life and don't want to get involved in the disputes of the underworld. Living in fear every day is too tiring." Huma was stunned for a moment, and hesitated to speak for a few times. Finally, he sighed, "If you say so, I really can't keep you. After all, Tianbei Street is a place where the most unavoidable thing is the gossip of the underworld. But, Have you really thought it through? Wang Yan nodded. Brother Ma, thank you for taking care of me for so long, especially for Jiang Bao's matter. Oh, what a pity. Huma did not hide his disappointment and took out a pile of money from the drawer. Here, you're welcome. But when it comes to Jiang Bao, you must be careful. If he causes trouble for you again, remember to tell me and I will handle it for you. Don't confront him head-on, okay? His background is extremely complicated, and the forces involved are also very troublesome. You can't afford to offend him. Wang Yan was touched and bowed slightly. Thank you, Brother Ma. Huma opened his arms and hugged Wang Yan, his words full of reluctance. Remember, no matter when, as long as you have difficulties, come to Ma Ge will definitely protect you. Seeing Wang Yan off, Huma felt very disappointed and kept shaking his head and sighing. Gu Tianqi entered the room. Brother Ma, Jiang Bao is here. What is he doing here? I don't know either. After a little thought, Huma slowly said, bring him in. A few minutes later, Jiang Bao entered the room, smiling and very polite. Hello, Master Ma, we meet again. Huma quickly stood up and sat down facing Jiang Bao. The two exchanged warm greetings, not mentioning what had happened before. After finishing his superficial work, Huma changed the subject. What wine brought Brother Bao here? Jiang Bao laughed, picked up a black bag and pushed it in front of Huma. Uncle Ma, this is my gift to you. When he opened the bag, there was exactly 200,000 yuan in cash inside. Huma raised his eyebrows. Brother Bao, what do you mean? Jiang Bao said simply, I just want to ask Master Ma for a small favor. It's just a piece of cake. Huma's eyes lit up. Brother Bao, please speak. Don't worry about Wang Yan's affairs. A trace of unnaturalness flashed across Huma's face, and he grinned. Brother Bao, are you kidding? Is this matter still not resolved? Jiang Bao lit a cigarette. Some things can be overcome, some things can't be overcome. Why would a big boss of Tianbei Street, a rising star in Baosher, be angry with a little kid? I don't know either. Anyway, I was so angry that I couldn't eat or sleep. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so desperate, right? Leopard Face laughed and pushed the money in front of Huma. Please be merciful, Master Ma. I'll take care of the rest. Huma lit up his cigar, took 2 puffs, and thought for a while. Brother Bao, this is not going to be easy. What's so difficult about it? You two have only known each other for a short time. Is it necessary to protect him like this? Everyone is out there trying to make money. If you think it's not enough, we can talk about the price. Okay, 100 million. Huma narrowed his eyes and said, just leave the money here. You don't even need to do anything. I'll just turn it into a human pig and give it to you. Jiang Bao's face darkened instantly. Master Ma, I came to you this time with all my sincerity. I am more sincere than you. Huma crossed his legs and said firmly, we can talk about anything except this. Jiang Bao smiled grimly. Master Ma, let me be honest with you, I really don't want to be your enemy. But I really can't get over this matter of his. And what do you want to do? Huma spread his hands and said something veiled in his words. The lone wolf people have been asking me out recently, but I rejected them all. For me, what happened before is in the past. But if someone doesn't want to get over it, I will stick with them till the end. Jiang Bao ignored Huma's threats and picked up his purse. Take some time to spend more time with your family recently, you never know when you won't be able to be with them. CNM. Huma grabbed Jiang Bao's neck, pushed him onto the table, picked up the ashtray, and banged at him several times. When I was a big shot in the world, you were stuck when trying to pass the threshold. Now you dare to threaten me. Believe it or not, I will uproot you. Jiang Bao's face was covered in blood, his eyes were fierce, he laughed wildly, and was extremely arrogant. Do you know where my roots are? Can you pull them out? Huma really didn't tolerate him, so he swung a bench and beat Jiang Bao violently until he couldn't beat him anymore. Then he sat down and pointed at Jiang Bao. Listen to me, if you want to touch Wang Yan, you have to get past me first. Jiang Bao got up from the ground, spat first, and then wiped the blood off his face. He stuck out his tongue and licked it, looking very happy. It's so sweet. The blood-stained leopard face looked even more terrifying and ferocious. Since you like looking upward so much, then I will satisfy you, Master Ma. The game begins. See you later. He. Jiang Bao laughed wildly and turned away. Gu Tianqi frowned slightly, full of confusion. Master Ma, although Jiang Bao is not as strong as us, he is crazy, and a mad dog's bite hurts. Aren't you a little too nice to Wang Yan? How long have you known him? Besides, he has already left the water seal. Is it necessary to control him like this? Huma sat up straight and glanced at Gu Tianqi. Do you want to know why? Just as he finished speaking, a henchman entered the room and said, Master Ma, the police are here, and they are looking for you by name. Who led the team? Shui Feng can achieve this, so of course he has his own connections. I don't know them. They are strangers. Do you want to avoid them? It's okay, we are all family, I'll go take a look. Huma didn't take it seriously and went downstairs to the lobby. Looking at the policeman in front of him, he stepped forward and handed them cigarettes. Hello, everyone, please sit inside, sit inside. You are Huma, right? A policeman showed his ID and said, come with us. Huma was a little surprised. What's wrong with me? You'll know when you get there. Huma gave Gu Tianqi a wink and followed the policeman obediently. Sitting in the car, Huma asked with a hint of meaning, which institute are you from? We are from the branch office. Oh, Director Zhang and I are good friends. Our director's last name is not Zhang. Huma narrowed his eyes. Which branch are you from? Jingqi District Office. Huma was shocked, but I'm in Tianbei District. The victim reported the case from Jingqi District. The victim, who? Ginger Leopard. Huma's expression changed instantly. He was shocked and thought to himself, oh no. I've been fooled. When Huma was taken to the police station, Jiang Bao had already made his confession and finished identifying the suspect. As they passed each other, Huma said in a low voice, in 24 hours at most, I can get out. You can't trap me. You really don't understand why I should report the case from the Jingqi district. Jiang Bao showed a mocking expression, rest well in there for half a month, and come out after I finish dealing with the things outside. What you fear will come true. Huma was shocked. Jiang Bao, if you dare to mess around, I will never let you go. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm just waiting for you. Jiang Bao laughed wildly, ha 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 ha, and turned away. How shameless. Returning to his business car, Jiang Bao took a sip of water and asked, where is that guy now? Tiger narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Bao, an older brother of mine wants to expose this matter. He said that Wang Yan is the nephew of his friend. Jiang Bao said, oh. How do they want to redeem it? They have prepared 320,000 yuan in cash and are planning to return it to us. Do you think it's okay? That's great, let's meet. Jiang Bao straightened his collar and put down the small table on the back seat. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked extremely excited. He grabbed Qingqing's hair and pulled her to his side, his words full of threats. If the money is returned, our matter will be over. Remember this lesson from now on. Do you understand? Half an hour later, Jiang Bao and Tiger Qingqing arrived at Tianbei Hotel. Lao Li and Mr. Niu had been waiting for a long time. When the two sides met, they exchanged warm greetings. Old Li was humble and praised Jiang Bao. Jiang Bao's attitude was also good. They drank and ate together. Halfway through the drink, Niuxing changed the topic. Brother Bao, you must know why we are here. For the sake of Tiger, can you please give us old guys some face and let this matter go? Jiang Bao wiped his mouth and said happily without putting on airs, even if there is no Tiger, I will still give the two elders face, not to mention the relationship with Tiger. When Old Li heard this, he smiled and quickly stood up, raising his glass. Brother Bao is indeed a generous man. I am really sorry that my child is ignorant. I will definitely discipline him after I go back. After saying that, he drank it all in one gulp. Brother Li, you're too polite. I've heard a lot of stories about people like you. You don't have to be like this. Jiang Bao drank a glass with him. Niuxing smoothed things over and winked at Lao Li. Lao Li quickly picked up the cardboard box and said, Brother Bao, this is your 320,000 yuan. Please count it. Jiang Bao snapped his fingers, and Tiger took the carton and counted carefully. Brother Bao, that's right. Jiang Bao smoked a cigarette, since the money has been returned, let's forget about this matter. When Lao Li heard this, he was very happy and was about to continue toasting when Jiang Bao suddenly slapped his head and said, "Oh, I almost forgot something important." "Brother Bao, you say?" Lao Li said humbly, giving Jiang Bao enough face. "If I remember correctly, this is the principal, right? And what about the interest? How do you calculate it?" Jiang Bao seemed to be joking, but he was actually very serious. "I am a professional money lender. The amount of money I have in my hands will not be this much for a few days, ha 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 ha. You can't let me lose money, right? Brothers." Niusheng was obviously a little embarrassed and glanced at Lao Hu. Tiger was also depressed. They had agreed on it in the car before, but Jiang Bao changed his mind when they got here. However, he didn't dare to ask. He could only bow his head and keep silent. 5% interest per day. 320,000. That's a few days. Ching, can you figure out the account, honey? The moment Jiang Bao looked at Ching trembled all over and nodded. 32,008. Did you hear that? Jiang Bao looked at Lao Li and said, "Brother Li, please have someone deliver it to me before 12 o'clock. Otherwise, it will cost 50,000 yuan tomorrow. The underworld has its own rules, and we can't mess with them. I hope you understand. I have something else to do in the afternoon, so I'll leave first." Jiang Bao stood up and left, followed closely by Lao Hu and Ching. Niusheng's face was extremely ugly. Young people nowadays really have no credibility at all. What a crap. And they still have the nerve to come out and run around. It really makes me so angry. Brotherly, I really didn't know about this beforehand. If I had known, I wouldn't have given him a cent. Let's see how capable Jiang Bao is. Who's afraid of who? Okay, it's okay. Lao Li was also angry, but there was nothing he could do since things had come to this point. "Lao Nyo, I'll go find a way to raise the money and I'll definitely bring it to you before dark. When the time comes, just help me deliver it." Niusheng's eyes flickered. "Brotherly, to be honest, this is really frustrating. Okay, let's just consider it as paying off the debt for what we did when we were young. I'll go find the money." The question is, where else can you find the money? Lao Li had already spent everything to collect this money, and this would cost him another 32,800 yuan, which really stumped him. After a little thought, Lao Li made up his mind. Is there any shady business on the street now? Niusheng was stunned for a moment, squinting his eyes. "Brotherly, you are already this old. Why? Not enough experience." "That's not the case. If you are willing to come out, there will definitely be someone who can offer a price. In this case, I will go and ask for you." When Lao Li returned to the auto repair shop, Wang Yan and Tai Kuei were working. Seeing the two children's serious expressions, Mr. Li felt much better. Seeing Lao Li coming back, the two brothers hurried over. "Uncle Li. What's going on?" Old Li naturally wouldn't tell Wang Yan the whole truth. "Don't worry, it's done. You two should work hard from now on and don't cause trouble again. Do you hear me?" "Thank you, Uncle Li." Wang Yan and Tai Kuei were very happy. "We will return the money to you as soon as possible." Although Lao Li told Wang Yan and Tai Kuei about the refund, he did not tell them the actual amount and interest. "You can't refuse to pay me back. I will deduct the money from your salary every month." Ha ha ha. The three of them laughed. "Uncle Li, I'm about to get off work. I'd like to invite you to have a drink to show my gratitude." "What about your mother?" "An Xin is with her now. I'll go take her place after we finish drinking." "Thank you so much." Old Li's eyes flickered. "Let's go, there's a barbecue stall at the door." The three of them bought 2 bottles of bainyo, talked and laughed, drank and chatted, feeling relaxed. Looking at the happy smiles of the two children, Lao Li suddenly felt that it was all worth it. Halfway through the drinking, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was Mr. Nyo calling. Old Li's eyes flickered. "Okay, that's enough for today. Go to the hospital and accompany your mother. She has been transferred to the general ward. I have things to do too." Wang Yan and Tai Kuei didn't think about anything else. They said goodbye to Lao Li and went straight to the hospital. When the two brothers arrived at the ward, an Xin and her mother were chatting enthusiastically. They were talking and laughing, and their spirits were high. Seeing Wang Yan and Tai Kuei, the mother was even happier and couldn't help praising an Xin. Tai Kuei joined in the praise, as if an Xin was his girlfriend, and didn't understand the implicit meaning of Wang Yan's mother's words at all. Seeing his mother's condition, Wang Yan finally felt relieved. While Tai Kuei was chatting with his mother, he ran outside the hospital and lit a cigarette. As he puffed out smoke, he thought of Orange again. His anger subsided, and he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He muttered to himself, "I'll never see you again. Brother Yan." An Xin walked over and hugged Wang Yan's arm without any hesitation, holding it against her chest. Wang Yan was a little embarrassed at the moment. Fortunately, Tai Kuei didn't come. He quickly pulled his arm away. "What's wrong, an Xin? Are you going back to work? I'm so sorry to have delayed you for another day." An Xin was obviously a little disappointed. She lowered her head and bit her lips. Wang Yan felt a little embarrassed and quickly grabbed an Xin's wrist. "An Xin, I'm really sorry. I really drank too much. But I'm not drunk." An Xin smiled, "I really do." Wang Yan was extremely conflicted and didn't know what to say. An Xin continued, "I want to be honest with Tai Kuei and tell him that I don't like him at all. The reason I accepted some of his good points was that I wanted to get closer to you and understand you through him. Don't do that." Wang Yan knew Tai Kuei's stubborn character too well, so he quickly said, "An Xin, I really have a girlfriend, but I haven't told anyone. Don't lie to me. Do you dare to swear?" Wang Yan was immediately choked up. An Xin laughed and hugged Wang Yan's arm again. "Don't worry, I won't force you. Although my appearance is not outstanding, my overall conditions are not comparable to ordinary people. I believe that sooner or later, you will look back at me. Oh my God, Anshin. You can dislike me, but you can't deny that I like you, right?" Wang Yan didn't know what to say again. After a little thought, he quickly said, "No matter what, don't tell Tai Kuei." Okay, I won't say it if you don't let me, but you have to know that I really don't like him. I don't have any feelings for him at all. Please give me some time." Wang Yan sighed, "Let me think about how to deal with it." Okay. An Xin tapped her feet lightly and kissed Wang Yan. "By the way, Brother Yan, I heard that Zhang Zonghe's parents sold their house. Isn't that normal? They have so many houses. It is said that they are almost sold out. Why, moving?" An Xin glanced at Wang Yan but said nothing. Wang Yan knew who he was. He saw the problem at a glance. He grabbed an Xin's shoulders and stared at her intently. "What else did you hear? Tell me quickly." "I heard that their family has been pursued by loan sharks recently, and the company was forced to close. His mother was so angry that she had a cerebral hemorrhage and was hospitalized, and his father was in a car accident." Wang Yan raised his eyebrows. "Who told you that?" "My parents talked about this when I went home yesterday." An Xin doesn't live with her parents, so she seldom goes home. "Is this true? When did this happen? Didn't we just meet?" "I didn't hear what he said, and I didn't see anything unusual." "Yeah, I told my parents at the time. I thought they made a mistake, but my dad said it must be correct. And it is said that the loan sharks have already started to collect the debt about half a month ago." Wang Yan was a little surprised. "I saw him in the hospital this morning. It seems that he drank a lot last night and even flirted with the little girl. Isn't that right?" "Then I don't know. I'm just telling you what I heard. Call him right now." "It's no use, the call is not working. It's been 1 or 2 days." An Xin, are you in a hurry to go home? An Xin is very considerate and is getting to know Wang Yan better and better. I'm not in a hurry at all. Auntie, just leave this to me. I'll go get Tai Kuei out for you. After a while, Tai Kuei ran out, his eyes wide open. Yan Wang, what happened to He Zi? I don't know, let's go to his house first. The two of them went straight to Zhang Zonghe's villa. The gate to the outer courtyard of the villa was wide open, and all the flowers and plants planted in the courtyard were trampled to pieces. The house was brightly lit, noisy and very chaotic. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei looked at each other and knocked on the door gently. The person who opened the door was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, wearing camouflage clothes, tattered cloth shoes, unshaven beard, tangled hair, and he gave off a strange smell and looked extremely sloppy. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei had been to Zhang Zonghe's house countless times, but had never seen someone dressed like this. However, out of politeness, Wang Yan still bowed slightly. "Hello, uncle, is Zhang Zonghe here?" The men ignored Wang Yan and turned back to the room. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei followed closely behind. There were at least a dozen other men in the house dressed similarly to them. Some were only wearing underwear, and some were wearing torn long johns with holes. There were groups of 3 or 5 people eating, drinking, playing cards, and doing whatever they wanted. The smell in the house was very strange. One of the men also drank a lot. There was a bathroom next to him, but he refused to go. Instead, he unzipped his pants and urinated on the ground. There were a few cardboard boxes thrown in the corner, with all kinds of excrement and vomit on them. There were traces of excrement on the curtains, and the ground was full of garbage and waste. It was as disgusting as it could be. Wang Yan's face changed instantly, but he didn't say anything. He and Tai Kuei went straight to the second floor. There was a small hall on the second floor, surrounded by bedrooms. The place was also turned upside down and was in a mess. Someone is sleeping soundly. Someone coughed and spat twice on the ground. The door of the master bedroom was open, and a teasing voice was very harsh. "Old man, just listen to my advice and sell this last house. Return the remaining money to us, and I will let those people go. You can live a good life, right? You can't avoid it. Don't even think about delaying it. You can't delay it, you know. If you sell this last house now, you can still settle the account. If you delay for a few more days, it may not be enough. When that happens, I might have to sell my organs. To be honest, it's not easy. I don't want to go to that stage. You damned beasts, you are untrustworthy and have gone too far. I curse you to die miserably. I will never give you a penny even after I die, and I have no money left. If you have the guts, just kill me." The latter sentence was said by Zhang Zonghe's father, and both Wang Yan and Tai Kuei heard it. "Hey, you old fool, how can you talk like that? It's only natural to pay back debts, don't you know that? Get out of here. Get out. CNM, if you don't accept my toast, I'll punish you." The men grabbed Zhang Zonghe's father and tried to drag him under the bed. Wang Yan took 2 big steps into the room, grabbed the man's wrist, pulled hard, and pushed the man directly to the wall. Ouch! A scream. The man was full of murderous aura and seemed very arrogant, but when he saw Wang Yan, he was stunned for a moment. All his aura disappeared. He was obviously a little scared. Why is it you? I'm warning you, don't mess around, I'm following Brother Leopard." As he said this, he reached for his waist bag. Wang Yan had already guessed a lot of things. He was full of anger and smiled at a sigh. Tai Kuei was very taciturn. He locked the door and blocked the entrance. Seeing Wang Yan and Tai Kuei, Zhang Zonghe's father seemed to see his relatives, and his eyes instantly turned red. "Xiao Yan, Tai Kuei. Don't worry, uncle. We are here for you." Wang Yan pointed at Akai and said, "Come on, take out the dagger in your waist bag and try." Akai was really traumatized by Wang Yan. He kept his hand on his waist bag for a long time, but didn't dare to reach inside. His face was full of fear, but he still said fiercely, "Wang Yan, I tell you, the matter between you and Brother Bao is not over yet. I advise you to mind your own business." Just when Akai was about to say something, Wang Yan came forward and punched Akai, holding his head against the wall and hitting it twice, then flipped over and knocked Akai to the ground. Akai didn't even dare to fight back. Wang Yan took the tape, held down Asai, and wrapped it tightly around Asai. After taking care of Akai, Wang Yan clapped his hands and said, "Uncle, don't be afraid, we will be back soon." Tai Kuei knew what Wang Yan meant, so he picked up the golf bag hanging behind the door, threw a golf club to Wang Yan, and picked up one for himself. The 2 men came to the next room and looked at the 2 men sleeping soundly on the bed. Without saying a word, they waved their clubs and started to greet them. Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the room. Except for Akai, everyone in the room was not Jiang Bao's subordinate. They were all hired by them to disgust people with their debt collection tools. These people had never experienced such a scene before, and they were beaten to a pulp by Wang Yan and Tai Kuei in an instant. The person upstairs was screaming and begging for mercy, but the TV downstairs was still on and no one noticed. A few minutes later, Wang Yan and Tai Kuei came down. Looking at the group of people in the house, Wang Yan spat on the ground, walked into the kitchen and picked up a kitchen knife. As soon as he came out, a man came over and pointed at Wang Yan. "What are you doing?" CNM. The back of the knife hit the man directly with a bang, and the man fell to the ground. Wang Yan followed up and hit him twice more with bang, bang. The man's head was covered in blood, and he rolled over with his head in his hands, and he immediately wilted. When the other people in the room saw this scene, they instantly became more energetic. Wang Yan was full of aura, holding a kitchen knife and pointing at everyone in the room. "Listen to me. Within an hour, restore everything in the room to its original state, or I will chop you all to pieces." While he was talking, Tai Kuei came out with 2 kitchen knives, and with the backs of the knives facing downwards, he rushed towards the man beside him and stabbed him several times, his body full of murderous intent, his eyes wide open. "What are you looking at? Clean it up quickly." Everyone was so frightened that they didn't dare to say a word. They all started to get busy and clean up the house. Wang Yan signaled Tai Kuei to watch the group of people, and he returned to the master bedroom. He first beat Asai on the ground, then held Asai's head, picked up a dagger and cut a hole in the tape on Asai's mouth. Asai's mouth was instantly filled with blood and sweat was pouring down his forehead. This time he didn't even bother to be tough. Brother, let's talk it over nicely. Don't be impulsive." Wang Yan lit a cigarette. "Let me ask you, what's going on?" While Asai hesitated for a moment, Wang Yan crushed the cigarette butt directly into Asai's eyes. Asai struggled frantically, but to no avail. Wang Yan smiled and lit another cigarette. "Let me ask you, what is going on?" Akai had not yet recovered from the pain he had just suffered, and it was just a little too late. Wang Yan's cigarette butt went straight into Akai's other eye. There was another heart-wrenching scream, and Wang Yan lit up his cigarette again, still smiling. "Will you tell me or not?" At this moment, Wang Yan's extremely gentle face was more devilish than the devil in Asai's eyes. Seeing that Asai still had no intention of talking, Wang Yan simply cut open his crotch with a few cuts, glanced at Asai's vital parts, and without even asking a question, he swung the knife. Just as he was about to fall, Akai completely collapsed. I'll tell you. Wang Yan put away the dagger. "Explain it to me clearly within 3 minutes." Akai took a few deep breaths and said, "The 30,000 yuan that Zhang Zonghe paid back to Brother Bao was borrowed from us." Is he crazy? Borrowing from loan sharks? Even if he really wants to borrow from loan sharks, he won't borrow from you. I really don't know what's going on here, but this is the fact. Wang Yan stared at Akai. How high of an interest rate did Zhang Zonghe borrow? How did he make so much money? 5% interest per day. 30,000 yuan, even if it's 5 days a day, with interest compounded, it shouldn't be that much, right? If he wants 30,000, he has to sign a loan contract for 50,000, of which 20,000 is the handling fee. Wang Yan frowned. Even if it's 50,000, with interest compounded in a month, do we need to sell so much property? Akai bit his lip lightly. You are still too naive. What's the meaning? A prodigal like Zhang Zonghe is a cash cow for Brother Bao. We have plenty of ways to make him fall deeper and deeper into trouble. First of all, the contract we signed with him is a 7-day contract. That is to say, the money must be repaid within 7 days. If the money is not repaid, there will be a considerable penalty for breach of contract and late payment fee. The penalty for breach of contract is a one-time payment, and the late payment fee is a daily fee. These two are the highlights. If he can't pay back the money after 7 days, we will take him to another lending company and ask him to sign a new loan contract. Because of the previous principle, plus the penalty for breach of contract and late payment fees, as well as our handling fee, this signing is 200,000. We took 80,000 in handling fees, and the remaining 120,000 was used to repay the principal, interest, and penalty for breach of contract and late payment fees of our previous company. In the end, Zhang Zonghe had no money left. Just like that, Within 3 weeks, Zhang Zonghe already owed us nearly 1 million. Akai said word by word, so far, Zhang Zonghe has owed us money for 6 weeks. You mean to say that he didn't pay back the money in the first 7 days? Akai's eyes flickered, and he thought for a moment, no one who borrows money from us can pay it back within 7 days. Even if someone collects enough money within 7 days and is able to pay it back, we will disappear, so that he can't find us and won't be able to pay back the money. We have plenty of legitimate reasons to delay repayment. Until we completely drain the debtors. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. According to what you said, how much money does Zhang Zonghe owe you now? The money he owes us cannot be repaid by selling all his production capacity. The reason I said that just now was just to trick this old guy into selling the house first. I wanted to squeeze as much as I could out of him. I didn't expect that he learned his lesson and no longer believed us. What if I can't pay you back in the end? Then we have to let him play his due value. Why, do you really dare to take their organs? It doesn't necessarily have to be organs, it could also be human body transportation, or taking the blame for a crime. Akai said word by word, Brother Bao has 3 horses under his command. Dachong is in charge of KTV, Gunzi is in charge of casinos, and Honghua is in charge of lending. I personally think that Honghua is even more cruel and evil than Brother Bao. There is nothing he can't do. The most important thing for Brother Bao to be where he is today is Honghua. The relationship between the two is extraordinary. Wang Yan was in turmoil. He felt guilty for having been so self-righteous and scheming for such a long time, wanting to take revenge on Jiang Bao, but he didn't expect that the other party was not idle at all. Zhang Zonghe's family assets are almost emptied. Zhang Zonghe is the same. He has said nothing for such a long time. The more Wang Yan thought about it, the more depressed he became. The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. He forced himself to adjust his mentality. It took us so long to find Zhang Zonghe. How did you guys find him so accurately? I really don't know. After all, I haven't been working here for long. But I know that Honghua is the one who found the people here. He is very professional in this area. In fact, during this period of time, Honghua has already crushed Zhang Zonghe. It also crushed his mother. Only this old man is still resisting. The only way for loan sharks to get their money back is to crush the borrower's emotions. Wang Yan suddenly thought of the scene when he saw Zhang Zonghe in the hospital in the morning. Perhaps it was because the psychological pressure was too great that he was released in this way. He suddenly felt a little regretful that he did not go in to see Zhang Zonghe in the morning. Maybe if I go in the morning, Zhang Zonghe will explain everything to me. Wang Yan sighed. Then do you know where he is hiding now? He was caught by Honghua several times in a row. He is much more cautious now. It will be hard to find him for a while. Wang Yan thought for a moment and changed the subject. You've already taken so much, can't you just stop? Red flowers never stop. That's pushing people to death, isn't it? We didn't have to push this too hard. It was Zhang Zonghe who didn't tell the truth. He fooled us several times and made Honghua angry. That's why it came to this. Wang Yan was filled with anger. You bully others like this, and in the end you blame it on my brother. Wang Yan, listen to my advice. Akai said in a low voice, take care of yourself first, then find a way to take care of others. Based on my understanding of Jiang Bao, he will never let you go. It's useless no matter who stands in your way. Why do you think Jiang Bao can stand on Tianbei Street? Why should Lone Wolf put up with this? There are too many things involved. Just figure it out on your own. Akai smiled and said, if my guess is correct, things have not been very peaceful during the water seal, right? Sister Chi's life has not been easy, has it? The things above are not something that people like you and me can see. The complicated interests of Tianbei Street are beyond the understanding of people like you and me. I respect you as a man and will show you a clear path. Akai said in a low voice, take advantage of this opportunity to sell the house, take the remaining money, move the whole family out, and stay away from Baosher. Otherwise, you won't be able to live a peaceful life for a day. Even if you are far away from Bao City, you must change your name. This is safer. Don't underestimate Jiang Bao's power. The room suddenly became quiet. After a few minutes, Wang Yan looked at Zhang Zonghe's father and said, "Uncle, let's take you away first." "I can't leave." Zhang Zonghe's father said in a low voice, "Mom is still in the hospital, and there are people from Honghua watching over her. My parents are still alive. Should I take them away from my hometown with me? Call the police. I have reported it more than once or twice. They can only take these people away. It won't be long before they replace them. It won't solve the problem." Zhang Zonghe's father is also a smart man. Jiang Bao has someone up there. Wang Yan was a little desperate for a moment and didn't know what to do. While he was thinking, Tai Kuei came up with an envelope in his hand. "Brother Yan, when they were cleaning up the house just now, they found this in the yard. It should have been put there not long ago. It wasn't there when we got here." Wang Yan took the envelope, which was addressed to him by his father. He immediately had a bad feeling and handed the envelope to Zhang Zonghe's father. "Uncle, this is Heezy's note." Zhang Zonghe's father opened the envelope and took out a small envelope from it. On the small envelope was written, "To you, Lord Yan." Wang Yan immediately opened the envelope and familiar handwriting appeared before his eyes. "King of Hell, by the time you see this letter, I should have already left this world. Don't be sad, don't be upset, and don't look for me. Everything that happened is my own fault. Looking back, thinking about the past, if I had listened to you earlier, I would definitely not have come to this point today, and I would never have implicated my parents and my family. I really regret it, but there is really no chance to turn back. All I can do is accept my fate. For more than a month, I have been living in fear and unable to sleep at night. My spirit is almost broken. I could fall asleep with the help of alcohol before, but now even alcohol is no longer effective. This feeling is so uncomfortable that I would rather die than live. I really just want to be free now. I have kept some words in my heart for many years, but I never had the chance to say them. Now, I want to say them. The people I, Zhang Zonghe, feel most sorry for are my parents. The people I can't let go of the most are you and Tai Kuei. I have experienced so many people and so many things over the years. Only you two have never despised me, and you two are the only ones who have always been sincere to me. I am so lucky to be your brother. If I have another chance in my next life, I will definitely come back to you two brothers. We will share the joys and sorrows, life and death together. Last night, I suddenly thought of the scene when we kowtowed and swore brotherhood in school. Back then, we were carefree and full of energy. God is the boss, the earth is second, and we are third. I've never gotten angry or worried. Even if my pockets are cleaner than my face, I'm still full of energy and smile. Thinking about it now, it seems like it just happened yesterday. In just a few years, of the 8 brothers, only 3 of us are left. The life and death that we once shared, the blood oath that we once swore, the arrogant attitude that we once looked down upon, have all changed. Fortunately, the 3 of us haven't changed. Brother, I thank you from the bottom of my heart for not letting me go with so many friends' debts. I was able to stand up straight in front of them at the last moment of my life. Thank you for thinking about your brothers so much. But I have one last wish, and you must agree to it. Otherwise, I will die with regrets. You will know my story sooner or later. Promise me, brother, that you will never think of revenge for me. This is your final explanation to me. Tai Kuei's birthday is in 2 months. I have prepared a gift for him that is the same as yours, and someone will give it to him. I won't be able to spend your birthday with you next year. I won't be able to make arrangements for you or snatch your longevity noodles. Brother, I really want to see you one last time and have a good drink with you. But I'm really afraid that I won't be able to control myself when I see you. So please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Flowers bloom and fade, the moon waxes and wanes, but the kindness you showed me in this life will never be forgotten. My brother is watching you from heaven. If you miss me, just raise your glass to the sky. When you're looking for women, find 2 more and let them toast together. This is what I want in my life. Gone, brothers. Your burden is gone. No one will drag you down anymore. Wang Yan seemed to see Zhang Zonghe smile and tears when he wrote the letter. For a moment, Wang Yan felt as if his heart had been hollowed out. Tai Kuei, let's go. Wang Yan rushed out of the room. Tai Kuei had no idea what was going on and was a little dazed for the moment. While he was stunned, he heard Zhang Zonghe's father scream, "Ah," and burst into tears. He quickly picked up the letter, took a closer look, and the expression on his face changed instantly. At this moment, Tai Kuei felt as if his heartbeat was stuck, and even breathing became very difficult. His mind was filled with the years when he and Wang Yan were wandering around, and Zhang Zonghe's unstinting help to them. It is no exaggeration to say that during that period of wandering without any relatives, Zhang Zonghe was the greatest spiritual support and psychological reliance for him and Wang Yan. No matter when Zhang Zonghe was needed, no matter whether Zhang Zonghe could do it or not, Zhang Zonghe had never been heard to say no. Kajiko. Tai Kuei shouted loudly and rushed into the villa. He saw Wang Yan running towards the west pedestrian gate and was about to chase him. Two cars suddenly appeared on the road right in front of him, and their high beams hit him directly, making it impossible for Tai Kuei to open his eyes. "Are you sick? Turn on the high beam in the neighborhood." While he was cursing, the vehicle stopped. 7 or 8 men with flat heads got off the car carrying knives, guns, sticks and clubs and ran towards Tai Kuei. When Tai Kuei saw this situation, he ran away without saying a word. His first reaction was to follow Wang Yan. But then he thought, from the angle these people are in, they can only see him and not Wang Yan. If I follow Wang Yan, it would mean exposing Wang Yan as well. Thinking of this, Tai Kuei ran in the opposite direction without any hesitation. He ran with great strides at an extremely fast speed and soon left the chasing crowd behind. Seeing that there was no one around, he took out his phone and was about to call Wang Yan. With the sound of the accelerator, a car suddenly jumped out and crashed straight into the railway track. It was too close and the car was going too fast, there was no time to react. There was a loud bang, and Tai Kuei fell heavily to the ground like a fallen leaf, losing his resistance immediately. Several figures got out of the car, beat Tai Kuei violently, and dragged him back to the villa like a dead dog. After being poured with several buckets of cold water, Tai Kuei's condition improved slightly. He rolled back and forth, but his expression was still painful. Honghua squatted beside Tai Kuei and patted his cheek gently. "Where is Wang Yan?" Tai Kuei did not speak. Red triangular eyes, hooked nose, high cheekbones, and no eyebrows. He looked ugly and scary. "Brother, this matter has nothing to do with you. I advise you to cooperate. We don't want to hurt you anymore, okay?" Tai Kuei curled up his body and said, "I really don't know. He ran ahead of me and I didn't catch up with him. If you don't believe me, ask him." Honghua looked at Asai who had just been rescued. Akai took a deep breath and nodded. It was indeed Wang Yan who ran away first, and he left a little late. It's normal that he didn't catch up. "Okay, then I believe you." Honghua lit a cigarette and put it into Tai Kuei's mouth. "Come on, take a few puffs to calm your nerves." Tai Kuei felt really uncomfortable and quickly took a few puffs. Honghua smiled, full of viciousness, and continued, "Where is Wang Yan's mother? You must know this, right?" Tai Kuei was stunned but didn't say anything. Honghua looked Tai Kuei up and down, full of threats. "Your parents should be sleeping soundly at home now, right? I heard that your grandparents are not young anymore. What do you want to do?" Tai Kuei was extremely excited. Honghua spread her hands and said, "It depends on your cooperation. I can send you to the hospital, or I can send you to hell. Of course, I can also make them suffer from eternal damnation." At this point, Honghua suddenly raised her voice. "I'll give you one last chance. Where is Wang Yan's mother? If you don't tell me, don't blame me for being rude to you, to all of you. You bunch of despicable beasts, I'm CNM." Tai Kuei was so furious that he wanted to knock Honghua to the ground and kill her. But his injuries were too severe, and just when he was about to stand up, he was held down by Red Flower's men. Tai Kuei yelled, "If you dare to touch my family, I will kill you. Bastard, let me go, let me go." Honghua stared at Tai Kuei for a few seconds, then took the knife. Her vicious eyes were like a venomous snake. "Little guy, don't blame me for not reminding you. Where is Wang Yan's mother?" Tai Kuei also got excited, staring at Honghua viciously. "CNM, kill me if you have the guts." This sentence directly angered Honghua. "You are a damned devil." Honghua swung the knife without hesitation and started chopping at Tiekue's head and face. Extremely cold-blooded and ruthless. In an instant, Tiekue's face was covered with flesh and blood, his bones were visible, and blood was flowing everywhere. But Tiekue still only cursed and yelled, without any sign of surrender or begging for mercy. Akai couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he stepped forward and grabbed Honghua. Enough, if this continues, someone will die. Get out of here. Honghua was already furious. She kicked Akai away and yelled, he's so stubborn. Chop him up. The crowd around rushed forward, and 7 or 8 shining knives rushed towards Tiekue and started to attack. The Iron Man on the ground has turned into a bloody man, no longer resembling a human. Akai kept shaking his head, not knowing what to do, when a sentry rushed into the room and said, "Oh no. The police are here." Honghua still had no intention of stopping. Akai stepped forward again. If we get caught, it will be troublesome. Honghua hesitated for a moment, then stopped what she was doing, looked at the motionless Tiekue, with a fierce look on her face, and said unwillingly, "Let's go." As soon as Honghua and the others left, several policemen rushed into the room, picked up their rifles and ran straight to the hospital without saying a word. At the main entrance of the hospital, Laoli had just delivered dinner to Duwan and was about to leave when 2 police cars drove up. A big man covered in blood and dying was carried out of the police car. Out of curiosity, Laoli took a subconscious glance, and then his pupils contracted sharply. He strode forward and looked carefully. After confirming that it was Tiekue, Laoli staggered back 2 steps and suddenly felt as if he was struck by lightning. Tiekue! 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 He shouted loudly and hurried after him. Looking at Tiekue's extremely miserable appearance and thinking of the usually honest big guy, anger rushed to his head. Perhaps because he heard a familiar shout, the extremely weak Tiekue opened his eyes. Looking at Laoli's eyes, as if he was looking at a relative, he was no longer able to speak. After trying for a long time, all he could do was lip-sync, "Jiang Bao." Old Li stood there in a daze, watching Tiekue being sent into the operating room, then suddenly realized something. After making such a fuss for such a long time, Jiang Bao had no intention of letting them go at all. "Even if I collect money and interest, I will not let them go." Everything was a lie. Laoli clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth, and felt anger filling his body. Tiekue's bloody appearance kept appearing in his mind. Every time it emerged, it was like a needle piercing deep into his heart. I don't know how long it took, but Laoli suddenly calmed down. He smoked several cigarettes in succession and thought about it all calmly. He knew very well that if Wang Yan saw this scene, no one could stop him. He thought for a long time, and thought a lot, and his eyes became more and more determined. Gradually, he completely returned to normal. He returned to the ICU, greeted Duwan and gave her a warm hug. He came to the door of Wang Yan's mother's ward again and glanced at his sister-in-law who was chatting and laughing with an Xin. Finally, Laoli called Mr. Nyo, then left the hospital without looking back and headed straight for Tianbei Amusement Park. At this time, the amusement park is closed. Niusheng walked over and threw a travel bag to Laoli. He said in a heavy voice, "Brother Li, have you really thought it through?" Old Li nodded. "Have you thought about the consequences?" Niusheng said earnestly, "This is no longer our era. These newcomers have no rules and no moral principles. They will do anything to achieve their goals. So if you really do this, no matter whether you succeed or fail, you and your family will never have a peaceful life again. All your previous efforts have been in vain." Jiang Bao's story is far from as simple as it appears. Niusheng said word by word, to put it bluntly, he is a madman who charges into battle and a mad dog who bites people indiscriminately. There is a huge interest group standing behind him. This group is the most terrifying. They want to eat the fat piece of meat in Tianbei Street, so they chose Jiang Bao to attack. In a sense, Jiang Bao represents them. Niusheng became more and more helpless as he spoke. "You have to look at the owner before you beat the dog. The lone wolf has endured it, and the artillery is just hitting in the dark. You are all alone. What can you use to fight these people, my good brother?" "I understand everything you said." Niusheng was puzzled. "If you know this clearly, why do you still do this?" Laoli laughed. "Things have come to this point. If I don't do it, he will definitely do it. He's still young. We can't throw the rest of his life here. I know you have a good relationship with my eldest brother. You are also a loyal person. But you have to know the limit when doing things, right? In other words, is it useful for you to do this? Isn't this just a waste of sacrifice? Oldly lowered his head and remained silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. Do your best and leave the rest to fate. Everyone has their own aspirations. Niusheng hesitated several times before finally sighing, Hey. I wish you good luck. I'm leaving now. After Mr. Niu left, Laoli opened his travel bag. There were several stacks of cash, a pistol, 2 magazines of bullets, and several daggers inside. Laoli checked his weapon skillfully and quickly, loaded the bullets, and armed himself. What a difference from the kind mechanic of the past. Everything was ready. Laoli took a few deep breaths, picked up the phone, and dialed Jiang Bao's number. Brother Bao, this is Laoli. I have prepared the interest. I will send it to you right away. Where are you? Oh, brotherly, I'll be at the Earl's mansion soon. Come over, I'll have someone pick you up. Okay, leopard. The last call Laoli made was to Duan, go home immediately, pack your things and leave Baosher. If I don't allow you to come back, then don't come back. Go stay with the children. Duan sighed, I'm already packing up. From the moment you returned to the office and hugged me, I knew that things were getting serious again. But do we really have to take this step? Even if you don't want to miss me, you have to think about Xinyuo. Laoli was firm, wife, thank you for your trust, care and loyalty over the years. I owe you and Xinyuo my whole life. Duan on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, the child and I are waiting for you. Oldly hung up the phone, walked out of the amusement park, and took a taxi straight to the Earl's mansion. Lao Hu had been waiting downstairs for a long time. When he saw Laoli, he greeted him enthusiastically and took Laoli to Jiang Bao's office. In the office, Jiang Bao was wearing a suit and looking in the mirror. When he saw Laoli coming in, he quickly led Laoli to the tea table and took the initiative to pour tea. Brotherly, you are raising money very quickly. Jiang Bao had something to say, and glanced at the clock above his head. It's only you. If it were someone else, I would never let them pay back the money so early. Thank you, brother leopard. Oldly was very modest. He took out some cash and placed it in front of Jiang Bao. Brother Bao, please count it. Tiger picked up the money as usual and counted it carefully. Boss, the amount is correct. Laoli took a sip of tea and said, Brother Bao, is this okay this time? Jiang Bao nodded, sat up straight, and looked at Laoli with a half-smile. Of course, you can, but there are still 2 things that need to be dealt with. Oh. What's the matter? First of all, how do I calculate the losses of my casino these days? Jiang Bao said in a serious and reasonable manner, Wang Yan directly took over my casino, causing it to be closed for so many days. You have to compensate me for this loss, right? Also, my casino has been operating for so many years, and I have finally accumulated the current customer base, but he destroyed it directly. I have to give an explanation for this loss, right? Oldly thought carefully about what Jiang Bao said and nodded seriously. Do these 2 losses also have to be compounded? Yes, yes. Jiang Bao laughed ha 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 and gave a thumbs up. It's really brotherly, you know the rules. So how much do you think this will cost? I made a rough estimate. If you want to pay it back to me tonight, 3 million will be enough. We are all family, so I'll give you a friendly price. The room suddenly became quiet. Tiger at the side was at a loss. He stared at Jiang Bao in disbelief. Brother Bao. Jiang Bao said, and stared at Tiger with a half-smile. What's wrong? Tiger took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. They are all here for Brother Niu, isn't this bad? It's a bit bad. Jiang Bao nodded seriously, then suddenly picked up an ashtray and slammed it towards Tiger several times. His eyes were bloodshot and he shouted at the top of his lungs, CNM, when will it be your turn to call the shots here? If you want to call the shots, kill me first. The tiger staggered back a few steps, blood pouring down from its forehead. This was not over yet. Jiang Bao took advantage of the situation and swung a chair at the tiger, hitting it with bang, bang, bang several times in a row, knocking the tiger to the ground. He held down the tiger and kicked it until he couldn't beat it anymore, then he sat back next to Lao Li. He was sweating and panting. He shook off the blood on his hands and took a sip of tea. "I'm sorry, Brother Li. I'm sorry for making you laugh. Do you think we have this money? I definitely can't pay this money back." "Oh, it's okay if you can't make it." Jiang Bao said word by word, "You old seniors, you must give face. How about this? From now on, you don't participate, and don't care about it. Just give me face, okay?" Old Li didn't say anything at the moment. Jiang Bao took off his coat, revealing his bare arms. The snow leopard slaughtering eagle tattoo on his back was extremely eye-catching. It's mutual respect. You give me, and I give you. Isn't that right? That's right. In that case, you have to return the money to me. Jiang Bao laughed. "So you don't want to give me face? How come the current social atmosphere has become like this? Old Li suddenly became murderous and fierce. In our time, someone like you wouldn't survive for more than 3 days. Do you believe it?" Jiang Bao stopped what he was doing. His face was extremely ferocious, and he stared at Lao Li threateningly. "Brother Li, I didn't hear you clearly." Lao Li took out a pistol and pointed it at Jiang Bao's forehead. "Give me back all the money." At this point, Lao Li suddenly stood up, held Jiang Bao's head, and banged at the tea table twice, waving the butt of the gun several more times, and finally put the muzzle of the gun against Jiang Bao's forehead. "CNM, do you hear me now?" The door was kicked open with a bang, and more than a dozen thugs armed with knives, guns, sticks and clubs rushed into the room. "Let's see who dares to move." Old Li was full of aura and roared loudly. When everyone saw the gun in Lao Li's hand, they were dumbfounded and no one dared to step forward. "Jiang Bao, give me the money." "That's impossible." Jiang Bao, with blood all over his face, still had a playful expression on his face. "Brother Li, don't you know that I, Jiang Bao, am famous for preferring money to life? You can take my life, but you can't take my money. Stop talking nonsense. Take it out for me." Jiang Bao laughed, and suddenly struggled hard, breaking free from Lao Li and quickly retreating. Lao Li was also a gangster who lived on the edge of a knife in his early years, and he had made sufficient preparations before coming. Seeing Jiang Bao doing this, he had no choice but to pull the trigger. He heard 2 crisp trigger sounds, click, click, but the bullet did not fire. Lao Li froze in place for a moment and hurriedly pulled the trigger again, but no matter how he shot, it was all duds. Just when he was puzzled, Jiang Bao smiled and said, "Don't waste time. There is no gunpowder in your bullets." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding thugs rushed forward and made a move towards Lao Li. Lao Li took out a dagger and was ready to fight for his life, but the opponent was well prepared. They were all armed with short sticks, and there were many of them. They knocked Lao Li to the ground in no time and held him down. Jiang Bao was shirtless, shaking his neck, reaching out to wipe the blood off his face, licking it carefully, and continued, "It's really sweet." He picked up the hammer, walked to Lao Li step by step, squatted down, and arrogantly slapped Lao Li on the cheek. "You old man, listen to me carefully. The thing I, Jiang Bao, hate most in my life is others showing off their seniority to me. You old guys have been eliminated, you know that. You damned bastards. You really think you are a role? Don't worry, I definitely won't kill you. I will let you live well and watch how I kill your nephew." As he spoke, Jiang Bao swung the hammer mercilessly and hit Lao Li's calf directly. Crack! The sound of broken bones was extremely harsh. Old Li clenched his teeth and said nothing. But Jiang Bao had no intention of stopping. He smashed down again and again, bang, 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 and each time there was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The whole room was filled with Jiang Bao's crazy and rampant laughter. More than 2 hours later, Old Li, whose leg bones were almost completely shattered and who had been tortured beyond recognition, was dumped in front of the hospital like garbage by an unlicensed car. With the help of passers-by, the unconscious Mr. Li was quickly carried into the operating room for rescue. At the same time, on the same floor, Wang Yan, who was completely unaware of everything, was holding Du Wan's hand tightly. "Thank you, Auntie, thank you so much." Du Wan smiled and said, "It's okay, hurry up." After Wang Yan left Zhang Zonghe's house, he did not waste even a second and searched all the places he thought he could find and mobilized all the people he could. but still found nothing. Finally, there was really no other way, and Wang Yan thought of the girl he saw in the infusion hall in the morning. With the idea of giving it his all, Wang Yan found Du Wan and asked her to help mobilize surveillance and investigate the girl's identity information to see what was going on with this girl. After investigation, Du Wan found out that the girl came with Zhang Zonghe, and all the procedures were handled by the girl. The girl also left her name and phone number in the hospital. This is like a treasure to Wang Yan. He rushed out of the hospital and called the girl immediately. The girl didn't take it seriously at first. But after Wang Yan explained everything clearly, she was obviously a little scared. She immediately told him everything about herself and Zhang Zonghe. The girl was a clothing salesperson. She met Zhang Zonghe while selling clothes. Later, Zhang Zonghe pestered her and the two got together. Of course, the girl didn't know that Zhang Zonghe's girlfriend had more hair on her body than she did, and Wang Yan didn't dare to say it. He was afraid that the woman would get angry and say nothing, leaving Zhang Zonghe to fend for himself. The girl told Wang Yan that Zhang Zonghe suddenly found her last night and said that he was in a bad mood and wanted to drink, and asked the girl to drink with him. Who knew that Zhang Zonghe drank the whole night and got drunk, and then he was sent to the hospital in the morning. But an hour ago, Zhang Zonghe and the girl had separated. Now the girl doesn't know where Zhang Zonghe has gone and can't contact him. Wang Yan rushed to the place where the two separated. Looking at the cars coming and going and the endless flow of people around him, he fell into despair again. Wang Yan was so tired that he just sat down on the side of the road, fiddling with his PHS, still thinking about Zhang Zonghe's affairs. After thinking for a long time, he still had no clue. The more he thought about it, the more anxious and depressed he became. Wang Yan kept hitting his head with his hands, muttering to himself, Heezy, where on earth can you run to? A tour guide happened to be passing by Wang Yan with a tour group, and he introduced the local customs and practices of the street in detail as he walked. Wang Yan didn't listen at all, but vaguely heard the words Baoping Lake. Suddenly, Wang Yan's eyes widened, and he stood up and stretched out his hand to stop the car. Master, Aquarius Lake. Baoping Lake is located in Baoping Park and is the largest artificial lake in Baoping City. There is a Sani temple on the artificial island in the center of the lake, which is also the largest temple in Baoding. A few years ago, Wang Yan and his group kowtowed and became sworn brothers here. There are boats that can ferry you to the island in Aquarius Park during the day, but they are closed at night when the staff get off work. The boats parked on the shore are locked tightly with chains and are difficult to destroy. The oars on the boats are also locked with padlocks and cannot slide. Wang Yan stood by the lake, pacing back and forth, extremely anxious. After trying many methods and failing, I finally just took off my clothes, gritted my teeth and jumped into the cold lake. He himself didn't know where he got the strength from, and he swam to the artificial island in one breath. There was no one on the island at this time, and the temple gate had already been closed. Wang Yan directly climbed into the temple. From a distance, he discovered that the main hall's door was destroyed. When I pushed open the door, I saw a figure lying on the ground motionless. When I looked carefully, it was Zhang Zonghe. Wang Yan's eyes instantly turned red. Heezy. He roared loudly, rushed to Zhang Zonghe, and shook Zhang Zonghe hard, but there was no response. He touched Zhang Zonghe's nostrils and found that he was still breathing weakly. Without saying a word, Wang Yan tore off Zhang Zonghe's clothes, found some ropes in the main hall, and tied Zhang Zonghe to his back. I'm CNM, wait for you to wake up, I'll kill you. Wang Yan's eyes were already red. He ran wildly, jumped into the river, and swam forward frantically, shouting Zhang Zonghe's name over and over, but from beginning to end, Zhang Zonghe did not respond at all. Zhang Zonghe's popularity is actually quite bad, and he's also really bad at doing things, but he has never played any tricks on Wang Yan Tiekui. I have always been very sincere to Wang Yan Tiekui. Similarly, Wang Yan Tiekui had nothing to say to him. The affection between the three brothers is so deep. It's simply impossible to describe it in words. Looking at Zhang Zonghe's current state, scenes from the past came back to my mind vividly. I could never imagine in my dreams that Zhang Zonghe, who has always been arrogant and unruly, would be forced to this point. Wang Yan was almost emotionally collapsed, with only one last thought in his mind: he must save Zhang Zonghe. He swam to the shore like crazy, not even bothering to put on his clothes. He picked up his cell phone and the remaining change and rushed out of the park, hailed a taxi and went straight to the hospital, attracting countless attention along the way. Leaning against the door of the emergency operating room, Wang Yan's eyes were dull and full of anxiety. An XIN came over with a new set of clothes and comforted her. "Put them on first, don't freeze yourself again." Wang Yan hesitated for a moment, but still put on his clothes and leaned against the wall, still saying nothing. Not long after, Zhang Zhonghe was pushed out, and Wang Yan hurried forward. "Doctor, what's wrong?" "He's already had his stomach pumped, but he's not out of danger yet. If he can wake up sooner, the situation will be more optimistic." Before Wang Yan could say anything else, Zhang Zhonghe was pushed away. Wang Yan hurried to catch up, but after taking only 2 steps, the door of another operating room opened and the nurse shouted anxiously. "Not enough plasma. We need plasma urgently. Who among you has type B blood?" Wang Yan didn't take it seriously at first, nor did he think about anything else. He just subconsciously glanced into the operating room. "It doesn't matter if I sweep it, it feels like a bolt from the blue." Wang Yan rushed into the operating room and was stunned when he saw Tai Kuei in front of him. He stood there in a daze, not moving. An XIN followed in, looking at Tai Kuei, whose body was covered in wounds, especially the wound on his face that had just been stitched. She subconsciously covered her mouth with disbelief. "Oh my God. How could this happen?" As he spoke, tears started streaming down his face. "Tiekuei. Get out, get out, get out quickly." Several nurses came forward and tried to push Wang Yan and the other person away. Wang Yan was so calm that it was frightening. He even laughed. "Doctor, I have type O blood. You can take any amount from me." An XIN subconsciously looked at Wang Yan. Although she didn't see anything unusual, she had an extremely ominous premonition deep in her heart. She had never felt that the man in front of her was so strange. The nurse didn't know the relationship between Wang Yan and Tai Kuei, so she hurriedly took Wang Yan to have blood drawn. After finishing everything, Wang Yan returned to the operating room and stared at the door of the operating room. No matter what an XIN said, Wang Yan answered rationally with a smile, without any signs of being impulsive at all. But an XIN knew that this time there was real trouble. While waiting for Tiekuei, the door of the operating room next door opened and Duan walked out. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was so sad that she couldn't control herself. As she walked out the door, tears were pouring down her cheeks. She was as sad as a child, stamping her feet crazily and cursing, "Damn you! Damn you beast! You shall not die a good death." Wang Yan glanced at Duan. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he had thought of something. He stood up, walked forward, pushed hard, and went straight into the operating room regardless of everyone's dissuasion and scolding. Looking at the tortured old Li who was unrecognizable, especially his severely deformed legs, Wang Yan laughed again, completely ignoring all the scolding and shoving around him. "It's really interesting." Duan followed closely behind. "Wang Yan, get out quickly, don't just stand there and watch. You'll delay the treatment, hurry up." Wang Yan still respected Duan very much. He bowed slightly and said, "Auntie, I'm sorry. I have caused trouble for you." Duan must have felt sad. After hearing what Wang Yan said, tears welled up in her eyes again. Old Li, who was lying on the operating table, slowly opened his eyes and stared at Wang Yan for a few seconds. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, full of reluctance and helplessness. Human affairs have been exhausted, and fate is hard to interfere with. Then he fell asleep again. Wang Yan bowed to Lao Li, hugged an XIN and walked out of the operating room. "Everything here is in your hands. When we settle the accounts later, you will have to pay me back with interest." An XIN directly put her arms around Wang Yan's neck, tapped her toes lightly, and kissed Wang Yan, her eyes full of worry. "I won't persuade you, nor will I stop you, but you must come back, I will wait for you." Wang Yan touched an XIN's head, lit a cigarette, turned around and left. He did not act rashly and impulsively to find Jiang Bao to fight with his life, but instead went to the Shuifeng Hotel first. In Huma's office, Gu Tianqi said solemnly, "I suggest you bear with it for a few more days, Master Ma will be out soon." "I don't need you to help me out, I can do it myself." Wang Yan said softly, "I came here to ask you for one favor. I hope brother she can help me." To be honest, Gu Tianqi didn't want Shui Feng to be involved in the affairs of Wang Yan and Jiang Bao from the bottom of his heart. Hearing Wang Yan's words, he felt much more relaxed. What's the matter? Help me find Niusheng as quickly as possible. Don't worry about the rest. Wang Yan picked up a recorder on the table and said, give me this as well. Gu Tianqi's eyes flickered, and after a moment's thought, he said, okay, I'll arrange it right away, and let you know if there's any news. After leaving the Shui Feng Hotel, Wang Yan went straight to Jia's apartment. He found a secret corner to hide, like a ferocious beast lurking in the darkness. Time passed minute by minute, and it was early morning in a blink of an eye. Along with the sound of high heels, a sexy and hot figure appeared in front of Wang Yan. Seeing Qingqing entering the apartment building, Wang Yan strode forward and followed closely behind. At the moment Qingqing opened the door, Wang Yan took 2 big steps, pushed Qingqing's back hard, and closed the door. With a cry of "ah," Qingqing was pushed to the ground. When she turned around, Wang Yan had caught up with her. Without saying anything, he kicked Qingqing several times in a row with bang, 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 grabbed Qingqing's hair with one hand, and pulled her up from the ground with pa 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 and beat her hard, then turned around and threw Qingqing to the ground heavily with his back. This set of movements stunned Qingqing. She covered her lower abdomen, looked painful, and rolled back and forth. Wang Yan didn't care about that. He grabbed Qingqing's hair and pulled her from the living room to the bedroom. He used ropes and tape to firmly secure Qingqing's hands and feet to the head and foot of the bed. He picked up the mineral water on the side and started pouring it on Qingqing's head. Ah! Just as Qingqing was about to yell, Wang Yan thrust the folding knife against Qingqing's cheek, his face ferocious and fierce, his tone gloomy. If you dare to make a sound again, I'll shave your face. Qingqing was panting, full of fear. Wang Yan, what kind of man are you? If you have the guts, go after Jiang Bao. What's the point of bullying me? Stop talking nonsense. Wang Yan grabbed Qingqing's neck and said, let me ask you, what happened between you and Zhang Zonghe in the Earl's mansion? Qingqing could see that Wang Yan was really angry, and she also knew that since Wang Yan had brought this matter up, he must know something. Zhang Zonghe has been hanging around Tianbei Street for a long time. He is a well-known prodigal son in Tianbei Street, so Brother Bao has been eyeing him for a long time. He has always wanted to get money from him. He just happened to come and play that day, and he chose me to be his hostess. Brother Bao told me to tease him. He told me to tease him enough and to get him excited. He had drunk a lot of wine, so if I rejected him forcefully, he would get angry and do it. In this way, no matter what, we are right. Originally, everything was aimed at Zhang Zonghe alone, but I didn't expect that you two would come later. And then so many things happened. That's why it has developed to this point today. Seeing Qingqing's cooperation, Wang Yan released her neck and said, Heezy is not a fool. Even if he wants to borrow money, he won't easily borrow from loan sharks, let alone your loan sharks. What's going on? Zhang Zonghe is lustful by nature and will not refuse any woman who comes to him. Wang Yan responded quickly, you have placed a woman next to him, right? Qingqing nodded. Many of those messy women around him were planted by Honghua in advance, so that it would be easier to find Zhang Zonghe when the time comes. Then Zhang Zonghe was also deceived by a woman into borrowing money at high interest rates, right? Qingqing said, yes, everything is a trap, a scheme. Who is this woman? You wouldn't recognize me even if I told you. I asked you your name. Qingqing was really scared and quickly said, Ho Yu. Hearing these 2 words, Wang Yan was stunned, because he had seen this woman before, the woman who was evaluated by Tai Kuei as having no IQ. After all this fuss, it turns out that she is not stupid, everything she did was just acting. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Zonghe was deceived by her. Taking advantage of Wang Yan's daze, Qing continued, in fact, you are to blame for the development of things to this point. I warned you a long time ago, but you didn't listen. You are no match for Jiang Bao. Wang Yan turned and went into the bathroom, took out a towel to cover Qingqing's face, unscrewed the mineral water on one side, and poured it on Qingqing's face again. Qingqing began to struggle frantically, but it was of no use at all. After several times, Qingqing was tortured to the point of being on the verge of death. Wang Yan saw that it was almost done, so he threw the towel aside, raised his hand slightly, and cut a cut on Qingqing's chin. Blood was flowing down. Qingqing was stunned, and pleaded, "Wang Yan, what do you want to do? You keep making things difficult for me and bullying me. Is that fun? CNM bitch, stop pretending to be pitiful. You deserve this, it's all your own fault." Wang Yan became more and more fierce as he spoke, and the tip of the knife was pressed against Qingqing's face again. "Tell me everything you know. Remember, I will find someone else. If I find out that you dare to lie to me, I swear to make you regret it for the rest of your life. Hurry up." Wang Yan's last two words were almost a roar. Qingqing's psychological defenses had been completely destroyed by Wang Yan. She could clearly feel the tip of Wang Yan's knife getting harder and harder. Her eyes turned red. "I admit it. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything." An hour later, Wang Yan left Qingqing's house and went straight back to Shunda Auto Repair Factory. A few minutes later, Wang Yan drove a Land Rover without a license plate to the downstairs of an ordinary residential building. He stood at the door of the unit, playing with his cell phone. After a while, Hoyu came out and looked around with a curious look on his face. "Don't look at it. I sent it to you using her phone." Hoyu was stunned for a moment, staring at Wang Yan, pretending to be confused. "Who are you?" "Lord Yama." Wang Yan gathered all his strength and punched Hoyu mercilessly. Hoyu was knocked flying and hit hard against the wall. Wang Yan was even more violent towards Hoyu. He pressed Hoyu's head and slammed it on the ground several times with bang, bang. He then took out the tape he had prepared in advance, wrapped Hoyu tightly, and threw him directly into the car. After finishing all this, Wang Yan drove to the entrance of an alley. Asai was standing here, looking around, waiting for Qingqing. Looking at Wang Yan's Land Rover, Asai did not react. Wang Yan turned on the headlights, blinding Asai. "You're sick!" Akai yelled angrily. Wang Yan jumped out of the car and walked to Akai. "Who are you scolding?" Seeing Wang Yan, Akai subconsciously took 2 steps back, obviously panicking. "Yan, brother Yan, Tiekue's matter has nothing to do with me, it was all done by Honghua. I really tried to stop him, but I failed. If you don't believe me, ask Tiekue." Just when Asai was about to speak, Wang Yan raised his leg and kicked Asai in the lower abdomen. With a scream, Asai fell to the ground. Wang Yan dragged Asai into the car, tied him up with tape, and drove back to Qingqing's house. Seeing that there was no one around, he first carried Hoyu back, and then dragged Asai home. Staring at the 3 people in the room, Wang Yan lit a cigarette and smiled. "Asai, send a message to Tiger and Red Flower to see where they are, and tell them that you want to go find him. Qingqing, send a message to Gunzi to see where he is." While smiling, Wang Yan suddenly picked up the bench and swung it towards Hoyu without warning. With a bang, Hoyu fell to the ground, bleeding profusely. Wang Yan had no intention of stopping. He was full of murderous intent and swung the bench at Hoyu, bang, 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 one after another. Blood splattered everywhere, even on Wang Yan's smiling dimples. How could Hoyu withstand such a greeting? In an instant, his face was covered in blood and he fainted on the ground. But Wang Yan didn't care about her life or death at all, and kept greeting her until the stools were broken into pieces, and then Wang Yan stopped. At this time, Hoyu was lying on the ground, motionless, as if he was dead. The surrounding ground was covered with blood. It was extremely horrifying. Qingqing and Asai both realized that Wang Yan was really determined to kill. The 2 of them didn't dare to do anything that went against Wang Yan's will and cooperated extremely well. After finding out the locations of the few people, Wang Yan left Qingqing's house again. He drove to the door of Gunzi's house, parked the car, stepped on the roof of the car, and climbed straight into the yard. He found a secret area to hide, then picked up Qingqing's phone and sent a message. After a moment, Gunzi opened the door and limped towards the courtyard gate. The wound from the stick hasn't healed yet, and he's still pretty weak. He just walked to the door and opened the deadbolt lock. Wang Yan walked out from the side holding an iron rod. Without hesitation, he hit the man on the back of the head with the rod twice, bang, bang, and the man fell to the ground. Wang Yan knew that the stick was very resistant to blows, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. He took the opportunity to hit the stick's head several times with bang, bang, bang until the stick completely lost its resistance. He picked up the tape and tied the stick together, and suddenly heard some movement in the house. Wang Yan strode forward, and a young woman just walked out and came face to face with Wang Yan. Without saying a word, Wang Yan went up and hit the woman with a stick, knocking her to the ground. He decided to go all out and dragged both of them back into the car. Wang Yan drove non-stop to the downstairs of Lao Hu's house and sent messages using Akai's mobile phone as usual. Seeing the tiger going down the stairs, Wang Yan stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and the car knocked the tiger away with a bang. Wang Yan got out of the car, picked up a stick and beat the tiger hard again, and finally dragged the tiger into the car. After dragging everyone back to Qingqing's home, Wang Yan showed a ferocious expression. There are only 2 left. I'll let you reunite after this. After saying that, he turned and left. This time, Wang Yan drove to Lu Jia barbecue restaurant, calmly put on a hat and mask, and walked into the store openly and took a walk around. After determining the location of Honghua's group, Wang Yan returned to the Land Rover, aimed at the direction, shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and the vehicle rushed out with a buzz. Bang! The Land Rover crashed into the barbecue restaurant and overturned Honghua's table. Wang Yan had a calm expression. He quickly reversed the car and then rushed forward again. This time the Land Rover ran directly over the 2 thugs, and screams like pigs being slaughtered were instantly heard in the house. Bang! There was another violent collision sound. Wang Yan reversed again, adjusted the direction, and continued to rush forward, crush, and hit. He reversed, rushed forward, crushed, and hit. After several times, the whole room was in a state of disarray. There were endless wailing and screaming. Everyone, including Honghua, was stunned. Wang Yan jumped out of the car, holding a knife in each hand, walked into the private room, and started greeting the figure inside. His face was ferocious and his sword moves with great force, just like chopping stuffing, sweeping away everything in a whirlwind. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Honghua's legs had been deformed by the Land Rover and her waist had also suffered a severe impact. Seeing his brother suffering, he wanted to escape, but it was too late. Wang Yan, full of murderous intent, had already rushed to his side. Wang Yan attacked Honghua crazily without hesitation. After he got tired of chopping, he simply threw away the knife, took out a folding knife and started cutting the tendons of the hands and feet. In full view of everyone, Wang Yan dragged Honghua's neck back to the Land Rover and drove the vehicle back to Shunda Auto Repair Factory. He picked a new Volvo SUV and was about to leave when his cell phone rang. It was Gu Tianqi calling. "We found the person. He's at Tornado Crayfish. Hurry up, the food will be finished soon." Wang Yan hung up the phone and went straight to Tornado Crayfish. When he arrived here, Niuxing had just said goodbye to his friends and got into a taxi drunk. Wang Yan followed closely behind, and after more than 10 minutes, the taxi stopped at a footbath city. Niuxing paid his money and got off the car, staggering towards the footbath city. Wang Yan seized the opportunity and stepped on the accelerator. The vehicle made a buzzing sound and instantly sent Niuxing flying. The vehicle moved forward again and stopped beside Niuxing. Wang Yan dragged Niuxing directly into the car and drove back to Qingqing's house. Wang Yan first dragged the bloody and weak Honghua back home, and then carried Niuxing, who had not yet recovered, back home. After locking the door, Wang Yan clapped his hands. "This time we are all there." Niuxing stared at Wang Yan and said in a low voice, "Little brother, have you thought about the consequences of doing this?" Just when Niuxing was about to speak, Wang Yan stepped forward, held Niuxing's head and blocked his mouth, and used the folding knife to cut a cut on Niuxing's face. Suddenly, blood was everywhere. Niuxing struggled desperately with a painful expression. Wang Yan had no intention of stopping at all. He swung the folding knife and directly pierced Niuxing's ear. The cow rolled on the ground in pain. Wang Yan sat back in the swivel chair and laughed. "Will you let me go while I consider the consequences?" "Now I don't consider the consequences, and you want me to think about the consequences again. I miss you." Wang Yan shouted at the top of his lungs, "When you chopped up my brothers, forced my brothers, and betrayed my uncle, did you ever think about the consequences? What? Are we easy to bully? CNM people. Who isn't half Buddha and half devil? Who wouldn't risk their life when pushed to the limit? Whose life is not one? Who is invulnerable? You are allowed to kill and burn endlessly. Don't we even have the right to live a good life? You are a bunch of beasts. You have gone too far and bullied others too much. It's all because of you. Wang Yan's outburst made everyone silent. Even Niusheng became much more obedient. Wang Yan's eyes were bloodshot, he was panting, wielding a folding knife, he cut a hole in Niusheng's mouth, the tape was attached to the flesh, blood was dripping. Give me the pistol. Niusheng took a deep breath and said, Wang Yan, things are not what you think, your father and I. How dare you mention him? Wang Yan held Niusheng down and pointed the folding knife at the other side of his face, leaving a deep cut that revealed the bone and blood oozing out. Give me the gun. Don't say anything else, you hear me? Seeing Wang Yan's emotions that were clearly close to being out of control, Niusheng no longer dared to speak. I have a house, in Unit 302, Building 5, Honghe Garden. There is a hidden compartment in the master bedroom closet, and there is a gun there. Wang Yan took a deep breath and said, Mr. Niu, listen to me. I am not alone, otherwise I would not be able to find you. I know you have 2 sons and a daughter. I know exactly where they are now. If I can't find weapons there, or something goes wrong, my brother will bring them to you. This sentence directly hit Niusheng's soft spot, and he immediately said, well, let's change places. A few minutes later, Wang Yan left Qingqing's house and went to the place Niusheng said, where he found a pistol and many bullets, including a silencer. Then I bought several barrels of gasoline from the gas station and carried them all back to Qingqing's house. Wang Yan placed the pistol in front of Niusheng, screwed on the silencer, and fiddled with it briefly. Tell me how to use it. Niusheng didn't dare to anger Wang Yan again and began to teach Wang Yan how to use it. Wang Yan was very smart. He learned it quickly and tried it several times. To be extra safe, he turned on all the TVs and speakers in the house. Then he pointed the gun at Niusheng's calf and fired a shot. Niusheng started to struggle instantly. Wang Yan took a few steps back, stood at the door, and pointed the gun at Niusheng again. Bang, bang, 2 more shots. These 2 shots missed the target. This caused panic among the people around. Wang Yan took a deep breath and used Niusheng as a target. Bang, 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 he fired a whole magazine of bullets in succession. 2 more shots hit Niusheng's calf. Wang Yan quickly changed the magazine, dragged Niusheng to the door, watched Niusheng crawl and hide, and kept pulling the trigger, bang 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 bang. In an instant, the house was full of bullet holes. Niusheng's legs had been shot several times, and blood was flowing down, soaking the ground. Wang Yan fiddled with it for a while, got a clear idea, put away the pistol and the remaining ammunition. In front of everyone, he called Jiang Bao. Jiang Bao's lazy voice soon came from the other side. Hello, who is it? It's me. Wang Yan said simply and clearly. Ouch, it's you. Jiang Bao laughed wildly. Where are you hiding, little bastard? How long do you plan to hide? I'm with your brothers. Jiang Bao paused for a moment and said, did you do what happened with Honghua? You are really brave. Not only Honghua, but also Tiger, Stick, Qingqing, and Asai. They are all here with me. Why, can you, a little brat, wipe out the whole nest? Jiang Bao, if you want them to live, you'd better listen to my orders from now on. Otherwise, I guarantee that you will never see them again in your life. Oh, let me hear what you want to say. Wang Yan walked to the window and stared at the Earl's mansion in the distance. Come out now and stand at the door of the Earl's mansion. Then what? Stop talking nonsense and come out first. Jiang Bao was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone, then smiled slightly. If you really have that ability, just kill them directly. There is no point in me keeping these rubbish that you can wipe out in one go. Jiang Bao, they have been with you for quite some time. Do you really not care about their life or death? Who cares? Once we catch you, we'll use your blood to sacrifice to them. Jiang Bao, I'll give you one last chance. Come out immediately. Wang Yan, you'd better not let me catch you for the rest of your life. Jiang Bao hung up the phone directly. When Wang Yan called again, the other end of the line actually hung up. He looked at everyone in the room with a calm expression. You all heard it just now, right? This time, you can't blame me. Wang Yan lifted the oil barrel and started pouring it on Qingqing, Asai and the others. Niusheng, Qingqing, Hou Yu and Akai, who had just woken up, and Gunzi's girlfriend were all struggling frantically. But it had no effect at all, and in an instant, the house was filled with the smell of gasoline. Wang Yan still felt that was not enough, so he dragged the gas tank from the kitchen into the room. He pulled off all the bedding. Hong Hua had fainted and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. Tiger and Stick remained motionless, staring at Wang Yan intently. After dealing with all this, Wang Yan tore off the tape on everyone's mouths. If you have anything else to say, please say one sentence each. Several people looked at each other, and after a moment, Stick spoke first. My girlfriend is innocent. Isn't my mother innocent? Wang Yan immediately started to curse. Which of us is not innocent? Wang Yan was full of murderous intent. Don't mention innocence here. From the beginning to the end, you never thought of letting us go, right? Wang Yan stared at Qing Qing, gritting his teeth. That's right, you all deserve to die. Since you have pushed me to this point, I will definitely put an end to you once and for all. Tiger laughed and stared at Wang Yan. Okay, you are ruthless enough. I will take it if I fall into your hands. Come on. Wang Yan blocked everyone's mouths again, lit a cigarette, puffed out smoke, and was about to set everything on fire. The pager suddenly rang. It was Lao Li calling. His voice was extremely weak. Xiao Yan, where are you? Hearing this address, Wang Yan almost cried. Uncle Li, how are you? Don't worry, the operation was successful and I'm awake now. Old Li was very serious. Uncle Li, can I ask you a favor? Wang Yan felt uncomfortable after hearing this. Uncle Li, don't say that, just say it. If you catch Niu Sheng and his gang, keep them for me so that I can deal with these beasts myself. Otherwise, I will never be able to swallow the anger in my heart. Wang Yan was silent immediately, and thought for a moment. Jia Apartment, Building 2, 601. I'll keep it for you. Hide the key for me. I'll find someone to take me there. I need to vent my anger first. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan fell silent. After a little thought, he decided to leave the person to Lao Li. Wang Yan hid the key, picked up Qing Qing's gas tank, turned around and left. He drove to Tianbei Street and circled the Earl's mansion twice. I noticed that there were obviously more unfamiliar vehicles at the intersections around the Earl's mansion. In some dark corners, there are also many figures walking back and forth. Wang Yan pondered for a moment and called Jiang Bao again. This time the call was connected quickly. Jiang Bao's voice was still full of sarcasm. Have you dealt with all that waste? You are the only one left, a useless guy. Wang Yan asked word by word, where are you? Ha 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 ha. Jiang Bao laughed wildly, with a hidden meaning in his words. I'm in this room where I gave you the folding knife last time. Do you dare to come, you little rubbish? Wang Yan was filled with murderous intent. Wait for me, I will settle accounts with you today. Whoever runs away will be a grandson. If you don't come, I will look down on you. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan lit a cigarette, his eyes flashed fiercely, he took a few deep breaths, and his expression became more determined. CNM. With a curse, Wang Yan stepped on the accelerator and drove straight to the Earl's mansion. He did not slow down at all along the way, knocking down several blocking figures in succession, and finally crashing into the gate of the Earl's mansion. There were loud bangs and cracks, and the ground was covered with glass. The Volvo was parked across the middle of the main hall. Wang Yan got out of the car and looked at the dozens of figures gathering behind him. He opened the trunk and took out the gas tank, then stood it in front of the main door. He pulled out his gun, pointed it at a thug in front of him, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! There was a gunshot, the thug fell to the ground, and his screams echoed throughout the Earl's mansion. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the pistol. No one expected Wang Yan to have this thing. They stood there in a daze. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Yan picked up 2 oil barrels and poured them towards the main gate, then set them on fire. With a hum, a raging fire broke out at the entrance of the Earl's mansion. Gas tanks are extremely conspicuous in the fire. At this moment, everyone outside became much more obedient and no one dared to go inside. Wang Yan put away his pistol, took out the tape, wrapped the dagger around his wrist, and looked at the many figures coming towards him. The miserable appearances of Tai Kuei, Zhang Zonghe, and the old Li couple appeared in his mind again. Wang Yan's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked as ferocious as a demon. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time burst out. Jiang Bao. I want you to pay your blood debt with blood. Either you die today, or I die. He strode towards the stairs, facing the dense crowd rushing down from upstairs, without any fear or dodging. He stepped forward, grabbed a man by the neck, and stabbed him in the abdomen several times. When he pulled out the dagger, he directly slashed it at the neck of the henchman on the side. Now Wang Yan is really furious and doesn't care at all. He looked at the knife coming towards him, knowing that he couldn't dodge it, so he stopped trying to dodge and just used his head to block it. Accompanied by a knife chopping down on his head. Wang Yan stabbed the dagger wildly. Every strike of the sword is deadly and extremely vicious. In an instant, the surroundings were filled with knives, guns, sticks, and clubs. A large number of weapons were thrown at Wang Yan at the same time. Wang Yan had completely ignored his own safety. He had only one belief in his heart, which was to fight his way out. Seek revenge on Jiang Bao. He was like an angry lion, stabbing wildly. Relying on his innate ferocity, he forced his way to the corner of the corridor. There was blood all over the ground and the wailing continued. Wang Yan had also turned into a bloody man, with knife wounds all over his body. He leaned against the wall, panting, obviously exhausted. Seeing that he was about to give up, the appearance of Tiekue and his men appeared in his mind again. The anger from the bottom of my heart swept through my body again. Wang Yan bit his tongue hard and roared angrily, I don't want to live anymore after my brothers treated me like this. Damn your ancestors. Wang Yan rushed into the crowd again as if he had been injected with hormones, waving the dagger and stabbing wildly in the crowd. Every slash of the knife was aimed at mutual destruction. Although there was only one person, he was full of murderous aura and invincible. He dominated the whole place. Halfway through the charge, Wang Yan couldn't hold on any longer. He knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he simply pulled out his pistol and fired 3 shots at the figure in front of him. After several figures fell to the ground, it was unknown who took the lead in running back, and the rest of the people followed closely behind. CNM, you want to run? Wang Yan gritted his teeth and ran wildly, stabbing several people one after another. One person chased a group of people. When they rushed to the second floor, many of the thugs had already run to the end of the corridor, and some even jumped out of the window at the end. At the same time, a loud explosion sounded boom, and the chandeliers in the entire Earl's mansion began to shake. At this moment, there was a vast space in front of Wang Yan. Behind him, there were many injured men lying there, all with painful expressions on their faces. Wang Yan leaned against the wall, adjusted his breathing, lit a cigarette, wiped the blood off his face, and continued to move forward. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, the big maggot and 2 of his men were guarding the center, each holding a single-barreled hunting rifle. When they saw Wang Yan, they immediately raised their weapons. Wang Yan, I advise you to stop. Wang Yan suddenly laughed, and the blood-filled dimples formed a sharp contrast with his white teeth. CNM, now you are telling me to stop. Is this what I want? Is there any chance to turn back? While Wang Yan was shouting, he suddenly took out his weapon, aimed at the 3 big maggots in front of him and pulled the trigger. The first gunshot rang out, hitting a man in the chest. Seeing Wang Yan being so reckless, De Chong and another subordinate didn't care about anything else. CNM. Both men pulled the trigger at the same time. Bang, 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 a burst of gunfire rang out in the narrow corridor, and Big Maggot and another thug fell to the ground one after another. Wang Yan was covered in scars and could no longer feel the pain. But suddenly I felt weak all over and couldn't even stand. I fell heavily to the ground, blood pouring out of my mouth. I could no longer speak. The world was spinning in front of my eyes and I could even clearly feel my life slipping away. Soon, people gathered around, and everyone's attention was focused on Wang Yan. They looked at Wang Yan with different eyes, some were filled with hatred, some were filled with fear, and some were even filled with admiration. That's all you have? I thought there was something new. Jiang Bao pushed through the crowd, walked to Wang Yan, and stepped on Wang Yan's head with his leg. You little jerk, you still want to fight me? Do you know how much you weigh? How dare you make me wait for you? Jiang Bao laughed as he spoke. Oh my God, I'm waiting for you, what can you do? He grabbed Wang Yan's neck and pulled him up. He patted Wang Yan's face and said ferociously, "Don't worry, little bastard. I will pay you and your brothers back double for everything you did today. Not even a little bit less, understand? Let's start with you." Jiang Bao held down Wang Yan's head, picked up a dagger and was about to cut off Wang Yan's head alive. The two looked at each other, and Wang Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, he started to smile. This smile made Jiang Bao startled. He immediately had a bad feeling and turned his head subconsciously. A thug with blood all over his face and wearing a waiter's uniform appeared behind him at some point. At the moment Jiang Bao turned around, the thug suddenly took out a dagger and aimed it at Jiang Bao's lower abdomen, "Poochie, Poochie, Poochie," several times in a row. "Go to hell." Zhang Zonghe was so angry that he pushed Jiang Bao against the wall. The people around dispersed subconsciously. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Yan used up his last bit of strength, swung the folding knife, and delivered a fatal blow to Jiang Bao's neck. Blood splattered everywhere, spraying Wang Yan and Zhang Zonghe's faces. Jiang Bao covered his neck, his face full of disbelief, and slowly fell to the ground. Wang Yan was panting and was about to fall when Zhang Zonghe caught him. He held up Wang Yan's arm and helped Wang Yan move forward slowly. The two brothers each held a dagger and stared at the crowd blocking the corridor. Not at all inferior in momentum. The crowd on the opposite side also wilted and subconsciously made way for an exit. The two men were fearless and walked away from the crowd. When I got downstairs, I found Lao Li sitting alone in the lobby. Looking at Wang Yan and Zhang Zonghe covered in blood, Lao Li's eyes were soaked with tears, and he murmured to himself, "Kids, are you okay?" Wang Yan laughed, "Uncle Li, I'm fine." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Yan's eyes went dark and he fainted completely. Outside the Earl's mansion, sirens blared and a large number of thugs began to flee in all directions. Zhang Zonghe's eyes flickered, and he took out the pistol that had run out of bullets, as well as Wang Yan's folding knife, and handed them all to Lao Li. Old Li took out the handkerchief he had prepared long ago, wiped it carefully, and then held it in his hand. Zhang Zonghe slowly put Wang Yan down on the ground and knelt in front of Lao Li. Bang, 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 3 kowtows, tears streaming down. Old Li's eyes flickered, he shook his head and repeated, "Human affairs are over, destiny is hard to intervene." In a short while, a large number of police rushed in and directly controlled Lao Li and Zhang Zonghe. Zhang Zonghe looked at Wang Yan beside him and shouted loudly, "Help, help, save my brother first." The scene was in chaos. Large numbers of thugs were arrested and countless wounded were carried into ambulances one after another. 2 policemen pushed Lao Li to a police car. When they were about to lift Lao Li up, several figures walked over. Lao Hu and Gunzi were in front, Qingqing, Asai, and Gunzi's girlfriend were behind. The 5 of them stared at Lao Li with flickering eyes. Old Li smiled slightly, "Remember what you said." Then Lao Li was taken into the police car. Not far away, Wang Yan had already gone into shock. The ambulance doctor was performing emergency treatment on him and had already used an electric defibrillator. Zhang Zonghe watched this scene, and was so excited that he shouted crazily, "King of Hell! King of Hell!" He struggled like crazy, trying to break free from the police, but it was of no use. When Wang Yan was sent to the emergency operating room, he had already gone into shock for the second time. The electric shock device was used continuously, and there was even a burning smell in the operating room, which finally brought Wang Yan back from the brink of death. Several doctors surrounded Wang Yan and gave him emergency treatment, doing their best. The operation lasted nearly 10 hours before it was over. When Wang Yan was transferred to the ICU, he was still in a state of deep coma and could die at any time. An XIN stood at the door of the operating room, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She kept taking deep breaths, trying to control her emotions, but she couldn't. 2 policemen came over and looked at an XIN. "Excuse me, what is your relationship with Wang Yan?" An XIN was stunned for a moment, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. "He is my husband. Please come with us and assist in the investigation." An XIN raised her head. "Assist you with what investigation?" "It's like this. We recently received a report of a person's real name, and the reporter is Wang Yan. He reported Jiang Bao for running a casino, lending money at high interest rates, threatening with violence, imprisoning others, intentionally injuring people, drug use and trafficking, and a series of other crimes. There are also several recordings of Jiang Bao's gang members personally admitting to the various crimes against Zhang Zonghe. But he is in a deep coma now, so I can only ask you for some information first. Don't worry, it won't take up too much of your time. An Xin nodded and followed the police. Just as they reached the corner, two women came running over. Jingzi looked anxious and stared at the nurse on the side. Hello, where is this person named Wang Yan? Still in the operating room. Without saying a word, Orange turned around and ran. Her high heels made a thump-thump sound. Her foot slipped and she fell to the ground with a bang. Without caring about anything else, Orange got up and rushed to the operating room. Wenwen followed closely behind. Hey, Jingzi, slow down. Oh my God. An Xin turned her head subconsciously, and just in time prompted Jingzi to turn her head as well. The two women looked at each other, obviously stunned. Ms. An Xin. The policeman on the side was a little surprised. An Xin nodded and followed the police away. Wenwen on the opposite side grabbed Jingzi and said, "What's wrong with you? Who are you looking at?" Orange bit her lip lightly, said nothing, and sat at the door of the ICU, her face full of anxiety. In the ICU ward, Duan sat next to Wang Yan, her eyes full of sadness. A senior nurse came over and said, "Head nurse, take a break. I'll notify you if there's any situation here." Duan was exhausted physically and mentally, nodded, and returned to the lounge. She lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, her mind full of Laoli. Unconsciously, tears wet her eyes again. She really couldn't sleep and was also worried about Wang Yan, so Duan got up after lying down for a while and returned to the ICU, wanting to keep an eye on Wang Yan personally. It was a coincidence that as soon as she entered the ICU hall, she saw a figure in a white coat and a mask walking to Wang Yan's bedside, acting stealthy, and no one knew what he was doing. Duan is the head nurse here and is very familiar with everything here. She looked at the figure in front of her and felt it was strange no matter how she looked at it. Having followed Laoli for so many years, I have seen a lot of things happening in society. She didn't dare to delay and stepped forward immediately. Just as the figure left, she rushed to Wang Yan's bedside. At a glance, she found that the oxygen machine was turned off. Turning off the oxygen machine at this time would be tantamount to asking for Wang Yan's life. Duan was shocked and immediately turned on the oxygen machine. I turned around and looked for this figure. Just as she turned her head, the figure turned back and appeared right behind her. When their eyes met, Duan was sure that the figure was not from their place. Although her heart was in turmoil, she remained calm on the surface. She adjusted her mask and pretended not to notice. "It's so late, why don't you go to bed?" The woman opposite was full of murderous intent, and she did not hide it. She smiled slightly. "Why are you so nosy? Isn't it better to live a good life?" Seeing that the other party had made it clear, Duan no longer concealed it. "He's already like this, you still won't let him go, right? This is none of your business. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business." Duan looked at the woman disguised as a nurse in front of her, and raised her eyebrows. "How did you get in?" "So much nonsense," the woman said impatiently. "Get out of the way." Duan did not hesitate at all and shook her head firmly. "Impossible. I'm warning you one last time. Stay out of other people's business." Duan was firm. "I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise I will shout. There is a policeman on duty at the door." The woman opposite instantly flew into a rage. "Shame on you." Once she saw that the truth had been revealed, she became even more unscrupulous. He walked forward, pushed Duan away, took out a dagger and stabbed the unconscious Wang Yan. Duan was quick to grab her arm and pulled it with all her strength, then yelled, "Murder." Duan's tug caused the woman's body to deform, and the dagger did not stab Wang Yan. It was Duan's tug that made the woman completely angry. She was much stronger than Duan. "Get lost." She swung Duan hard and waved the dagger at Wang Yan again. Duan was thrown up by the woman, but she still held the woman's arms tightly with both hands. The woman was restrained by Duan's entire body and was forced to take 2 steps back, failing to commit the crime. Just at this moment, the door opened and 2 policemen rushed into the room. "Who are you? Don't move." Catch her, she wants to kill someone. Duwan, who was lying on the ground, screamed madly. The two policemen ran away quickly. When the murderer saw that she had no chance to attack again, she became extremely angry. All the anger was directed at Duwan, stinking bitch. She flipped her hand and swung the dagger horizontally, slashing towards Duwan without hesitation. A flash of cold light appeared, and a gash was opened on Duwan's neck. Blood spurted out instantly. Duwan opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief, and lay on the ground. He twitched twice and then became motionless. The killer went straight to the employee passage without saying a word. The two policemen chased after her quickly, and many nurses came forward and were dumbfounded when they saw Duwan's appearance. At the door of the ICU, Qingzi looked at everything in front of her, took off her high heels, turned around and ran, and Wenwen followed closely behind. The two men rushed to the turning at an extremely fast speed, just in time to catch the killer rushing out of the staff passage. Orange was really brave. Without saying a word, he picked up the trash can on the side and threw it out with force. The killer was looking back at the police, and was caught off guard by the trash can that was suddenly thrown out. She raised her hand suddenly to block it. Bang! The trash can was knocked to one side by her, and Orange was really in danger of her life. She completely disregarded her own safety and rushed forward towards the killer. If she was caught by Orange, she would definitely not be able to escape. The killer's reaction speed was really fast. He suddenly turned sideways to avoid Orange's pounce. When Orange saw that he was not pounced on, he instinctively grabbed hard in midair and pulled the killer's mask off, leaving several wounds on the killer's face. The two men looked at each other, and the killer was about to move forward with a dagger in hand. Wenwen picked up another trash can from the side and smashed it at the killer again. With a bang, the killer took 2 steps to the side in a daze, looked at Orange fiercely, and ran away. Don't let her get away. Qingzi started chasing him barefoot, and Wenwen took off her high heels without a care and followed closely behind. But their speed could not catch up with the killer. Seeing the killer disappear from their sight, Qingzi stamped her feet fiercely, grimacing anxiously. Wenwen clapped her hands without any fear. I should have brought my electric baton with me earlier. Orange was very helpless and rushed back to the ICU. However, the intensive care unit had been blocked by the police and the surrounding area was in chaos. After a while, Duwan was carried out on a stretcher. She had no signs of life and blood was still flowing from her neck. An Xin also came back. She watched all this and kept shaking her head. She had never experienced anything like this in her life. She couldn't stop shaking all over and tears soaked her eyes again. Ah, auntie. The moment I looked up, I saw Orange opposite me. All the tears were held back in an instant. The two looked at each other. Although they didn't say anything, both women had an instinctive intuition in their hearts. Wenwen is not someone who is easy to deal with, and she can also sense the hostility between the two women. She stared at an Xin rudely, very aggressively. What are you looking at? As he said this, he was about to step forward. Qingzi grabbed her best friend and shook her head at her. It's already a mess, don't make it worse. Wenwen really didn't give in at all. You dare to think about me when you are so ugly. You really should take a piss and look in the mirror. To be honest, in terms of appearance alone, there is really no comparison between an Xin and Qingzi. Even if an Xin has a super outstanding devil figure, Qingzi's body proportions are definitely enough. It is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in plain clothes walked up to Qingzi and showed his ID. Hello, ladies. I am Zhao Guoliang, the captain of the Baosher criminal investigation team. I am very grateful to you for your bravery just now. May I ask if you have seen the murderer's face? Can you go back with us to assist in the investigation? No problem. Wenwen patted her chest and said, I have a good memory. You must catch this murderer. He killed someone in broad daylight, in front of you. This is simply outrageous. As he was speaking, a large number of reporters swarmed in and the corridor was suddenly in chaos. Zhao Guoliang frowned. Who called these reporters here? Are they afraid that there won't be enough chaos? In the chaotic crowd, several policemen escorted a man who looked like a leader. When they passed by Zhao Guoliang quickly raised his hand and saluted, Director Wang. Wang Tianming said sternly, I don't care what method you use, you must catch the murderer as soon as possible, do you hear me? Zhao Guoliang nodded quickly and suddenly felt overwhelmed. He arranged for people to guard the hospital and took Qingzi and Wenwen back to the police station. Wang Tianming led his men straight into the ICU. He first glanced at Tai Kuei lying on the hospital bed, gave some instructions and made some arrangements. Then he walked to Wang Yan, looked at the unconscious Wang Yan, and was about to give some instructions when his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. A strange look flashed across his face, and then he immediately returned to calm. He turned to look at his subordinates beside him. From now on, provide 24-hour personal protection to ensure the suspect's safety. Mobilize the city's best medical resources to save him. If all else fails, mobilize medical teams from other cities. You must go all out. If anything goes wrong again, I will hold you responsible. Yes, Chief. The incident at the Earl's mansion not only caused a huge sensation in Tianbei Street, but also caused an uproar in the entire Bao city. No one had expected that Jiang Bao, who had been rising the most in recent years and could make lone wolves suffer losses, would actually be defeated by a few unknown young men. What no one expected was that many of Jiang Bao's close associates, including Lao Hu, Gunzi, Qingqing, and Asai, actually became tainted witnesses for the police, cooperating with Wang Yan's real name report to testify against Jiang Bao. At the same time, many victims, including Zhang Zonghe's father, also stood up and testified against Jiang Bao. All of a sudden, the entire Bao city launched a severe crackdown on Jiang Bao's gang. Many forces that had interests and grudges with Jiang Bao were uprooted and prosecuted. It also indirectly caused a major earthquake in the underground order of Baosher. This incident directly and completely changed the future life trajectories of Wang Yan and others. 2 months later, Baosher Public Security Bureau. Zhao Guoliang rushed to Wang Tianming's office and asked, "Director, you called me." Wang Tianming pointed to the case files on the table. "Are these all true?" "It's basically all true. I'm going to keep digging. I think some big fish will surface soon." Wang Tianming made a tisk sound and frowned. "Don't rush to check further." "What's wrong?" Zhao Guoliang was a little curious. Wang Tianming tapped the table lightly. "According to my understanding, there are some problems here, and they are not small." Zhao Guoliang said, and said, "Please let me know, Director." "As far as I know, the gun at the Earl's mansion belonged to Li Daoi, and he was the one who did everything. He admitted it himself, and there were witnesses." "How did you refute it?" "Li Daoi is old Li. Also, the actions of Wang Yan and Zhang Zonghe should be considered as self-defense, right? Finally, there is Wang Yan's real name report. There are many doubts about it. It shouldn't be used as evidence, right?" Zhao Guoliang smiled and said, "Director Wang, things are not as simple as you think." "Oh. What do you mean?" Zhao Guoliang continued, "After careful investigation during this period of time, I can conclude that Li Daoi came out to take the blame, and the real murderer is Wang Yan." "Why do you say that?" "First, Li Daoi's legs were already disabled before the incident. He went to the Earl's mansion under the condition of being in isolation and taking hormones, so he didn't have the ability to create such a big scene in the Earl's mansion. Second, according to various clues and signs, Wang Yan first kidnapped Qingqing, and then used a trick to kidnap the others. His original plan was to kill all of Jiang Bao's trusted subordinates, leaving no one alive. Finally, he would go after Jiang Bao and fight him to the death. Die together. But Tiger, Stick, Qingqing, and Akai didn't mention this, right? With so many people involved in the Earl's mansion, they didn't mention these things, right? They are all pointing fingers at Lao Li, right? After Jiang Bao got into trouble, these few people have the final say in this gang. They can easily manipulate all opinions. So what's their reason for doing this? That's the crux of the matter." Zhao Guoliang continued, "There are 2 people who are still missing, one is Honghua and the other is Niuzheng. Honghua was responsible for Tiekui's crime, and Lao Li was betrayed by Niuzheng. The relationship between this red flower and Jiang Bao is very unusual. The reason why this Niuzheng betrayed Lao Li was not because of Jiang Bao. Under normal circumstances, all of them should have been captured by Wang Yan. But why are Tiger and the others fine, but these 2 are missing? I think this must be a setup by Lao Li. He must have used some means to reach some kind of agreement with these people. The fundamental purpose of his doing this is to help Wang Yan clear his suspicion, and then take all the responsibility himself. Boldly admitted it. Of course he won't admit it, but I have the confidence that I can slowly break through him. Investigating a case requires evidence, you can't just do whatever you think. Also, you've arrested so many people in this period of time, causing a lot of trouble. Now many people are complaining, which makes it difficult for us to handle it. Zhao Guoliang's eyes flickered, and he thought for a moment, Director, what do you mean? My point is very simple, it's almost time to close the case. Zhao Guoliang raised his head suddenly and fell silent instantly. While I was distracted, the fire alarm suddenly sounded in the corridor. The two hurried out of the room. At the end of the corridor, there was thick smoke and many people were running around. Broken. Zhao Guoliang strode forward and joined the firefighting team. After working for more than an hour, the fire brigade arrived and finally put out the fire. Looking at the mess in the house and the numerous case files and related evidence that were burned, Zhao Guoliang's face changed instantly. He was extremely angry and ran directly past the executive deputy director Wang Tianming to the office of the director He Zhengang. Director He, I bet there is something wrong with this fire. There's something fishy going on among us. They're so bold. They don't want me to continue investigating Jiang Bao's case. He Zhenggang's expression was calm. Old Zhao, be careful when you speak. We'll see each other sooner or later. What will it feel like if someone hears us? I'm telling the truth. Zhao Guoliang was very excited, there must be something wrong with this matter. He Zhengang stood up slowly, pulled Zhao Guoliang to sit down, and said comfortingly, whether you have any questions or not, the fire department will give you professional and authoritative answers. What's true can't be false, and what's false can't be true. Can you stop worrying? We are all colleagues, and you will affect unity. Also, are you too tired from investigating cases recently? If you really can't, why don't you take a rest? Special approval, paid leave. Zhao Guoliang's eyes widened instantly, his face full of disbelief. Director He, what do you mean by this? That's not what I meant. It's what the secretary meant. He Zhengang said in a low voice, we have received a lot of complaints about you recently. You can't keep doing this. They did it on purpose, can't you see? They are anxious and afraid that I will catch them. Jiang Bao's matter seems to be a grudge between Jiang Bao and Wang Yan, but in fact it is a game between several huge interest groups. And... all right. We will arrange for other colleagues to continue to follow up on this case, and everything will have a result. You go out first, and knock on the door next time you come in. You are so adult, yet you are still so reckless. The corners of Zhao Guoliang's mouth twitched slightly. He hesitated to speak for several times. Finally, he sighed and left in dismay. He returned to the office with a depressed look on his face. While he was thinking about it, a subordinate entered the room. Captain Zhao, Wang Yan, and Tai Kuei have been transferred to the detention center. Zhao Guoliang's eyes flickered, and after a little thought, he said, let's go and take a look. Baosher Detention Center. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei, who had recovered from their injuries, were escorted into the cell by prison guards. The cell is at most 20 square meters, but it houses 16 people. There is a large bunk bed with an uncovered squat toilet in the corner, and nothing else. Tai Kuei remained silent and was in a low mood. Sitting on the bed motionless, he seemed to be distracted. The 7 or 8 ugly scars of varying sizes on his face were extremely eye-catching and frightening. Wang Yan is still extremely gentle and honest, but the overall feeling he gives is completely different from before. But it's hard to tell exactly what the difference is. A middle-aged man in his 40s walked up to the two of them, slapped them in the face without saying a word, and then pointed at the toilet in the corner, angrily saying, you two go sleep over there are too many people here, it's too crowded. Tai Kuei's face instantly turned gloomy and he was about to take action immediately. The remaining dozen or so prisoners in the room all stood up, each of them full of murderous intent. In places like this, all kinds of people live together, and it's a mixed bag. No matter how powerful a person is, when he comes here, he has to be honest when he should be. Wang Yan was still very tactful. He pulled Tiekuei, then took the quilt and sat down next to the toilet. Tiekuei glanced at Wang Yan and followed him. The rest of the people then went back to bed, not forgetting to threaten the two men with words. Every cell in the detention center has a boss, commonly known as Gwai. There are big turns, second turns, and third turns. These people either have a good background or have a lot of experience. Of course, there are also some suspects of lower ranks who are bullied on a daily basis. They not only need to wash clothes, dishes, and toilets for others, but also cannot go to bed. These people are commonly known as sailors. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei are the sailors in this cell. The one who just slapped Wang Yan and Tai Kuei was Sangwai in the cell. Although the dormitory bed is not comfortable, it is better than sleeping on the ground. The space in the cell was small, and it was very crowded with two people guarding the toilet. Sangwai saw that the two men were quite obedient, so he didn't say anything. He just walked to the toilet, unzipped his pants and urinated. The urine splashed all over Wang Yan and Tai Kuei's faces. Tai Kuei's face turned gloomy again. Sangwai saw all of this and looked at Tai Kuei with contempt. Then he made a pu sound and spat a mouthful of smelly phlegm at Tai Kuei, right on his face. Wang Yan managed to hold it back the first 2 times, but he really failed to hold it back the 3rd time. CNM. With a roar, Tai Kuei pounced directly at Sangwai. Sangwai had been prepared, and when he saw Tai Kuei pounce on him, he immediately retreated. Tai Kuei's pounce missed, and the rest of the people rushed forward and attacked Tai Kuei. Tai Kuei was instantly buried by the crowd. Wang Yan leaned against the wall, motionless, just watching. In a short while, Tai Kuei was beaten until his face was bruised and bloody. 4 or 5 people pressed him to the ground. 2 of them untied their belts and urinated on Tai Kuei. Then one of them spat. Tai Kuei exploded again and was beaten violently again. This time, Tai Kuei really didn't have the strength to fight back and lay on the ground motionless. Sangwai shook his neck and walked back to Wang Yan, looking at him demonstratively. Fold all the beddings and clean the room. We're going to go out soon. Wang Yan was very obedient. He got up and tidied the bedding. The rest of the people were chatting and laughing, completely ignoring the 2 of them. Just when Wang Yan was about to finish packing, 2 middle-aged men walked past him. With almost no warning, Wang Yan suddenly punched a man in the waist and abdomen. The punch was so fast, accurate and fierce that the man was out of breath. Then Wang Yan raised his hand and grabbed the man's neck, hugged him in his arms, and bit him on the ear. The bite broke the man's lower ear vertically, and part of the ear root was bitten off the cheek. The man had just recovered from the stitch in his side when he felt a heart-wrenching pain. He screamed wildly but did not dare to move because any struggle would make the pain in his ear even worse. Blood gushed out instantly, staining Wang Yan's mouth with blood. With his extremely gentle face, he held the man's ear and looked at other people with a half-smile. The reason why Wang Yan didn't move just now and watched them beat Tai Kuei was actually to find Dogwai in the crowd. He knew very well that Dogwai was the one who had the final say in this cell and everyone had to listen to him. Everything Sangwai did was also according to Dogwai's intention. The 2 of them definitely have no chance against a dozen people. So the only chance was to capture Dogwai alive. After some careful observation, he easily identified Dogwai, who was sitting behind the crowd, smoking, chatting and laughing. Now that he was approaching him, he naturally would not let Dogwai go. The others were also dumbfounded when watching this scene. No one expected that such a gentle boy would be so bold. While I was distracted, Tai Kuei on the ground had already climbed up. The scarred face covered in blood looked even more terrifying and hideous. Tai Kuei was tall and strong, and taking advantage of everyone's distraction, he grabbed Sangwai's head and threw it to the side with force. With a loud bang, Sangwai's head hit the wall heavily, and he was stunned immediately. Tai Kuei took advantage of the situation to grab Sangwai's neck, pulled him back, and hit the corner under the bunk bed with bang, 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 bang several times in a row, and each sound was shocking. In an instant, a large cut appeared on Sangwai's forehead, and blood was pouring down. He was completely stunned. This was not the end. Tai Kuei grabbed Sangwai's neck with one hand and grabbed Sangwai's crotch with the other hand. He turned over and smashed him hard. Bang! There was another crack sound of bones colliding. Sangwai fainted from the pain. Tai Kuei then let go of Sangwai, unbuttoned his trouser pockets, and peed all over Sangwai in front of everyone. No one around dared to do it anymore. Wang Yan watched it all end, smiled calmly, and let go of Dogwai's ear. Dogwai took 2 steps back, looking at Wang Yan and Tai Kuei at the same time with complicated eyes, and his whole aura instantly wilted a lot. The others didn't dare to take action either. They just watched. Although the 2 brothers are not very old, their aura has already shocked everyone. Wang Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, patted Dogwai's face violently, and then stretched out his hand. Dogwai hesitated for a few seconds and then honestly stretched out his hand. From head to toe, Wang Yan and Tai Kuei hardly said a word to each other. Hearing some noise, the prison guard rushed over and looked at everything in the room. What's going on? Dogwai was very familiar with the prison guards. He covered his ears and said, "It's okay. I was just playing around and got bitten." "What about him?" The prison guard pointed at Sangwai. "Fell out of bed while sleeping." The prison guard's eyes flickered. "Hurry up and clean up, dinner is about to start." Wang Yan and Tai Kuei simply washed their faces and then came to the detention center's exercise area. There are a lot of prisoners here. Each person has a small stool, which they carry in a row for eating. There is not even a table. There was hardly any meat on the food, and it also had a strong stench of sourness. Tai Kuei didn't eat a single bite, and Wang Yan gritted his teeth and tried a few bites but couldn't eat any more. As for the others, they ate voraciously, and after finishing, they went to the sink in the corner to wash the dishes. Seeing that Tiekuei was distracted again, Wang Yan looked helpless, sighed, put away Tiekuei's bowl, and took it to the sink to wash them together. He knew that it would not be easy to overcome the hurdle of Tiekuei. In fact, he understood Tiekuei very well. Not to mention Tiekuei, it would be difficult for anyone else to get through this matter. While Wang Yan was daydreaming, a prisoner walked up to him quietly. He looked around stealthily, and specifically glanced at Tai Kuei who was distracted over there. Suddenly, he was filled with murderous intent, and like a magic trick, he took out a special sharp knife and slashed it directly at Wang Yan's neck. One end of the knife is an ordinary spoon, and the other end is a thumb-sized sharp blade, which has been entangled in the spoon. This attack was extremely fierce, and it was obviously aimed at taking Wang Yan's life. The distance was too close, it happened too suddenly, and Wang Yan was distracted, so he had no time to react. Seeing that the knife was already at the edge of Wang Yan's neck, at the critical moment, a small hand suddenly appeared at an extremely fast speed, as if it flashed out of thin air, and grabbed the man's wrist directly, shouting angrily, "What are you going to do?" This roar instantly attracted everyone's attention. While he was talking, Wang Yan had already raised his head. At the moment when their eyes met, Wang Yan suddenly reached out, firmly grasped one of his fingers, and forcefully pried it apart, with a crack sound. The man screamed and the knife in his hand fell. Wang Yan grabbed the knife in midair and stabbed the man's neck without hesitation. A flash of cold light flashed, blood splattered, and the little hand subconsciously let go of the man, staring at Wang Yan in disbelief, also shocked by the gentle face in front of him. He was speechless. Wang Yan remained extremely calm. Looking at the figure who wanted to kill him, he was about to attack again with the knife in his hand. The little hand that had just saved Wang Yan's life reacted very quickly. Seeing that Wang Yan didn't seem to have any intention of stopping and was about to continue, it stepped forward and hugged Wang Yan. Wang Yan struggled hard but failed to shake off the little hand. During this delay, several prison guards came forward and started attacking Wang Yan with batons and electric batons. In an instant, Wang Yan was knocked to the ground by electric shock and handcuffed. Tai Kuei came to his senses, looked at Wang Yan over there, ignored all the warnings of the prison guards, and rushed forward with a few big strides. His ferocious posture seemed as if he wanted to eat alive the men who attacked Wang Yan. Several prison guards immediately stepped forward, knocked Tai Kuei to the ground with a few shocks, and took him under direct control. There was chaos at the pool, but the exercise yard was extremely quiet, with everyone's eyes fixed on this side. The big crutch in Wang Yan's cell shook his head subconsciously. Where did this kid come from? Why is he so fierce? The other inmates sitting nearby also had a hint of fear on their faces. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei were taken directly to the confinement room. Once the door was closed, it was extremely dark and nothing could be seen. Wang Yan's mentality was surprisingly calm. He closed his eyes and said nothing. I don't know how long it took, the door of the confinement room opened, a faint light shone into the room, and Zhao Guoliang came in. Wang Yan slowly opened his eyes and smiled. "Hello, Captain Zhao." Zhao Guoliang sat down and handed Wang Yan a cigarette. "You are so brave. You dare to commit murder in public here. Could it be that Captain Zhao has also been bribed by them?" Zhao Guoliang frowned. "What do you mean?" "I've been here for less than 2 hours and someone wants to kill me. I was acting in self-defense, but you said I was committing murder. What do you mean? With so many people watching, do you still dare to frame me with trumped-up charges?" Zhao Guoliang knew that although the boy in front of him looked extremely gentle and harmless, he had a very poor psychological quality and was ruthless and cruel. He was definitely not an ordinary character. There was something else in his words, with a hint of ridicule. "With so many people watching, what you say must be true. You really like self-defense." Wang Yan did not lose face at all and nodded seriously, "But I still can't stand the frame-up. Don't worry, I, Zhao Guoliang, have always been upright in my life. I will never wrongly accuse any good person, and I will never let any bad person go." "That would be great." Wang Yan smiled, revealing 2 dimples. "When will you help us clear our grievances and let us go?" Zhao Guoliang spread his hands and said, "It's no use asking me this. You should ask the people who are working for you outside. After all, I can only clear the grievances of those who are truly wronged, and you are not one of them." At this point, Zhao Guoliang changed the subject. "Where on earth did you get the connections that made it so difficult for me from the bottom up?" "It's just a group of connections." Wang Yan smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, I don't understand what you are saying." Zhao Guoliang lit up a cigarette and asked, "Do you know much about your father?" When mentioning his father, Wang Yan's face darkened without any concealment. "Can you please stop mentioning him?" Zhao Guoliang sighed. "Okay, since you are so uncooperative, I won't ask any more questions. I came to you today not to investigate the case, I just want to tell you 2 things. First sentence, let go of the past, only then there will be a future. Let go of hatred, only then there will be a new life. The second sentence is, there is no winning or losing in the martial arts world. Once you place a bet, there is no turning back. Young man, take care of yourself. You won't be so lucky every time. Listen to my advice, stop when you have enough. Be content with what you have." Wang Yan understood what Zhao Guoliang meant. "Officer Zhao, I agree with you very much, but I want to ask you, can the current situation be solved by letting go? Will they let me go? Don't you know what I got in return for letting go last time? Don't you know what just happened? Besides, what kind of relationship do we have as grassroots people? If we had some relationship, would Jiang Bao bully and force us to this extent? Don't you know where the real resistance lies? Let me ask you one more question. You keep saying that you only clear the grievances of the wronged, but we are not wronged. Then let me ask you, is my Aunt Duan wronged? Have you found the murderer who killed her? Can you still find him? Can you even continue to investigate?" Zhao Guoliang trembled slightly, as if something had suddenly dawned on him. The look in his eyes when he looked at Wang Yan revealed shock. The whole person instantly became much more dispirited, and was speechless after being refuted by Wang Yan. "In my life, I can be indifferent, but I definitely won't forgive. If it ever comes to the point where I need to forgive, I won't be able to forgive. I want to let them all know that I, Wang Yan, can rule the world through practicing Buddhism, and I can slay the world through becoming a demon." Zhao Guoliang's eyes were filled with helplessness. "It seems that we will have more and more opportunities to interact in the future." Wang Yan closed his eyes again and said no more. The corners of Zhao Guoliang's mouth twitched slightly, and after a moment, he turned and left. The director of the detention center had a very good relationship with Zhao Guoliang. Seeing Zhao Guoliang coming out, he hurried over to greet him and asked, "How is it?" "You don't need to ask anything. You won't get anything out of it. If you don't want similar things to happen again, you'd better swap the people in their cell. And then try to prevent them from meeting people in other cells. Who did this kid offend so thoroughly? To be honest, I don't know the details, but I know this is no longer just a Tianbei Street issue. Then how long will these 2 explosive packs stay with me?" Obviously, the director is also afraid that such things will happen in the detention center. If it gets out of hand, he will lose his job. Don't worry about this. Zhao Guoliang patted the director on the shoulder and said, according to my understanding, they won't be here for long. There are forces outside protecting them, and they are not small forces. It's your territory. If you pay a little attention and explore it more, you will know. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei were sent back to the cell that night. When I went back again, not only were there fewer prisoners in the cells, but the inmates had also undergone tremendous changes. Except for Daguai, Erguai and Sangguai, the rest are newcomers. There are two very familiar faces among them. One is Zhang Zonghe, who has been detained in the detention center for a long time, and the other is Xiaoenjia, the little hand that saved his life today. Seeing Wang Yan coming back, Daguai and his men nodded hurriedly to show their goodwill. Their attitude towards Wang Yan and Tiekuei was completely different from before. The most excited one was Zhang Zonghe. This was the first time the three brothers were reunited since the last Earl. He took a few big strides and rushed to Wang Yan Tiekuei, and even jumped directly onto Tiekuei, holding Tiekuei's head and kissing him all over. He laughed out loud, still acting that heartless way. Looking at the familiar Zhang Zonghe, Tai Kuei finally smiled. This was the first time he had smiled in such a long time. The three brothers sat aside and chattered, and the gloom in their hearts dissipated a lot. Zhang Zonghe formally introduced his little hand to Wang Yan and Tai Kuei, but Wang Yan didn't know about it until this moment. The reason why Xiaoshou appeared so timely today was because he had long discovered that the man was acting sneaky and a little abnormal, and he also discovered that the man's eyes were always staring at Wang Yan. He knew the relationship between Zhang Zonghe and Wang Yan, so he deliberately became more careful. When the men deliberately approached Wang Yan, he followed him. Unexpectedly, he actually saved Wang Yan's life. The little hands are not tall and are white and clean, with a pair of big eyes that twinkle and are crystal clear, as if they can speak, and look smart and clever. He was also a child from a miserable family, and he just turned 18 this year. The reason he was locked up here was because of stealing. In a place like a detention center, thieves and rapists are the most despicable people. So Xiaoshou didn't have a comfortable life at first and suffered a lot. At the most difficult time, he even thought about committing suicide. It was not until the appearance of Zhang Zonghe, the big crutch, that Xiaoshou's condition was completely reversed. The two of them just like each other. Zhang Zonghe feels comfortable looking at the little hand, so he helps the little hand everywhere. Xiaoshou was so grateful to Zhang Zonghe that he acknowledged Zhang Zonghe as his elder brother. From then on, he always followed Zhang Zonghe and was never bullied again. As for how Zhang Zonghe became a cripple from a detention center, there are many stories behind this. When he first came in, he was also a sailor sleeping in the toilet. He was treated very badly. But these days were over in a few days. One after another, 3 senior and experienced prisoners in the cell, several powerful figures in the detention center, and even grassroots prison guards, all began to take special care of him. This made Zhang Zonghe's status in the trading room rise rapidly. At the same time, Zhang Zonghe began to take revenge frantically. Zhang Zonghe has always been extremely daring. Although his fighting ability is not that good, when it comes to playing dirty tricks, he is unmatched by Wang Yan and his friends. In the past few days, he has caused several major incidents and became famous in the trading room. But he did not receive any punishment, he was just transferred to another cell and then went back to his old ways. Xiaoshou is the sailor in his second troop, of course, he is now Erguai. Zhang Zonghe didn't know that Wang Yan and Tai Kuei were imprisoned. There was no chance to say hello during the meal due to disciplinary restrictions. Then the following events happened, and then the relevant management personnel found Zhang Zonghe and asked him to pick some acquaintances to transfer here together. After listening to Zhang Zonghe's words, Wang Yan was a little surprised. Then do you know who is helping us now? Zhang Zonghe touched his head and said, I have talked to the brother who helped me, and I don't even know the person who greeted them. As for the prison guards, I don't know what's going on, and I can't ask. Anyway, as long as I feel comfortable, I don't care about anything else. But after such a long time of careful consideration, I can be sure that Shui Feng is definitely helping us. As for the others, I am not sure. But I can be sure that the ones helping us sort out the relationship are not just one, but at least 3. Wang Yan suddenly thought of what Zhao Guoliang had just said. He narrowed his eyes and immediately felt a little unbelievable. If Huma helped him, Wang Yan could still think of it, but who would the remaining few be? What was the story behind this? Just as I was daydreaming, Xiao Shou spoke up beside me. You two are so closely related, so if I get kicked out someday, can you help me? I also want to leave this damn place as soon as possible. Don't worry, it's not a big deal. Can you still call me brother for nothing? Zhang Zonghe said simply, but to be honest, I really don't want to go out. What's wrong? What should we do after we get out? Zhang Zonghe looked worried. Not only did we kill Jiang Bao, disrupt their plans, and cut off their financial resources, but we also implicated many people who had interests in Jiang Bao. They won't let us go easily. Didn't you see that they can even do something here? It will be even faster for us to die if we go out. Brother Yan, the people behind Jiang Bao must be more powerful than Jiang Bao. What can we use to fight them? The most fatal thing is that no matter how dark they are and how bright we are, we can't fight even if we want to. Wang Yan raised his head. Then you can stay here, there are no women here anyway. I want to get out. I want to avenge Aunt Duwan and find out who is hiding in the dark and doing evil things. I also want to find a way to save my Uncle Li's life. This sentence was like a knife piercing Zhang Zonghe's heart. He immediately said seriously, Brother Yan, we are good brothers. Wherever you are, I will be there. But what do you mean by doing bad things in secret? Wang Yan had used the time he spent in the hospital to review the entire incident several times, and he kept many of the doubts in mind. 2 bloody pig heads were thrown at our house that night, and my mother was frightened and sent to the hospital for a heart bypass surgery. It was after that incident that Uncle Li and Aunt Duwan got involved. That's how we got to where we are today. Then what? I always thought that Jiang Bao did this. Zhang Zonghe raised his head subconsciously, isn't it? Wang Yan shook his head seriously. It's definitely not Jiang Bao. If it was really Jiang Bao, Hong Hua wouldn't have pressed Tai Kuei about my mother's whereabouts. The reason he pressed him like that is because they didn't know anything about my mother, that she was frightened and had been hospitalized. Zhang Zonghe looked at Tai Kuei, who nodded and continued, Brother Yan and I have already had conflicts several times. Someone is secretly using the conflict between us and Jiang Bao to fan the flames. They want to force us to fight Jiang Bao to death. If it wasn't for Lao Li's obstruction that night, Brother Yan would have called us. He would have been looking for Jiang Bao. Although the final result may not be better than it is now, at least Uncle Li and Aunt Du will not be involved. I won't waste so much money, and most importantly, I can save my reputation. That night was really mysterious. If it had been a little worse, my godmother's life might not have been saved. Tai Kuei's body began to tremble uncontrollably due to excessive anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Do you think this bad guy hiding in the dark hates people? If I catch him, I will chop his meat into pieces and feed it to the dogs. During the days that Xiao Shou was in the detention center, she was inseparable from Zhang Zonghe, and the two of them talked about almost everything. He was very clear about the relationship between Zhang Zonghe and Wang Yan, and he admired them very much. He also had a general understanding of what they had encountered. Hearing this, his eyes rolled around and he spoke slowly, Brother Yan, according to what you said, I think you are now in a very huge vortex. If you are not careful, you may be killed. Wang Yan patted Xiao Shou's shoulder with a smile, remove the word seemingly. We no longer have the opportunity to choose. Wang Yan paused for a moment, also for Xiao Shou's sake, so you should try your best to keep a distance from us and don't stand too close. I don't mean any other things, I just don't want to get you into trouble. Because after we get out, there will be more and more trouble, and things will get bigger and bigger. Zhang Zonghe raised his head when he heard this. Why, do you have any ideas in your mind? I've thought of many ways to die, but I haven't decided which one to use in the end. Zhang Zonghe laughed ha ha ha, and stared at Wang Yan, don't tease me. The moment their eyes met, Zhang Zonghe knew that Wang Yan was not joking. He also became more aware that the current Wang Yan was no longer the same Wang Yan as before. The light flashing in their eyes is also completely different. The former is the Buddha's light shining everywhere, and the latter is blood and killing. The atmosphere around them suddenly became a little strange, and Xiao Shou quickly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, there is something I have been unable to figure out. You said that my girlfriend works in a foot massage parlor and earns 20,000 yuan a month. Is that legitimate? Tai Kuei glanced at the little hand and said, is it important? Do I charge you for it? Wang Yan curled his lips, even if you swing your arms to the sky, you can't make 10,000 yuan. Zhang Zonghe said simply, it's okay, wait until you get out, I'll go check it out for you first. Ha ha ha, all the brothers laughed, including Tiekuei, and for a moment, the atmosphere became much more relaxed. In the following days, Wang Yan and his friends lived a relatively easy life. Not only did they not have to work, but they could also often eat various special meals and smoke good cigarettes. With the help of Zhang Zonghe's divine power and his clever little hands, Tai Kuei's condition is getting better day by day. Although he still can't face himself completely, he is much better than before. Sometimes, he would even take the initiative to talk about an xin. Talk about the past. A month later, the verdict was finally announced in Wang Yan's case. Almost all the serious crimes were borne by Lao Li, the dead Jiang Bao, the missing Hong Hua and Niu Sheng. Lao Hu, Gunzi, Qingqing, and Asai were all more or less involved in the case, but it was not serious and they were given suspended sentences. Wang Yan, Tai Kuei, and Zhang Zonghe all acted in self-defense and were acquitted in court. When the court opened, Wang Yan saw Lao Li again. Lao Li was still as calm, free, and composed as usual. When he heard about the execution and reprieve, there was no change on Lao Li's face. For him, his heart had died the moment Duan got into trouble. When leaving, Lao Li and Wang Yan looked at each other, smiled slightly, and touched his head. Kid, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Everything has nothing to do with you. We did it voluntarily. Even at this time, Lao Li did not blame Wang Yan at all and still tried to comfort him in every way possible. He turned to look at Li Xinyuo who was crying in the audience, his eyes full of guilt. Xinyuo, I'm sorry. Li Xinyuo, who was studying in another province, didn't know the details about the matter between Lao Li and Wang Yan. But this incident was a huge blow to her. Wang Yan and others looked at Li Xinyuo with eyes full of indebtedness. After walking out of the courtroom and seeing the sunlight again, Wang Yan felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. 3 business cars have been waiting for a long time. Huma, Lu Guangyao came up with a group of his younger brothers. Show concern and give a warm hug. Jumping over the fire basin and setting off firecrackers. This situation made Wang Yan a little confused. Logically speaking, Huma alone would be enough, but they got so many people involved, including the financial security manager. What is the purpose of this? Wang Yan was thinking about it. Huma lowered his voice and said, we have prepared a welcoming banquet for you. You should have a good meal later and not leave until you are drunk. After that, I will take them to the back car and you can sit in the middle one. Huma signaled with his eyes and glanced inside the car. Sister Qi is here to pick you up in person. Wang Yan was already worried, and now after hearing what Huma said, he became even more worried. Master Ma, aren't you making too many people feel guilty? If it weren't for your help, we might not have survived this time. Just as Wang Yan was about to speak, Huma glared at him and said, little bastard, there are only 2 of us, and you are still pretending to be me. I didn't ask you anything, so it's not good for you to do this, right? Wang Yan was still confused when he heard Huma's words, but his reaction was very fast. He pretended to smile and said, Uncle Ma, I am speaking from my heart. I am really grateful to you. Well, I didn't help much. If we had known this would happen, we wouldn't have had to intervene. Let's go back first. Uncle Ma, I want to take Xinyuo to visit Aunt Duan's grave first. It's not good to go to the grave right after you get out. Eat a full meal, fill your stomach, and take a bath before going. Wang Yan exclaimed, ah, and before he could refute, he was pulled to the business car in the middle by Huma. Sister Qi's business car has been specially modified, with the front and back separated. It is very luxurious. The fragrance fills the car, making you feel relaxed and happy. She wore flesh-colored leggings, a denim skirt, white over-the-knee high-heeled boots, and a pink V-neck sweater that was just the right length to show off her voluptuous breasts and her slender waist. Her skin is as white as cream, rosy, gentle as jade, and crystal clear. She exudes elegance in her every move, and her exquisite makeup looks very natural. It is really impossible to determine his age just by looking at his appearance. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Wang Yan almost subconsciously thought of the scene at the highway crosswalk. He pinched himself gently to remind himself not to let his imagination run wild. Sister Chi. Wang Yan greeted him honestly. Sister Chi nodded. You have suffered during this period, right? No, it's okay. What are your plans next? Sister Chi said simply and clearly, are you still willing to work with us? From the time Wang Yan met Huma until now, he can feel the change in everyone's attitude towards him. He knew that it was definitely not just because he killed Jiang Bao, there must be more important reasons. But he couldn't ask, so he could only pretend to understand in order to avoid saying the wrong thing. Sister Chi, to be honest, I really haven't thought about it that much now. It's time to think about it, because some people will never give up. Sister Chi said something ambiguous, don't think that your connections are strong. If they were, the things that happened in the hospital and the detention center wouldn't have happened, don't you understand? Sister Chi raised her hand and touched Wang Yan's head, her flaming red lips becoming even sexier. If you really want to do something, you must have a good platform. Otherwise, your own abilities will never be enough. Today is a welcome party for you. I won't say anything more. Go back and figure it out on your own. Listening to Sister Chi's words, Wang Yan seemed to have grasped some important information. After a little thought, his eyebrows raised, and he raised his hand to grab Sister Chi's wrist. Not only did he push Sister Chi's hand back, he even boldly touched Sister Chi's hair and said, this meal can't be counted as the one you owed me before, right? Sister Chi was stunned by Wang Yan's behavior. She stared at Wang Yan for a long time without reacting. In fact, Wang Yan was also speculating and testing by doing this. He saw that although Sister Chi was a little angry, her anger was not obvious, and she did not explode directly as he expected. Wang Yan's heart was ruthless. He suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Sister Chi's cheek. Feeling Sister Chi's skin, he became even more aggressive, as if he had become a different person. Sister Chi, you are so beautiful. Bold. Sister Chi suddenly flew into a rage and raised her hand to hit Wang Yan. Wang Yan was really reckless and thought that since it had come to this point, he didn't have to worry about what would happen next. He grabbed Sister Chi's wrist directly. Sister Chi also wanted to use her other hand, but Wang Yan held her down. Let me go now. Wang Yan shook his head, speak nicely and don't put on airs. Are you touching the dog? I castrated you. Sister Chi was furious and kicked Wang Yan hard. Wang Yan pressed his arm down and pressed Sister Chi's legs under his armpits one after another. It must be said that Sister Chi's legs are really beautiful. Standard model long legs. Why are you so fierce? Is it a crime for me to praise you? There was a hint of sarcasm in Wang Yan's words. Let me go. I won't. What's wrong with you? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have someone to back you up. If you really make me angry, I'll make you pay for it. Let me go. Sister Chi struggled more and more fiercely, but she was a woman after all, weighing a total of 100 pounds, so there was no way she could be a match for Wang Yan. Her skin kept rubbing against Wang Yan's, but she couldn't break free. You better talk to me nicely and promise me that you won't touch my head like that again, or I won't let you go. Seeing that Wang Yan refused to let go, Sister Chi became more and more excited. I knew that everything you did before was just fake. You only know how to lie with your face. You bastard. In fact, by this point in the conversation, Wang Yan had already roughly figured out what was going on. The most crucial reason why Huma and his gang changed their attitude towards him so much was not because he had dealt with Jiang Bao, but because he had caused such a big incident in Tianbei Street and yet was able to come out unscathed. To be able to achieve this, there must be a strong support behind him. In fact, Wang Yan himself was also confused in his heart, and he didn't know why this happened. Before, he always believed that Huma and his friends had a powerful background and were helping him. But now looking at it this way, Huma and the others did help, but they were not the ones who played the decisive role. The person who truly helped them was someone else, and this was the fundamental reason why they changed their attitude towards themselves. They want to recruit me into their group, and also want to use the connections behind Wang Yan. But they didn't know that Wang Yan himself didn't know who this powerful person was. In fact, when he was in the detention center, Wang Yan had already decided to rely on his previous relationship to get closer to Shui Feng, and then rely on Shui Feng's revenge to achieve his goal. He also made a lot of preparations for this. But he didn't expect that the current situation is completely different from what he expected. Shui Feng came to him on his own initiative. Wang Yan would definitely not be stupid enough to admit everything to Sister Qi and the others, so he temporarily changed his mind and decided to take advantage of their psychology to help him achieve his goal better. The situation is different, so the attitude cannot be the same as before. Fortunately, including Sister Qi, everyone knew that Wang Yan was the best at acting. So his sudden change in attitude did not arouse any suspicion. Wang Yan was smart and quick to react, and when he saw that it was almost time, he put away all his frivolity, became much more serious, and even had a hint of anger. Sister Qi, what did I lie to you about? Sister Qi was stunned by Wang Yan's words. No matter what, Wang Yan was his savior. But she was a woman after all. After a little thought, she said viciously, "Why did you come to Shui Feng to be a waitress? What is your purpose?" In fact, this is also a very realistic problem. If Wang Yan really had such a strong background, there would be no need for him to come here to be a waiter. This is very contradictory, and it is something that Shui Feng and his people have not figured out. Wang Yan thought for a moment, then said, "I was abandoned by my father when I was very young. I have been living with my mother all these years. My mother is a factory worker, and I didn't study hard, so our life is not good. I go out to work and earn money to support the family. Is there a problem? As for the situation on my father's side, I have no idea. I haven't had any contact with him or any of his relatives over the years. It's impossible for me to ask them for anything. No matter how good or bad they are, it has nothing to do with me. All I can do is pretend they don't exist." Wang Yan's family situation was no secret, Shui Feng had already known it thoroughly. But they never found any results on the situation of Wang Yan's father. Not to mention them, even Zhao Guoliang hasn't figured it out. The more you can't find out, the more unfathomable it seems. It makes people think about it. Wang Yan's logic was clear and his words were flawless. In just a few simple sentences, he neither admitted nor denied anything. He also implicitly pointed all the relationships to his father's side and gave reasonable explanations for all his actions. Sister Qi was also speechless after hearing this. "I even forgot to struggle." Wang Yan's face is matched with a strong psychological quality and a smart mind. He is simply a natural actor. His voice is not loud, and he clearly hints, "Sister Qi, you are really beautiful. I really praise you. I thought you were very beautiful before I came to Shui Feng." As he was speaking, the car suddenly stopped. Sister Qi stared at Wang Yan and regained her previous arrogance. "Little guy, do you want everyone to see the two of us like this?" "I'm fine, as long as you're fine." Seeing that Sister Qi was about to get angry again, Wang Yan smiled and quickly let go of Sister Qi. Then he became much more serious and said with deep affection, "I promise you, I will never lie to you in my life. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Sister Qi laughed sarcastically, "Do you still think I'm a 3-year-old child?" Wang Yan let go of Sister Qi, "You always treat me like a 3-year-old child." The car was parked, the door opened, and Sister Qi put on sunglasses, looking icy and proud, and got out of the car first. Wang Yan looked at Sister Qi's leaving figure and fell into deep thought. After a moment, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, it seems that everything needs to be replanned. Looking up at the sky and staring into the dazzling sunlight, he instantly felt more comfortable. He stroked Li Xinyuo's hair beside him and said, "I will definitely avenge my uncle and aunt, no matter what the means and at any cost." Wang Yan uttered the last few words through gritted teeth. "Xiao Yan." Several old colleagues of Lu Gang came forward and took Wang Yan into the hotel, chatting and laughing. The table is full of delicacies from land and sea, fine wine and delicious food. Mitai and soft zhonghua are piled up like mountains. There were also many beautiful employees singing and dancing to liven up the atmosphere. This was the first time Wang Yan had seen such a scene in his life. Everyone was drinking and chatting, the atmosphere was cheerful. Sister Qi still acted like a big sister, cold as ice. Midway through the drinking session, Zhang Zonghe ran to the corner to sublimate his relationship with the girls, while Tiekue lay on the sofa and chatted with an Xian about the past. Wang Yan was surrounded by the crowd, and they raised their glasses frequently, with the core message being, "Go home quickly." Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Yan told Huma about the little hand, and Huma readily agreed. He really couldn't drink any more, so Wang Yan made an excuse to go to the balcony, lit a cigarette, puffed out smoke, and looked into the distance. While he was daydreaming, Huma followed him out and kicked Wang Yan. Sister Qi has promised to give you a promotion and a raise, why are you still hesitating? With someone like you, where else can you get such a high salary? And you can also take that pervert and that idiot with you. No matter what you want to do, can you do it without money? What Huma said is very realistic. As the saying goes, with money you can travel the world, without money you can't go anywhere. Given the current state of Wang Yan and the others, their pockets are cleaner than their faces and even their lives are a problem. How can they possibly take revenge? To perish together is not called revenge, it is recklessness. Trampling him underfoot is the real way to be proud, do you understand? Wang Yan is a smart man and naturally understands these principles. The reason why he has not responded is actually to get more bargaining chips from Sister Qi. Of course, he would not say to Humaming, Uncle Ma, to be honest, I am a little reluctant to leave you. I am reluctant to leave Brother Gang and everyone, so I don't want to be transferred out of the bath and catering department. Huma was stunned for a moment, looking up and down at Wang Yan's sincere face. After a long time of careful observation, he found nothing. He shook his head, lit a cigarette, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, It's already this late, it doesn't matter if I tell you everything. You'll know it sooner or later anyway. Huma took a puff of his cigarette and said, Shui Feng Hotel is not an ordinary hotel. It is a group organization with an extremely strict organizational structure. The bathing and catering department is at the bottom of this organization. Then there is the entertainment department, the room massage department, the logistics and personnel department, and the top is the financial security department. Everyone who comes to Shui Feng to work must start from the bathing and catering department. Only after passing the selection and assessment of the bathing and catering department can they have the opportunity to move up. If you can't even pass the assessment here, you will either stay here forever or be fired. In short, you will never be able to come into contact with the real Shui Feng Hotel in your life. Do you think Lu Gang is a real bath scrubber? Huma smiled and said, His position in Shui Feng is the same as mine. The bathing master is just a disguise. You won't be promoted simply by getting approval from me. You must get approval from both of us before you can get promoted. Wang Yan knew that the water seal was not simple, but he never dreamed that it would be so rigorous and complicated. Moreover, Lu Gang, who had always treated him very well, was actually at the same level as Huma. Wang Yan's face was full of disbelief and he was stunned. Huma patted Wang Yan on the shoulder and said, Huopao was able to become the #1 water seal in Tianbei Street, not by being brave and aggressive. He has his own connections. Sister Qi will definitely value your background, but definitely not as much as you think. It has to be you. After all, no one knows who is standing behind you. Even if they are standing behind you, they may not be able to help us. There may be other effects. To put it bluntly, your background is actually dispensable to us. But if we take you in, it means we are supporting you again, and openly standing against the interest group behind Jiang Bao. This will bring us unpredictable dangers and troubles. After weighing the two options, Sister Qi still chooses to take you in. This is definitely not out of consideration for Shuifeng's interests. Huma's words overturned Wang Yan's cognition. He tasted it carefully and the more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. Suddenly, I thought of my excessive behavior towards Sister Qi just now. I felt a little scared again. Okay, that's all I have to say. Think about it yourself. Huma paused for a moment and said, Oh, there is one more thing you must remember. It's not easy to make money from water seals. The further you go, the more you earn, but the greater the risk you take. There is no unity within the water seal, so don't trust anyone, including me. Don't even think it's a good idea to bring that pervert and that idiot with you, you know what I mean. Wang Yan knew that this man had really exposed his true identity. He had already said everything he could. He bowed to Huma politely, Thank you, Master Ma. Hey, we are all a group of old foxes who have been practicing for thousands of years. I hope you can grow up as soon as possible. I don't know whether bringing you in is a good thing or a bad thing. Huma muttered as he returned to the room and continued drinking. Wang Yan's eyes flickered as he looked downstairs and found that Sister Qi and Lu Guangyao and the others had already left. Staring at Sister Qi's leaving figure, my mind was filled with Sister Qi's appearance, and unconsciously, I began to have some wild thoughts. Just as she was in a daze, Sister Qi suddenly stopped and turned to look at Wang Yan. When their eyes met, both of them felt an indescribable feeling. Wang Yan and his friends drank from noon to night. When they were leaving, a Dongfeng Honda CRV drove up. An Xin jumped out of the car and hugged Wang Yan and Tai Kuei with great joy. But when it came to Zhang Zonghe, an Xin ignored him with a look of disgust, which caused Zhang Zonghe to yell at her. The last person an Xin hugged was Li Xinyuo. She acted like an older sister. Xinyuo, remember what you promised me. Try your best. Get out of this as soon as possible. Sister, I will try my best. Li Xinyuo buried his head in an Xin's chest. Zhang Zonghe looked envious. Until Tai Kuei ran over and kicked him on the butt. What are you looking at? Zhang Zonghe then looked away in dismay. After the incident at the Earl's mansion, it was an Xin who had been accompanying and taking care of Li Xinyuo. Even Du Wan's funeral was handled by an Xin. So Li Xinyuo has long regarded an Xin as a relative. Get in the car, I have gifts for everyone. An Xin asked everyone to get in the car and drove forward. Wang Yan liked it very much. Did you buy it new? My dad bought it for me on my birthday. Your father has so many cars, the worst one is a 7 Series, right? You are his only daughter, so why would he give you a CRV? Did something happen to your family? Zhang Zonghe curled his lips and said, didn't you also borrow money from loan sharks? Shut up your crow-mouth. Li Xinyuo was indignant. Sister and Xin sold the car that uncle gave him, and then... Xinyuo. An Xin stopped Li Xinyuo. Li Xinyuo didn't say anything, but just glared at Zhang Zonghe fiercely. I don't know if it's because of an Xin's influence, but Li Xinyuo also doesn't like Zhang Zonghe, a playboy. After a short while, the vehicle drove to the original Shunda auto repair factory. I haven't been here for a few months, and the scale and decoration here are so much more awesome than before. The name was also changed to Xin Xiang Shicheng Auto Repair Shop. While everyone was stunned, an Xin pressed the remote control. The shutter door opened, and an Xin said with great interest, from now on, I will be the boss here, and you three will be the shareholders here. Let's work together to make Xinxiangqing bigger and stronger. Wang Yan's face was full of disbelief, and he asked almost subconsciously, where is your milk tea shop? Not making money, sell it. Forget it, it's because the boss of Shunda Auto Repair Shop wouldn't give in. That's why Sister and Xin bought it and took on everything. Xinyuo. An Xin was a little unhappy. What's wrong with you today? Sister, I think you have to let everyone know your efforts. Li Xinyuo was very stubborn. Sister and Xin has invested all her savings in this store and this matter. Xinyuo, that's enough. What do you mean by enough? They are not fools. What girl would prefer a car repair shop to a milk tea shop? Don't they know how good your milk tea shop business is? How could they lose money? Li Xinyuo is still young and has not experienced much of the world. An Xin was a little embarrassed and quickly reached out her hand. Well, everyone, get off the car and take a look. This is our future home. I really care about this place. Wang Yan's eyes flickered, and he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Tai Kuei's eyes also turned red, and even Zhang Zonghe, who had been chattering all the time, became much more obedient. Xinxiangqing is divided into 3 floors in total. The first floor is for repairs, car washing, and dust-free workshop. The second floor is the customer lounge and office. The third floor is the staff dormitory and canteen. The decoration and layout of this floor is very warm, almost like home. An Xin was in a good mood and introduced everything carefully. Everyone walked around and returned to the lounge. Zhang Zonghe spoke first in a serious tone. I think there is a difference between me and the two of them. The two of them can repair cars, and according to my appearance, I should be a receptionist or receptionist. Xinyuo and I will be the receptionists. What about me? What does it have to do with you? You must be kidding. You meant the 3 of us. It's these 3. An Xin pointed at Wang Yan, Tai Kuei, and then at Li Xinyuo. Zhang Zonghe got angry instantly. It's none of my business, right? An Xin, what do you mean? We grew up together. That's why I know what kind of person you are. We need to work hard. I'm afraid you'll get rid of my Xin Xiangshiching again one day. An Xin took out the shareholder agreement that she had prepared in advance and handed it to Wang Yan and the others, but there was really no shareholder agreement for Zhang Zonghe. Zhang Zonghe's nose is not a nose, and his face is not a face. Seeing Tai Kuei standing beside him, he didn't dare to say a word. After a moment, he said, okay. An Xin, you are cruel. If you can't let me stay here, I will find another place to stay. Zhang Zonghe turned around and left angrily. Everyone knew him too well, and no one gave him a way out. Tai Kuei's eyes were moist as he signed the contract. An Xin, thank you. Okay, don't be polite, just work hard. I've invested a lot of money. But Xinyuo, are you really not going to school? Li Xinyuo shook his head. Sister, please stop trying to persuade me. I really can't go on. Why? An Xin sighed and looked at Wang Yan. Brother Yan, I have talked to Auntie. Auntie can come over to help with cooking, cleaning, and other chores. It's better than working in a factory and working herself to death, right? She has a bad heart now, and it's not easy for her to be overworked. I'll give Auntie some more money. Wang Yan's heart was in turmoil and he didn't know how to express his gratitude. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that everything an Xin did was for Wang Yan. What's wrong, Brother Yan? Do you think there is a problem? If not, we can talk about the salary again, it's okay. Very good, very good. Are you kidding me? With people like us, what else can we talk about? Tai Kuei hurriedly touched Wang Yan, his eyes filled with longing for the future. It must be said that he is really not a discerning person. Wang Yan thought for a moment and took a deep breath. An Xin, I am very grateful for everything you have done for us. If we have the chance in the future, we will definitely repay you. But I have already promised Sister Qi to take back the water seal today. The relevant procedures are already being processed. So I really can't agree to your request. But don't worry, I will come to help you in my free time until your store is on track. An Xin's expression changed instantly, and she was obviously trying hard to control her emotions. What did you say? I have really made up my mind. There is no way to change it. If you don't believe me, ask Xinyuo and Tiekuei. Tai Kuei nodded quickly. Yes, an Xin. Brother Yan has already talked to them. But don't worry, I will definitely take care of this place. And as long as there is a need, just give me a call and my brother Yan will definitely come back to help. The atmosphere around them changed significantly. Even Li Xinyuo was silent. The only sounds in the room were Tai Kuei's excited chatter. An Xin ignored him and just stared at Wang Yan. Wang Yan didn't dare to look an Xin in the eye at all, and quickly made an excuse to say goodbye and returned home. When Wang Yan passed a fruit shop on the way, he stopped immediately. It would be inappropriate to go back empty-handed after not being home for such a long time. Thinking of this, Wang Yan hurried into the room. Boss, how much are these durian and grapes? While speaking, he glanced through the small window at the back of the fruit shop. Immediately afterwards, Wang Yan was startled and immediately frowned. Behind the fruit shop, I saw 3 figures standing next to a car, smoking and chatting. Wang Yan recognized the one in the middle. It was Zhao Guoliang. Of the 2 people next to him, Wang Yan had seen one before. He was the man named Dogwai who was in the cell in the detention center. Wang Yan had never seen the other one before. How come these 3 people are together? Wang Yan was full of doubts. Young man, do you want something? The voice of the fruit shop owner interrupted Wang Yan. Yes, yes. Wang Yan quickly paid the money and walked out of the fruit shop. He went around to the back and looked carefully. After confirming that it was these 3 people, Wang Yan became even more curious. The pager rang. It was his mother calling. Wang Yan didn't care about anything else and hurried home without taking it seriously. After not seeing my mother for many days, the 2 of us exchanged greetings. Wang Yan accompanied his mother to drink tea, watch TV, and finally watched his mother fall asleep. Back in bed, Wang Yan was worried, and an Xian's every move was on his mind. To be honest, an Xian has been of tremendous help to Wang Yan and his mother over such a long time. Wang Yan felt very guilty towards an Xian. Now that an Xian was unhappy, he was also very depressed. He blamed himself very much. Just as he was daydreaming, an Xian called. Wang Yan didn't want to answer the call at first, but he was afraid that an Xian had something urgent to tell him, so he finally answered it reluctantly. An Xian's voice was not loud, but it left no room for doubt. Go downstairs immediately. I don't want to disturb Auntie. Wang Yan had no choice at all. He put on his clothes and went downstairs. Sitting in an Xian's car, Wang Yan pretended not to know. Why aren't you sleeping at this time? What's the matter? Wang Yan, I want to confess everything to Tai Kuei. You must be kidding. Wang Yan became anxious instantly. He is just getting better now, and there is just a little hope. You want to confess to him, isn't that stabbing him in the back? So I have to watch you stab me because of him. Am I not a human being? Won't I be sad? Can't you consider my feelings? An Xian stared at Wang Yan, angry as never before. Am I doing all this for him? I am doing it for you. Now you tell me you are not coming, so I have been busy for nothing these past few months. What am I doing for? An Xian's eyes turned red as she spoke, and Wang Yan immediately became anxious. An Xian, don't cry. Things are not what you think. It's really not that I don't want to go. What do you mean? The more Wang Yan told her not to cry, the faster an Xian's tears fell. Aren't you just bullying others? You are so unscrupulous because they like you. This young girl is sitting next to me and crying like this. No one can stand it. Wang Yan quickly grabbed an Xian's hand and wiped her tears. An Xian, don't cry, listen to my explanation. Their eyes met. Wang Yan was extremely gentle. I beg you, okay. An Xian was still sobbing slightly. I just feel wronged. Is it wrong to like you? An Xian buried her head in Wang Yan's arms and hugged Wang Yan's arms with both hands. At this moment, Wang Yan definitely cannot push an Xian away. He hugged an Xian, gently stroked her cheek, and soothed her emotions. I don't know how long it took, but an Xian finally calmed down. Wang Yan saw that it was almost over, and he exhaled slowly. In fact, Jiang Bao's matter is not over at all. I made them pay such a heavy price, they will not let me go easily. The reason why I went to Shuifeng is because Shuifeng also has a background, and they can protect me temporarily. If I don't go to Shuifeng and come to you, believe me, Xian won't have a peaceful day. And it will also implicate you. An Xian was stunned for a moment. Are you telling the truth? Wang Yan nodded. I swear, everything I said is true. What should we do? We can't keep going like this. At least for now, I have no other choice. I can only seal it in water. But I promise you, once I finish my business, I will come back, okay? After hearing what Wang Yan said, an Xian's expression softened a bit, and she held out her little finger coquettishly. Pink. Wang Yan smiled and hooked hands with an Xian. An Xian stopped crying and smiled. Hook, hang yourself, for 100 years, no change. The one who lied is a puppy, then I'll wait for you. Okay. Wang Yan took a deep breath and continued, as for Tai Kuei, I still have to rely on you. I hope he can recover as soon as possible. Just for you, I will definitely try my best to help him, but it is impossible for him and I to be together, don't you understand? Wang Yan frowned slightly, not knowing what to say. It was a dark and windy night, and the couple were alone. An Xian slowly stood up, held Wang Yan's cheeks, and kissed him. Wang Yan couldn't refuse, for fear of offending an Xian again, so he had to cooperate. And at this point, it was difficult for Wang Yan to refuse. The two hugged and kissed for a long time. An Xian smiled and said with satisfaction, in this case, I forgive you. I will manage Xian well and make everything you want come true. I will wait for you to come back. At this point, an Xian curled her lips and said, so you can also care about others. Wang Yan looked at a loss, and an Xian said, why don't you come to my house tonight? No, my mother is still waiting at home. Let's talk about it later. Bye. An Xin kissed Wang Yan again, smiling happily, in a good mood. After saying goodbye to an Xin, I returned home. I tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. My mind was filled with an Xin's shadow. To be honest, it was impossible for me not to be moved at all. At noon the next day, Wang Yan returned to Shuifeng to report again. This time he reported to the entertainment department, which is Shuifeng International. The manager of Shuifeng International is called Liao De, who is in his 40s, with a standard figure, and a completely different style from Huma. Under the manager is the supervisor, and under the supervisor is the waiter. Wang Yan is the supervisor this time. The main job is to lead the waiters to do reception work, hygiene and cleaning, drinks, and if there are any problems with the guests, they need to be dealt with. If they cannot be handled, ask the manager for instructions. In addition, you are also responsible for coordinating work with the mothers. Liao De took Wang Yan around Shuifeng International, introduced them to each other briefly, and then left. His attitude towards Wang Yan was also lukewarm. This is actually normal. Liao De originally had a supervisor who worked very well with him and had been in the industry for many years. But he was replaced for no apparent reason. Naturally, he was not happy. But he couldn't disobey Sister Chi's appointment, so he had to do this. Wang Yan knew all this very well. Therefore, he did not act arrogantly in the entertainment department just because he was the imperial envoy specially appointed by Sister Chi. Instead, he behaved very humbly and without any airs. Whenever he saw any work, Wang Yan would take the initiative to do it. He would organize employee dinners whenever he wanted to win over his subordinates. He constantly gave Liao De advice and suggestions. He tried every possible way to win the favor of Liao De and his colleagues. Even if it meant borrowing money, Wang Yan would still go for it. There are cultural differences between the South and the North, especially in the entertainment industry. The various advanced concepts and ways of playing in the South are far ahead of the North. They are even half a world ahead of a small city like them. Wang Yan and Tai Kuei happen to have worked in related professions in a large southern city. Everyone can copy others. Under Wang Yan's various suggestions, Shuifeng International's overall service concept and business model have been completely renewed. The direct result is a huge improvement in performance. It is almost the same as what happened with Huma. It can be said that Wang Yan really gave his all, racked his brains, and wholeheartedly helped Liao De and Shuifeng. Of course, he did this because he had no other choice. He must make himself more and more useful to the water seal. Make himself more and more popular with the water seal. Only in this way can the water seal have a greater probability of continuing and protecting him. If he can't bring any benefits to Shuifeng and has bad relations with other employees, then when the interest groups behind Jiangbao come to seek revenge, a small fight might be okay, but if they increase the intensity, he won't have anything to show for it, and even Sister Chi may not be able to protect him. He now has a very clear understanding of his own positioning. He did not fantasize about being able to dig out the interest group behind Jiang Bao and eradicate it in one go to avenge the old Li couple. That was impossible and unrealistic. His only goal now is to find ways to protect himself. While protecting yourself is no problem, you should also find ways to become stronger. Only when you become strong enough, can you take revenge. After experiencing a series of benefits and discovering that Wang Yan was indeed much better than his previous supervisor, Liao Da's attitude towards Wang Yan changed, and the relationship between the two became closer and closer. Unknowingly, Wang Yan has already established a firm foothold here. Wang Yan is a smart man. After establishing a firm foothold in the entertainment department, he has not forgotten his old colleagues in the bathing and catering department and Huma. They often contact each other and have fun together. Even if he spends all the money he earns and loses it again, he still enjoys it. Working in the entertainment department, it is natural to deal with girls. As the leading entertainment venue in Tianbei Street, the average number of girls working there can reach over 200 per day. It's dizzying, I can't even take it all in. Wang Yan is smart, generous, cheerful, and also the department head. Coupled with this extremely gentle face, especially the two dimples when he smiles, he is really likable. Almost all girls like to tease Wang Yan. As for Wang Yan, he never gets angry, never puts on airs, and always talks and laughs with everyone. He has become more and more accustomed to everything here. The only thing that makes him uncomfortable is the oranges. The two people meet every day these days, but they have no communication, just like strangers. Qingzi has never teased Wang Yan, nor has she ever accepted any help from Wang Yan. In her eyes, Wang Yan is as if transparent. Wang Yan always felt very unhappy when he saw Qingzi getting drunk with different guests and serving different guests every day. The most important thing is that he can't control this emotion at all. Late that night, Wang Yan strolled around Shuifeng International as usual, helping to take care of the private rooms he could. The guests in Orange's private room had just finished their visit and were leaving. Orange and Wenwen were seeing the guests off. Halfway through the visit, Orange covered his mouth, rushed back into the room, and vomited into the toilet. Wang Yan stood at the door, looking at Qingzi's figure, feeling indescribably heartbroken. At this moment, Wenwen came over, reeking of alcohol and obviously a little angry. You see a lot of scenes like this every day, right? You know to take care of the others, but why don't you do anything here? You really know how to treat people differently. It was already difficult for Wang Yan to remain rational when facing Qingzi, and after being provoked by Wenwen, he instantly became angry. He picked up the mineral water, walked to Qingzi and handed him the water. Orange took the water and was about to rinse his mouth when he saw it was Wang Yan. Without saying a word, he threw the bottle into the trash can, turned around, pushed Wang Yan away, and went to the sink to wash himself. Wang Yan didn't indulge Qingzi either. He walked to the door and stared at Wenwen angrily. Do you know why? Wenwen did not compromise at all and pointed at Wang Yan. You are a very chauvinistic person in your bones. You have a very strong self-esteem and are very treacherous. The expression on your face and all your words and actions are fake and deceptive. You are such a scheming person. Under your gentle appearance with two dimples when you smile, there is a huge vortex of raging waves hidden inside. I really feel that Orange's efforts are not worth it. Wang Yan's face sank for once. Wenwen. What do you mean? What do I mean? Wang Yan, don't you know how much you are worth? Aren't you curious about how you got out of such a big incident? Wang Yan's face changed instantly. Just when Wenwen was about to speak, Qingzi suddenly rushed out, raised his hand to grab Wenwen's neck, and roared, Wenwen. Wenwen didn't give in at all, and just stared at Wang Yan. Qingzi, I just feel that my efforts for you are not worth it. Stop talking nonsense and let's go. The two turned and left. Wang Yan suddenly thought of something. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he took 2 steps forward. At this moment, another guest in the private room left. With so many people watching, Wang Yan couldn't really chase after them. He could only stand where he was and greet the guests. After the guests in this private room left, Qingzi and Wenwen also left. Wang Yan did not chase after Qingzi and Wenwen, but came to the monitoring room instead. He said in a serious tone, recall the surveillance footage for me. He stared at the surveillance camera carefully and repeatedly observed it, and then called all the waiters to the office temporarily. Wang Yan pointed at the photo on the surveillance screen and said, have you seen this person? Mr. Wu. I know him, a waiter spoke first. Hey, who doesn't know Mr. Wu? He's really generous. He's really willing to spend money. Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. Has he been here before? It seems like he just came recently. What's wrong, Brother Yan? Wang Yan's eyes flickered, and he raised his hand to signal, all right, it's okay, you guys can go. After everyone left, Wang Yan came to Liao Da's office. Liao Da was watching a movie. What's wrong? The guest of V188, Mr. Wu, should be a policeman. Hey, what's the fuss about? Just relax and take care of yourself. The problem is that he claims to be a boss and is extremely generous. Liao Da is also an old hand, and he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Are you sure? I saw that man with Zhao Guoliang from the criminal investigation team. I won't be wrong. Liao Da nodded. Okay, I understand. You can go back to work first. Wang Yan returned to the office and thought about what Wenwen had just said. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He turned around and went to the waiting room, only to find that Wenwen and Qingzi had both left. He thought for a moment, gave some instructions, and left Shuifeng International directly, wanting to visit Orange's home. Wang Yang had just walked to the hotel entrance when Sister Qi's business car stopped. Huma got out of the car and looked at Wang Yan. Hey, I was just looking for you, hurry up, Sister Chi wants to talk to you, get in the car. Wang Yan hurriedly got into Sister Chi's business car. He had understood everything, and became much more obedient and respectful. Sister Chi. Sister Chi still had the condescending look on her face. She nodded and signaled the driver to drive. The car drove to the side of a small lake. Sister Chi got out of the car, lit a cigarette skillfully, and puffed out smoke. Wang Yan stood behind him, his eyes still uncontrollably looking at her. These legs, these hips, these black stockings, these high heels. As he watched, Wang Yan shook his head again, forcing himself to calm down. Sister Chi didn't notice these changes in Wang Yan. I have something to ask you. Sister Chi, please tell me. Were you the one who kidnapped Hong Hua? Wang Yan's eyebrows stood up, but he didn't say anything at the moment. After all, this matter was not a joke. But then he thought again, there were no outsiders here, and he had no choice. Sister Chi asked, so he couldn't help but say it. He said with a hard heart, yes. What about Niu Sheng? 2. Where are they now, alive or dead? Wang Yan was a little surprised. Sister Chi, is this important? Yes, it is very important. Wang Yan took a deep breath and said, then if I say I don't know, do you believe me? Then everything makes sense. Sister Chi said softly, it should be Lao Li who is behind this. After all, he was once the best in the Tao. A lean camel is bigger than a horse, and there will always be people who remember the old friendship. It's impossible that they are all like Niu Sheng, who forgets his principles for the sake of profit, right? Sister Chi's words left Wang Yan confused. While Wang Yan was thinking about it, Sister Chi continued, do you still remember the last time we went out and I was attacked? When mentioning that incident, Wang Yan couldn't help but think of Sister Chi's appearance, but he didn't dare to show it. Remember it, Sister Chi, what's wrong? I found out who did it. Who is it? The night monk's younger brother. Sister Chi touched Wang Yan's hair meaningfully when she said this, let's go, I'll take you back. Also, remember, you didn't kidnap Hong Hua and Niu Sheng, okay? Along the way, Wang Yan's mind was in a mess, and no matter how he thought about it, something seemed wrong. He seemed to have caught a lot, but also seemed to have caught nothing. Sister Chi sent Wang Yan back to Shuifeng and left. Wang Yan stood alone at the door of the hotel, and the image of Sister Chi's sexy red lips appeared in his mind again. Huma came over and handed Wang Yan a cigarette, with a worried look on his face. Seal this place with water, the artillery is the imperial decree, the rest is not important, understand? The corner of Wang Yan's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't say anything. Huma sighed and said something with a hint of meaning, if there is really something difficult, tell me. I will try to help you. Wang Yan smiled and said, it's okay, Master Ma, I can handle it. Don't you know that the performance of Shuifeng International is booming now? Isn't it all because of me? Ha ha ha, little brat. I knew you'd be fine. Huma said something, but his words were still hints, revealing his worry. If Sister Chi needs you to do something, then you have to be more relaxed. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Yan could tell Huma was concerned about him. Okay, Uncle Ma, nothing happened. While he was talking, his cell phone rang. It was Liao Da calling. Wang Yan greeted Huma and then went directly to Liao Da's office. Brother Da, you called me. The lights in the room were dim, and Liao Da looked serious. Starting tomorrow, all games in the venue will be suspended. No one is allowed to play them. No matter how much money you offer. All employees must wear their wine and beverage promoter certificates. Those who don't have health certificates should hurry up and get them. Did you hear me? Shuifeng International's business is getting better and better, largely because the projects it engages in are becoming more and more diverse. Now that everything has become formalized, it will inevitably have an impact on business. Wang Yan was a little curious. Brother Da, what's going on? Shuifeng hasn't been so serious for so many years, right? I hope things won't get worse. Liao Da sighed, if we can't control it, Shuifeng International might become a mass-market company. Brother Da, are you kidding me? If we go to the mass market, who will come to Shuifeng International? Liao Da knew that Wang Yan was someone arranged by Sister Chi, so he didn't hide anything. Mr. Wu you found today is indeed a police undercover, but we have more than just him, there are 6 more undercovers here. What did you say? 6. Wang Yan's eyes widened instantly. Who else? 1 is a guest, and the remaining 5 have been disguised as ladies and have been here for some time. Someone wants to seal the place. Liao Da handed Wang Yan a file bag. Here are the detailed information of the guests and the ladies. According to our calculations, they should have obtained quite a lot of evidence. I don't care what method you use, find a way to solve it. Liao Da patted Wang Yan's shoulder meaningfully. It's time to show your value. Please rest assured that we at Shui Feng will not mistreat any employee who has contributed to us. This sentence is exactly the same as what Sister Qi said before. All of a sudden, Wang Yan felt a huge pressure in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, Brother Da, let me handle this matter. Liao Da smiled and said nothing more. Wang Yan went straight back to the office, locked the door, and carefully read the documents. The more he looked, the more incredible it seemed to him, and the more he looked, the more he felt that the water-sealed hotel was unfathomable. In just 2 hours, Shui Feng had actually dug out so many undercover agents in one go, and had also figured out all of their details. This was simply a fantasy. Shocked, Wang Yan thought of what Sister Qi and Huma had just said. He grabbed his hair, looked worried, and muttered to himself, no food tastes good. What should I do? Just as I was worrying, someone knocked on the door. Boss, someone wants to see you. Wang Yan quickly put away the materials. Who is it? He said his name is Xiaoenjia and he's your friend. When he heard it was a little hand, Wang Yan quickly raised his hand. Hurry up, bring him in. A few minutes later, Xiao Shou entered the office and bowed to Wang Yan politely. Brother Yan. Come on, you're welcome. Wang Yan took his hand and sat him down, then took the initiative to pour him a cup of tea, very enthusiastically. You came out so soon. The little hand smiled and said, don't you have to thank my brother Yan for this? Don't be polite, we are all family. Wang Yan patted Xiao Shou's shoulder and asked curiously, how did you know I was here? Zhang Zonghe told me. Oh, so that's how it is. Wang Yan was very generous. What's the matter? Is there something you want to talk to me about? The little hand hesitated for a moment. Brother Yan, to be honest, I have been to jail once. And I have been to the detention center twice. It's really hard for someone like me to find a job, and I don't have any relatives or friends, so. Wang Yan instantly understood what Xiao Shou meant, and he immediately said, Xiao Shou, it's not that I don't want to hire you, but what I say doesn't count here, I'm also getting paid. But I can introduce you to the world. Whether you can really get in depends on you. But I have to tell you one thing in advance. The water in this water seal is very deep and the risk factor is extremely high. You'd better think carefully. Hearing Wang Yan say this, Xiao Shou immediately smiled happily without any hesitation. Brother Yan, thank you. That's what I want you to say, I will work hard on the rest. Wang Yan was stunned for a moment. Xiao Shou, do you understand what I mean? Xiao Shou nodded. Brother Yan, I have been running around in the underworld for so many years, I know everything about the underworld like a mirror. I don't know shit. I have no education, no connections, no background, and I can't do anything else. All I need is to survive. Thank you, Brother Yan. I just hope that Master Ma can give me a few more chances for your sake. I will definitely not let him down. Wang Yan looked up and down at the little hand and sighed, then come with me, I just happen to have something to ask Huma. Wang Yan brought Xiao Shou to Huma's office. When Huma heard that it was Wang Yan who guaranteed the job, he immediately arranged for someone to take Xiao Shou to complete the employment procedures without saying a word, and kept Xiao Shou by his side, giving Wang Yan enough face. This made Xiao Shou very happy and he was very grateful to Wang Yan. To be honest, Xiao Shou knows more about the underground order of Baosher than Wang Yan, because he grew up in this circle since he was a child, and he knows exactly what it means to be able to enter Shui Feng. Wang Yan came in by chance and was forced to do so, but Wang Yan's luck was much better than that of ordinary people. In Shui Feng, the person Wang Yan trusts most is Huma. He was really undecided this time. So as soon as Xiao Shou left, Wang Yan told Huma everything about Liao Da and Sister Qi. Huma seemed to have a premonition. What are you thinking now? Wang Yan took a sip of water and said, I don't think I have any choice. I can only do it. Huma took a deep breath and said, if you want to do it, how do you do it? If something goes wrong, do you think Liao Da will protect you? As he was talking, Huma suddenly started cursing. His nose was not a nose, his eyes were not eyes. This damn bastard obviously wants to use you to resist the thunder and solve the problem of water sealing, and then transfer his people back. Damn it, this guy doesn't even give me face. I'm going to find him. Huma hit the nail on the head, and angrily went to look for Liao Da, but was stopped by Wang Yan. Uncle Ma, don't go. There's no way to deal with this matter even if you go find someone. It's my fault for catching up with him. And what he said is right. Only I can handle this matter. I can't let the waiters downstairs handle it, can I? Damn it. He's the manager, and he doesn't handle it, so he just puts the blame on you. How long have you been here? I can't ask everyone to treat me like you do, right? What Wang Yan said was also true. If Huma had not helped Wang Yan to resist the thunder and fought Jiang Bao to the death, making Jiang Bao cautious, Wang Yan would have been defeated by Jiang Bao long ago and would not have been in this situation today. Huma's eyes widened. Anyway, you can't touch those undercovers. And don't pay any attention to Sister Qi, I'll go find the cannon. Yixing Qi is crazier than Jiang Bao. He is even more powerful. You can't afford to offend him. Yixing Qi is the younger brother of Yixing Seng and the big brother of number 1 on Tianbei Street. Master Ma, stop it. Aren't you just telling tales to your superiors? How are you going to face Sister Qi in the future? Who cares about that? Huma raised his eyebrows. Do you think I'll just watch you die? You're a piece of shit. You've only been here for a few days, and these two bastards, one asked you to deal with the police undercover, and the other asked you to deal with the night walker. Isn't this clearly asking you to die? The artillery has made it clear that they are not allowed to attack Yixing Qi. But this crazy woman still wants you to do it. Never mind whether it succeeds or not, will you be able to get any good results in the end? It's obvious that you don't give me any respect at all. Huma was getting more and more angry and seemed about to explode. Wang Yan suddenly regretted telling Huma, and quickly said, Uncle Ma, don't be angry, I won't do it. Give me some more time, let me think of a solution. Huma pointed at Wang Yan in a serious tone, listen to me carefully. These two things are head-breaking. You must not do them. If you really can't do it, just come back. You will always have food to eat here. I won't let you earn much less than what you earn there. Do you hear me? Don't mess around. Okay, I definitely will. It took Wang Yan a long time to stabilize Huma. Back in the office, Wang Yan fell into deep thought again. As time passed, Wang Yan's eyes gradually became clear. He called Huma and said simply, Uncle Ma, I have an idea, but I need your help. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan pressed the pager. A moment later, the waiter came in. Manager, you called me. Wang Yan nodded and glanced at the information in front of him. You secretly call these girls over to me. Remember, you must be careful and don't let anyone know. A few minutes later, 5 girls dressed provocatively entered the office. Among them was Shan Shan, whom Zhang Zonghe had been dreaming about day and night. It was said that Fahai could give the golden bowl as a betrothal gift. She was full of teasing and charming. Little supervisor, what do you want us to do? Wang Yan changed his usual playful attitude and said in a serious tone, we have been targeted by the police. If you don't want to be locked up and your family members notified, then from now on, you'd better listen to my instructions. Wang Yan's words hit the nail on the head. The faces of several girls in the office changed. None of them were not scared. After giving instructions to arrange everything, it was already early morning. Wang Yan called Zhang Zonghe and went straight to Xin to make his plans come true. Since Shunda Auto Repair Factory was transformed into Xingxiangxing, Tiekui's work attitude has changed significantly. Day and night, working tirelessly, eating, drinking, defecating, urinating and sleeping are all done here, full of passion. When Wang Yan arrived, an Xin had already gone home and Tai Kuei was still busy and had no time to pay attention to Wang Yan. Wang Yan bought a few boxes of Tsingtao tea, prepared some simple cold dishes, set up a table, and started drinking. Tiekuei also sat down after finishing his work, his body covered in grease, but with a smile on his face. He changed his usual melancholy look, his face was filled with happiness. Brother Yan, how come you have time to come here today? Something's going on. Wang Yan smiled and asked, how's your relationship with an xin going? Much better. When talking about an xin, Tai Kuei couldn't control his excitement. Finally there is progress. Hearing Tai Kuei say this, Wang Yan also breathed a sigh of relief. What has Zhang Zonghe been busy with recently? I'm not sure. This kid has been elusive. As they were talking, they heard a loud and wild laugh of ha 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 ha. Zhang Zonghe came over with his nose in the air, holding a girl in one hand, and his little hand following behind him. After sitting down, Zhang Zonghe stared at the side dishes on the table with a proud look on his face. Are you going to eat just these? Does that fit Mr. Yi's status? Hurry up and get something else to eat. At least some barbecued crayfish and bullfrog, right? Tai Kuei didn't tolerate him at all. What the hell, why are you talking like that? Wang Yan followed closely behind. It's just a face, can you save some money to embarrass it? Zhang Zonghe was obviously a little embarrassed and forced himself to control his emotions. You two should be careful when talking to Master Yi. Stop talking nonsense, we have business to attend to, let them go. Zhang Zonghe frowned and kept winking at Tai Kuei and Wang Yan. Tai Kuei was unable to react. What's wrong? Is your eye cramping? Wang Yan sighed, took out a few bills and handed them to the lady next to Zhang Zonghe. Seeing Zhang Zonghe arrogantly sending the two girls away, Wang Yan was about to raise his hand, but Zhang Zonghe quickly raised his glass. Come on, drink, drink, we are all brothers, let's not talk about anything else. Wang Yan was in no mood to scold Zhang Zonghe. He glanced at his hands and thought for a moment, I'm in some trouble and want to discuss it with you guys. Just discuss trivial matters, and kill him. Zhang Zonghe is simple and clear. You know who it is, just fuck him. Whoever you love is fine, but if you mess with my brothers, I will kill them. Zhang Zonghe boasted, in today's world, the brave ones can subdue dragons and tigers, while the timid ones can feed cats and rabbits. What are you afraid of? Do you know Yi Xingqi? As soon as Wang Yan finished speaking, Zhang Zonghe spit on Tai Kuei's face with a look of disbelief. Who are you talking about? Are you crazy? Do you know who Yi Xingqi is? The Yi brothers were born and raised in Tianbei Street. In their early years, they were both local thugs and village bullies. Later, they made their fortune by forcefully contracting earthwork projects. Their subordinates are a mixed bunch, with no set qualifications. Anyone can be hired as long as they are willing to fight and kill. They never follow the rules and are typical gangsters. In today's Tianbei district, more than half of the earthwork projects are done by the Yi brothers. They are real local tyrants. Zhang Zonghe's family had dealt with Yi Xingqi in his early years and suffered a lot at that time, so Zhang Zonghe's reaction was so big. Wang Yan was naturally aware of all this. He said in a serious tone, things have come to this point. I have no choice. If you have no choice, you don't have to commit suicide, right? Xiaoshou sighed, the Yi family has a very deep foundation in our village, and the two brothers rarely go out. Even if you go out, there will be crowds of people following you. You don't stand a chance. Wang Yan was stunned for a moment, looking at the little hand. Are you from the same village as them? The little hand nodded, lifted up the clothes, and pointed at the scar on the ribs. I almost died in their hands. Why? They lost something and suspected I was the one who did it. Did you do that? No. Why would I steal their files and information? So they still beat you. They were bewitched and thought that no one else could do it except me, so they attacked me. Xiaoshou's face was filled with anger. These two brothers, one is a scholar and the other is a warrior, one is bright and the other is dark, they are unreasonable, chaotic and evil, ordinary people can't hide from them, and you still want to find them. Wang Yan's words had a hidden meaning, but I heard that they both have a lot of enemies. Of course they are. They have done all kinds of evil and unscrupulous things over the years, and they have enemies everywhere. Then this opportunity has come, hasn't it? Xiaoshou was stunned for a moment, with a look of surprise on her face. Brother Yan, are you serious? Can you tell me what you think? What are you thinking? Wang Yan's expression was calm. If you want to rob the emperor, then rob him. If you want to fuck the queen, then fuck her. He raised his glass, not a small hand. You too, do you dare, do you want to do it, just one word. Tai Kuei didn't hesitate at all, just do it if you say so. Zhang Zonghe laughed slyly, you bastard, my chance for revenge has come. Xiaoshuo's eyes flickered, and after a little thought, he said fiercely, Brother Yan, take me with you. The eyes of several people were focused on Xiaoshuo. Xiaoshuo said simply, you didn't tell me about this, which means you didn't treat me as an outsider at all. If you brothers think highly of me, I want to join your circle. To be honest, Wang Yan and his friends really got along well with Xiaoshuo. Now that they heard Xiaoshuo's clear statement, they didn't hesitate to look at each other and said in unison, cheers. The little hand's face was full of excitement, and he quickly raised the glass and drank it all in one gulp. Putting down the wine glass, Wang Yan lowered his voice and said, Xiaoshuo, I'll leave the task of following the Yi brothers to you. Everyone drank quite a lot of wine. In less than 2 hours, almost everyone finished a box. In the second half, Zhang Zonghe called a gorgeous girl from somewhere. After drinking, the two of them went upstairs. For a moment, the entire auto repair shop was filled with the girl's unbridled moans, which were not restrained at all and made people feel aroused. Wang Yan leaned back in his chair, drinking heavily. The image of Orange and what Wenwen said not long ago appeared in his mind again. After thinking for a long time, Wang Yan called Wenwen, do you have time? I want to talk to you. 20 minutes later, Wang Yan arrived at the house where Wenwen rented. The house was a mess and extremely chaotic, a far cry from Orange's home. Wenwen was only wearing a lace suspender pajamas. Wang Yan cleared a place to sit down. Can you wear more clothes? This is my home, what are you doing to me? Wenwen said as a matter of course, besides, I'm not afraid to see it, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Are you used to pretending to be so high and mighty? Wenwen's words choked Wang Yan, who was speechless, so Wang Yan had to change the subject. What did you mean by what you said last night? What happened to Qingzi? You really don't know anything. What do I know? Wenwen glanced at Wang Yan and said, ever since that incident happened to you guys, Qingzi has been unable to sleep at night. Every day I think about how to help you guys. She is a stranger, she has no one to rely on, how can she help you? She can only rely on men. She found a man named Brother Chiu through the connections of other sisters. Brother Chiu has great power and can help you, but the chips he asks for are extremely high. Orange can't afford it at all. At this point, Wenwen sighed, this Qingzi is also a stubborn person. He emptied all his savings and owed a lot of debts, but he still didn't raise enough money. Later, she went to beg Brother Chiu every day, rain or shine. Sometimes she would kneel for half a day and couldn't get up. I am even ready to sacrifice myself. Wenwen took a puff of cigarette, how should I put it? As long as she can save you, she will do anything. It was this persistence that moved Brother Chiu. Brother Chiu did not take her body and agreed to let her pay in installments. Not long after that, you came out. But you didn't even say a word to Qingzi after you came out. How could you be so heartless? Wang Yan always felt a little uncomfortable listening to Wenwen's words, but he didn't have time to think about it. What do you mean I have a wicked heart? Do you think I don't want to talk? Didn't you see how she treats me? Shouldn't you apologize for what you said about her? Then do you know what she said about me? How can a man like you compare himself to a woman? You are amazing. Wenwen's face was full of sarcasm. Let me ask you, what do you think of oranges? A tool for sexual gratification. How is that possible? You've known each other for so long, but you haven't even called me. You went to my house after getting drunk and ordered me to take off my clothes for your enjoyment. When I asked you what you thought of her, you didn't tell me. When I asked you why and what your relationship was, you didn't tell me either. You even threatened me not to come again. Is there anyone like you? When you say I like you and confess your love, she can't reject you, right? You two won't quarrel, right? Do you think you are right? Don't you know that all girls working in nightclubs actually have a deeply hidden inferiority complex? Do you still want Orange to confess to you? Who knows what you are thinking? Will you dislike it? Wang Yan fell silent immediately. Thinking about the scenes that night, he instantly understood what Qingzi was thinking. She just wanted a confession, an attitude, and didn't want to get along with me in such an unclear way. Wenwen lowered her voice, obviously a little depressed. Although we work in a nightclub, we are all good girls, open and honest, and there is no distinction between high and low occupations. Orange is the best girl I have ever met, no doubt about it. If you miss her, you will definitely regret it. After saying this, Wenwen got up, went back to her room, and closed the door. Wang Yan's eyes flickered, he thought for a long time, and slowly stood up. Thank you. He left and went straight to Qingzi's house. Standing at the door of Qingzi's house, Wang Yan hesitated again. While he was distracted, the sound of high heels was heard in the corridor, and Wang Yan subconsciously looked to the side. Orange appeared in Wang Yan's sight. She was wearing black stockings, high heels, a black hip skirt, a V-neck low-cut top, and a brown fur coat, showing off her good figure. Qingzi ignored Wang Yan, opened the door, went into the house, and was about to close the door. Wang Yan was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed the door directly, followed it into the room, and closed the door. He pushed Qingzi directly to the wall. When their eyes met, Wang Yan said word by word, "Take off your clothes." Orange bit her lip lightly, her eyes flickering, but this time, she still took off her fur. Wang Yan held Qingzi's cheeks and kissed and bit her earlobes, neck, and collarbone. Qingzi's body began to tremble slightly, and soon she put her arms around Wang Yan's neck. The two began to kiss passionately, from the door to the sofa. The moonlight shines into the room, full of passion. After making love, Orange lay on Wang Yan's chest, scratching his chest gently without saying a word. Wang Yan held the beauty in his arms and said in a low voice, "How much money do you owe outside?" "What money do you owe?" "Just tell me when I ask you, cut the crap." Qingzi turned around immediately, and was obviously about to get angry again, but when she looked at Wang Yan, her momentum unconsciously weakened. Wenwen, this gossipy woman, is really annoying. Don't worry about the amount, just let me handle it. Starting tomorrow, you don't have to go to work, I'll support you. The more you earn, the less you spend. It's definitely not as good as your current life, but you won't starve to death. Wang Yan's heartfelt words made Orange's eyes red immediately. Wang Yan was very domineering. "This is an order, you are not allowed to refuse. Do you hear me?" Orange did not answer, but buried her head in Wang Yan's chest, as if she had finally found support, and tears flowed down. It took Wang Yan a while to comfort Orange before he calmed down. She hugged Wang Yan's arm and said, "I owe you too much. You can't pay me back. I can't put all the pressure on you. Don't worry, I will keep myself clean." Wang Yan shook his head. Shui Feng's current situation is not optimistic. It's easy to be caught in the act. Orange was a little surprised. Is there anyone who dares to touch the water seal? Wang Yan is very smart, this matter should be related to me. The operator behind it should be Jiang Bao's backstage. They are putting pressure on Shui Feng. So I have to handle this matter properly. Otherwise, if they reach an agreement, I'll be finished. Orange was obviously a little worried. It's Jiang Bao again, isn't it over yet? Wang Yan was filled with anger. Even if they want to finish it, I can't finish it. The matter between my uncle and aunt will have a conclusion sooner or later. At this point, Wang Yan changed the subject. By the way, where did this brother Chiu come from? Why is he so powerful? I don't know the specifics, but I know that he can often attend high-end dinners. So he was really moved by you. Why should I be moved? They are all heartless. Qingzi sighed. To be frank, this matter is all thanks to Wenwen, otherwise there would be no hope at all. What did she do? The corner of Qingzi's mouth twitched slightly, and he hesitated for a moment. Don't ask this, but please believe that Wenwen is really a good girl, and she has really paid a lot for our relationship. She is my best friend. Wang Yan also saw that Qingzi didn't want to talk anymore, so he didn't continue to question Qingzi. He just kissed her forehead and said, "Let's go back to bed." Orange nodded happily, looking like a little bird with happiness all over her face. Wang Yan picked up Qingzi and returned to the house, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. The next afternoon, just as Wang Yan arrived at the office, Shan Shan came in and said, "Supervisor, we have completed everything you asked us to do." Wang Yan nodded, "Thank you for your hard work." "It's not that hard. We are all in this together. I don't want my family to know what I do for a living. While he was talking, his cell phone rang. It was Huma calling. Hey kid, we've got it done here. So soon. That's still fast. How much do you think of our water seal? Wang Yan smiled and said, thank you, Master Ma. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan instantly became much more serious. He looked at Shan Shan and said, please call Nan Nan over for me. Shan Shan nodded and left. However, 5 minutes later, Nanan came in. Nan Nan must be at least 1.72 meters tall and good-looking. When she saw Wang Yan, she was very polite. Little supervisor, what can I do for you? Wang Yan smiled, took out the documents, and said word by word, Tong Qian, from Jingqi District, Baosher, born in 1980, 22 years old this year, graduated from Xiong'an Political and Legal University, has a younger brother who is attending high school at Jingqi District No. 1 Middle School. Both parents are alive and are cadres in state-owned enterprises. My mother's family is harmonious, but my father's family is at loggerheads over the division of your grandfather's property. Wang Yan threw the information directly in front of Tong Qian. Take a look, is there anything else to add? Things had come to this point, and there was no need for Tong Qian to argue. Her face changed instantly, and she subconsciously took a step back, staring at Wang Yan cautiously, as if she was ready to take action at any time. Wang Yan said calmly, smiling slightly, don't be afraid. I don't want to do anything to you, otherwise we wouldn't be meeting like this. Tong Qian frowned. Wang Yan, listen to my advice, just turn yourself in. Turn yourself in. Wang Yan laughed. What have we done to deserve turning ourselves in? Do you think I've been wasting all this time? I already have sufficient evidence. What evidence do you have? At most, it's paid companionship, with some sexual transactions at most. What will happen in the end? At most, the business will be closed down for rectification. Wang Yan said in a low voice, the legal representative of this KTV has already gone into hiding. You can't find him. But we can find you in Liaoda. What can you do if you find us? I'm just a supervisor and he's a manager. What can happen to us at worst? Tong Qian laughed, hee, and said, you will know when the time comes. Wang Yan lit a cigarette and pointed at the document in front of him. Don't rush to say harsh words, let's see first. Tong Qian frowned and picked up the document. The first few pages of the information are indeed the detailed information of their family, without any error. However, the following few pages of the document contained the bank card statements of Tong Qian's parents, as well as evidence of their abuse of their positions for personal gain and bribery. Tong Qian had no idea about this. After she finished reading it, she burst into laughter. Just as she was about to speak, Wang Yan interrupted her, don't deny it in a hurry. Call your parents and you'll know the truth once you ask them. The most recent bribe should have been received last night. Your mother accepted a 20,000 yuan red envelope from her subordinates at a dinner party, and your father accepted 2 high-end mobile phones worth 20,000 yuan. There is video evidence. These documents and materials were obtained by Huma through his various connections, coercion, and inducement. What happened next was a scheme that Huma set up using direct means. These were all Wang Yan's requests, and Huma did as he was asked. Seeing that Tong Qian was silent, Wang Yan continued, I don't know who is more guilty, us or your parents, but you studied law, you must know, right? Tong Qian bit her lip lightly and said nothing. Wang Yan smiled slightly, okay, you can go now. You can think about the rest yourself. As soon as Tong Qian left, Wang Yan called Dian Dian over. Just like before, he picked up Dian Dian's documents, read them carefully, and then handed the evidence to Dian Dian. Wang Yan had a kind smile on his face, revealing his signature dimples. By the way, I heard that if you evade taxes of more than 100,000, the penalty is 3 to 7 years. Let's just take 3 years. Can your parents handle it? Prison is not a place for human beings to stay. I know this very well. Wang Yan's every word was a hint, if it's us, it's not so bad. After all, we are young and have some connections. If it's someone like your parents, you can imagine the consequences. Dian Dian took a deep breath and was more cooperative than Tong Qian. Wang Yan, what do you want to do? I don't want to do anything, I just want to be friends with you. After clicking, Wang Yan called Kai Kai in. The process became simpler afterwards. I heard that your brother not only has a history of drug abuse, but also sells drugs to support his addiction. You're talking nonsense. Tsai Tsai immediately became anxious. You'll know if you look at the evidence carefully. He must have been hiding this from you. Wang Yan slowly stood up, walked to Kai Kai, and patted her on the shoulder. I know that you and your brother have been dependent on each other since childhood, and your relationship is extremely deep. You must be very uncomfortable with his current situation, but it doesn't matter, we can help him really quit his drug addiction and turn over a new leaf. Wang Yan defeated 5 people in a row one by one without any escape. The one who deserves the most thanks is Sesame. It was his ability to find gaps where there were gaps and to make holes where there were none that made things go so smoothly. After finishing all these, Wang Yan was in a good mood. He sat there and hummed a little tune. Liao Da walked in with a smile on his face. I heard that those undercover agents all resigned voluntarily. Wang Yan nodded. Lucky, I didn't run into any stubborn people. Liao Da lit a cigarette and sat directly on the desk. There are 2 undercover agents disguised as guests. I've seen these 2. One is from the Jingqi district, and the other is from the Tianbei district. Based on my detailed understanding, they should not be from the same group. Not the same group of people. Yes, one group is from Zhao Guoyang's side, and the other group is from Tong Qian's side. The 2 groups don't know each other. Don't worry about old Wu on Zhao Guoyang's side for now. His goal is not to seal the water. As for the other one, don't worry about it. I've had the cracks around him sent to his home. He knows what to do next. If my guess is correct, he won't come to the water seal again. What if he doesn't buy it? Then he has no way to seal it with water. Wang Yan looked at Liao Da. First of all, without the help of those 5, the evidence he has is not enough. I've asked the girls who worked for him not to come to work for the time being. If anything really happens, let them go and put the blame on them. We can't stand being implicated anymore. Secondly, Shui Feng has been here for so many years and has received so many guests, many of whom are people with status and background. I have asked Shan Shan and her group to notify everyone they know who has status and background. Once the water seal fails, it will have some impact on these people. I believe these people don't want anyone to touch the water seal. There are several very important people among them. We will definitely put pressure on the Jingqi district branch. This is double insurance. Wang Yan was full of confidence. Add to that Shui Feng's own connections, it should be triple insurance. Liao Da looked at Wang Yan with a hint of appreciation, which was obviously different from before. He nodded with satisfaction. This matter was handled very well. I thought you were going to bury these people. We can solve the problem by being friends. Who wants to fight and kill each other, right, manager? Ha 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 ha. Liao Da laughed happily and patted Wang Yan's head. Little guy, work hard. Wang Yan's eyes flickered. Manager, you should know the background and relationship behind Jiang Bao now, right? There must be more than one backer in the competition pool area, right? Otherwise, he would not dare to go undercover in Shui Feng. Liao Da's eyes flickered, and he thought for a moment. Don't ask if you shouldn't know. When the time comes, you will know it naturally. Watching Liao Da leave, Wang Yan slowly stood up and stretched. The cell phone rang, and Wang Yan answered the call. Xiaoshuo's voice came out. Brother Yan, the target has left the village, just going through the east exit. It's a white business car, with the last 3 digits 7. Be careful and wait for my notification. Wang Yan hung up the phone and called Zhang Zonghe directly. Easy, the target has appeared, the number ending in 3 sevens. In a large shopping mall diagonally opposite the east entrance of Yejia village. Zhang Zonghe put down the phone and adjusted the brim of his hat. He went into the bathroom, took out the binoculars he had prepared in advance, and stared at the wide road ahead. Not long after, a GL8 commercial vehicle with the last digit, 37, appeared in Zhang Zonghe's sight. He chewed gum, stared at the direction the business car was driving away, and picked up the phone. Yan Wang, he turned left from Futian Street. In Shuifeng International, in Wang Yan's office, he stared at the map, carefully looking at the area where the vehicle disappeared. After pondering for a long time, Wang Yan dialed the phone again. Xiaoshuo, there are 2 bath centers and a large KTV on Zhengzhou Road. Go around the door and see if there is that car. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan called Zhang Zonghe. Easy, there is a row of restaurants on Tianfu Street. Go and see if there is a target vehicle. Wang Yan made his last call to Tai Kuei. There is a very large billiard hall on Xinmin Road, as well as 3 bathhouses and 2 foot massage parlors. See if there is a target vehicle. If not, look for it on the next street. If you go out this late, you're either going to an entertainment venue or going out for a late-night snack. There's nothing new. After giving all the instructions, Wang Yan left the office directly and took a taxi to Shunfeng Street. After getting off the taxi, he strolled around aimlessly, carefully observing the vehicles parked on the roadside. While searching, Wang Yan kept in contact with Xiaoshou, Tiekuei, and Zhang Zonghe, directing them to search and investigate one by one. In the blink of an eye, it was already late at night. Wang Yan sat on the side of the road smoking heavily. Zhang Zonghe sat next to him, wolfing down a box lunch, complaining, "It was a beautiful day with beautiful scenery and a full moon. It was a wonderful time to spend a night with my beloved, but I ended up walking on the street with you all night. What's going on? Your method obviously won't work." Zhang Zonghe kept on talking. "Bao City is so big, where can we find it?" While he was talking, a young woman with a charming appearance came strolling over with a child. Zhang Zonghe's eyes immediately lit up, and he stared at her intently. "Oh my goodness, this woman is awesome." Wang Yan glanced at Zhang Zonghe. "They all have kids." "You know nothing." Zhang Zonghe said simply, "After tasting all kinds of flavors in the world, mature women are the most delicious." "Oh my, she's looking at me, she's looking at me." Zhang Zonghe excitedly patted Wang Yan's shoulder. "She's attracted by my beauty and wants to spend a good night with me. I didn't walk on the road in vain this night, ha ha ha." Wang Yan looked up and saw the young woman staring at Zhang Zonghe. She smiled and said to her son, "Did you see that? If you don't study hard, you will end up eating lunch on the side of the road like this street urchin." Zhang Zonghe's face turned green instantly, and he jumped up like a shrew, cursing, "Who are you calling a street scoundrel? Have you ever seen such a handsome street scoundrel? You old woman." Wang Yan burst out laughing and was about to tease Zhang Zonghe when his cell phone rang. It was Xiaoshou calling. "Brother Yan, I found the car." Wang Yan instantly became more serious and kicked Zhang Zonghe. "Hurry up and leave." The two ran half a street in one breath and arrived at the main entrance of Water World Bathing Center. Xiaoshou had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Wang Yan, he hurried forward and said, "Brother Yan, over there, do you see it?" Wang Yan nodded. "Let's leave here first." Several people hid in an alley not far away. Wang Yan lit a cigarette and said, "Xiaoshou, call Tiekuei and get a car according to my request. Easy, find a safe place to keep watch. Be careful. Do you hear me?" The two nodded and separated immediately. Wang Yan put on a mask and gloves, touched the things on his body, and slowly walked out of the alley. He stood there, observing his surroundings carefully. In 2002, surveillance was not yet fully popularized, which indeed brought great convenience to Wang Yan. He adjusted his breathing and, under the cover of night, quietly came to the side of the Water World parking lot. Water World is the largest and most popular bathing center in Guda district, and its huge parking lot is full of cars. Seeing that there was no one around, Wang Yan climbed over the fence and crawled directly under a car. He crawled from the bottom of this car to the bottom of another car, and then continued to crawl forward. After crawling under more than a dozen cars, Wang Yan arrived under the target vehicle. He took out the flashlight he had prepared in advance, put it in his mouth, then took out a wrench and other tools and started tinkering with it from under the vehicle. It didn't take him long to get everything done. Wang Yan took a deep breath, turned over nimbly, and got directly under the vehicle next door. At this moment, there was an empty parking space on his left. He had to crawl through the empty parking space, get under another car, and then escape. Just as he was about to leave as quickly as possible, two parking lot security guards suddenly walked to the empty parking space. The two of them were chatting and laughing, having a very pleasant conversation, only 2 meters away from Wang Yan. At the same time, the vehicle on the right side of the GL8 commercial vehicle also drove away. Two men who looked like thugs just came back and stood in the empty parking space on the right side, smoking and chatting. This made Wang Yan very anxious. If they found out, he would be in trouble. As the saying goes, when it rains, it pours, when the ship is late it encounters headwinds. Just as Wang Yan was hoping that the security guard would leave quickly, two figures came over with a child and got into the car directly above Wang Yan's head. With a buzz sound, the vehicle ignited and started. When the two security guards saw this, they quickly separated the two sides, smiled and saw the guests off. Wang Yan's heart instantly sank. Knowing that he had no way out, he deliberately lowered the brim of his hat and immediately prepared to escape. If he couldn't escape and was caught, and if the Yi family brothers discovered that the vehicle had been tampered with, then he would be finished, regardless of whether he was Wang Yan or not. Little hands are a lesson for us. At the critical moment, a figure rushed to the side of the vehicle at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Zonghe opened the car door, grabbed the woman in the passenger seat by the hair, pulled it hard, jumped up and cursed, "Old woman, who were you talking about just now?" The young woman was dragged out with a scream of "Ah!" She was furious and said, "Are you sick?" Two security guards immediately stepped forward and asked, "Sir, what are you doing? Get out of my way, this is none of your business." Zhang Zonghe pushed the security guard away and rushed towards the young woman who had just called him a street urchin. Two security guards rushed to separate the two, and at the same time, a man got out from the driver's seat. Seeing his wife being beaten, the men became furious and rushed forward and punched Zhang Zonghe. The two men started fighting each other immediately, and the security guards hurriedly tried to separate them. The thugs waiting on the right had a look of watching a joke. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Yan rolled over a few times, crossed the empty space and got under another car. He crawled quickly along the bottom and soon reached the edge of the parking lot. Wang Yan quickly jumped out of the parking lot and soon entered the secret alley. Not long after, Zhang Zonghe came back. He covered his eyes and said, "Oh, this bastard, he killed me for fun. If I had known, I would have eaten 2 kilograms of wolfberry in advance, and I would have beaten him to death." Wang Yan's face was solemn, without any joy. "I have to find a way to restore his brakes." Zhang Zonghe was immediately anxious when he heard it. "Are you crazy? I finally rescued you. But you're exposed." Wang Yan said seriously, "We have to find another opportunity." Zhang Zonghe's eyes flickered and he was about to speak when several figures got on the GL8 commercial vehicle and the vehicle started. Zhang Zonghe shook his head subconsciously. "It's over, it's too late. This guy is really careless." He changed his mind and said, "Actually, I think it's okay. I just had a quarrel with someone." "What does it mean? Who asked that old woman to scold me?" "The brothers of the Yi family are just gangsters. They don't care about any evidence. Not to mention that your family and the Yi family already have conflicts. You shouldn't have shown up just now. You're talking nonsense." Zhang Zonghe cursed directly. "If I don't show up, you're done for, right? Okay, now that things have come to this, do whatever you want." While we were talking, the GL8 had already driven away. At this point, Wang Yan had no choice at all. With a fierce look in his eyes, he picked up the phone and said, "Tiekue, get ready. Don't worry, Brother Yan." After hanging up the phone, Wang Yan looked at the GL8 commercial vehicle again. During this time period, the traffic volume on this wide road is already small, and this is coupled with the high-profile style that these social people have developed a habit of doing. The GL8 started and accelerated, and soon it reached over 100 kilometers per hour. When the vehicle arrived at the first traffic light, the driver had no intention of stopping and rushed out with a buzz. After running through the red light, the GL8 driver started to brake, but he found that there was no response. The driver's expression changed immediately. He braked several times, but there was no response. The people around him were also getting anxious. "Slow down a bit." The driver was horrified and yelled, "The brakes are broken." While he was talking, the men in the passenger seat immediately said, "Be careful ahead." The driver swerved to avoid the first car in front, but the car was going too fast and he couldn't adjust fully. With a loud bang, the vehicle hit the side street lamp and the whole car was out of control in an instant. The driver steered with all his might and rushed towards the green belt on the side. Just at this moment, a large truck suddenly rushed out from the side at a very fast speed. There was a loud crashing sound of crack bang. The GL8 was severely deformed, flew into the air, turned twice in the air, then fell heavily to the ground and slid more than 10 meters. The truck was parked across the middle of the road. Tai Kuei was wearing a hat and a mask, his face covered in blood. He shook his head forcefully, jumped out of the car, and ran away. He rushed into the side alley as soon as possible, and according to the route he had planned long ago, he turned several corners and found a small path. The little hand had been waiting for a long time. He handed Tai Kuei a coat and started the motorcycle. The two took a shortcut to a parking lot, parked their motorcycles again, and followed the dark path straight back to Shunda. When the two of them arrived here, Wang Yan and Zhang Zonghe had been waiting for a long time. Tai Kuei took off his hat and wiped the blood off his forehead. I used too much force and hurt myself. Zhang Zonghe glanced at Tai Kuei and said, based on the speed you were driving just now, I thought you wanted to wall him up. Get lost. Tai Kuei cursed Zhang Zonghe. The little hand was a little excited and gave Wang Yan a thumbs up. Wang Yan had a serious expression and said nothing, his mind full of thoughts about Zhang Zonghe. Zhang Zonghe knew what Wang Yan was worried about, and said nonchalantly, don't worry, if I, Zhang Zonghe, really wanted to hide, ordinary people wouldn't be able to find me. Wang Yan took a deep breath, his eyes serious, you can't hide. If you hide, it's like confessing yourself. What should we do? The Yi brothers won't listen to reason with us. Sooner or later they will think of us. Wang Yan unscrewed the beer and drank it all in one gulp. His eyes kept turning around, and his harmless face was full of anxiety. The atmosphere in the room also changed, and everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Yan. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Yan sighed and said, now that things have come to this, let's just leave it to fate. Tai Kuei, the two of you should dispose of all the evidence that can be disposed of, and be prepared for when they come knocking on your door. Remember this, don't tell anyone about this, keep it a secret. After Wang Yan gave some instructions, he returned to Shuifeng's office quietly. As soon as he entered the room, Orange came in right behind him and asked, where have you been for the past 2 hours? I didn't sleep well last night, so I went upstairs and took a nap secretly. Is this true or false? Really? Don't you know? Wang Yan looked at Qingzi mischievously, I worked so hard yesterday. Qingzi glanced at Wang Yan fiercely, why are you so annoying? Can you live up to your face? Wang Yan smiled and stared at Qingzi with lustful eyes, don't you just like my face? Orange also had a premonition, I have something else to do, I'm leaving first. As soon as she turned around, Wang Yan pulled her onto his lap and asked, where are you running? Orange was obviously a little flustered, stop it, this is an office. What are you afraid of? Just lock the door. Stop talking nonsense. Wang Yan turned over and pressed Qingzi onto the table, intending to execute Qingzi on the spot. Suddenly, Huma's roar was heard outside the house, Wang Yan, Wang Yan. Wang Yan quickly stopped what he was doing and motioned for Qingzi to stand aside. Who knew that Orange would laugh at Wang Yan and then crawl under the desk? Wang Yan was stunned for a moment, what are you going to do? You'll know soon. I want to see how open-minded you are. As he said that, Qingzi directly unbuckled Wang Yan's belt. Now it was Wang Yan's turn to be anxious. What a joke, doing this in front of Huma. Huma was so angry. But before he could say anything, the door was kicked open with a bang. Huma rushed into the room, eyes wide open, where did you go at night? Wang Yan forced himself to calm down, I didn't do anything. I just took a nap upstairs. You're talking nonsense. I asked you upstairs, but you didn't go there at all. Wang Yan laughed and said, Master Ma, I was just being lazy. How could anyone know about this? I sneaked up through the safety passage and no one saw me. Huma stared at Wang Yan's facial expression carefully, and couldn't tell whether it was true or false, but he always felt that Wang Yan was a little strange. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? No, no. Wang Yan smiled and looked at Huma, Uncle Ma, what do you want from me? Huma took a deep breath and said, what happened to the Yi family has nothing to do with you, right? What's happening with the Yi family? Wang Yan widened his eyes. You better not let me know you're lying to me. Huma was still skeptical, hurry up and go upstairs, Sister Qi is looking for you. Got it, Master Ma, I'll go right away. Why don't you get going quickly? What are you doing? Right away, right away. After finally fooling Huma away, Wang Yan raised his hand and pulled Qingzi out. Qingzi stared at Wang Yan with a demonstrative look, his face full of dissatisfaction. How is it, do you feel good? Just wait for me. Wang Yan pointed at Qingzi fiercely and said, if I don't make you kneel down and beg for mercy tonight, I won't be called Wang Yan. Oh my, I'm so scared. Come now if you can. Wang Yan slapped Qingzi on the butt, then turned around and rushed out of the room. When Wang Yan arrived at Sister Qi's office, Sister Qi was standing by the window smoking. She wore over-the-knee boots and tight pants on the lower body, a small sweater with diamonds on the upper body, and had big wavy hair, which made her look charming and graceful. To be honest, Sister Qi's legs are better than oranges. Not curved at all. Wang Yang'ang had just been so aroused by Qingzi that he could not help but let his imagination run wild. He quickly shook his head and calmed himself down. Sister Qi, come find me. Sister Qi turned around and stared at Wang Yan. The night monk is still in the operating room, his life or death is uncertain. Wang Yan did not hide anything from Sister Qi, I guessed it. The one who tried to kidnap me last time was Yixingqi, not Yixingsen. I know. Then why are you doing Night Walker Monk if you don't do Night Walker Red? Wang Yan looked at Sister Qi. Night Walker Monk and Night Walker Red are the same. Getting one is the same as getting two. Compared to the reckless man Yixingqi, Yixingsen is the one who is really difficult to deal with. He is the brain of the Yi family. So if you want to deal with Yixingqi, you must first get rid of Yixingsen. Knock out the brains of the Yi family. Make them become headless flies. In this case, according to Yixingqi's brain, he will definitely not think of you. Besides, with the way this gang of scoundrels do things, there's no guarantee that they'll just end up biting like a mad dog. In that case, we can sit back and watch the fight between the two tigers. Maybe we can kill someone with someone else's knife without showing up. Sister Qi was obviously a little excited, her chest kept rising and falling, swaying. I just want you to teach them a lesson, not to kill them. You lunatic, is it necessary to be so cruel? Wang Yan's gentle face suddenly became extremely ferocious, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. This scene happened to be seen by Sister Qi. She frowned and stared at Wang Yan. In fact, it was normal for Wang Yan to be angry. In order to help Sister Qi, he took such a big risk, but in the end he was blamed. But he quickly adjusted himself and smiled. Sister Qi, are those Yi brothers street thugs who are not well known in society? Will they behave themselves if you beat them up? Will they be obedient? You're trying to provoke someone you can't even hide from. Rather than offending them and giving them a chance to fight back, why not catch them off guard and strike them deadly, so that we can get rid of them once and for all? If you feel the pressure is too great and you can't bear it, you can just hand me over. Sister Qi's eyebrows stood up, and she immediately became angry. She threw the cigarette butt directly at Wang Yan. Who are you threatening from here? Don't worry, I did this voluntarily. I didn't have any other thoughts. I just wanted to vent my anger on you. Although Wang Yan said this, he definitely didn't think so in his heart. He was creating psychological pressure on Sister Qi in disguise. Even if it is leaked one day, I will bear the consequences myself and will never reveal it to you and cause you any harm. A gentleman's words are as good as his nails. I, Wang Yan, will keep my word. After saying that, Wang Yan turned and left. As soon as he left, a figure walked out from the inner room. This kid is definitely not an easy character to control. He is bold, careful, and extremely fierce. He will bring you trouble in the end. Sister Qi's mouth twitched slightly. I understand what you said. Then what are you hesitating about? Sister Qi suddenly laughed, and her words were full of meaning. Don't forget, he is the only one who is willing to help me. I don't believe he doesn't have his own ideas and needs. This is a society of mutual benefit. Who isn't fighting and gambling? Don't be fooled by Wang Yan's tough attitude and strong aura in front of Sister Qi. When he returned to the office and there was no one around, he collapsed into the chair, his heart beating noticeably faster. It was obvious that he was not completely fearless, and there was a reason why he went ahead with it. He drank several glasses of water and washed his face several times before he gradually calmed down. Looking at himself in the mirror, Wang Yan felt a little strange for a moment. He returned to his office, opened the drawer, took out the photo of Mr. and Mrs. Li, and before he knew it, tears welled up in his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and forced himself not to think about it, but it was difficult to control. After a while, Wang Yan decided to skip work and go find Qingzi. As soon as he strolled out of the water seal, he ran into Sister Qi's business car. The car window was rolled down and Sister Qi motioned for Wang Yan to get in. Wang Yan hurriedly got in the car and took the initiative to light a cigarette for Sister Qi. "Hello, Sister Qi." Sister Qi took a puff of her cigarette and said, "If you have someone you find useful, keep him by your side. Shui Feng will be responsible for their expenses and insurance, and they can enjoy all Shui Feng employee benefits. Of course, the number of places is limited, so there can't be too many. 5 or 6 will be enough. Also, don't tell anyone about this matter for now. Wait until the matter between the Yi brothers is over. Find a reason and an opportunity, and I will go through the formal procedures for you." Sister Qi said something with a hidden meaning. "This is also a kind of protection for you. In Shui Feng International, only the manager is qualified to bring his own men with him, no one else is allowed to do so." The authority that Sister Qi gave to Wang Yan is unprecedented. Wang Yan's heart instantly beamed with joy. He had done so many things at such great risks, and for this purpose. He dreamed of using the Shui Feng platform to build his own team and lead his own people. Because only in this way can he take more initiative and have the opportunity to take revenge earlier. Although he was already cheering in his heart, Wang Yan's appearance remained calm. "Thank you, Sister Qi." Sister Qi looked at Wang Yan carefully, and said thoughtfully, "You seem to have made a lot of progress compared to before. Work hard. Shui Feng will not treat any employee who has made contributions unfairly." As she spoke, Sister Qi opened her handbag and took out a black plastic bag. "This is for you, spend it sparingly." Wang Yan accepted it without saying anything. "Thank you, Sister Qi." Inadvertently, their eyes met. Wang Yan looked at Sister Qi's smooth skin, crystal clear face, rosy and plump lips, curvaceous figure, and especially her mature and charming temperament, and sighed from the bottom of his heart, "This woman is so charming. You can't tell her age at all." Sister Qi was also a little uncomfortable with Wang Yan's gaze. She didn't get angry, but just smiled awkwardly. "How about I take you home?" Wang Yan finally realized his own mistake and shook his head with a smile. "No, I haven't finished get off work yet, I'll go by myself." Having said that, Wang Yan got out of the car. Seeing Sister Qi's car disappearing from his sight, Wang Yan weighed the cash in his hand, and all his fear and unhappiness disappeared. He hummed a little tune and came to Qingzi's house. Orange came to greet him wearing a maid outfit. She blinked her big eyes and pretended to be well-behaved and aggrieved. "Sir, you are back. Oh my, so good." "Yes, yes." Qingzi pulled Wang Yan into the living room. "I'm sorry for offending you in the office just now. I hope you can forgive me, sir." Wang Yan curled his lips. "I'm sorry, the word forgiveness has never appeared in my dictionary." Orange snorted, put her hands on her hips, and looked at Wang Yan demonstratively. Wang Yan smiled, pulled Qingzi back to the room, and scattered the cash on the bed. He raised his hand and pointed, "Use it to pay off your debt." Orange covered his mouth and said, "Oh my God, where did you get so much money? Who cares where it comes from? Keep some for living, don't give it all back." "Thank you, husband." Orange didn't hesitate to jump and directly landed on Wang Yan. Wang Yan hugged Qingzi, and they were about to get intimate when the cell phone suddenly rang, and Wang Yan answered the call. Before he could say anything, Orange spoke up, "Call back later." Wang Yan made a hush gesture to Qingzi, and then asked, "What's wrong?" An XIN on the other end of the phone was extremely anxious. "Brother Yan, it's bad, Xinyuo is missing. I suspect someone has kidnapped her." Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "Where are you?" "In the store." "Wait for me." Wang Yan quickly pushed Qingzi away, turned around and ran without explaining. He took a taxi directly to Xingxiangxing, looked at an XIN at the door, and asked immediately, "Where is Tiekui?" Inside, Zhang Zonghe and Xiao Shou are also there. Wang Yan was very anxious. "What happened to Xinyuo?" An XIN said uncharacteristically, "What's wrong with you?" Wang Yan was immediately curious, what's wrong with me? Who was the woman on the phone just now? Wang Yan reacted instantly, an xin, I really don't have time to explain to you now. If you don't have time to explain, I don't have time to talk to you. An xin. Wang Yan immediately got angry, why are you like this? I'm like this. An xin responded sharply, what's wrong with me? Wang Yan, tell me honestly, haven't I done enough for you? What else do you want from me? Wang Yan really couldn't stand up straight when it came to an xin. He forced himself to control his emotions and changed the subject, aren't you and Tai Kuei doing well now? How many times do I have to tell you? I did that all for you. Otherwise I wouldn't even want to talk to that idiot, let alone coax him and help him regain his confidence. Do you understand? An xin was quite emotional, let me ask you, who is that woman? Wang Yan had never seen an xin like this before. He knew that an xin was really angry. He knew very well that when a woman went crazy, it was scarier than anything else. At this critical juncture, Wang Yan definitely cannot let an xin explode. After figuring this out, Wang Yan adjusted his attitude and his tone became much softer, even with a hint of ambiguity. My dear, I work at Shueifeng International, and I'm surrounded by women. Isn't it normal for you to hear women talking? Then why did she say she would pick it up later? Who is so impressive? Our general manager, Sister Chi, was holding a meeting for us at that time. Wang Yan lied. An xin was skeptical, really? Real. An xin's mood obviously improved a lot. She pointed at Wang Yan and said, remember, never lie to me. Oh, why would I lie to you? Wang Yan coaxed an xin, hurry up, don't delay anything. An xin nodded and went into the repair shop with Wang Yan. Tai Kuei, Zhang Zonghe, and Xiao Shou had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Wang Yan, they all surrounded him, looking anxious, Brother Yan. Don't panic, tell me what happened first. As soon as Wang Yan arrived, everyone's spirit and energy were noticeably different. An xin glanced at Wang Yan meaningfully, and then said, do you still remember that Uncle Li helped you pay back Jiang Bao's money? Wang Yan nodded. An xin continued, he paid a total of more than 340,000 yuan, of which only 1/3 was from him and Tai Kuei, and the rest was borrowed from people everywhere. Among them were several small loan companies. Later, Aunt Duwan got into trouble and Uncle Li was sentenced to suspended death sentence. These creditors started to harass Xinyuo and demanded repayment from him. An xin said seriously, I know you are not rich, so I didn't tell you about this. I just thought I would help Xinyuo pay it back myself. But I really have no money now. The repair shop has just opened and business is average, so I can only pay it back slowly. Uncle Li's creditor friends are easy to talk to, but those small loan companies are more difficult to deal with. They are getting more and more extreme every day, as if they are afraid that we will run away. I now feel that Xinyuo's disappearance may be related to them. Wang Yan frowned, you know where those microloan companies are, right? An xin nodded, and Wang Yan waved his hand, let's go and look for them one by one. Under an xin's guidance, Wang Yan and his group first came to a microloan company. The boss of the company is Eugene Hui. After hearing the purpose of Wang Yan and the others' visit, he slowly handed over a few cigarettes and smiled slightly. Old Li and I have known each other for many years and have always had a good relationship. When he asked me to borrow money, I not only didn't ask for collateral, but I also didn't ask for interest. My company is in urgent need of money now, and the time he promised to pay me back has long passed. I want my principal back. Is there anything wrong with that? Wang Yan nodded, and said modestly, Uncle, we will definitely pay you back. Can you give us a little more time for Uncle Li's sake? Eugene Hui's eyes flickered, and after thinking for a moment, he sighed, Brother Li and sister-in-law are also quite miserable, forget it. He took a puff of his cigarette and said, I can give you some more time, but you must give me collateral and an exact repayment date. You can't delay it even for a minute. Otherwise, don't blame me for not cherishing our friendship. I have to live too. Wang Yan and the others looked at each other, all in a dilemma. Here you go. An xin threw her car keys to Eugene Hui, I will return them to you within a month. Eugene Hui glanced at the car keys and thought for a moment. You can drive the car, just give me the driving license. For Lao Li's sake, I will trust you again. Thank you, uncle. Wang Yan and the others hurriedly thanked him. Then see if you can return Xinyuo to us. She is still young and I am afraid you will scare him. Eugene Hui glanced at Wang Yan with disdain on his face. How much of a jerk must I be to have arrested my former eldest brother's daughter for tens of thousands of dollars? Wang Yan fell silent immediately. Eugene Hui continued, I didn't catch the person, but I can point you in a direction. Uncle, you say. Lu Yanwang. Eugene Hui said this and turned and left. Wang Yan looked at an Xin. Do you know this Lu Yanwang? An Xin nodded, but it shouldn't be. What's the meaning? Among all the creditors of Uncle Li that I have met, Lu Yanwang is the easiest to talk to. I heard from Xinyuo that she knew Lu Yanwang when she was very young, and that Lu Yanwang used to hang out with Uncle Li. When Lu Yanwang's mother was critically ill, it was Uncle Li who gave her money to save her life. His son was in a car accident and was sent to the ICU. He had no vital signs and the doctors had given up on him. But in the end, it was Aunt Duwan who refused to give up and saved him. Anyway, Uncle Li has a very good relationship with him. He should have a better relationship with him than Eugene Hui, otherwise Uncle Li wouldn't be able to ask him for money. When the song is over, the audience disperses, the tea gets cold, the society is profit-oriented, and money is a reality. What's so strange about that? Eugene Hui came out and said something ambiguous. If you want to go, go quickly. If you are late, it may be too late. Wang Yan immediately had a bad feeling and rushed out of the room without saying a word. The little hand followed closely behind. Brother Yan, wait a moment. Wang Yan stopped and asked, what's wrong? Xiao Shou took a deep breath and said, I know Lu Yanwang. Several people's eyes were focused on the little hand again. Xiao Shou took a deep breath and said, Lu Yanwang is Kusanshui's man. He makes a living by lending money and running pornographic places. He doesn't have a good reputation in the underworld. He often uses Kusanshui's name to bully others. Wang Yan and his friends had never been involved in society before, so they didn't know these names in society. Who is Kusanshui? There are two gangsters in Taiha district, known as half-district chiefs. One of them is Kusanshui. He owns many businesses, including mines, mixing stations, and sand and gravel plants. It is said that in Taiha district, all cement and sand for construction sites, even cement and sand for homeowners' renovations, must come from Kusanshui. Northwest other place can provide them. If we simply discuss power, Kusanshui is stronger than the artillery. Wang Yan has realized the complexity of the matter. An Xin, give me the car, you go home first. An Xin handed Wang Yan the car keys, looking worried. We haven't figured out the power behind Jiangbao yet, and we've already offended the Yi family again. Now we are going to go after the half-district chief again. I know you have no choice but to save Xinyuo, but you must be careful and don't make it irreversible. Wang Yan's pupils suddenly contracted sharply, but soon returned to normal. Don't worry, it's okay. Back in the car, Wang Yan's face darkened. Tai Kuei, have you told an Xin everything about us? Tai Kuei looked disapproving. What's wrong? Is an Xin going to hurt us again? I didn't say she would harm us, but did I tell you not to tell anyone about us? Wang Yan was indeed a little anxious, but Tai Kuei did not indulge him. There are no secrets between an Xin and me. Tai Kuei, we should try not to let outsiders know about the things between us brothers. An Xin is not an outsider. Tai Kuei said firmly, I won't hide anything from him. Wang Yan felt a surge of anger rushing to his head, and he braked suddenly with a squeak. Get out of the car. Why should I get off the car? Xinyuo is your sister, and she is also my sister. Either listen to me and keep the secret from now on, or get out of the car. Wang Yan was getting more and more angry. Are you sick? What did an Xin do to you? Tai Kuei also got angry. He opened the car door and left with a bang. Wang Yan took out a lighter, lit a cigarette, and said nothing. Zhang Zonghe leaned back and said in a low voice, an Xin, there will be a result between you and Tai Kuei sooner or later. It's not a good idea to waste time like this. This fool is getting deeper and deeper into trouble. It will only get worse and worse. Zhang Zongha also lit a cigarette. An Xin is a good girl, but she is conservative, feudal, and stubborn. Not only is he extremely emotional, he also acts very impulsively. Otherwise, it's impossible that they would sell such a good milk tea shop and such a new BMW so suddenly and then open a repair shop here. Hearing Zhang Zongha's words, Wang Yan frowned immediately. Do you know something? Brother, I, Zhang Zongha, have been in the love field for so many years, and have seen countless women without a single failure. What can't you understand? Pick up any woman and I can tell when her first period started just by looking at her face. How can I not understand my childhood friend? She's liked you since we were in school. And let me tell you, the Xin family also made a great contribution to our being able to get out so quickly this time. This is what my father told me himself. Her family's connections are much deeper than mine. She is really willing to give up everything for you, but this is not a good thing. Because she is a perfectionist with a very strong self-esteem, and she is a completely different person from us. So you must control this bomb well. Don't blow yourself up. After listening to Zhang Zongha's words, Wang Yan felt even more depressed. He suddenly raised his hand and slammed the steering wheel. So what do you think I should do now? Tai Kuei's mentality can only be adjusted by her. I can't confront them directly, right? You know Tai Kuei's personality. Look at how he beat me like a beast just now. Zhang Zongha stopped talking, and the car suddenly became much quieter. Wang Yan played with the recorder that Huma had used before, thinking, forget it, let's not think about that, let's go find Lu Yanwang first. Several people went directly to Lu Yanwang's microloan company, parked the car, and entered the room. 3 bald gangsters were playing landlord with cigarettes in their mouths. When they saw Wang Yan, one of them immediately said, "What's the matter, brother? Do you need money?" "No, we are here to look for Lu Yanwang." Several people were obviously a little impatient. "Our boss is not here, come back another day." As soon as he finished speaking, a familiar cry of "ah" suddenly came from the inner room. Wang Yan's eyebrows raised, and without saying a word, he rushed into the inner room, followed closely by Zhang Zongha and Xiao Shou. Li Xinyuo was seen curled up in the corner of the sofa, trembling all over, with red eyes. A bald middle-aged man in his 50s sat beside him, holding a cigarette in his mouth, his nose pointed upwards, his eyes squinting, full of teasing. "Xinyuo, don't worry, uncle will treat you well." As he said that, Lu Yanwang reached out to touch Li Xinyuo's face again. Wang Yan raised his hand to open Lu Yanwang's wrist, pulled Li Xinyuo off the sofa, and protected him behind him. The moment he saw Wang Yan, Li Xinyuo burst into tears, with fear written all over his face. 3 bald guys chased in aggressively, holding weapons in their hands. "What are you doing?" The little hand retreated to Wang Yan's side, and Zhang Zongha hid directly in the corner of the room. Both of them were alert. Lu Yanwang took his time, winked at his brothers, and then looked at Wang Yan. "Who are you? Why do you look so familiar to me?" Wang Yan didn't want to mention his father. He adjusted his mentality and took a deep breath. "Uncle Chang, I am Xinyuo's brother." "Why didn't I know she had a brother? We are distant relatives." "Oh, so that's why you're here." Lu Yanwang hummed, his face turned upside down, very arrogant. "I'm here to pay her back, right?" Wang Yan smiled slightly and said modestly, "Uncle Chang, I heard that you know my Uncle Li." Lu Yanwang's nose is not a nose, and his face is not a face. Acquaintance is acquaintance, business is business, these are 2 different things. After all, I have a group of brothers who depend on me for their livelihood. "I know that." Wang Yan said softly, "It is only natural to pay back debts. I just want to ask, how much money did Uncle Li borrow from you?" "Not much, just over 500,000. 500,000. Wang Yan raised his eyebrows. "Did you remember it wrongly?" Lu Yanwang took out a contract and placed it in front of Wang Yan. "See, it's written in black and white." As soon as Wang Yan arrived, Li Xinyuo became much bolder. "Nonsense, you tricked me into signing this. You clearly told me that you didn't want the interest, and that I only needed to pay back the principal, and you also promised me to postpone the payment, so I signed it. Are you kidding me? I make a living from this. Why don't I ask for your interest? Who do you think you are?" Lu Yanwang's face darkened, full of threats. Li Xinyuo, you have to have evidence when you speak. I'm telling the truth, you lied to me. You lied to me. You'll get your comeuppance. What's going on? Is this your backer here? Lu Yanwang looked at Li Xinyuo with a half-smile. How dare you talk to me like that? Li Xinyuo bit her lip and was about to argue, but was stopped by Wang Yan. Uncle Chang, as far as I know, Uncle Li only borrowed 30,000. Lu Yanwang pointed at the contract again and said unreasonably, can you read? Look at how much this is. Wang Yan knew that all this was a trap set by Lu Yanwang. All the kindness he had shown to an Xin and Li Xinyuo before was fake. He did this just to lower their guard and then trick the inexperienced Li Xinyuo into signing this indenture contract. This bald guy must have been thinking about Li Xinyuo for a long time. Wang Yan suppressed the anger in his heart. Uncle Chang, can you please give me some leniency for the sake of Uncle Li and Aunt Du? I'll raise the money for you right away and return it to you before dark, okay? Lu Yanwang sneered, Baosher is so small, there are no more than 3 people, and everyone knows everyone. I'm sometimes considering this person's face, sometimes considering that person's face. Then can I still do business? Wang Yan narrowed his eyes. After all, they have helped you. Lu Yanwang looked as if it was his due. What? Did I force them to help me? Didn't they do it willingly? Did I beg them? Lu Yanwang pointed at Wang Yan. Listen carefully, little bastard. Either you give money or you give it to someone. Nothing else will work. Don't even mention that damn bitch and that lame old man. Even if my mom came, there's no room for negotiation. Hearing Lu Yanwang insulting his lifesaver, Wang Yan's face changed. Uncle Chang, be kind with your words. Lu Yanwang's attitude became worse and worse, and he became more and more arrogant. Hey, where did you come from? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? Lu Yanwang raised his hand and poked Wang Yan's head. Listen to me, I'm determined to have this chick. I'll let her take on customers when I've had enough fun with her, and I'll settle accounts with her when she pays me back. Lu Yanwang smiled obscenely at Li Xinyuo, raised his hand and touched Li Xinyuo again. Little girl, are you still a virgin? Uncle will help you to break your virginity. Lu Yanwang was extremely perverted. To be honest, your damn mother was actually quite attractive, but she died a little too early. Otherwise, it would be nice to take advantage of the opportunity of old Li being in prison to keep you and your daughter in captivity for a while. His face was full of intoxication and enjoyment. That chest, that voice, if it were to be shouted, it would be so exciting. Oh my, this Lao Li is also a blessed man, ha 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 ha. Uncle Chang, if you talk like that, there's nothing to talk about. Lu Yanwang raised his hand and slapped Wang Yan's face several times, his eyes ferocious. Remember, any girl that I, Lu Yanwang, likes, will not be able to escape. The little hand was obviously unhappy and was about to step forward. Wang Yan grabbed her little wrist and smiled, revealing 2 dimples. Got it, Uncle Lu, let's go then. Wang Yan's words stunned Li Xinyuo. She subconsciously said, Brother Yan. Wang Yan pushed Li Xinyuo away, looked at Zhang Zonghe, turned around and was about to leave. Wait a moment. Lu Yanwang stood up slowly. What kind of place is this? Can you come and go as you please? While he was speaking, 7 or 8 short-haired men rushed in from outside and blocked the room. They each held a knife in their hands, looking ferocious and eager. Wang Yan's expression was calm. Uncle Lu, what do you mean? Lu Yanwang deliberately spread his legs and pointed at his crotch. If you want to leave, go from here, or I'll leave you with some parts today. Ha 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 ha, there was a burst of ridicule in the room. Without any hesitation, Wang Yan just lay on the ground and crawled out through Lu Yanwang's crotch. Zhang Zonghe followed closely behind, and after hesitating for a moment, his little hands also began to crawl. Brother Yan. Li Xinyuo's face was filled with despair, tears streaming down his face. You can't just ignore me. Lu Yanwang waved his hand and slapped Li Xinyuo to the ground. The slap made blood flow from the corners of Li Xinyuo's nostrils and mouth. Lu Yanwang pointed at Li Xinyuo and yelled angrily, Listen to me, little girl. No matter who it is, they can't save you this time. Not to mention these little idiots. As he said that, he walked forward and tore off Li Xinyuo's clothes. The room was filled with Lu Yanwang's lewd laughter and Li Xinyuo's heart-wrenching cries of despair. Wang Yan and a few others managed to squeeze out from under the crotches of these thugs. Back in the car, Xiao Shouqi was trembling all over. Zhang Zonghe had no expression on his face, he just rolled up his sleeves because he knew his brother too well. Wang Yan lit a cigarette, put the car in reverse gear, and the car moved back smoothly. After retreating more than 10 meters, the vehicle suddenly made a buzzing sound and rushed out in an instant without any warning. Lu Yanwang's microloan company is just an ordinary small shop with a bedroom inside. Because Lu Yanwang had to do things inside, his subordinates had already crowded into the outer hall. These people were talking and laughing, with arrogant looks on their faces. They never thought that Wang Yan would dare to do this. There was a loud bang and the main entrance of the microloan company was knocked away. Wang Yan's car crashed into the room. There were more than a dozen figures in the house, half of them were knocked away, 2 were crushed under the car, and only a few escaped. While the group of people were stunned, the SUV backed out of the microloan company with a buzz, and then rushed up again, this time running over the 2 short-haired guys lying on the ground. He crashed into the other thugs who were hiding against the wall. With a duang sound, the wall was directly knocked down, and heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the room. Wang Yan and Zhang Zonghe jumped out of the car first, picked up the knife on the ground, pointed it at the people in the house and started to attack. The little hand was furious just now, but now his eyes were shining. Fuck you. He held a knife in each hand and chopped anyone he saw. His moves were even more ruthless than Zhang Zonghe's. In an instant, the house was filled with the flashing of swords and the splashing of blood. After Wang Yan chopped down 2 people in succession, he rushed into the house first. At this time, Lu Yanwang had already sensed something was wrong. He turned around and looked at Wang Yan, his eyebrows raised, and he immediately yelled. "Little bastard, I am Kasanchue's brother. How dare you touch me?" Before he finished speaking, Wang Yan rushed forward and chopped Lu Yanwang to the ground with a knife, CNM. He then rushed forward and kicked Lu Yanwang in the crotch twice. Lu Yanwang covered his crotch with his hands, his mouth full of water, and he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, in extreme pain. "You are an ungrateful beast who repays kindness with enmity." Without saying anything, Wang Yan raised his knife again and chopped Lu Yanwang alive, blood splattering everywhere. Lu Yanwang had already fainted, but Wang Yan still had no intention of stopping. He didn't throw the knife aside until he was tired of fighting. His hands were covered in blood. He lit a cigarette, took a few deep puffs, and walked to the corner of the room. Li Xinyuo had a bruised face and swollen nose, with undried blood on his face. He curled up in a corner, his body still shaking. Wang Yan took off his coat, put it on Li Xinyuo, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, feeling full of guilt and distress. "I'm sorry for making you feel wronged." Li Xinyuo had never seen such a scene before. Tears streamed down his face. He then pointed to another corner of the room. There is another victim." Wang Yan walked over and didn't find anything unusual at first glance. But looking more closely, he realized something was wrong and began to push on the wall gently, but it didn't work. Li Xinyuo got up from the ground and fiddled with the bedside. Suddenly, a secret door opened, revealing a narrow and dark space, less than 5 square meters at most. Looking inside following the light from the house, one can see a naked woman with scars all over her body, tied up like a dumpling. Also seeing the light outside, the woman began to struggle frantically, making a woo sound non-stop. Wang Yan entered the dark room and dragged the woman out directly. The two looked at each other, and the woman was a little confused for a moment. Wang Yan was also dumbfounded. "Why is it you?" Zhang Zonghe's voice came out. "Brother Yan, there's someone outside again." Wang Yan patted Xinyuo on the shoulder and said, "Untie her rope and take her to the car." Then he picked up a knife and walked to the outer hall. A group of people were lying on the floor of the outer hall, and the ground and walls were covered with blood. Zhang Zonghe was bare-chested, covered in sweat and blood, and panting. The little hands were also wiping sweat. 2 cars were parked at the door, and 6 or 7 figures had gotten out, staring intently at the house. Wang Yan's eyebrows stood up, full of anger. He walked straight out of the room, pointed his knife at the leading men. "CNM, what are you looking at? Get out." Several men were obviously ready to make some moves. Zhang Zonghe and Xiaoshou followed out immediately, each holding 2 knives, their bodies covered in blood, standing on the left and right sides of Wang Yan. I have to say, this scene is really shocking. The 2 sides stared at each other for a full minute, but no one took action. Seeing Li Zinuo helping Qingqing back into the car, Wang Yan glanced at the man opposite, and got into the car hand in hand with Zhang Zonghe. The vehicle backed out of the room with a buzz and left in a cool manner. The leading man on the opposite side entered the room, looked at the tragic scene inside, and frowned slightly. Where did these kids come from? Why are they so vicious? Call 120. He stood up and walked into the inner room, looked at Lu Yanwang lying on the ground, then glanced at the dark hall where who knows how many women were imprisoned, and instantly understood everything. A trace of disgust flashed across his face. I told you not to do this, but you didn't listen. As he said this, he looked at Lu Yanwang's crotch which was stained with blood. Now it's great, right? Did you run into trouble? On the other side, Wang Yan and his group had returned to the auto repair shop. An Xin and Tai Kuei had been waiting here for a long time. Looking at the unrecognizable vehicle, Tai Kuei frowned and asked, "How did you mess up an Xin's car like this?" An Xin didn't even look at the car, her face full of concern. "Are you okay?" Wang Yan shook his head. "Sorry, there's really nothing I can do. I'll fix the car for you. It's okay as long as they're all right. Tiekuei, go fix the car and let them rest for a while." An Xin ran to the car, helped Li Zinuo down, and when she saw Qingqing, she was obviously surprised. Wang Yan had already changed into work clothes. "Take her back to the room first." An Xin quickly found a coat and took Li Zinuo and Qingqing upstairs. Wang Yan looked at Tai Kuei and said, "Come and help fix the car." Tiekuei muttered a few words, then joined in the busying, changing his little hands into clothes and helping out. Zhang Zonghe, on the other hand, was like a big boss, sitting with his legs crossed, chatting on the phone with some young girl. This guy really didn't hide anything. "Don't wear sexy lingerie at night. Sexy lingerie can't satisfy me anymore. I want to try the cassock now." Xiaoshou's face was full of envy. "When can I have the same luck with women as Hegi? It would be great. I can be a bridegroom every day, enter the bridal chamber every night, and have mothers-in-law all over the country." "Don't be envious, none of them are serious." Wang Yan stared at the little hand. Lu Yanwang will definitely not let it go. Be careful from tomorrow on. "Brother Yan, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" "I dealt with him like a piece of shit. What he did was humane." Wang Yan replaced car parts. "If you have the guts, come to me. If you really push me too far, I'll kill Kusanshui too. Anyway, I'm barefoot, so I'm not afraid of anything." Although he said so, Wang Yan didn't think so in his heart. His mind is never idle. After working for a while, everyone felt hungry, so an Xin prepared some midnight snacks. Zhang Zonghe bought some beer, and everyone sat together, eating, drinking, and chatting. Qingqing was wearing an Xin's clothes and was obviously absent-minded. Wang Yan raised his glass and clinked it with hers. "Why are you imprisoned in that place?" Qingqing glanced at Wang Yan and bit her lip lightly. "I was kidnapped and sold." "Who is so bold as to tie you up?" "Mr. Song." "Who is Mr. Song?" Jiang Bao's behind-the-scenes boss. Wang Yan was stunned for a moment. "Why did he tie you up?" Qingqing's eyes flickered. "What do you think?" Wang Yan suddenly thought of how Qingqing and the others had testified for the police and accused Jiang Bao under the coercion of Lao Li. As Jiang Bao's boss behind the scenes, it is normal to settle the score with them later. Seeing Wang Yan remained silent, Qingqing drank a glass of wine by herself. "In order to punish us, he used his connections to get all of us out, and then made us live in fear every day. We can't run away or hide. He catches us and tortures us, then releases us after torturing us, and then catches us again after torturing us. No matter where we hide, even in other cities, we will be caught by his people." Qingqing laughed as she spoke. "It's really exciting. Where are Akai and Tiger now?" "I don't know, we haven't contacted each other yet." Wang Yan's eyes flickered. "Is this Mr. Song so powerful? We never thought of this before, otherwise, we would definitely not testify against Jiang Bao. Now it seems that we all underestimated him. He is far more powerful than we thought." Even unfathomable. At this point, Qingqing suddenly changed the subject. Of course, you are not simple either. He used Mr. Song's connections to claim self-defense, and was released so quickly, and he has been safe and sound ever since. Wang Yan glanced at Qingqing and continued to ask, who is this Mr. Song? I really don't know about this. Haven't you seen him? Don't talk about me, Jiangbao hasn't even seen it. Wang Yan was full of curiosity. How do you work for him before you see him? I don't know about that. It's not something we can understand at this level. But you can ask Honghua. He should know. Speaking of red flowers, Wang Yan thought of something else and said, what is the relationship between this red flower and Jiangbao? It seems to be different from the relationship between you and Jiangbao. Of course it's different. Qingqing laughed. Jiangbao, Honghua, Shueiji, and Xiudao, the four of them are brothers who grew up together in the orphanage. We are just Jiangbao's younger brothers. What's going on with these leeches and rusty knives? We don't know much about them either. Have they not shown up in such a long time? Wang Yan shook his head. Qingqing frowned and said to herself, that's not right. Jiangbao is in trouble. How could they not make any moves? Could it be related to Mr. Song again? What kind of medicine is in Mr. Song's gourd? He definitely won't let you go, so let it go, right? Even if he lets me go, I won't let him go. Wang Yan said firmly, do you know who is the female killer who killed my Aunt Du? Qingqing shook her head. The room suddenly became quiet. An Xin's cell phone rang and she handed the phone to Qingqing. Qingqing glanced at Wang Yan, hesitated for a moment, and answered the phone, hello, Brother Kai. I'm fine, I was saved by Wang Yan. I don't know either. Qingqing looked at Wang Yan again, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Wang Yan's expression was calm, and he had already made a plan in his mind, let them come over. Don't worry, it's safe here. In about half an hour, Asai, Laohu and Gunzi arrived at Xingxiangxing. The moment they saw Qingqing, they hugged each other. Akai's eyes instantly turned red, you really scared me to death. God bless you, God bless you. They are all in bad condition now. Every visible part of their bodies is covered with scars, and they are of various kinds, including gunshot wounds, knife wounds, burns, and scalds. It can be seen that they have been tortured a lot by Mr. Song these days. After the four of them hugged each other, they all walked up to Wang Yan and bowed deeply to him, thank you for saving Qingqing. Through the conversation just now, Wang Yan learned that Qingqing, Asai, and Laohu Gunzi are actually sworn brothers and sisters, and they have a very good relationship in private. But they didn't tell anyone, because Jiangbao didn't allow his subordinates to have such a good relationship. It's just something that comes naturally. Don't be polite. Wang Yan's voice was not loud, but there was something behind his words. What are your plans for the future? I don't have any plans. I'll just take it one step at a time and live one day at a time. Don't you want to get rid of Mr. Song once and for all? Let alone other things, we don't even know what he looks like, how can we deal with him? Just because you don't know now doesn't mean you won't know in the future. Wang Yan said softly, if you are really forced into a desperate situation, come to Shueifeng and follow me. I'm not saying I can definitely save you. But if I'm fine, you'll be fine too. This is my promise to you. For Wang Yan at the moment, these people who were tortured to the point of exhaustion and forced into desperation by Mr. Song are definitely the best candidates for him to build his own team. Especially Tiger and Stick, they are two absolute tough guys. For Qingqing and the others, following Wang Yan has become their only choice, otherwise they will die. In fact, Qingqing had this idea a long time ago, but she just didn't have the courage to say it. Unexpectedly, Wang Yan actually brought it up himself. She was about to respond when Tiger frowned. The words were on the tip of his tongue but were suppressed by Qingqing again. Wang Yan was very good at observing people's expressions, and without waiting for Laohu and the others to express their opinions, he quickly raised his glass. Brothers, I apologize for offending you in the past. Wang Yan acted very politely, drank it all in one gulp, and then refilled the glass, even with a hint of pleading in his words. I hope you brothers will give me a chance to communicate and get along with each other, so that we can exchange our true hearts with each other. As for whether I am a capable person or not, you can judge for yourself. Also, if you ever want to leave, you can leave at any time. I will never stop you. Tiger and Stick were both typical people who would rather give in to softness than hardness. After hearing what Wang Yan said, they felt a little embarrassed. The grudge in their hearts was also let go. The corner of Tiger's mouth twitched slightly. Now that we've come to this point, there's nothing more for us to say. Just be sure you're not afraid of us bringing you trouble. I'm not afraid of anything. Wang Yan smiled happily, not hiding his inner joy, and raised his glass. Brothers and sisters, let's toast to them. It's a testament to our friendship. Yes, there is no acquaintance without fighting. Zhang Zonghe, the conspicuous one, was the first to speak. Tiekue and Xiaoshou hurriedly raised their glasses, and even an Xin and Li Xinyuo raised their drinks. They truly felt the sincerity of Wang Yan and his group, and Asai, Qingqing, Lao Hu, and Gunzi finally raised their glasses. Everyone drank it all in one gulp. Wang Yan immediately poured a second glass of wine. Brothers and sisters, let's toast now and forget all grudges with a smile. They looked at each other and drank it all again. Wang Yan filled the third glass of wine again. This third glass of wine is for the future. Having said this, Wang Yan paused, and his clear eyes flashed with unprecedented ambition. Carry the flag and stand at the top. I am the only one who is supreme. Wang Yan's pressure on the whole place directly affected everyone. Cheers. Everyone drank it all in one gulp again, and the atmosphere was obviously much more passionate than before. Zhang Zonghe stood up and raised the bottle. Let's drink today and share the wealth and honor of life together, brothers. I'll blow a bottle for everyone first. Brother Tiger, this is your first time drinking. Do you dare to follow me? Tiger smiled slightly, full of dominance. If you blow one, I will blow two. Okay. The atmosphere at the table instantly rose to a higher level. Drinking is definitely the best way to quickly bring people closer together, and with Zhang Zonghe as the star of the atmosphere group, the dinner party soon became lively. The emotions that everyone had suppressed for a long time were greatly released. None of them are stingy people, so once they start drinking, all the past events are completely forgotten. Wang Yan was in a very good mood. For him, it was finally a step forward, and he really drank a lot. Halfway through the drink, my cell phone started vibrating. It was Orange calling. Wang Yan glanced at an Xin on the other side of the phone, but did not answer it and pressed the mute button instead. The more he drank, the happier he became, and before he knew it, he was drinking until dawn. There are also many rooms on the second floor, enough for these people to live in. An Xin simply hung up a sign saying the store was closed for one day. After everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they lay down on their beds and fell asleep. When Wang Yan opened his eyes, it was already afternoon. He yawned and found that his cell phone was out of battery. He quickly charged the phone, and when he turned it on, he saw that there were dozens of missed calls. Most of them were from oranges, and a small part were from sesame. Wang Yan looked at the time and saw that they were about to be late, so he quickly woke up Tiger, Stick, Qingqing, and Asai, and they all headed straight for the water seal. He called Sister Chi halfway and told her that Lao Hu and the others were going to join the company. Sister Chi arranged everything without saying a word. That afternoon, Tiger and his colleagues all officially took up their posts in the entertainment department. In fact, under normal circumstances, they don't need to go to work, they can get paid just by following Wang Yan. But Wang Yan didn't want to make it too special. More importantly, in Wang Yan's opinion, the water seal is also the safest place. So Wang Yan arranged a job as a nanny for Qingqing and asked her to help take care of the young lady. Asai was assigned the position of a supervisor and was asked to help manage the waiters. As for Tiger and Stick, they are completely free and can do whatever they want. But these two people are basically never idle. They help out wherever there is a shortage of people and play any guest role. This is also what Wang Yan requires of all of them: be humble. Keep a low profile. Build good interpersonal relationships. People like Asai are veterans in this field, and they are all experienced and capable. They didn't need any adaptation and managed everything in an orderly manner. There is no need for Wang Yan to do anything at all. Wang Yan also had some free time. He locked himself in the office, thinking wholeheartedly about Mr. Song, the Yi brothers, and Kusan Shui. For Wang Yan, these people are time bombs installed around him. No matter which explosion it is, it will be life-threatening to him. So he must find ways to prevent and defuse these time bombs. He was absorbed in his thoughts when the office door was pushed open and Orange came in with a gloomy face. Seeing Qingzi, Wang Yan was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? Didn't I say you can't go to work anymore? Orange folded his arms together. Where did you go last night? I have something to do. I am busy. Are you so busy then? You can't even answer the phone. Then I drank too much. Then you don't know when to return today. Wang Yan's mind was full of things and he had long forgotten about Orange's call. He smiled awkwardly and quickly hugged Orange into his arms. Don't be angry, don't be angry. I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Orange suddenly raised his voice, furious. Brother, you received a call from a woman late at night, and then disappeared for the whole night. And you just said sorry and that's it. Who do you think I am? Wang Yan could see that Qingzi was really anxious, so he quickly picked up the items and explained. Qingzi basically knows everything about Wang Yan, except the ones related to an xin. After listening to Wang Yan's explanation, Qingzi's expression relaxed a lot, but was replaced by worry. Did you really beat up Kusanshui's brother? Wang Yan took a deep breath and nodded. Brother, are you trying to provoke all the big shots in Bayoshido? I don't want this to happen either. Now that things have come to this, what should we do? Orange was obviously in anxiety. Wang Yan sighed, leaned back in his chair, and felt a little worried. The screen of Xilingtong suddenly lit up, and an XIN's name was extremely eye-catching. Wang Yan was shocked, and when he saw that Qingzi wasn't looking at him, he quickly put his pager into his pocket. His heartbeat began to accelerate noticeably. When he was wondering why an xin wanted to call, the office door was pushed open again. It was Xiao Shouer who came in this time. Wang Yan was a little surprised. Why are you here? Isn't this a bit urgent? Xiao Shou smiled at Qingzi and said, Hello, sister-in-law. Calling Orange sister-in-law made her face smile. Wang Yan looked at Xiao Shou and found that Xiao Shou's eyes were obviously anxious, so he said, Qingzi, I have something to do. You should go home first. Orange nodded. I know, take it easy. Seeing Qingzi leave, Xiao Shou took a deep breath and said, Brother Yan, brother, he just called me and said that an xin will be here soon. What is she doing here? It seems like she's here to bring you dinner. What if she runs into my sister-in-law? Wang Yan stood up immediately. Hurry up, find a way to stop her. If I could stop her, I wouldn't have to sneak over here to tell you the news. Wang Yan was a little confused for a moment, and paced back and forth anxiously. If she was really asked to walk around Shuifeng International and bring her dinner, Orange would definitely be exposed. Thinking of this, Wang Yan decided to go all out and rushed out of the office in 2 steps instead of 3. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of Shuifeng Hotel, an xin got out of the car with a lunch box. She smiled and said, Brother Yan. Wang Yan smiled awkwardly and went up to him. Why are you here? I saw you didn't eat dinner, so I brought you food. An xin held the lunch box. Try my cooking skills, I learned it especially for you. Wang Yan said, Ah. Thank you, an xin. Oh, don't be so polite. Let's go. Go. Where to? Now that I'm here, shouldn't you show me where you work? Show me your office. Don't worry, I won't disturb you while you're working. I'll leave after you finish your meal. Wang Yan was no fool, he immediately understood an xin's idea. This was not just a meal, this was clearly a declaration of sovereignty. This made Wang Yan very worried. But as for an xin's remarks, Wang Yan had no reason to refuse. Seeing Wang Yan remain silent, an xin frowned. What's wrong, Brother Yan? Is it inconvenient? I'm sure it's not inconvenient. Wang Yan hurriedly explained, but this place is a place of entertainment after all. If a girl like you comes out of there and someone sees you, it won't be good. Hey, there's nothing I'm afraid of. It's okay. An xin put her arm around Wang Yan's arm and was about to walk inside. Just at this moment, the little hand ran out from inside. He deliberately stood in front of Wang Yan, making faces and looking extremely unnatural. Wang Yan's heart skipped a beat and he immediately had a bad feeling, so he quickly looked behind the little hand. Sure enough, Chengzi and Wenwen came over here hand in hand. Fortunately, the little hand just happened to block an xin, otherwise the two men would be able to see an xin with her arm around Wang Yan. Wang Yan's face almost turned green. An xin greeted the little hand. "Hi, little hand." "Ah, sister and xin." Xiao Shou smiled awkwardly. "Why are you here?" "Let me see where you work." "Why, you don't welcome me." "How could that be possible?" Xiao Shou quickly smiled and looked at Wang Yan. Wang Yan was also dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. It looks like Mars is about to hit the Earth. Several cars suddenly drove over and their high beams hit Wang Yan directly. At least 20 or 30 people got off the car at the same time, carrying their weapons and looking very aggressive. Lu Yanwang was also among them. He was bandaged like a mummy, with only half of his face exposed. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He pointed at Wang Yan and said heartbreakingly, "Fourth brother, it's that brat." The fourth brother Lu Yanwang mentioned is named Chen Xilan, who is in his 50s, wearing a windbreaker and has a very imposing aura. He is Kusanshui's absolute confidant and also Kusanshui's sworn brother. In Taiha district, Chen Xilan is definitely a well-known figure. The little hand reacted very quickly, and stepped forward to grab an xin. "Sister, you leave here first." An xin knew that she couldn't argue at this time, so she took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yan with concern. For some reason, Wang Yan suddenly felt grateful to Lu Yanwang. "Go quickly." An xin no longer hesitated and followed the little hand and left from the side. As soon as the two of them left, Wenwen and Chengzi looked at Wang Yan. Orange waved at Wang Yan with a smile on his face. Wang Yan immediately shook his head at the two of them, signaling with his eyes that they should not go out anymore. Chengzi and Wenwen were also smart people. They hurried to the window, took a look at the situation outside, and ran back to the water seal without saying a word. Taking advantage of this time, Chen Xilan had already walked to the opposite side of Wang Yan. He put his hands in his pockets and said arrogantly, "What's your name, kid?" Wang Yan bowed slightly, and said modestly, "Brother, my name is Wang Yan." Chen Xilan looked Wang Yan up and down. "You're the one who destroyed my brother's company and chopped off his people, right?" Seeing that Wang Yan was young and looked gentle and honest, Chen Xilan immediately cursed him. What a loser. So many people were chopped off by such a young boy. It's a disgrace to me. Wang Yan was not angry and still had a smile on his face. "Brother, there is actually something going on here." Wang Yan was about to explain when Chen Xilan interrupted him directly with a rude attitude. "Don't tell me anything. I just want to ask you, did you do this?" Wang Yan calmed down and smiled. "Brother, do you know who Lu Yanwang is?" "Do I need your opinion on who my brother is? Are you deaf? I'm asking you if you did this." "What? You dare not take responsibility for it." Wang Yan also realized that Chen Xilan was not a reasonable person at all. He and Lu Yanwang are a pair of sly creatures. It is possible that Chen Xilan was also involved in Li Xinyuo's affairs. Thinking of this, Wang Yan also became a little angry. He forced himself to suppress his anger. "Brother, everything has right and wrong, we have to be reasonable, right? Can you really blame me for what Lu Yanwang did? He brought this upon himself. It's your own fault." Chen Xilan had been accustomed to flattery over the years, and when someone suddenly spoke to him like that, and this person was an unknown person whom he looked down upon, he immediately felt a little unhappy. "Little guy, if you have the guts, repeat what you just said to me again." Wang Yan frowned and quickly adjusted his mentality. "Brother, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that just now, but your mother but." Chen Xilan suddenly raised his hand and slapped Wang Yan in the face. Wang Yan took a step back and did not fight back, but just glanced at Chen Xilan. "What are you looking at?" Chen Xilan grabbed Wang Yan's hair and slapped him several times in the face. He grabbed Wang Yan's neck and pulled hard, while raising his knees and running towards Wang Yan. Bang, bang, bang 3 times in a row, knocking Wang Yan directly to the ground. He walked up to Wang Yan and started kicking him hard. After a while, he felt a little tired. Chen Xilan took out a dagger, bent over and stabbed it at Wang Yan's lumbar spine. If Chen Xilan were stabbed with this, Wang Yan's life might be over. Being forced to this point, Wang Yan couldn't possibly not resist. He stood up suddenly, supported himself on the ground with one hand, and struck back with his elbow, knocking Chen Xilan to the ground. Taking this opportunity, he got up from the ground. Chen Xilan never thought that Wang Yan would dare to fight back. He wiped the blood from his nostrils and instantly became furious. "How dare you fight back? Brothers, chop him up for me!" Chen Xilan roared, and dozens of thugs behind him rushed towards Wang Yan waving their weapons. When Wang Yan saw this situation, he was at a loss. Just as he was about to run away, he heard a commotion behind him. Huma rushed out with a large group of people. He stood in front of Wang Yan and showed his knife, who is so bold as to come to Shui Feng to cause trouble. After all, it was his own doorstep, and the number of people Huma brought was far more than that of Chen Xilan. Seeing so many people pouring out, Chen Xilan immediately signaled everyone to stop and said to Huma, "Uncle Ma, long time no see." Huma looked carefully and found that it was Chen Xilan. Although the two were not very familiar with each other, they definitely knew each other. Huma immediately became more serious and turned to look at Wang Yan. "How did you provoke them?" Wang Yan took a deep breath and said, "That Lu Yanwang kidnapped my sister. If I don't fight them, my sister will be harmed by them. This is a big trouble." While Huma was talking, Chen Xilan had already walked over and pointed at his nose. "Uncle Ma, you Shui Feng are really amazing. Look at how I beat you." "Oh, I'm old and can't do it anymore." Huma didn't say anything at the moment, obviously preparing himself mentally. "Master Ma, why aren't you talking?" Although Chen Xilan has fewer people, his aura is not weak at all, because the strength of his artillery is indeed not as good as Kusanchue's. "What did I say?" Huma suddenly said, "You are a human, but my brother is not. Did he get the injury from falling? You must have been the first to do it, right?" Chen Xilan never expected that Huma would speak to him like this. He was stunned for a moment. "Master Ma, what do you mean?" "What do I mean? You brought so many people to our doorstep, and I haven't even asked you what you mean." Wang Yan was very smart. He knew from listening to Huma's words that Huma was trying to break up the quarrel. Huma wanted to attract all the anger to him and help him take the blame. That's why he didn't indulge Chen Xilan at all. But the situation this time is completely different from that of Jiangbao. Huma has to bear the thunder, or it will hit him. From Wang Yan to Shui Feng, Huma has always been very kind to him. Now because of his own affairs, Huma has come to the fore again. Wang Yan felt anxious and was about to speak when Huma turned his head and glared at Wang Yan fiercely. Wang Yan fell silent immediately. With so many people watching, Chen Xilan felt embarrassed, but he was obviously much more polite to Huma. "Huma, you are going to protect him to the death today, right?" "Brother Lu, I want to ask you, what did my brother do to you? We have to reason with each other, right? What happened? Not only did he not pay back the money he owed me, he also hacked more than a dozen of my brothers. Look at how my brother got hacked." Chen Xilan pointed at Lu Yanwang behind him, extremely angry. "What do you think happened?" Huma stared at Wang Yan, and asked with a veiled intention, "Is what he said true?" Wang Yan glanced at Huma and immediately wanted to admit everything. In this way, Huma would have no way to help Wang Yan take the blame. Huma has experienced ups and downs in society for so many years and has a very thorough understanding of people. He lowered his voice so that only he and Wang Yan could hear him. "If you dare to say that, I will chop him up right now. Do you think I dare to do it?" Don't be fooled by Huma's short and fat appearance, but he definitely keeps his word. Wang Yan completely lost his temper. His eyes flickered, and after a little thought, he took out the recorder that Huma had used before, Little Hand. Xiao Shou understood what Wang Yan meant, picked up the recorder and rushed back to the Shui Feng Hotel. Within just a few minutes, the entire Shui Feng Hotel began broadcasting the conversation between Wang Yan and Lu Yanwang. Especially the sentence, "What? Did I force them to help me? Didn't they do it willingly? I begged them." It even made Chen Xilan feel a little embarrassed. He glared at Lu Yanwang fiercely, and Lu Yanwang immediately wilted. Huma took a deep breath and said, Brother Chen, this recording is not fake, right? Chen Xilan's face was extremely ugly, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. After a moment, he slowly said, okay, I don't understand Lu Yanwang's matter, so let's not talk about it for now. Now let's talk about my matter. What do you want to talk about? Chen Xilan pointed at his own face and said, how dare this little brat hit me? That's really interesting. You didn't beat him up. How about we make room for the two of you and let you two fight one-on-one again? If it were a one-on-one fight, Chen Xilan, who is in his 50s, would definitely not be Wang Yan's opponent. Even if it comes to using dirty tricks, being ruthless, and gambling with one's life, Chen Xilan is not a good enough person. Chen Xilan's expression changed slightly, and immediately became much more serious. He also realized that there was no way Huma would hand over Wang Yan. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and Chen Xilan's eyes rolled around, obviously thinking and weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, he broke the silence. Huma, do you think that since Shui Feng has developed well in the past 2 years, you can be arrogant? Have you thought about the future? If something really happens, let alone Sister Qi, even if it's a cannon, can he handle it? Huma laughed out loud, Brother Chen, I, Huma, am a person who doesn't think about the next second after this one. What future are you talking about? Where is my future? Chen Xilan nodded and gave Huma a thumbs up, okay, Master Ma, I'll remember what you said. Then please remember one more sentence, Brother Chen. Huma pointed at Lu Yanwang and the others behind Chen Xilan and said, and you, remember this. Huma hugged Wang Yan in front of him and said, this is my brother. If anyone dares to touch him, I, Huma, will chop up his entire family even if I have to sacrifice my own life. I, Huma, have been in the martial arts world for so many years. I can do nothing but keep my word. Try it if you don't believe me. Huma, did I give you face? Chen Xilan was also anxious. Huma raised the corner of his mouth slightly and raised the knife directly. Wang Yan knew that he would not be able to hold her back this time. He glanced at her little hands and said, help me wipe off Chen Xilan in a moment. The little hand nodded, don't worry, Brother Yan, I will follow you. Huma had already made things so tense that Chen Xilan had no choice but to spit on the ground. CNM. With a curse, he rushed forward with the people behind him. Gu Tianqi took out his Mongolian knife and walked in front of Huma. Just as the two sides were about to engage in a fierce fight, a Mercedes-Benz sedan stopped with a squeak of emergency brakes. A young man got out of the car and yelled, don't do anything, don't do anything. The man's name is Guanhengjiu, and he is Kusanchue's right-hand man. Yesterday was the last time he brought people to Lu Yanwang's company. Guanhengjiu rushed to Chen Xilan and whispered a few words in a low voice. Chen Xilan's face was frighteningly gloomy. He stood there in a daze for a long time. Finally, he yelled, exclamation point, and turned away. Lu Yanwang was stunned by this. He limped after him and said, fourth brother, fourth brother. Guanhengjiu looks not much older than Wang Yan. He has a fair complexion, a short flat head, and looks quite energetic. He raised his hand to signal the people behind him to put down their weapons, then walked up to Huma and offered him a cigarette. Master Ma, have a cigarette and calm down. Compared to Chen Xilan, Guanhengjiu's attitude was much better. He was smiling all the time and looked very peaceful. Huma had been forcing himself to do it in the first place, and now that he sees that things are looking up, he will naturally back down. He looked helpless. You are Xiaojiu, right? Yes, 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 Master Ma still remembers me. What an honor. Don't be so modest. We all know each other. Huma waved his hands and said bluntly, do you think this is our fault? Don't you know what kind of person Lu Yanwang is? I really don't understand how you dare to be friends with him. To be honest, I can't figure it out either. Guanhengjiu curled his lips and spread his hands, but this is not something I can decide. Huma took a puff of his cigarette and said, did Kusanchue ask you to come? Yes, Brother Sanchue also felt that Lu Yanwang's behavior was too dirty and he was a little embarrassed, so he asked me to come and call them back. Just deal with this matter as soon as possible, and forget it. This should be a lesson for Lu Yanwang so that he can be more restrained in the future. Hearing Guanhengjiu say this, Huma felt much more relaxed. Now I finally understand why you have reached this position at such a young age. You are indeed extraordinary. Master Ma, please stop praising me. Seriously, Master Ma, on behalf of Lu Yanwang, I apologize to your brother. Guan Hengjiu deliberately bowed slightly towards Wang Yan, and then said, we don't want the money that Li Xinyuo owed us before, and let's just forget about this matter. Is this okay with you too? To be honest, Guan Hengjiu's words surprised Huma. He really never dreamed that this matter could be solved so easily. He even couldn't believe it. Xiao Jiu, are you serious? Guan Hengjiu quickly raised his hand. Master Ma, if there is a lie with even one word in it, I will be struck by lightning, but there will be absolutely no hidden dangers. No hidden reefs is underworld jargon, which means there will be absolutely no behind-the-scenes tricks. Huma took a deep breath and said, since you all said so, let's forget about it. However, it is only natural to pay back debts. We will definitely pay back the money we owe. Don't be polite. Huma knew the principle of knowing when to quit and was also giving Guan Hengjiu a way out. Guan Hengjiu shook his head firmly, we really don't want this money. Just ask your brother to return the things he stole from us. Huma was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Wang Yan. What did you steal from them? Wang Yan was also a little curious. Brother Jiu, what did I steal from you? Guan Hengjiu smiled slightly, with something behind his words. Xiao Yan, think about it carefully. I didn't steal your things. Dark Hall. After Guan Hengjiu said this, Wang Yan reacted instantly. Brother Jiu, that was a living person who was tortured by Lu Yanwang for a long time. How could he be a thing? Hey, it doesn't matter. It's just a name. Just remember it. Just hand this person over to us, and we'll leave right away, and this matter will be completely settled. When Huma heard this, the heavy stone in his heart was completely put down, and he even felt a little happy. After all, things didn't get any worse. He spoke directly to Wang Yan, where is the person? Leave it to Xiao Jiu. Wang Yan's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything at the moment. Guan Hengjiu stared at Wang Yan, saying something ambiguous. Master Ma, we were wrong before, but now we have retreated to this point. You can't just not do it, right? No, no. Huma slapped Wang Yan in the face. What are you hesitating about? Where is the person? Wang Yan narrowed his eyes and bit his lip lightly. Master Ma, this person is also my friend, so I can't make friends with him. To be honest, if this happened before Wang Yan invited Lao Hu Gunzi and others to join the gang, Wang Yan would definitely hand Qingqing over without even thinking about it, because he doesn't have that much love. But now Wang Yan has officially recruited Lao Hu Gunzi and the others into the gang. They have all followed Wang Yan, so if Wang Yan hands Qingqing over, that would be a whole different matter. Moreover, there are so many things involved here, and it is not just a question of handing over Qingqing. When did Jiang Bao's subordinates become your friends? You two should be rivals, right? Guan Hengjiu said bluntly, Uncle Ma, the one we want is Qingqing, the mommy who just joined Shui Feng International. This person was originally in our possession, but your brother smashed the store and snatched him away. Huma knew that there must be something going on. He smiled at Guan Hengjiu and said, Xiao Jiu, can you give me some time so I can talk to him? Guan Hengjiu nodded. Uncle Ma, this is our last bottom line. After that, he took a few steps back. Huma took Wang Yan aside and asked, why did you go to save that woman? I just happened to catch up and saved him. Let me tell you, Kusan Shui's power is indeed very strong, and we Shui Feng can't easily provoke him. We are lucky that Lu Yanwang's matter has been resolved like this. Please don't cause any more trouble. Don't fall out with them just because of one of Jiang Bao's subordinates. Do you hear me? Hand him over immediately. Wang Yan's attitude was very firm. Master Ma, I can't make friends with this person. I'd rather resign from Shui Feng than make friends with him. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? Huma slapped Wang Yan in the face. Are you attracted to her? Master Ma, there are many things I don't want to tell you. Anyway, I just want to say one thing. I can leave the water seal, but I can't hand her over. You little bastard, I'm not trying to scare you, but given the current situation, if you dare to leave the water seal, all of you will be killed. Do you think Kusanshui is a good person? Do you think Xiaojiu is really so kind? Both of your faces are deceiving. The only difference is that behind your face there is sunshine and behind his face there is darkness and viciousness. Do you understand? Wang Yan knew what Huma said. He took a deep breath and said, Master Ma, I will always remember all the kindness you have shown me. I, Wang Yan, swear to heaven that I will repay you in the future. But this matter is really non-negotiable. I, Wang Yan, will never hand him over even if I die. Seeing Wang Yan's firm attitude, Huma got angry instantly and kicked Wang Yan. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you insist on breaking in, right? Wang Yan bit his lip lightly and bowed slightly to Huma. Master Ma, you know me well. It's really unnecessary for me to care about your business. Huma's eyes widened with anger. Do whatever you want, I can't control it. Misfortune sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. After Huma finished speaking, he turned and left, but after only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped, turned around and ran towards Guanhengjiu. Guanhengjiu stood there and smiled slightly. Master Ma, how is your discussion going? Well, if you don't hand the person over, what's the explanation? Guanhengjiu narrowed his eyes. Master Ma, I just said that handing over the person is our bottom line. You must hand in one of these 2. What if I don't pay it? Then we'll just have to do it ourselves. All right then. Huma said simply, listen carefully, I don't have the person you want, and I won't give you your life either. Guanhengjiu was obviously shocked. Master Ma, are you serious? Are you deaf? Can't you hear me? Huma immediately yelled, get out of here right now, or I'll make sure none of you can leave. Guanhengjiu smiled slightly and then stepped back. Wang Yan stared at Huma in a daze, his eyes full of disbelief. In a trance, Wang Yan saw Guanhengjiu smile out of the corner of his eye. Suddenly, Wang Yan felt a sense of déjà vu, and he did not hesitate at all. Master Ma, be careful. Just as Wang Yan was speaking, Guanhengjiu, who had just been smiling and retreating, suddenly pushed off the ground with his back feet, bent over and leaped forward. He was like an arrow shot from a bow, and with a swoosh he pounced towards Huma. His physical fitness was extremely abnormal, and he jumped nearly 4 meters. He just hooked his wrist in midair, took out a switchblade like a magic trick, and stabbed Huma in the heart. Guanhengjiu is really cruel. He attacks to kill right away. Huma was fat and had no time to dodge. Seeing that the dagger was about to pierce his heart, Huma made up his mind and did not dodge. He took a step forward and directly blocked the dagger with his heart. Then, seizing the opportunity, he swung the knife towards Guanhengjiu's neck. This means we will all perish together. Guanhengjiu seemed to have expected this. A hint of mockery flashed in his eyes, and he deftly turned his head and flipped his wrist. He used his shoulder to push against the slicing knife while stabbing the switchblade at Huma's neck. This time, Huma didn't even have a chance to dodge, and saw the switchblade was already at his neck. In a flash, a black shadow suddenly appeared, as fast as the wind. Gu Tianqi pounced directly at Guanhengjiu, and the 2 flew several meters together. Guanhengjiu, who landed, stabbed Gu Tianqi back. Gu Tianqi dodged easily and ran towards Guanhengjiu waving the Mongolian knife in his hand. These 2 men were obviously martial artists, and each one was faster and more ferocious than the other. Huma, who had just escaped death, reacted very quickly and waved his knife. Brothers, come on. At the command, dense crowds of figures rushed directly towards Guanhengjiu and his group. Dozens of people from both sides immediately engaged in a gunfight. In an instant, there were flashes of swords and shouts of killing. Guanhengjiu's attacks on Huma just now didn't scare Huma, but it scared Wang Yan. Wang Yan had long regarded Huma as an elder, and now he watched Guanhengjiu treat Huma in such a way. Wang Yan's head turned red with anger, and he ran towards Guanhengjiu silently. Xiao Shou was smart and clever. He always followed Wang Yan. He watched Wang Yan move and followed closely behind. Just when Guanhengjiu and Gu Tianqi were fighting fiercely, Wang Yan seized the opportunity, picked up a brick on the ground, and threw it at Guanhengjiu. Guanhengjiu's attention was all on Gu Tianqi, and he saw Wang Yan waving a brick in a trance. He quickly turned sideways, raised his hand to knock down the brick, and glared at Wang Yan fiercely. his eyes full of ferocity and threats. Wang Yan didn't move, but instead showed a strange smile. Guan Hengjiu knew that something was wrong and instinctively looked at Gu Tianqi. As Gu Tianqi pounced over, Guan Hengjiu felt a cool breeze on the back of his head. The moment I turned around, the little hand had already swung the baton up. CNM, this blow hit Guan Hengjiu's back of the head heavily. Guan Hengjiu was thrown back 2 steps, his body visibly deformed. At the same time, Gu Tianqi's Mongolian knife was already in front of him. Gu Tianqi was also furious, and every move he made was fatal, leaving no room for anyone to escape. Guan Hengjiu saw that he couldn't dodge, so he raised his arm to block. Gu Tianqi's Mongolian knife directly pierced Guan Hengjiu's forearm. Guan Hengjiu pushed forward with all his strength, and his forearm got stuck on the Mongolian knife, preventing it from moving forward. He gritted his teeth and swung his forearms hard. Just as he pulled his arms out, Wang Yan was already at his side. Wang Yan and Gu Tianqi had the same idea: I will definitely not let you off if you do this to my master Ma. So Wang Yan also made a fatal move. 2 slashes of the knife were directed at Guan Hengjiu's waist and abdomen. The blood instantly dyed Guan Hengjiu's clothes red. Guan Hengjiu knew that these 3 people were not here to fight, but to take his life. Especially Gu Tianqi, who was extremely difficult to deal with. He didn't dare to fight and retreated with all his might. He rolled on the ground several times in a very embarrassed manner, then got up and ran, shouting for help as he ran. This shout really worked. When many thugs saw Guan Hengjiu's situation, they immediately dodged their opponents in front of them and rushed towards Guan Hengjiu. Their delay also gave Guan Hengjiu an opportunity. He covered his waist and abdomen and plunged into the crowd, and soon disappeared in the chaotic crowd. At the same time, dozens of figures appeared in the area around the water seal. Liao Da stood at the front of the crowd, holding a cigarette and a baseball bat in his hand, which was extremely eye-catching. He took a few steps, threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, then ran wildly with the stick in his hand, rushed to the thug closest to him, and knocked him down with 2 swings of the stick. The people behind followed closely behind. Huma and his men originally had the advantage in numbers and terrain. Now Guan Hengjiu has escaped, and Liao Da has rushed out with his men. The remaining people couldn't bear it anymore. It was not known who ran away first, but the rest of the gangsters scattered in all directions. Shui Feng did not chase after them, but just stayed there to clean up the mess. Although Shui Feng won the battle, middle and senior executives like Huma, Liao Da, and Gu Tianqi did not look happy at all. Instead, they looked more serious than the other, and all of them looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Obviously, everyone knows that this matter is not so easy to resolve. The real trouble is yet to come. Wang Yan felt very uncomfortable. After all, everything was caused by him. He walked to Huma and spoke slowly, "Master Ma." Huma looked serious, staring at Wang Yan, without the slightest accusation in his voice. "Xiao Yan, remember, Qingqing is my girlfriend, and I asked you to help me save people. Don't mention other deaths, understand?" Wang Yan was stunned immediately. "Master Ma, but..." "But what but? Can you please listen to me and stop having so many opinions of your own?" Huma was very irritable and obviously Alexander. He pointed at Wang Yan and said, "Things have come to this point, please stop messing with me." After saying that, Huma turned and left. Gu Tianqi stared at Wang Yan angrily. "How much more trouble do you want to cause? How many more people do you want to implicate? How can you talk like that?" Little Hand was obviously unhappy. Gu Tianqi was instantly filled with murderous intent. Wang Yan quickly grabbed her hand and said, "Brother Shi, it's my fault. I'm sorry." Gu Tianqi glared at Wang Yan viciously and hurriedly followed him. Qingzi ran to Wang Yan, full of concern. "How are you okay?" "Don't worry, I'm fine. Go home and wait for me." Wang Yan was also in a very bad mood and went straight back to Shui Feng. Sitting in the office, Wang Yan said nothing, his mind in a mess, and began to think about these things again. "I don't know how long I sat there." The door opened, and 4 people came in: Qingqing, Asai, Lao Hu, and Gunzi. Several people stared at Wang Yan. "Xiao Yan." Wang Yan exclaimed, "Ah," and raised his head. "What's wrong, brother Hu?" Tiger took a deep breath and said, "We have discussed it and decided not to stay with you." "Not here with me." "Where are you going then?" "The world is so big, there is always a place for us." Wang Yan knew that such a big thing had just happened outside, and Lao Hu and the others must have known about it. If Huma wants to set up a trap to explain to Sister Qi and Hua Pao, he must also collude with Qing Qing. Fortunately, Wang Yan did not hide anything. "Aren't you curious why Guanhengjiu would rather ignore Lu Yanwang and insist on Sister Qing? If we only talk about intelligence, these people are definitely inferior to Wang Yan. If you leave the water seal, you will die. And if you really want to leave, everything we have done before will be in vain. Just stay put, the sky won't fall." Wang Yan said softly, "We are a group. When the time comes to leave, I will take you with me. We can't just leave now. If we want to leave, we have to deal with this matter with Huma first. It's already this late, everyone please stop making trouble. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, we have to go through it together. I, Wang Yan, don't have much ability, but I still have backbone. I will never abandon any of my brothers." Tiger and his companions were obviously touched, and Qingqing's eyes were red. "Thank you." Wang Yan stood up and hugged Lao Hu, Gunzi, and Asai one after another, and finally walked to Qingqing. "Don't be afraid of anything. You're fine." Qingqing bit her lip lightly and nodded seriously. Wang Yan looked at the people in front of him. "Now that things have developed to this point, we absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for death. We have to make some preparations, more or less, and we have to prepare for the worst." After such a mess at night, Wang Yan didn't even have a meal. At around 10 o'clock, Wang Yan was so hungry that he couldn't stand it. Anyway, he was not needed here. So Wang Yan simply took the little hand and ran to a famous barbecue stall in Baosher. The two of them drank heavily, swallowing the wine voraciously, and said in a low voice, "Brother Yan, what are your plans next?" "I have no plans. I'll take it one step at a time and see what Master Ma means first. If he can hold on, that's great. At least we still have the water seal to block us. If he can't hold on, I can't let him hold on. Let's go and find a way to solve it ourselves." Wang Yan's extremely gentle face revealed a hint of ferocity. "It's better not to push me to that point. That's not what I'm talking about. It's about an Xin and Cheng Zi." Xiao Shou took a sip of wine. "I think an Xin has become suspicious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Shui Feng to deliver food. If she can come today, she can come tomorrow. You can hide for a day, but you can't hide for a lifetime." While they were talking, Wang Yan's cell phone rang. It was an Xin calling, mainly to express her concern for Wang Yan and to see how he was doing. After a few simple words, Wang Yan hung up the phone with a worried look on his face. "Xiao Shou'er, what do you think I should do to make an Xin be my friend and stop thinking about other things and help Tai Kuei recover? How should I handle this relationship so as not to affect the relationship between me and Tai Kuei?" Her small hands tapped the tabletop gently. "Brother Yan, I think only brother he can handle this matter, no one else can. Zhang Zonghe is not serious at all, stop making trouble." Xiao Shou looked at Wang Yan meaningfully and said nothing. A few minutes later, an Xin came and sat next to Wang Yan to examine him. Only after she was sure that Wang Yan was not injured did she feel relieved. All her actions towards Wang Yan were very ambiguous and she did not shy away from suspicion at all. To any outsider, they looked like a couple. Wang Yan secretly turned his phone to silent mode. He knew that if he didn't go home when it was time to get off work, Qingzi would definitely call him. If an Xin saw this, it would be troublesome again. After eating and drinking, an Xin wanted to stroll home. Wang Yan couldn't refuse, so he and Xiao Shou accompanied an Xin for a stroll. An Xin enjoyed this feeling very much, her face was full of uncontrollable joy, and it seemed that she always had endless things to say. When the three of them strolled near Shihan Street, a large number of police cars and ambulances passed by them. Wang Yan looked ahead with some curiosity. What's going on over there? Why is there such a big scene? A few hooligans happened to pass by Wang Yan and his friends, talking about something. Who is so awesome that he dares to destroy the water world? I heard it was Yixingqi from Tianbei district. When did the owner of Water World offend Yixingqi? Who knows? Wang Yan suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Shou and an Xin. Then the three of them deliberately took a detour and came to the rooftop of a building diagonally opposite the Water World. When they looked around, they saw that the area outside the Water World was filled with police cars and ambulances. There were traces of fighting everywhere and injured people everywhere. Almost all the lights and glass in the entire Water World were smashed. Wherever Wang Yan and the others could see, there was a mess. Wang Yan took a deep breath and said, "This Yixingqi is really daring." An Xin looked worried. "He won't really come looking for you, right?" Wang Yan narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and shook his head. "I don't know either." At this point, Wang Yan looked at Xiao Shou and said, "You should go home first. Find out what Yixingqi is up to and tell me in time. Be careful." The little hand nodded and left first. Wang Yan sent an Xin downstairs to her home and said, "It's getting late. Go back and get some rest. Good night." An Xin's big eyes flickered, and she wanted to say something but stopped herself several times, but finally she mustered up the courage. "Stay at my house tonight." "No, I have to go home, otherwise my mother will worry. I've talked to my aunt, and she agreed that you can stay here with me." Wang Yan knew that his mother liked an Xin very much and got along very well with an Xin. But I didn't expect that the two of them could be so close now. This is equivalent to blocking Wang Yan's retreat. This made Wang Yan very worried. Just when he didn't know what to do, an Xin continued to speak. "Brother Yan, I'm really not a casual person. On the contrary, I am very conservative, even to the point of being a perfectionist." An Xin said very seriously, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Zhang Zonghe. Since I started school, there have been people chasing after me, but I have never accepted anyone. I have a body cleanliness obsession. I don't want to have too much physical contact with any men." An Xin looked at Wang Yan with eyes full of love. "But you are different. I am willing to give you all that is best and most precious to me. Including myself. I won't let another man touch me except you, not even with his hands." Wang Yan knew an Xin was serious. Suddenly, he felt under tremendous pressure. He didn't want to hurt an Xin's self-esteem, nor did he want to have any deeper development with an Xin, and he didn't want to affect or delay an Xin. At this moment, he really had the urge to confess everything to an Xin. "Don't worry, I will do my best to help Tiekue until he recovers. I will keep all secrets during this process. After he fully recovers, we will discuss it carefully and see how to tell him everything so that he can accept it naturally." The words were on the tip of Wang Yan's tongue, but when he heard the word Tiekue, he forced himself to hold them back. An Xin did not notice anything unusual about Wang Yan. She put her arms around Wang Yan's waist and buried her head in his chest. "Hubby, let's go home." Wang Yan's head was about to explode. He really had no choice but to nod blindly. An Xin was smiling, as happy as a child. She jumped and pulled Wang Yan home. After handing Wang Yan a pair of slippers, she ran into the bathroom to take a shower. Wang Yan stood at the door for a long time until he heard the faint sound of a shower in the bathroom, and then he came to his senses. He quickly picked up the phone and sent a message to Zhang Zonghe, "Heezy, emergency, an Xin's house." Wang Yan had just finished sending the message when Orange called. This was already the 30th call. If Orange keeps typing like this and the phone screen stays on, an Xin will see it sooner or later. Wang Yan took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and simply turned off the phone. He sat on the sofa and looked at the spacious hall of an Xin's house, suddenly feeling a little emotional. The living room alone is bigger than my house. An Xin's family is really rich. Wang Yan lit a cigarette out of habit. As he was daydreaming, he heard the sound of high heels behind him. How could there be such a sound in the house? Wang Yan subconsciously turned his head and found it was an Xin. She was wearing a lace dress. The two white beautiful legs, set off by the diamond-studded high heels, are extremely sexy and charming. She turned off the headlights, leaving only the dim ambient light. The room was filled with an Xin's body fragrance. She walked up to Wang Yan step by step and just looked at Wang Yan. Although she tried very hard, she still couldn't hide her inner nervousness. Ultimately, an Xin still lacks experience. People are different, and the fact that she can achieve this is definitely beyond her limit. A single man and a single woman, staying in the same room, create just the right atmosphere. In addition, an Xin's outfit is something that ordinary people cannot resist. Wang Yan was also stunned. While he was distracted, an Xin sat directly on Wang Yan. She held Wang Yan's cheeks and looked into their eyes. Husband. An Xin was full of affection and was about to continue talking when her cell phone suddenly rang, extremely harshly. They both turned to look at their phones. An Xin took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry about her." It must be said that the ringing of the cell phone still sobered Wang Yan up a lot. He quickly spoke. "At this time, what if something urgent happens? I don't care if the sky falls." Wang Yan shook his head, "Be obedient and go get the phone." An Xin was a little reluctant, but still walked over. She got angry when she saw the phone, not hiding her anger at all. "Why is it Zhang Zonghe?" As she spoke, she answered the phone without any anger. "You're calling me late at night without sleeping. Are you crazy?" Zhang Zonghe's voice was extremely weak, as if he was about to die. An Xin, can you find Brother Yan? Let him come and save me, quickly, quickly." Before he could finish his words, the phone was hung up. Zhang Zonghe is very strong in this area and really scared an Xin. An Xin's expression changed instantly. She was no longer interested. "Brother Yan, Zhang Zonghe." Wang Yan stood up immediately. "What's wrong?" On the other side, Zhang Zonghe and his female companion had arrived at the bottom of an apartment building. The female companion stared at Zhang Zonghe's phone. "Who are you helping?" "I'm a brother." The female companion glanced at Zhang Zonghe. "Do you men usually lie to women like this? Don't bother with me. I'm different from him. I never lie to anyone. Just forget it." The woman was obviously unhappy. "You must have lied to me like this before." "No, how could I bear to lie to you?" Zhang Zonghe hugged the woman and walked into the apartment corridor with a smile. "It was just a coincidence that when we turned the corner, a few people came out. These people reeked of alcohol, and they had been drinking a lot. They kept chatting and didn't look ahead." As for Zhang Zonghe, he was just coaxing his female companion and didn't even look ahead. As a result, the two sides collided with each other with a bang. "Are you blind?" One of the drunks pushed Zhang Zonghe and said, "Are you walking without eyes?" Zhang Zonghe's eyebrows raised and he immediately got angry. But when he saw several people opposite him, all of them looking very aggressive, he didn't say a word. The female companion also smelled the alcohol on these people and knew that she couldn't stand being with these drunkards. She quickly grabbed Zhang Zonghe and said, "That's enough, that's enough. Is it okay?" Another man grabbed Zhang Zonghe's neck and asked, "Are you blind?" When the other people saw this, they also became excited and surrounded Zhang Zonghe. I'm sorry." The female companion apologized and pulled Zhang Zonghe out of the crowd, then hurried back to the apartment. Outside the corridor, several people were still shouting and cursing. The female companion sighed and handed Zhang Zonghe a bottle of water. "Ignore them. They are a bunch of drunkards. Ignore it." Zhang Zonghe suddenly laughed. "Ignore it, is that brother his character? Zhang Zonghe is a man who can lose face in any way except in front of a woman." He picked up a dagger, walked to the door, and looked out through the peephole. The female companion immediately asked, "What are you going to do?" "Just stay here and leave me alone." The female companion hurriedly tried to dissuade him. All right, less trouble is worse than more. Didn't we agree that you would stay here quietly for a few days?" Zhang Zonghe ignored his female companion completely. He walked to the window, opened it and climbed out. He jumped from the third floor to the second floor, slid from the second floor to the first floor, then found a secluded corner and hid there. He stared at the entrance of the apartment like an owl. Not long after, 3 men came downstairs, staggering, talking and laughing, making very loud noises. "We are brothers. Yes, if you have anything to say, just ask me. In this ancient pagoda area, no one can say who is more effective." Zhang Zonghe hid in the dark, quietly listening to the 3 people bragging. Sometimes they say this street is the best, sometimes they say this district is the best. Sometimes he knows this big brother, sometimes he is a close friend of that senior official, and he recommends people everywhere. It seems as if they have the final say in this city. It was also the first time that Zhang Zonghe met someone who was more boastful than himself, and he immediately felt a little overwhelmed. I even had the urge to just go out and kill the three of them with a knife. However, years of vulgar development habits made Zhang Zonghe calm down and listen quietly. Another 10 minutes or so passed. The big guy who had just taken the lead in insulting Zhang Zonghe ran towards Zhang Zonghe. He unzipped his pants and urinated in a bush not far from Zhang Zonghe. As soon as Zhang Zonghe saw the opportunity, he immediately became much more energetic. He first glanced at the two people who were still concentrating on bragging, then strode forward and picked up a brick. He bent down and got behind the man. While the man was peeing, he jumped up and hit the back of the man's head with a bang. The man fell to the ground without even a shriek. Zhang Zonghe picked up the dagger and hit the man's butt 4 or 5 times in a row, then got up and ran. He didn't dare to take the main road, so he could only run on the small road. After rushing out of 3 small roads in one breath, he entered a village in the city. Zhang Zonghe took a deep breath, wiped his dagger, and his mood became much more relaxed. If you are a little bee, I will turn you into a hornet's nest. As he was speaking, 2 screams suddenly came from the surroundings, followed by a woo-woo sound. Zhang Zonghe immediately stopped where he was, looked around, and felt a little confused. He was just about to leave this troubled place when the door of a house in front of him opened. More than a dozen ferocious figures dragged the whole family out, looking extremely rampant. The middle-aged man who was being dragged pleaded, "Brother, the Yi family's affairs have nothing to do with us. It's okay, why are you running? Just go back and explain it clearly." The middle-aged man was so scared that he was shaking all over. "I'm afraid that if I go back, I will never come back. We really don't know anything. That thing happened so long ago. We have let it go long ago." Upon hearing that it was the Yi family who were arresting people indiscriminately, Zhang Zonghe was shocked. He didn't dare to watch the fun anymore and just lowered his head and walked away. He left the urban village, walked onto the street, and wandered around aimlessly. Since he didn't vent all his emotions just now, he felt a little suffocated now. Zhang Zonghe took out his cell phone and looked through his address book, looking for a female companion to spend the night with. He selected several targets in succession and sent the same message asking for sex. The phone vibrated soon, and a female companion replied first. "Not at my house, my mom is here. How about we go out and get a room? Where are you?" Zhang Zonghe stopped, looked around, and edited the message. "This is Mata Street, come over first." "Okay, I'll be right there." Zhang Zonghe then sat on the side of the road, lit a cigarette, puffed out smoke, and was thinking about where to get a room. His cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Zonghe answered immediately, "Hello. Heezy, it's me." The person calling was the female companion Zhang Zonghe had just made an appointment with. "What's wrong?" "The person who just sent you a message is my husband. Run quickly. He is bringing people to look for you." Zhang Zonghe was stunned for a moment. "You mean, you are alone at home now, right?" The female companion exclaimed, "Ah, yes." Zhang Zonghe stood up with a bang and checked the time. "Wait for me." He hailed a taxi and went directly to his girlfriend's house. He knocked on the door and pushed his female companion into the room without saying anything. "I've eaten and drunk enough." Zhang Zonghe left contentedly. As soon as he went downstairs, several figures came back from the other side. Zhang Zonghe smiled and looked very proud, then strolled out onto the street again. It was getting late, and Zhang Zonghe didn't have the mind or energy to make an appointment with anyone else, so he went straight to Xinxiangcheng. Not long after he left, he started craving for cigarettes again. Zhang Zonghe searched his pockets for a long time and found that he had left his lighter at his girlfriend's house. There is no convenience store nearby at this time. Zhang Zonghe frowned, not knowing what to do. A car stopped not far in front of him, and 2 men got out of the car, holding a stack of missing person notices and posting them everywhere. One of them had a cigarette in his mouth. Zhang Zonghe hurriedly walked up to the men and said, "Brother, "Can I borrow a light?" The man lit it for Zhang Zonghe without saying a word. Zhang Zonghe patted the man's hand, full of gratitude. He also pointed to the missing person notice on the telephone pole and asked, "Is a relative missing?" The man obviously didn't want to pay attention to him and nodded perfunctorily. "Why does this person look so familiar to me?" Zhang Zonghe muttered to himself, then widened his eyes and looked carefully. It didn't matter that he saw it, he just felt a pang in his heart. Because the photo on the missing person notice was exactly the photo of him at the entrance of Water World. He immediately had a bad feeling and quickly covered his mouth. At the same time, the two men's eyes were focused on Zhang Zonghe. Zhang Zonghe smiled awkwardly and suddenly regretted taking advantage of this opportunity. "You're mistaken, it's not me." Zhang Zonghe responded and turned to leave. At this moment, a man suddenly stepped forward and blocked Zhang Zonghe's way. "Brother, wait a moment." Zhang Zonghe laughed, distorting his facial expression deliberately, and put his hands into his pockets. The other man was experienced. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhang Zonghe's wrist, then took out a dagger and pressed it against Zhang Zonghe's waist. "Just try to move a little." Without saying a word, the two men took Zhang Zonghe into the car, tied his hands behind his back and gagged him. Zhang Zonghe's heart sank, and he kept whining, but it was of no use. The vehicle drove directly into Yixingqi's house. The Yixingqi family occupies an area of 100 mu, with 7 floors and nearly 100 rooms. The overall decoration is as magnificent as a palace, which is out of tune with other families in the same village. In addition to this, his home also has a separate underground interrogation room. The interrogation room was quite large, dark, and the walls were hung with all kinds of torture instruments. Zhang Zonghe was dragged directly into the interrogation room by the two men, pinned to the ground and beaten without saying a word. The two of them really didn't tolerate Zhang Zonghe at all, and they used steel pipes as thick as their forearms to greet Zhang Zonghe with all their strength. Zhang Zonghe was completely stunned by the beating. He rolled back and forth on the ground, and it took him a long time to recover. There are at least a dozen people around Zhang Zonghe who are still being tortured. There were wailings everywhere in the interrogation room, blood everywhere, and screams everywhere. Yixingqi was full of murderous intent. He walked to Zhang Zonghe, opened the bottle of mineral water and poured it on Zhang Zonghe's face. "Did you do anything to my brother?" Zhang Zonghe covered his lower abdomen with an extremely painful expression. "What happened to your brother?" "He was murdered and is still in the ICU. His life or death is unknown." Zhang Zonghe was full of grievance, with snot and tears. "Oh my brother Qi, you really think highly of me. Even if you give me 10,000 more courages, I would not dare to harm your brother. In other words, I don't have that ability." Zhang Zonghe's words were filled with helplessness. "What does this have to do with anything? I am being wronged." Yixingqi squatted down and patted Zhang Zonghe's face. His eyes were filled with cruelty and murderous intent, which was creepy to look at. "Everyone who is brought here has a grudge against our Yi family. From this perspective alone, no one is wronged. It just so happens that among these people, you are the only one who showed up at the scene of my brother's crime. I don't believe there are so many coincidences in this world." Having said that, Yixingqi picked up a steel nail and stabbed it into Zhang Zonghe's fingernail without any warning. He had a blank expression on his face. He pried hard and Zhang Zonghe's fingernail was instantly flipped off, leaving a bloody mess. The piercing pain swept through his body, and Zhang Zonghe began to scream, and struggled frantically. The people around had already made preparations. They went up and pinned Zhang Zonghe down, making him unable to move. Zhang Zonghe burst into tears and begged for mercy frantically. Yixingqi ignored him completely, held Zhang Zonghe's other finger, and stabbed it in again with a squeak. Zhang Zonghe's heart-wrenching screams were heard again from the surrounding area. Yixingqi lifted up Zhang Zonghe's fingernails 3 times in a row before stopping temporarily. He took a towel, pressed it on Zhang Zonghe's face, picked up the mineral water beside him, and poured it bottle by bottle on Zhang Zonghe's face. Zhang Zonghe began to struggle frantically again, but it was completely useless. Yixingqi poured a box of mineral water in one breath and saw that Zhang Zonghe was lying on the ground motionless. Yixingqi then stood up. He put on gloves, took out a piece of iron from the stove, pulled open Zhang Zonghe's collar, and rushed towards Zhang Zongha's chest. There was a sizzling sound, and a burnt smell instantly filled the air. Zhang Zongha, who had already gone into shock, was awakened again by the pain. Yixingqi took off the towel, clapped his hands, and looked at Zhang Zongha on the ground. "Tell me, did you do it?" Zhang Zongha had been beaten many times, but he had never suffered such a torture. He was scared from the bottom of his heart, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Yixingqi. "You don't want to talk, right? Then don't talk anymore." Yixingqi glanced at the men beside him and said, "Inject him with anesthetic and peel off his skin."